November 16th, 2029. In room 4 of Beishan County People's Hospital, a conversation between father and son echoed faintly. Dad, don't take this the wrong way, but you've already spent thousands of yuan in just a few days here. Zhang Xiaoming looked at Zhang Guoqing lying on the hospital bed with undisguised disdain. Then maybe we should just go home. We won't treat the illness anymore. Zhang Guoqing's face was pale and weak, yet he gritted his teeth as he spoke to Zhang Xiaoming. Fine, then let's go home. The doctor already said you won't live much longer anyway. Dying is dying, might as well save some money back home. Zhang Xiaoming's furrowed brows finally relaxed. Looking at Zhang Guoqing before him, he felt a slight sense of relief. Zhang Guoqing had lived a wimpy life for most of his years. Who would have thought that even in these final moments, he still couldn't shake off that pitiful demeanor? Zhang Guoqing was born in 1973. His family was poor when he was young, and there were many siblings. Though born in the countryside, he suffered endless scorn from neighbors. In 1995, his family scraped together every penny they had, even selling their cooking pots, just to marry him off to a woman named Lu Xiaofan. But in 1997, shortly after giving birth, Lu Xiaofan ran away with Li Daji from the east side of the village, rumored to have gone to Guangdong. This incident further humiliated the Zhang family, who were already looked down upon. Neighbors gossiped that Zhang Xiaoming must be the illegitimate child of Lu Xiaofan's affair, since he bore no resemblance to Zhang Guoqing. Yet Zhang Guoqing never dared to argue against such rumors. He seemed to silently accept them, allowing people to spread lies unchecked. Cancer, latest stage lung cancer. If he doesn't undergo surgery, he might only have about a month left. That was what the doctor told Zhang Xiaoming in the ward. Though spoken quietly, Zhang Guoqing heard every word clearly. Let me die then. Death would end everything. Having lived a wretched life, what was there left to cling to in this world? Zhang Xiaoming left to process the discharge paperwork. Lying on the bed, Zhang Guoqing drifted into chaotic thoughts. At that moment, a sharp sound tore through the air. Wong! A streak of fire across the sky, shattering the window glass. A meteorite shot straight through Zhang Guoqing's head. Time seemed both endless and instantaneous. Zhang Guoqing rubbed his heavy head and slowly woke up on the ground. Phew, close call. That wimp Zhang Guoqing didn't die after all. Wang Dequan, you bastard. Your punch was too hard. If you'd hit a bit harder, you'd have killed Zhang Guoqing. Lu Mingshan, standing nearby watching, said to Wang Dequan, aren't we in a hospital? What the hell is going on? What kind of situation is this? Zhang Guoqing slowly looked around, then closed his eyes again. Reborn? Am I reborn? Zhang Guoqing rubbed his eyes, suspiciously looking at the circle of people standing around him. He glanced at his own ragged clothes and muttered, rebirth? Was this some kind of joke? That wimp Zhang Guoqing must be crazy now. Wang Dequan, you've knocked Zhang Guoqing stupid. His family will definitely come demanding compensation from yours. Lu Yu has said to Wang Dequan, who was visibly nervous. Guys, don't say it was me who hit Zhang Guoqing. At most, I'll treat you all to a movie in Sangma Town tonight. Wang Dequan, afraid, tried to smooth things over by making promises. Oh wow, a movie. Haha, everyone heard it. Wang Dequan promised to treat us. If you dare cheat us, may your future children be born without anuses. Lu Yuha excitedly declared to the small crowd. Back then, movie tickets weren't cheap. For a popular film, a ticket could cost 1.2 yuan. Even the cheapest ticket cost 50 fun. In 1990, pork was only 1.8 yuan per gene. Candy at the supply store was 5 pieces for 1 fun. Sangma Town had a cinema built in 1988. From the day it opened, it remained one of the busiest places in town. Besides the cinema, another bustling spot was the Sangma Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Wang Dequan certainly didn't have that kind of money. Treating 7 people to a movie would cost at least 4 or 5 yuan. Since he couldn't afford it himself, he'd either have to steal from home or rob someone else. His family was well off, but they wouldn't casually hand over several yuan for him to squander. Where the money came from wasn't their concern. In the countryside, once you swore an oath, it was as binding as a nail driven into wood. Seeing Wang Dequan swear, the others fell silent. As night fell, the group scattered like birds and beasts. These were all peers of Zhang Guoqing's age. In theory, as childhood friends from the same village, they should have been close. But reality was different. As the saying goes, the kind are bullied, the gentle are ridden. The Zhang family was honest and poor, so naturally Zhang Guoqing became their target for bullying. On the vast threshing ground, only Zhang Guoqing remained, slumped on the ground, now covered in dust and grime. He didn't care about that right now. He was 17, yet for years his so-called friends from the village had treated him like a human punching bag. Today, it was Wang Dequan, Li Dali, Lu Yuhe, Lu Mingshan, and Hu Guiming who dragged him to the threshing ground. They claimed to be playing together, but in truth, these bastards used him as a human sandbag. But things were different now. I've been reborn. Let the old Zhang Guoqing die. From today onward, I'll become a brand new man. Smoke rose from chimneys around Shaojiang village, signaling dinner time. Zhang Guoqing snapped out of his excitement over being reborn, deep in thought. Heaven isn't unkind granting me a second chance. Since that's the case in this life, I absolutely won't live as a wimp again. Night fell, darkness enveloping the land. The moon climbed above distant treetops, illuminating the threshing ground and lighting Zhang Guoqing's path home. Home! Home! This time, I'll never let my family suffer humiliation again. I'll never let myself become the laughingstock of others. Limping slightly, Zhang Guoqing walked along the familiar yet strange road home. But each step he took was firm and resolute. Chapter 2. A bowl of sweet potato rice. September. The nights already carried a hint of autumn chill. When Zhang Guoqing returned home, it was already late. Everyone else had finished dinner, and his siblings were preparing to go to bed. "Dad, Mom, I'm back," he called out hoarsely to his father Zhang Yushan, sitting under the eaves, and his mother Li Solan, tidying up in the main room. After so many years, seeing his parents again after rebirth, it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. But though moved, the taste in his heart was bitter. Years had passed. When thinking of his parents and family, beyond deep remorse, there was mostly self-blame. One by one, past events flooded back, bringing tears to Zhang Guoqing's eyes. In 1991, his second sister Zhang Hongyu married Lu Shankin, a scoundrel from Lu family village. Overworked and ill, she died in her 30s. In 1993, his elder brother Zhang Guohua died in a coal mine disaster. His body was never found. His parents went to the mine to confront the boss, only to be beaten black and blue. When they returned, they brought back only 800 yuan in compensation. For years afterward, his sister-in-law Yu Xiu struggled to raise 2 sons alone. A widow attracts trouble, and eventually, she was assaulted and drank pesticide to her death. In 1995, his father died of depression. In 1998, his mother, worn out from years of hardship, also passed away. One tragedy after another surged into his mind. How could Zhang Guoqing not shed tears? Thankfully, under the light of the oil lamp in the main room, the yellowed calendar on the wall showed the date, September 21st, 1990, the 3rd day of the 8th lunar month. "Third brother, why did you come back so late? We've already eaten. Your meal is kept warm on the stove. I'll go get it for you," said Zhang Mingjiao, still young and innocent, rushing forward to hug Zhang Guoqing's arm affectionately before her parents could speak. "Xingya, why are you back so late today? Look at you covered in dust, your clothes torn. What happened?" Mother Li Solan brushed the dirt off Zhang Guoqing's body, asking with concern. A mother's love is always delicate, never overlooking any child despite having many. "It's nothing, Mom. Don't worry. I just tripped on a stone on my way back from the threshing ground and ripped my clothes." Zhang Guoqing composed himself and calmly explained to his mother. Naturally, he wouldn't tell his parents about the beating, couldn't reveal the truth. Father Zhang Yushan held his tobacco pipe, took a deep puff, and glanced at Zhang Guoqing. He seemed about to say something, but held back. At that moment, little sister Zhang Mingjiao had already brought the food over. Li Solan adjusted the wick of the oil lamp, brightening the main room. At this time, only a small portion of rural areas had electricity. It wasn't until after 1998 that electricity gradually reached every village and household. On the square table sat an ancient, worn-out bowl containing a serving of rice. Rice was generous. The bowl was mostly filled with sweet potatoes, what villagers commonly called sweet potato rice. Even in the 1990s, rural families weren't wealthy. Some households had many mouths to feed, but little land grain simply wasn't enough. Mixing rice with sweet potatoes was perfectly normal. There was some carrot and chili scrambled with egg. Honestly speaking, the dish wasn't bad, but far from good. Still, this kind of meal was rarely a luxury enjoyed perhaps once a month. Usually, eggs were saved to sell in town for money. Was someone's birthday today? Yes, it must be someone's birthday to have eggs. Otherwise, why would mother cook eggs? Zhang Guoqing recalled today was Zhang Mengjiao's 8th birthday. "Little sister, third brother didn't prepare a birthday gift for you today, but in a few days, I'll make it up to you, okay?" Zhang Guoqing patted the 80-year-old Zhang Mengjiao's head and said, "Third brother, really? Can I choose?" Zhang Mengjiao asked with a naive smile. She didn't know, however, that Zhang Guoqing didn't have a single cent on him. How could he possibly buy her a birthday gift? Still, Zhang Guoqing nodded firmly, then began eating his meal. At this point, it's necessary to introduce Zhang Guoqing's large family. Father Zhang Yushan and Mother Li Tsuilan were both honest, hard-working farmers. Zhang Guoqing had 5 siblings. An older brother, Zhang Guohua, 5 years his senior, who married and established a separate household in 1989. In the countryside, when sons married, they split from their father's household to form a new one. After splitting, parents would give the newly independent son some possessions. If well off, they might provide several tiled rooms and basic furnishings like beds, cabinets, stoves, and kitchenware. If poorer, they'd at least allocate one room. Next was his second sister, Zhang Hongyu, 3 years older than him. In 1991, she married Liu Shankin, son of Liu Fumin, a Tintasuan household, a term for relatively wealthy peasants from Liu family village. But soon after, Liu Shankin squandered the family fortune, forcing Zhang Hongyu back into hardship. By the millennium, worn out from overwork, she died in her 30s. Then came Zhang Guoqing, the third child. Below him were 2 younger brothers, 4th brother Zhang Guoqing, 5th brother Zhang Guang, 14. The youngest was little sister Zhang Mengjiao, who had just turned 8 today. Who knew what Zhang Yushan was thinking, having so many children? In those days, the poorer you were, the more children you tended to have. It was undeniably true. With a family so poor they struggled to eat, none of Zhang Yushan's children received much education. Of the 6 children, only Zhang Guang and Zhang Mengjiao were still in school. Zhang Guoqing had stopped after elementary school not because he didn't want to study, but because he couldn't bring himself to ask for tuition fees. Even though annual tuition was only over 100 yuan, it became an insurmountable wall blocking his education. With so many mouths to feed and only 3.6 mu of land to rely on, there simply wasn't enough food. Though reform and opening up had begun, the Zhang family still couldn't save more than 300 to 500 yuan a year. So Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing chose to quit school and learn a trade instead. Carpentry, masonry, bamboo weaving, barbering, butchering. In those days, mastering a trade was a vital skill for survival. Not only could it earn money, but it also gave an advantage when seeking a wife. Even a pig castrator, whenever he went out to work, wasn't he always treated to good meals and hospitality? Thus, learning a valuable skill became the top priority for Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing right now. Chapter 3. The reluctant castrator of pigs. When it comes to the pig castrator, Zhang Guoqing cannot help but feel a surge of anger. In his previous life, during the early 1990s, Zhang Guoqing apprenticed under Li Ermatzi from the neighboring village to learn the craft of pig castration. According to the timeline of his former existence, his parents would undoubtedly strive to secure him an opportunity to acquire this skill. By this time, Zhang Guoqing had already reached the age of 17, and in 2 or 3 years, he would be expected to find a wife. In rural communities, it is customary to start courting by the age of 18 or 19. Thus, marrying by 20 is quite normal. If one remains single into their mid-20s, they are often regarded as a late bloomer. This stands in stark contrast to the modern society where marrying at 30 is no longer considered late. The process of learning a trade varies. Some skills are acquired swiftly, while others require more time. Regardless, becoming an apprentice entails shadowing a master craftsman, learning through practical experience. The apprenticeship can last anywhere from 1 to 3 years. During this period, apprentices do not receive wages. Instead, they must pay their master a fee for their apprenticeship, akin to what is now referred to as a red envelope. During festivals, it is customary to present gifts to the master, as failure to do so would be seen as disrespectful. If a master is petty, they may withhold their true skills, leaving the apprentice with inadequate knowledge and ultimately leading to wasted efforts. Zhang Guoqing's parents held a straightforward belief. This pig castration trade has a low entry barrier, allowing one to become proficient within a year. After gaining experience, he could work independently for a couple of years and save enough money to secure a bride. The hearts of parents everywhere are filled with concern for their children's futures. They recognized that while the pig castrator could earn a decent living, the profession carried a certain stigma. Nevertheless, the low threshold for entry was the only support they could provide. Zhang Guoqing's elder brother had once apprenticed as a carpenter, but due to a light gift during a festival, he was rejected by the neighboring Liu family as carpenter. This incident was a source of great embarrassment, and even now, both Zhang Yushan and Li Tsuilan, his parents, remain troubled by it. Now let us speak of the pig castrator, Li Ermatzi. His full name is Li Chuanmin, but due to his pockmarked face, short stature, and unappealing looks, he earned the nickname Li Ermatzi. Despite his outward appearance resembling a misshapen fruit, Li Ermatzi is, in fact, a good man. His expertise in pig castration is somewhat renowned in the 10-mile radius of Sangma town. Some may wonder why pigs, which are raised so well, must be castrated. Historically, local farmers raised native pigs, which have a long growth cycle, often requiring nearly a year before they could be slaughtered or sold for meat. Castration of livestock eliminates their reproductive capabilities, resulting in a gentler temperament that simplifies management, enhances meat quality, and increases economic benefits. Furthermore, castration prevents inferior breeds from interbreeding, playing a positive role in improving livestock quality. In the early 1980s, as the collective economy officially drew to a close, the nation embarked on its journey of reform and opening up. With the resurgence of the market economy, urban areas began to flourish while rural regions initiated their own reforms. By the early 1990s, the practice of raising livestock had permeated ordinary rural households. Take pig farming, for instance, while not every family engaged in it. At least those with better circumstances tended to raise 1 or 2 pigs. During this period, the profession of castrating pigs was still quite sought after, albeit with a rather unsavory reputation. Around the year 2000, the popularity of the big 3-feed pigs surged, reducing the breeding cycle from a year to just 3 to 4 months. These pigs, still in their juvenile stage, made their way to the dining table before they could fully mature. Consequently, the profession of pig castration began to fade into obscurity. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal clashing resonated from the eastern end of the village, unmistakably signaling the arrival of Liurmatsi, the pig castrator, as he visited the neighboring villages. At that time, pig castrators claimed territories, typically spanning 7 or 8 villages each. In the 1970s, livestock breeding was managed by production teams, with pig castrators under the purview of the Animal Husbandry Station, receiving state provisions. However, times had changed. Following the reforms, many individuals began to operate independently. Master Li is here to castrate pigs in our Shaojing village. Old Zhang, hurry and welcome him. We need to respond to the matters we discussed last time, urged Li Tsuolan, nudging her son Zhang Yushan, who was busy tilling the soil. Why the rush for a mere pig castrator, as though he were a visiting dignitary? I'll be on my way. You can wait inside, Zhang Yushan replied, somewhat impatiently. Though reluctant, he eventually set aside his hoe. After reassuring his mother, he turned towards the earthen road leading to the village entrance. He found himself at a loss for solutions. His second son had already dropped out of school for 2 to 3 years, now spending his days idling about. Without acquiring a skill, it would be challenging for him to find a wife in the future. The autumn temperatures still lingered, with the sun beginning to blaze fiercely by 10 o'clock. The heat made sweat pour down his body, and the brightness of the sun rendered it difficult to keep his eyes open. Weeds flourished alongside the uneven dirt road, interspersed with trees that offered fleeting shade. Riding slowly from Lujiazhuang, the pig castrator Liurmatsi pedaled towards Shaojing village, rhythmically striking a small iron rod against a metal plate. Hey, Master Li, wait a moment. Zhang Yushan called out softly to the man on the bicycle. Yushan, why are you waiting here? Do you have pigs that need castration? Liurmatsi inquired. Liurmatsi inquired of Zhang Yushan. No, it's not about castrating pigs. How have you contemplated the matter we discussed earlier? Zhang Yushan's expression stiffened for a moment, and he spoke to Liurmatsi in a manner that seemed to seek his favor. Zhang Yushan was a man of utmost sincerity, rarely adopting such a sycophantic tone, especially with someone of Liurmatsi's dubious reputation. The pig castrator hardly ranked among the lowest echelons. And who would wish to have their child learn such a trade unless it promised financial gain? You see, I've been quite busy these past few days and nearly forgot to ask. It's merely about having Guoqing learn the trade from me. It's no trouble. Whenever the arrangements are made, he can come to me. Liurmatsi remarked with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. As for apprenticeship, that's acceptable, but the necessary formalities must be observed. In Liurmatsi's view, he had little desire to mentor someone too astute, for a clever apprentice could outshine his master. Conversely, he also shunned the exceedingly dull, for a year of fruitless instruction would tarnish his reputation. However, he understood Zhang Guoqing well. He was just like his father, Zhang Yushan, honest and earnest. Crucially, he could endure hardship, and his temperament was manageable. Having an apprentice would lend him some prestige. Though he currently rode a bicycle that was a bit rickety, he could still make a few coins. Yet there were few who genuinely respected him. Otherwise, at nearly 50, he wouldn't still be without a wife. While he lacked a spouse, he certainly did not lack female companionship, as there were several widows in the neighboring villages, at least 7 or 8 of them. Chapter 4. Reluctance to be a pig castrator, Part 2. Master Li, please don't leave. Come have lunch at my home today. I'll have my wife prepare a couple of dishes, and we can discuss the matter of the apprenticeship for the child. Zhang Guoqing cleared his throat and extended the invitation to Li Ermatzi. I still have to go to Li Erzu's place to castrate pigs. Let us do it at noon. I'll come by then, and you can finalize your plans. Li Ermatzi did not refuse, contemplating before he spoke to Zhang Guoqing. Li Erzu lives at the west end of Shaojing village and is about the same age as you. He raises 4 or 5 pigs. All right, it's settled then. I'll wait for you to come for lunch. You're busy. Upon hearing that Li Ermatzi had not declined, Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile. Li Ermatzi whistled as he rode his bicycle, not looking back as he headed towards Li Erzu's home. Before long, Zhang Guoqing returned home. At that moment, Li Zuolan had already prepared breakfast, some hand-cut noodles accompanied by pickled vegetables. These noodles were made by Li Zuolan herself. The store-bought ones were quite expensive and hardly satisfying. Despite the numerous years of reform and opening up, Shaojing village remains far from affluent. Zhang Guoqing's family, through diligent labor, has managed to stave off hunger. While there are indeed families who can enjoy a bowl of noodles in the morning, they are certainly not in abundance. In this era, Shenzhen is undergoing rapid construction, yet the central region lags behind at a glacial pace. To say nothing of the remote Shaojing village. What does brotherly heir have to say? Li Zuolan inquired as she handed a large bowl of noodles to Zhang Guoqing, gazing at her husband. There should be no significant issues. But he must have his drink at noon. We need to prepare for the apprenticeship envelope. You're aware of the events concerning the elder brother from a few years ago. We cannot afford to embarrass ourselves again. How much money do we have left? I will head to Sangma town shortly to purchase 2 pounds of meat and some alcohol. We certainly should not skimp on what is necessary. Zhang Guoqing took a hearty bite of his noodles and responded to Li Zuolan. We still have several dozen yuan left. A couple of years ago, the elder brother married off a wife, and the 5th and 6th brothers are still in school. We have only managed to save this much in the past year or two. How much should we prepare for the apprenticeship envelope? It cannot possibly be as exorbitant as Lu the carpenter's demand of 66 yuan, can it? Li Zuolan felt a twinge of discomfort and replied, Lu the carpenter, relying on his skills, has raised the bar for apprenticeship fees. Previously, the minimum was 33 yuan, but it has suddenly skyrocketed to 66 and even 88 in the last 2 years. How can that be justified? A pig butcher cannot possibly compare to a carpenter. Chen Ermatzi should be aware of this. We will find out the truth by noon. By the way, where is Guoqing? That boy has wandered off again. When he returns, he must stay at home. Learning this craft is of utmost importance for him. Zhang Guoqing said to Li Zuolan, just after finishing his noodles. He hurriedly left with Guoqing and Guowang, claiming they were going to fish at Dongshui River, promising to treat the family to a feast that evening. Hearing this, Li Zuolan felt somewhat reassured and, regaining her composure, responded to her husband, what nonsense. You must quickly take Mingjiao to call them back. I need to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some meat. Please fetch 10 yuan from the cabinet. Zhang Guoqing, with a sense of urgency, took the money and rushed off to Sangma town to buy wine and meat, while Li Zuolan led Zhang Mengjiao towards Dongshui River. As the saying goes, the autumn tiger. The weather in this season remains quite warm. The sun had only recently risen, yet the temperature was already climbing. At this moment, Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by his 2 younger brothers, had arrived at Dongshui River with fishing gear in tow. Dongshui River is the sole living water source that can truly be called a river in Shaojing village, with the memories of a past life. The waters of the Dongshui River teem with an abundance of fish and shrimp. There has never been a day when the nets returned empty, especially with the densely populated lobsters. Third brother, do you think we can catch any fish with these? Zhang Guoqing inquired, gesturing towards the large bamboo sieve in his hands, which was originally used by Li Zuolan for drying vegetables. Though seldom employed, it had been stealthily retrieved by the brothers for this occasion. Watch closely, 4th and 5th brothers. I will demonstrate the art of fishing, Zhang Guoqing declared, having recently learned some effective techniques from Li Wenliang and his companions. Though fishing nets were available, they were not a common possession among households. Furthermore, when the villagers craved fish, they would resort to using sieves or bamboo cages to catch smaller varieties. However, the villagers of Shaojing were not particularly fond of the red lobsters they captured, often feeding them to chickens and ducks, trampling them underfoot, or discarding them altogether. Ironically, the very things detested tend to proliferate. Thus, the lobsters in the Danshui River became a nuisance. Little did Zhang Guoqing know, this would soon present him with an opportunity to earn his first fortune. Zhang Guoqing, holding the bamboo sieve filled with crushed earthworms, gently cast it into the lush, weedy waters. Shortly thereafter, the three of them stripped down to their underwear and leapt into the river. Catching fish was among the favorite pastimes of rural children. With a bamboo fish basket in hand, Zhang Guoqing watched as Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing dove into the water, fervently searching for their quarry. In no time, Zhang Guoqing resurfaced, gripping a sizable carp. "What luck I have today. It seems the fish soup tonight is guaranteed," he called out to Zhang Guoqing with a grin. "Haha, third brother, this carp is quite plump. It must have roe," Zhang Guoqing exclaimed excitedly. As time passed, Li Zuolan arrived at the banks of the Danshui River. The river was wide, devoid of tall trees for cover, allowing her to spot Zhang Guoqing and the others easily. "You three still at it? Wait for Master Li to arrive. It's best to tidy up and head back soon. It appears your father has arranged your apprenticeship," she shouted to Zhang Guoqing, who was still fishing. "What? Mother, which Master Li are you referring to?" Zhang Guoqing called out, slowly swimming back to shore, his heart racing with anticipation. "It is indeed Master Li, the pig castrator from Lu family village. Hurry up and come up. Mother is waiting to return home to prepare dinner. Your father has gone to the town to buy vegetables, and we must treat him to a feast of apprentice wine at noon." Li Zuolan continued speaking to Zhang Guoqing. "Mother, are you referring to that pig castrator, Liermatzi? I shall never learn his trade. I would rather die than become a pig castrator at once." Zhang Guoqing's mood soured, his expression resembling that of a cat whose fur had been ruffled. Chapter 5. You ungrateful child. You refuse to learn the trade of a pig castrator? Be wary of your father breaking your legs when you return. Li Zuolan, filled with frustration, gazed at her third son with disappointment. "Third brother, how many fish did you catch with fourth and fifth brothers? Will we have fish to eat tonight?" The innocent voice of Zhang Mengjiao pulled Zhang Guoqing back to reality. "Little sister, we will certainly have fish for dinner. We caught quite a few. Fifth brother can barely hold the fish basket. It's too heavy. You and mother can help him carry it." Zhang Guoqing smiled as he replied to Zhang Mengjiao. "Oh, that's wonderful. It's been ages since we had fish, mother. We will eat fish tonight," Zhang Mengjiao exclaimed excitedly, clapping her small hands in delight as she spoke to her mother, Li Zuolan. "All right, fourth and fifth brothers, that's enough. Come up now. As long as there's enough to eat at home, it's fine." Though Li Zuolan was angry, warmth filled her heart. Her children were quite understanding. They did not catch fish merely for amusement, but to provide a feast for the family. As the saying goes, children of the poor mature early. Zhang Guoqing and his brothers were indeed very considerate. Although their personalities mirrored that of Zhang Yushan, honest and diligent, they were undeniably devoted to their family. The entire household had previously been harmonious, but changes were destined to occur 4 years later when Zhang Guoqing wed Lu Xiaofan to gather the bride price for Lu's family. The eldest brother, Zhang Guohua, had to toil in the coal mine to earn the necessary funds, assisting Zhang Guoqing in accumulating the 800 yuan required for the dowry. In 1994, 800 yuan was no trifling sum. In rural areas, it was considered a substantial amount. After all, during that time, the price of meat was merely over 3 yuan per pound. "Mother, wait a moment. I still have a dustpan to collect. I'll return as soon as I finish," Zhang Guoqing said to Li Zuolan and his younger sister, who were waiting nearby. Soon, Zhang Guoqing arrived at the riverbank where the dustpan was placed. After clearing away the nearby water plants, he quickly lifted the large dustpan from the water. With a splash, as the river water drained from the dustpan, the sight within filled Zhang Guoqing with exhilaration. The large dustpan was teeming with vibrant red lobsters, densely packed. There were not fewer than 70 or 80 of them. "Guoqing, hurry and bring over the other fish basket," Zhang Guoqing called out loudly as he placed the winnowing basket by the shore. Due to Zhang Guoqing's basket being filled to capacity, he needed Guoqing to fetch a spare one. "Third brother, these prawns are truly large and plump, but are they even palatable?" Zhang Guoqing did not share Zhang Guoqing's enthusiasm. He looked at the lobsters in the bamboo winnowing basket with little interest. Unlike the small lobsters that would later become a nationwide sensation, Zhang Guoqing recalled the immense popularity of spicy crawfish and changsha-flavored shrimp that captivated the masses. However, in present-day Shaojing village, no household indulged in such delicacies. The lobsters were largely shell with scant meat and were notably oil-consuming. "You know nothing. Quickly pack them into the basket and don't let these prawns escape. When we return, third brother will prepare a feast that surpasses fish in flavor. These lobsters are treasures. Soon, third brother will point to them as a means for your prosperity. Zhang Guoqing gently patted Guoqing's head, speaking earnestly. At the mention of a delicious meal, Guoqing's movements quickened. Following Zhang Guoqing, he grasped the prawns and tossed them into the fish basket one by one. Before long, they had gathered all their finds, laughing and chatting as they followed Li Tsuelon back home. Throughout the journey, Zhang Guoqing wrestled with his thoughts, contemplating how to broach the subject of not wanting to learn the pig castration trade with his father, Zhang Yushan. Unbeknownst to them, the group arrived home. At that moment, Zhang Yushan had just returned from buying wine and groceries in Sangma town. Seeing Li Tsuelon return with the children eased his mind. As it approached 11 o'clock, Li Tsuelon began to tidy the kitchen in preparation for lunch. Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Mengjiao followed her inside to help with the fire and washing vegetables, leaving only the school dropout Zhang Guoqing and the recently withdrawn Zhang Guoqing in the yard. Sanyazi, Uncle Lier will come over for lunch. Be sure to pour him a drink and show him respect. Your father has discussed your apprenticeship with him. Zhang Yushan stated first about the matter of apprenticeship. Father, I do not wish to learn the pig castration trade. Zhang Guoqing mumbled, his head lowered, his tone somewhat stiff, yet resolute. This was the first time he had spoken in defiance before his father, and his heart skipped a beat. Zhang Yushan's temperament was well known to his sons. He was humble in front of outsiders, but authoritative within the family. Although we have long departed from the old society, the authority and influence of my father, Zhang Yushan, within our household remain undeniably significant. What did you say? Zhang Yushan inquired with barely contained frustration directed towards Zhang Guoqing. I said I refuse to become a pig castrator. I have no desire to pursue that trade. Zhang Guoqing retorted, his voice resolute and emphatic. Suddenly, a resounding slap struck Zhang Guoqing's face. Dad! Tears welled up in Zhang Guoqing's eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless. In his previous life, Zhang Yushan had never resorted to physically punishing his children. Yet today he had struck his own son. The force of that slap was considerable, and soon, Zhang Guoqing's left cheek began to swell. Despite the pain, a surge of emotion stirred within him as he pondered his rebirth. Could it signify that he had the power to alter the course of events in this world? Father, even if you were to strike me dead today, I will not become a pig castrator, Zhang Guoqing declared, covering his face and gazing defiantly at Zhang Yushan. You ungrateful wretch! Have you grown wild during these past few days? Do you refuse to heed your father's words? After much effort, I convinced Uncle Li for you. And now you dare to declare you won't learn a trade? Zhang Yushan's face flushed with anger at his son's defiance. Zhang Guoqing stood nearby, dumbfounded, uncertain of what to say. Torn between his father and brother, he felt that supporting either side was unjustifiable. Most troubling was the shock of his father's unexpected violence. Zhang Yushan had never resorted to such measures with his siblings throughout their upbringing. Yet, one must consider that Zhang Guoqing's earlier pleas for vocational training had compelled Zhang Yushan to seek rapport with Lier. The profession of pig castration was, after all, both lucrative and distasteful. Chapter 6. Resolving the issue. Dad, a few days ago, I accompanied some peers from the village to Beishan County. I found an opportunity there and planned to pursue it shortly, Zhang Guoqing informed Zhang Yushan. The veracity of this claim was unclear to Zhang Yushan. However, he was aware that Zhang Guoqing had indeed traveled to Chongning County with some peers recently, though the specifics eluded him. Third son, your father strikes you for your own good. You were the one who expressed a desire to learn a trade, and now you say you will not? How do you expect the Zhang family to maintain its dignity in the eyes of our neighbors? Zhang Yushan acknowledged that he may have been somewhat heavy-handed, yet he insisted on his reasoning. You are indeed correct. It is merely that my son lacks understanding. However, accompanying them on a trip to the county town has broadened his horizons significantly. I yearn to venture beyond the confines of Shaojing village, to explore the world. My aspiration is to earn enough to ensure that our family can enjoy meat with every meal, and to provide Guowang and Meng Jiao with better educational opportunities. Zhang Guoqing declared with spirited conviction to his father, Zhang Yushan. What troubles you, Yushan? Li Tsuelon inquired, emerging from the kitchen with a platter of dishes. Listen to what Sanyazi has proclaimed. He asserts that he will no longer learn the trade of pig castration, but instead intends to work in the city to earn money. At such a tender age, he risks being led astray, and we would scarcely know where to find him. It is truly exasperating. Zhang Yushan expressed his frustration to Li Tsuelon. Yushan, Guoqing is no longer a child. Today, I accompanied him back from Danshui River, and he spoke passionately about his aspirations. As parents, we should not dictate every path for him. He must find the road that is right for him. Look at our eldest, who has chosen not to pursue carpentry, yet is managing quite well. It may be strenuous, but life is not altogether grim, Li Zuolan reasoned, understanding Zhang Yushan's concerns. But how shall we address Li Ermatzi? Initially, we were the ones to suggest this course, yet now it seems we have altered our stance. What will he say about the Zhang family behind our backs? Zhang Yushan remarked, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features as he gazed at Li Zuolan. Father, allow me to handle this matter. It is merely a meal. I cannot allow you to be put in an awkward position, Zhang Guoqing reassured his father. Very well. Since you insist, when Li Ermatzi arrives, you may speak with him. Just be careful not to offend him. For we may need his assistance with pig castration in the future, Zhang Yushan advised. Rest assured, I am mindful of the situation, Zhang Guoqing replied, feeling a sense of relief as his father's tacit approval became evident. It seemed that the wheel of fate might indeed be subject to change, and he clenched his fist inwardly in determination. Before long, noon arrived, and shortly after the meal was laid out, a jingling sound echoed from outside the courtyard. Without a doubt, Li Ermatzi had arrived. The aroma of these dishes is delightful. Brother Yushan, Sister Zuolan, Li Ermatzi exclaimed, his words emerging from his mouth with a peculiar sound due to his gap-toothed grin. Li Ermatzi was not blessed with good looks, and the gaps in his teeth were not a natural occurrence. They were the result of a beating he had received 2 years prior, while in Xiaoping's. He had an affair with Wu Xiaoyi, only to be confronted and pummeled by her husband, Zhao Dazhuang. Zhao Dazhuang is indeed ruthless. Li Ermatzi lay in bed for half a month, suffering from the pain. His face was bruised and swollen, nearly leaving him paralyzed from the waist down. The agony was not limited to his body. He had lost 5 teeth in the ordeal, rendering his speech a whispering breeze. Since that incident, a shadow loomed over Li Ermatzi's heart, instilling a fear that prevented him from pursuing married women again. Come, sit down, dinner is ready, Zhang Yushan said courteously to Li Ermatzi. Zhang Guoqing had already informed his parents, so Zhang Yushan's politeness was merely a formality. The table was adorned with 5 dishes, a bowl of braised pork with potatoes, a bowl of carp, a bowl of scrambled eggs with chili, a plate of peanuts, and a vegetable dish. Though not lavish, such a spread was a rarity at the Zhang household, typically reserved for festive occasions. In rural customs, it is considered improper for women and children to sit at the main table. Thus, only 3 sets of chopsticks and 2 wine cups were arranged for Zhang Yushan, Li Ermatzi, and Zhang Guoqing, who was the guest of honor today, deserving his place at the table. Third uncle, what are you waiting for? Quickly pour wine for Uncle Li, Zhang Yushan urged, glancing at Zhang Guoqing. Come, Uncle Li, let me pour you some wine, Zhang Guoqing said, filling Li Ermatzi's cup with liquor from the saltwater bottle. The younger generation is growing taller by the day, he chuckled. Well, I must drink this toast. I must indeed. Li Ermatzi, not one to be rude, nudged his cup closer to Zhang Guoqing, his face beaming with a smile. My father invited you for a drink today for 2 reasons. Firstly, to express gratitude for your diligent pig butchering skills over the years. Your efforts have been greatly appreciated. Secondly, my father mentioned wanting me to become your apprentice. I had indeed wished to learn from you, but I recently broke my hand and just got out of the cast. I fear I may not be able to master your craft, and I wanted to inform you of this. Zhang Guoqing articulated this matter clearly to Li Ermatzi. After finishing, he extended his hand to show Li Ermatzi. A thin layer of white ointment covered the edges of his hand, causing Li Ermatzi a pang of sympathy. Such a promising apprentice in the art of pig butchering seemed wasted. It was truly infuriating. The reason for this frustration was simple. A pig butcher must possess considerable strength. Castrating boars can be done when they are piglets, manageable with one hand. However, sows must be raised for 2 to 3 months before they can be handled, and by then, they weigh 70 to 80 pounds. Without a fair amount of brute strength, controlling them becomes an impossible task. Another form of strength is skillful strength. During the process of castration, one must reach into the pig's body to cut accurately, ensuring a clean operation. Li Ermatzi may be short and thin, yet he possesses both of these strengths. Otherwise, he would not be able to manage the laborious task of tending to the numerous widows in the surrounding villages with such ease. It now appears that Zhang Guoqing will not succeed in learning the craft of pig castration. If one fails to master this skill, they risk being ridiculed by others. Therefore, Li Ermatzi dares not take this risk, as taking on an incompetent apprentice would tarnish his reputation. This meal was not particularly enjoyable for Li Ermatzi. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Ultimately, he had no choice but to agree to provide Zhang's family with half-price pig castrations in the future. Chapter 7. Aspiring to be a wealthy individual after resolving the matter of apprenticing under the pig castrator Li Ermatzi, Zhang Guoqing finally felt a sense of relief. As the sun began to set in the afternoon, his elder brother Zhang Guohua arrived, accompanied by his sister-in-law Yuxiu, carrying a small basket of eggs. Yuxiu was newly pregnant, proudly showing her belly. Since Zhang Guohua's marriage last year, the family had separated. However, this separation was merely formal, as they had only constructed an additional earthen brick house adjacent to the original dwelling. Zhang Yushan had 6 children, and they collectively occupied 4 earthen brick houses. Zhang Yushan and Li Zuolan resided in one, while Zhang Guoqing lived with Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing in another. Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Mingjiao shared a third, and the fourth served as a common room, utilized for dining, ancestor worship, and various activities. The kitchen and latrine were built as wooden shanties on the side, covered with oilcloth and straw. After Zhang Guohua's marriage, Zhang Yushan had spent over 200 yuan to construct a brick house for them. Father, how is the matter of the third one learning a trade progressing? When do you plan to start? Zhang Guohua asked Zhang Yushan, who was seated on a stool. What trade? The third is not interested in learning. After drinking at noon, Li Ermatzi returned home. Zhang Yushan replied, Eldest brother, it is not that father favors anyone. When you learned carpentry, our family was in dire straits, and we happened to encounter Lu the carpenter, who was both ruthless and influential. This left you unable to fully master your craft, and your mother and I have carried that guilt. Now your younger brother has this opportunity. Yet he does not cherish it, Zhang Yushan expressed, a mix of frustration and helplessness in his tone, addressing his eldest son Zhang Guohua. Father, I do not blame you or mother. With so many mouths to feed at home, we cannot let the entire family starve to support that scoundrel Lu the carpenter. Over the past year or so, Yuxiu and I have cultivated the land and raised the chickens, and our lives are going well, Zhang Guohua reassured his father, who had brought up past grievances. As the elder brother, Zhang Guohua naturally empathized with his parents. During the drought in the 1980s, Beishan County faced a severe reduction in grain production, nearly leading to starvation. The Zhang family, once known for their chatter, was profoundly affected. Acquiring skills was essential, yet nothing could possibly outweigh the imperative of survival. That year, Zhang Yushan took Zhang Guohua and Zhang Guoqing to the river, where they fished for minnows, caught shrimp, and hunted for eels, while also venturing into the mountains to capture rabbits, which they exchanged for meager rations in Sangma town. Meanwhile, Li Zuolan, cradling her month-old daughter Zhang Mingjiao, along with Zhang Hongyu and several younger siblings, foraged for wild vegetables along the riverbanks and among the hills. Through the united efforts of the family, they remarkably endured that most arduous year. It was during this time that Zhang Guoqing honed his skills in fishing and shrimp catching, driven by the necessity of survival. Some claimed that the reforms of the 1980s had ushered in change, but remote areas witnessed little transformation. Elder brother, sister-in-law, please sit. Zhang Guoqing offered a long bench to Zhang Guohua and Yuxiu. No, I want to sit. I need to take these eggs to the kitchen and help with the cooking, Yuxiu replied with a smile, declining the offer and heading towards the wooden shed with her bamboo basket, accompanied by Zhang Hongyu. Third brother, acquiring a skill is commendable. At least you won't have to depend solely on farming like the elder brother in the future. In a few years, when you marry, you'll need a means of livelihood, Zhang Guohua said, accepting the bench from Zhang Guoqing and patting his shoulder. Elder brother, I understand all that you say, but I truly have no interest in being a pig butcher. I aspire to become a wealthy man, Zhang Guoqing declared earnestly, his voice raised, intentionally, so that Zhang Yushan could hear. The younger siblings of Zhang Hongyu fell silent upon hearing his proclamation of wealth. Third brother, you're not speaking falsely, are you? A wealthy man. No one in Shaojing village dares to claim such a title. They regarded Zhang Guoqing with skepticism, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Third brat, surely you jest? A wealthy man. It's still daylight. It's not yet dreaming time. Zhang Yushan could hardly believe his son's audacious words. In Shaojing village, home to over 400 households, not a single one could be called wealthy. The primary reason was that earning cash in this mountainous region was exceedingly difficult. While Lu family village and Bema village near Sangma town had a few households that could be considered wealthy, It was a daunting task to find a wealthy individual in their area. In Zhang Yushan's perspective, the family circumstances have slightly improved. After much effort, he had managed to secure an opportunity to learn the trade of castrating pigs, only for it to be squandered by Zhang Guoqing. What disgrace is there in being a pig butcher? It is worth noting that Li Ermatzi has been thriving for years, living in a house made of red bricks and tiles. Constructing such a red brick abode would require no less than 1,000 bricks, and after completing the house, he has never found himself short of money. If his son could achieve even a fraction of Li Ermatzi's success, it would be commendable. However, it is not that Zhang Guoqing looks down upon the profession of pig butchery. Rather, he is concerned that in a few years, the demand for such work will diminish. Forget about making money. Simply avoiding hunger would be a significant achievement. In his past life, Zhang Guoqing's family struggled to make ends meet just 2 years into his marriage, which eventually contributed to Lu Xiaofan abandoning their child for another man. Wearing a green hat is not the most terrifying prospect. What is truly frightening is having to raise someone else's child for 30 years. To hell with the green hat. This time, he vowed to avoid such pitfalls. He firmly declared before his entire family that he would ensure they all lead a prosperous life, with meat at every meal. Upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's proclamation, his family chuckled, not wishing to dampen his spirits. Youthful exuberance, after all, often comes with a touch of naivety. Consequently, Zhang Yushan resolved to grant Zhang Guoqing a 6-month period to prove himself, as Zhang Guoqing had promised that if there were no improvements, he would heed Yushan's guidance the following year. In the kitchen, with the assistance of Yuxiao, Li Zuolan soon brought the dishes to the table. To everyone's surprise, a large bowl of red shrimp was presented. Zhang Guohua did not expect Zhang Hongyu to serve a basin of small lobsters. He regarded them as unfit even for feeding dogs, having encountered them often while fishing, yet he had never found them appealing. Come on. The third brother says these lobsters taste excellent when steamed, and there will be a bowl of dipping sauce later. Just wait and see, Zhang Hongyu announced to the group. Chapter 8. The preparation of lobster. As the bowl of lobsters was placed on the table, the family sat around it, staring blankly, hesitant to pick up their chopsticks. Though the lobsters appeared appetizing, none of them knew how to eat them. They viewed the shells as hard and thick, rendering them unpalatable. Even during times of famine, no one had ever considered consuming small lobsters. This time, the lobsters were prepared simply, steamed to perfection. In principle, if crayfish were to be prepared in the trendy styles of the future, such as the popular spiced shrimp or spicy crayfish, the flavor would indeed be exquisite. However, in Zhangjia, there were no intricate spices or seasonings. Relying on his memory, Zhang Guoqing gathered some scallions, garlic, chili powder, minced ginger, and perilla leaves, adding a touch of white vinegar, soy sauce, and salt to create the simplest of dipping sauces. While it may not rival the flavors of the future, it was nonetheless considered delectable in the present. Father, do give it a taste, Zhang Guoqing urged as he selected the largest crayfish from the bowl, swiftly twisting the shell before extracting the succulent flesh from its tail. A piece of white and red crayfish meat emerged, which he presented to Zhang Yushan. Observing the presentation, Zhang Yushan remarked, "This looks quite good. Where did you learn such a method? You handle it quite adeptly." Taking the crayfish meat from Zhang Guoqing, Zhang Yushan examined it closely, squeezing it gently to confirm the absence of hard shell. He dipped the meat into the sauce and placed it in his mouth. The texture was springy, infused with the rich aroma of crayfish complemented by the savory notes of scallions, garlic, and perilla leaves. Ah, this tastes remarkably good. Where did you acquire this technique, Sanzi? I've never seen you prepare it this way before. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Zhang Yushan's face as he curiously inquired. Father, didn't I mention? Just a few days ago, I accompanied some friends to Beishan County, and that is how they prepared it at the restaurant there. Zhang Guoqing fabricated an explanation. There was no way his childhood friends from the village had taken Zhang Yushan to dine in Beishan County. This was a tale he concocted to divert attention. Beishan County was about 40 to 50 kilometers away, not too far, yet not too close either. A dilapidated minibus made the journey daily from Sangma Town, reaching the southern bus station of Beishan County. However, tickets were priced at 2 yuan and 50 cents each, a bit steep, enough to buy over a pound of meat. Seeing Zhang Guoqing's swift peeling of the crayfish, several siblings began to emulate him. Before long, each crayfish was freed from its shell, and the succulent meat, coated in the dipping sauce, was eagerly devoured, bringing immense joy. The leftover meat from lunch was also transformed into a dish, paired with a generous bowl of river fish soup, making the meal feel like a festive banquet. Burp, the dishes we had today rival those of last year's New Year feast. I feel so full, Zhang Mingjiao exclaimed, patting her round little belly with delight. Indeed. Rest assured, Jiao Mei, in the future, Sangu will earn money so that our family can enjoy such splendid meals every day, Zhang Guoqing replied, gently patting the frail Zhang Mingjiao, his tone earnest. At this moment, the family's desires were quite simple. All they wished for was to be adequately fed and warmly clothed. Among Zhang Yushan's family of 9, none were particularly robust. The only one who bore a little extra weight was the pregnant Yuxiao. It was imperative that she received proper nourishment, for otherwise, the trials of childbirth would be arduous. Zhang Mingjiao's words caused the family to set aside thoughts of Zhang Guoqing seeking a mentor, and they returned to their cheerful banter. Sure, tomorrow there will be a market in Sangma town. Would you like to accompany me for a stroll? I plan to sell these stored eggs and purchase some yarn and fabric from the supply cooperative to make clothes for the children, Li Chuilan inquired, glancing at Yuxiao. Certainly, I would love to accompany you. Besides, with so many eggs, it would be a burden for you to carry them all alone. I can help share the load, Yuxiao replied with a nod. In Sangma town, the market convened on the 5th, 15th, and 25th of each month, held in the open space beside the cinema. On these days, people from the surrounding villages would come out, whether to sell goods or to purchase necessities. The money earned could then be used at the department store to buy daily provisions. By 1990, the country had been open to reform for several years, transforming the state-run supply cooperative into Sangma Town's department store. Here, in addition to selling specialized supplies, many private vendors began to emerge, offering a diverse array of goods. In recent years, Sangma Town had gradually witnessed the rise of individual entrepreneurs. The 3 most bustling spots in town were the cinema, the department store, and the market, all closely situated to one another. Mother, I shall accompany you tomorrow as well. I can help carry the eggs. My sister-in-law is with child and should not lift heavy items. She can stroll along at a slower pace with you. It would also be an opportune moment for me to see if I can catch some fish or shrimp to sell and save some money as capital, Zhang Guoqing suggested to Li Chuilan. Although Zhang Guoqing was somewhat lean, he was still sturdy. In the countryside, carrying a burden of 100 or 200 pounds might be daunting, but managing a few dozen pounds of eggs posed no difficulty for him. Let him go along. Tomorrow there isn't much to do in the fields. I will take the eldest with me. The chickens and pigs can be tended to by Yao and the 4th child, Zhang Yushan remarked, observing Li Chuilan's hesitance. Very well, that sounds agreeable. Night has fallen. Let's all retire early. Those who study must prepare for their lessons, and those who labor need their rest, Li Chuilan nodded, addressing the children. At this point, it was only a little past 8, and rural evenings lacked entertainment. Aside from playing cards, the adults seemed to have little to occupy their time. As for the children, they were too weary from daytime play, collapsing into bed as soon as night fell. The yellow glow of the tung oil lamp illuminated the entire hall, albeit not very brightly. After a few children entered the room, Li Tsulan adjusted the lampshade, extinguished the light, and returned to her quarters. Zhang Yushan's household raised 20 chickens and a pig. Throughout the year, they relied solely on these 2 sources for a modest income to pay for Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Mingjiao's tuition fees. Zhang Guoqing distinctly remembered that at that time, a pig could be sold for around 400 yuan, yielding a profit of approximately 200 yuan after deducting costs. As for the chickens, they collected the eggs during the laying season, intending to sell them at the market when the time came. The money earned from sales could be used to purchase essentials such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, or other supplies to supplement their household needs. Cultivating the land, however, was not a viable means of making money. Zhang Yushan's family was allotted 4 acres and 3/10 of land, and the grain produced each year was insufficient to feed the family. Thus, they also had to grow some sweet potatoes to supplement their diet. The sweet potato leaves and stems were mixed with crushed rice and bran to prepare porridge for the pig, ensuring it was well fed to gain weight for a better sale price. Before the 1990s, becoming a millionaire in the countryside was an arduous challenge, well known to those born in the 70s and 80s. A night passed without further conversation. Chapter 9. The difference between selling eggs individually and by weight. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Early in the morning, the Zhang family awoke to the sound of roosters crowing. After a hasty breakfast, Zhang Guoqing carried the eggs and followed his mother, Li Tsulan, and sister-in-law, Yuxiao, out the door. The autumn weather was quite cool in the morning, but would soon turn warm once the sun rose. Zhang Guoqing walked ahead with the eggs, as the morning market in Sangmu town began around 6 or 7 o'clock, and it was prudent to arrive early to secure a good spot. At this time, there were no fixed stalls, so the prime locations were claimed by whoever arrived first. Mother, sister-in-law, please walk a bit slower behind me. I'll head ahead to secure a spot. It will make selling the eggs quicker later, Zhang Guoqing said to Li Zuolan and Yu Xiu, who were trailing behind. All right, but do not rush too much. Walking too fast may crush the eggs. The market is large, and there will always be a spot to find. We need not worry about selling them since we have only this many. Li Zuolan replied to Zhang Guoqing. At this moment, eggs were priced at 1 yuan and 50 cents each, and Li Zuolan had collected around 300 to 400 eggs over the past 10 days. Selling them could yield a significant sum, making this the only tangible asset they could convert into cash in a short time. Zhang Guoqing nodded and hurried onward with the eggs. Sangmu town was merely 10 miles from Shaojiang village. Typically, one could reach the town within 30 minutes if walking briskly. However, carrying eggs slowed his pace considerably, and by the time he arrived at the market, over 40 minutes had passed. Fortunately, the crowd was still sparse, as the sun had just begun to rise, casting a red hue, yet the temperature had yet to increase. Zhang Guoqing had never engaged in business, yet through his dual life experiences, he understood that the most conspicuous locations yielded the best sales. At that time, Sangmu town lacked asphalt roads, possessing only a cement road leading to Beishan County. The other paths were merely dirt roads, though relatively wide. It wasn't until 1993 that the cement road was upgraded to an asphalt one, and gradually, the roads of Sangmu town transformed into cement paths. The route from Shaojiang village was a dirt road that extended all the way to the cinema. Arriving at the market's location, the market was merely a flat expanse of land, initially designated for the construction of a bus station in Sangmu town. However, due to the town government's inability to raise sufficient funds at once, the project remained unbuilt. The site spanned dozens of acres, large and flat, and eventually became a gathering place for the surrounding villages. During this time, the town government did not intervene. There were no fees, and no one oversaw the area. As long as there were no disturbances or fights, the police would not venture there. Moreover, during these years of strict national enforcement, no one dared to engage in illicit activities. Zhang Guoqing chose a spot adjacent to an elderly man selling vegetables, as this area was a necessary thoroughfare into the market. Old man, may I accompany you and sell some eggs? It won't conflict with your business, Zhang Guoqing cheerfully remarked to the elder beside him. Haha, certainly. Young man, which village do you hail from? Your eggs seem quite commendable. You'd better hurry. If you come too late, there won't be any space left. The old man replied, eyeing Zhang Guoqing as he set down his shoulder pole. I'm from Shaojiang village. My mother and sister-in-law raise chickens. We have more eggs than we can consume, so we sell some to supplement the household, Zhang Guoqing candidly responded. Very good, very good. You're a sensible young lad. The old man praised him with a smile. In the 1990s, vegetable prices were modest, as nearly every household in the countryside grew their own produce. The old man's wooden cart, laden with vegetables, occupied a considerable area, boasting an array of items: cabbage, carrots, leeks, cucumbers, and green beans among them. Before long, Li Zuolan and Yu Xiu arrived, spotting Zhang Guoqing as they entered the bustling market. As time passed, the number of market-goers increased, and the variety of goods expanded. There were vegetables and fruits, eggs and chickens, as well as pork from home-slaughtered pigs offered on carts, alongside handmade candy and popcorn. A few vendors had even brought inexpensive toys and clothing from Beishan to sell. Zhang Guoqing volunteered to remain and sell eggs, allowing Li Zuolan to take Yu Xiu to the nearby department store to purchase yarn and fabric. He was aware of the going price for eggs, which was 15 cents each. However, Zhang Guoqing discovered an intriguing dilemma. The eggs from his own household were considerably larger than those sold by others. Thus, he devised a clever strategy to sell his eggs by weight. Those who came to purchase eggs typically sought more than just 1 or 2. Often, they would buy 2 to 3 dozen, and even the least among them would acquire 7 or 8. At that moment, a rather fashionable lady approached, adorned in flared denim trousers and a checkered blouse, her ears adorned with golden earrings, unmistakably a local from Sangmu town. Young man, these eggs of yours look impressive. How do you sell them? She inquired, evidently drawn to Zhang Guoqing's stall. Ah, your discerning eye is commendable, madam. However, I do not sell these eggs individually. I sell them by the pound, he replied. They are priced at 1 yuan 80 per pound, laid by my mother's hens, which have been raised for over 2 years. They are substantial and nutritious. Elderly individuals will find them beneficial for their health. Children will become lively and clever, and you, dear madam, will grow ever more beautiful. Zhang Guoqing extolled, showering compliments upon the fashionable lady. Ha ha, you certainly have a way with words. Young man, very well, I shall purchase 5 pounds, and please select the larger ones for me, she decisively declared. Observing that Zhang Guoqing had not weighed the eggs, an elderly gentleman nearby offered his scale, to which Zhang Guoqing expressed his gratitude repeatedly. 5 pounds of eggs amounted to 9 yuan, totaling just 40 eggs. Had he sold them individually, they would have fetched only 6 yuan, thus yielding an additional profit of 3 yuan. It must be said that in this era, those with a sharp mind could easily find ways to earn money. Thank you, lovely madam. I have packed these eggs carefully for you. Adding some chaff to prevent them from breaking easily, Zhang Guoqing informed her. After weighing the eggs, he gathered several handfuls of empty chaff and placed them into a plastic bag, ensuring that the 5 pounds of eggs would not be squished together or easily shattered. You are quite clever, young man. Here, 9 yuan. Please count it, the lady remarked. I work at the department store selling appliances. Next time I come to the market, I would appreciate it if you could deliver directly to my shop. Perhaps 10 pounds? As she handed Zhang Guoqing 4 1 yuan notes and a 5 yuan note, she continued her inquiry. Absolutely, madam. May I ask your surname? Zhang Guoqing inquired. My surname is Zhang. You may call me Aunt Zhang. When you arrive at the shop, simply ask for the boss lady, she replied. Oh, how delightful. We share the same surname. I am from Shaojing Village, Dongfeng Group. Zhang Guoqing chuckled, recognizing the familial connection, which served to bridge their relationship further. Chapter 10. A small business opportunity with the successful sale of 5 pounds of eggs. A steady stream of customers began to gather around Zhang Guoqing's stall. Most of these individuals hail from Sengma town or nearby areas where chicken raising is not practiced, purchasing a few to indulge in a feast. The price for meat stands at 2 yuan and 50 cents per jin, yet outside of festive occasions, such an expense feels rather extravagant. Zhang Guoqing has gathered over 50 jin of eggs, selling 37 jin by weight, while the smaller ones were sold at a rate of 13 cents each, leaving just 20 or so remaining. The total earnings from the sold eggs amounted to 97 yuan and 4 cents, a notable increase compared to usual prices, particularly due to the rapid sales. Inspired by an order from a fellow surnamed Ant at the appliance store, Zhang Guoqing received egg reservations from 7 or 8 individuals. Essentially, he has nearly pre-sold all the eggs intended for the next market day. The market is bustling with an increasing number of visitors, creating a lively, yet somewhat noisy atmosphere. The adjacent elder has managed to sell more than half of his vegetables, thanks in part to Zhang Guoqing's assistance in promoting them. Although not sold out, the old man is nonetheless quite pleased. In previous market days, he would typically earn only 5 or 6 yuan. But today he has made a commendable 13 or 14 yuan. Sir, how many vegetables do you have left at home? It seems you've been selling for quite some time without much to show for it. Zhang Guoqing inquired of the elder, who was savoring a steamed bun. Even if little is sold, something must be sold. I have a wife who is paralyzed at home, and my son broke his leg while helping others build houses 2 years ago, and he has yet to fully recover. My wife ran off with someone last year, leaving me with a 3-year-old child. I've cultivated 6 or 7 mu of land with vegetables. As growing grains yield scant income, rice is barely bought for a dime. I am too old for heavy labor, so I can only grow some vegetables to sell for food, the elder sighed, and replied to Zhang Guoqing. In the 1990s, masons earned a decent income in rural areas. Back then, a mason's daily wage was at least 8 yuan, and those working for affluent families could earn over 10 yuan a day. What do you do with the unsold vegetables? Zhang Guoqing further inquired. The unsold ones are given to neighbors. What cannot be consumed is fed to pigs. These items hold little value in our rural community, the old man responded resignedly. Why not try selling them in Bay County? There are fewer farmers there, and they should sell better, Zhang Guoqing suggested to the elder. I have considered it, but it's too far to manage. If I were to rent a tractor, it would cost 10 yuan per trip, and the vegetables I sell do not yield that much. The primary concern is that my family needs care, and I cannot spare the time. Enough of that. I must return to prepare dinner. Young man, I reside not far from Baihe village. My name is Yuan Mingshu. Next time you come to the market, I will reserve a spot for you. I will give you these vegetables to take home for your family to taste. This year's first batch of carrots is exceptionally sweet. With a swift motion, Old Yuan selected several carrots and cucumbers from his cart, placing them into a red plastic bag before handing it to Zhang Guoqing. After weighing your produce for so long, I feel quite embarrassed to accept your vegetables. There are still over 10 eggs here. They may be a bit small, but they are still eggs. Take them home to nourish your wife and uncle. Zhang Guoqing was not one to be stingy. He divided the remaining eggs into 2 portions. One for Old Yuan and the other to bring home for his sister-in-law, Yu Xiao, and Zhang Mingjiao. One is pregnant, and the other is still growing. Both require ample nutrition. Oh dear, young man, this is too much. These eggs are far too precious for an old man like me. Old Yuan gently pushed back Zhang Guoqing's offering, declining. You are kind to me, and I wish to reciprocate. In this era, most rural folks are sincere, devoid of ulterior motives. Please accept them. It's merely a gesture, not much at all. If you keep refusing, the eggs will break. Moreover, I wish to discuss a matter with you regarding your vegetable sales. I see you frequently come to the market, but in Sangma town, the market is only held every 5th day. If your ripe vegetables are not sold in time, they will rot in the ground. Might I assist you in selling them? I will return the cost to you, and any profit beyond that will be mine. If they do not sell, I will still compensate you. I assure you will not incur any loss. What do you think? Zhang Guoqing placed the eggs back on the cart and addressed Old Yuan. Is there such a favorable arrangement? However, if they do not sell, I cannot bear the loss. If they remain unsold, let them be my responsibility. You are welcome to visit Baihe village anytime. My home is easily found under the large camphor tree at the second entrance to the village. Just ask around for Yuan Mingshu's residence. Very well, then it is settled. I shall come see you in 3 to 5 days, Zhang Guoqing replied, assisting Old Yuan in tidying the cart before he began to pack up his own stall. While his mother and sister-in-law had yet to arrive, Zhang Guoqing wandered the market with an empty basket. After a thorough search, he was dismayed to find that not a single vendor was selling river delicacies, let alone crayfish. There were fish for sale, but they were all farm-raised, lacking the authentic flavor of wild catch. Reflecting upon the early 1990s in Beishan County, one could observe the emergence of eateries specializing in crayfish. River fish, renowned for their tender flesh, commanded a price significantly higher than that of farmed fish. Additionally, creatures like eels and loaches were also in high demand. To attain wealth, one must engage in commerce. Thus, Zhang Guoqing aspired to alter his fate by rapidly amassing his initial capital. Even if one were to excel in Sangmu town, the earnings would merely be modest. To truly generate income, one must venture to Beishan County, to Tanzhou, or to the bustling metropolises of Guangzhou and Shenzhen. However, the accumulation of initial funds could only commence from Sangmu town, where Zhang Guoqing currently possessed less than a yuan. The money earmarked for purchasing eggs was essential for the family's sustenance. Zhang Guoqing dared not touch this vital resource. The year 1990 marked the tail end of the reform and opening up era, and as the new millennium approached, domestic prices surged and competition intensified, making the pursuit of wealth increasingly challenging. Observing the prevailing prices, Zhang Guoqing continuously pondered potential business ventures. Chapter 11. Capital has the egg supply sold out so quickly? Li Zuolan inquired as she approached the market with her sister-in-law, Yu Xiao, noticing Zhang Guoqing wandering about with a basket. Indeed, mother. Did you and sister-in-law manage to procure yarn and fabric so swiftly? Zhang Guoqing responded, spotting his mother, Li Zuolan, and sister-in-law, Yu Xiao, making their way towards him, laden with a large bag of yarn and fabric, along with some flour and seasonings. He readily took the bamboo basket from his mother's back and placed it into his own basket. In 1990, flour was priced at 23 cents per jean in the department store, while gasoline at the Beishan County gas station was merely 1.2 yuan per liter. Prices were genuinely affordable, with the sole exception being electrical appliances. Items such as televisions, refrigerators, air conditioners, and washing machines were prohibitively expensive. Even a black and white television was considered a rare commodity at that time. Yes, we timed our visit perfectly with the department store's promotion, hence the extra purchases. This evening, I shall take the time to make the children's clothes and diapers. I must also knit a new sweater for Mingjiao. The one she inherited from your second sister has seen better days, and the yarn has become frail. It is high time she received a new sweater, Li Zuolan remarked. Speaking of knitted garments, Zhang Guoqing remembered well. The yellow sweater that Zhang Mingjiao currently wore had once graced his own shoulders. The original wearer was his second sister, Zhang Hongyu, and it had nearly a decade of history. Having scrimped and saved for so many years, Their mother rarely indulged in new clothing for herself. Zhang Guoqing silently vowed that he would ensure his family enjoyed a life of comfort and prosperity. Mother, here is the money from selling eggs. Please take it. It amounts to 97 yuan and 4 cents. There are still over 10 small eggs left in the basket. Take them home for sister-in-law and Mengjiao to enjoy. Zhang Guoqing casually handed a neatly organized stack of money to Li Zuolan. How did you sell so much? Yu Xiu gasped in astonishment, turning to Zhang Guoqing with a question. He had personally counted the eggs, totaling only 480 or so, selling them individually. It should have yielded no more than 60 or 70 yuan. The fact that Zhang Guoqing had managed to sell them for nearly 30 yuan more left Yu Xiu utterly shocked. Not only Yu Xiu, but Li Zuolan was equally taken aback. Mother, sister-in-law, it's nothing extraordinary. I sold the eggs by weight, and since the location was favorable, they sold quite rapidly. The smaller eggs I sold for 13 cents each, leaving just a few for home. Zhang Guoqing explained. All right then, let us head back. There's a vendor selling buns over there. Go buy some food for lunch. Let us eat early tonight, Li Zuolan instructed, handing Zhang Guoqing a yuan and pointing towards the bun stall. Sure, Zhang Guoqing replied, taking the money and heading towards the nearby stall. At that moment, meat buns were priced at 20 cents each, sweet buns at 15 cents for two, and steamed buns at 5 cents apiece. In comparison to today's prices, it was a stark contrast, but for that era, it was not considered cheap. Uncle, I'll have 2 large meat buns and 2 steamed buns, Zhang Guoqing said, handing the money to the vendor. The total came to 50 cents, which felt somewhat extravagant at home. 50 cents worth of flour could have made enough noodles for the entire family. Returning with the buns and change, Zhang Guoqing handed 2 meat buns to Li Zuolan and Yu Xiu. Mother, sister-in-law, please eat. 3. Why did you buy meat buns? Just get a couple more steamed buns. Mother doesn't care for meat. Your sister-in-law only needs 1. Save this for yourself. Li Zuolan chided Zhang Guoqing while passing 1 meat bun to Yu Xiu and another back to Zhang Guoqing. Where is this notion of not liking meat buns coming from? That's merely a maternal excuse, Zhang Guoqing replied. Mother, I bought these for you. Just enjoy them. When I earn more, I'll ensure you have meat buns every day. I'd rather have 2 steamed buns to fill my stomach. After this exchange, Li Zuolan reluctantly acquiesced to Zhang Guoqing's insistence and began to nibble on the bun. The 3 then made their way towards Shaojing village, returning home in silence. Arriving by 2 o'clock. After dinner, while the sky had not yet darkened, Zhang Yushan sat in the courtyard, enjoying the cool evening air. At that moment, Zhang Guoqing also stepped outside. Father, I intend to venture into a small business in Sangma town. Would you consider supporting me? Zhang Guoqing addressed Zhang Yushan. Today, your mother mentioned your egg-selling venture to me. If you genuinely wish to engage in business, it is only right that I should support you. However, as you are aware, our family does not possess much spare money. Guoqing and Mengjiao are still young and require tuition. Although your mother earned a few dozen yuan from selling eggs, we must save that for them. In a couple of years, you will also need to marry, and there will be many expenses. There is hardly anything to spare. Zhang Yushan replied to his son. These were the realities of the Zhang family, and Zhang Guoqing found himself at a loss for words to persuade his father to provide him with funds for his venture. Father, I only need 10 yuan. Zhang Guoqing pleaded, looking earnestly at his father. 10 yuan? Zhang Yushan gazed incredulously at his son. Indeed, father, 10 yuan is sufficient. I assure you that by the new year, our family will become wealthy, Zhang Guoqing declared confidently. Huh, young one, you still dream of becoming affluent? Our Zhang family has not engaged in business for 3 generations. What gives you such confidence? Zhang Yushan chuckled. The thought of wealth was something Zhang Yushan dared not even dream of. A simple, unremarkable life sufficed for him, even if it meant being looked down upon by the villagers. As the old saying goes, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, a mouse's offspring will dig holes. For 3 generations, the Zhang family had been ordinary farmers. Was it possible that with Zhang Guoqing's generation, the ancestral graves would emit smoke? Could one truly emerge as a businessman? Father, do noblemen and princes not come from humble beginnings? Zhu Yuanzhang was once a beggar, yet he founded the Ming dynasty, did he not? In this era, fortune favors the bold, while the timid face starvation. As long as one engages in lawful endeavors and earns honest money, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you and mother, Zhang Guoqing assured emphatically. Very well, young one, you have indeed grown up. I understand your reasoning. I have lived a simple and honest life, But since you are determined, from tomorrow onward, you need not labor in the fields. 10 yuan is still too little. I will have your mother provide you with the 60 yuan you initially planned to use for apprenticeship. If it is less, do not complain. This is the utmost we can afford. Zhang Yushan contemplated for a long while, and then turned to Zhang Guoqing, who stood nearby. 17 years have passed, and my son, whom I have watched grow, seems to have undergone a transformation in character during this brief period, starkly contrasting with the previously timid boy he was. Nevertheless, it appears this change is for the better. Perhaps he has matured. Although Zhang Yushan is sincere, he is not foolish. Previously, he worried that his son might succumb to the negative influences of the local delinquents, but now, hearing Zhang Guoqing's words brings him great solace. Ah, thank you, father. You can rest assured. I promise not to disappoint you and mother, Zhang Guoqing said, his eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 12. The journey the following morning. The family gathered in the main room for breakfast. In front of everyone, Zhang Yushan produced a small red cloth bag from his person, which contained the capital he had promised to Zhang Guoqing. Third son, this is the apprenticeship fee originally set aside for you, 60 yuan, but your mother, seeking auspiciousness, added 6 more, 66, symbolizing good fortune and prosperity. Take it and keep it safe, he said, handing the bag to Zhang Guoqing. 66 yuan was indeed the maximum amount that his parents could afford at that time. In 1990, while not an enormous sum, it was still a considerable expense. Receiving the money from his father, Zhang Guoqing felt its weight. He turned and placed it into the pocket of his undergarments, securing it carefully. In those days, it was common to sew pockets into undergarments, especially in rural areas where wealth was scarce. Keeping valuables close to the body was the safest option. From the 1980s to the millennium, pickpockets and thieves were ever-present threats. Third brother, I do not wish to farm. I wish to join you in business, Zhang Guoqing said enviously. Fourth, do not stir trouble. Help your father with farming for 2 years first. If your brother's business flourishes, would he forget about you, his siblings? The family's 4 acres of land still require your labor, for your father is aging and will need the strength of youth. Zhang Yushan scolded Zhang Guoqing with a stern gaze. Well, that's agreeable. Will you take me along when the time comes, third brother? Zhang Guoqing asked Zhang Guoqing, his eyes hopeful. Fear not. Fourth, soon enough, I will have need of you. We shall become prosperous together. And then father will no longer have to toil in the fields. He can buy his grains, Zhang Guoqing replied, brimming with confidence. Good lad. I await your promise. Zhang Yushan chuckled. After breakfast, Zhang Guoqing stepped out, heading towards Sengma town. This time, instead of meandering through the town, I must catch the bus to Beishan County. There is only one bus departing for Beishan County at 9:30 each morning, with a return journey to Sengma town at 4:30 in the afternoon. If all goes smoothly, I shall return within the day. At this moment, a watch is a luxury item, and Zhang Guoqing is unaware of the exact time. To avoid missing the bus, he must set out early to wait at the designated spot. The bus stop is located on the cement road just west of the Sengma town government, where a temporary iron shed has been erected for passengers to wait. Humorously dubbed the Sengma town bus station by the locals. When Zhang Guoqing arrived, it was still early, around 8:30. The number of people waiting was sparse, with only a few scattered around. Among them stood a middle-aged man, not far from Zhang Guoqing, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a watch, and carrying a large backpack. The watch, a Shanghai brand, was considered a luxury at that time. In this era, watches were almost standard for officials, and judging by Zhang Guoqing's observation, it was highly likely that the man was a cadre from the Sengma town government. In those days, even township mayors or secretaries typically did not have access to a public vehicle, except in economically developed regions. Young man, could you do me a favor? The middle-aged gentleman tentatively inquired of Zhang Guoqing. Sir, what do you need assistance with? Zhang Guoqing replied, glancing around as if pondering the question himself. Could you watch my bag for me? I had some cold food this morning in the cafeteria, and my stomach is feeling unsettled. I need to return to the town government to use the restroom. It's 8:50 now, and I will be back shortly. I also have a meeting at the county government today, the middle-aged man said, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Sure, no problem. Please hurry back. I'm not keeping track of time. Just come back when you can, Zhang Guoqing responded. Ah, thank you so much. The middle-aged man said as he handed over his large backpack and quickly dashed off towards the Sengmu town government. There are certain natural urgencies in life that one cannot avoid. Zhang Guoqing was more than willing to help with such a simple task, especially since it would not cost him a penny. Approximately 20 minutes later, the middle-aged man returned, his previous embarrassment seemingly vanished. "Young man, I cannot thank you enough. By the way, I haven't asked which village you are from. What brings you to Beishan County?" he inquired. "Sir, I am from Shaojing village, and my name is Zhang Guoqing. I plan to visit the Beishan agricultural market to see if I can sell some eggs and vegetables from my home," Zhang Guoqing explained to the middle-aged man. "Before me stands a middle-aged man who unmistakably appears to be a civil servant. Should I be fortunate enough to befriend him, it is conceivable that he may assist me in the future. Indeed, my name is Wang. You may refer to me as Uncle Wang. Henceforth, should you encounter any difficulties in Sengmu Town, feel free to approach me at the government office, which is located in the first room to the west of the administrative building. You seem quite young. Why have you chosen to forego your studies at such an age to pursue business?" The middle-aged man introduced himself and inquired further of Zhang Guoqing. "To be candid with you, Uncle Wang, I have 6 siblings, and the younger 2 are still in school. I wish to alleviate some burdens from my parents." Zhang Guoqing replied earnestly to the man surnamed Huang. "You are quite sensible. Did you not mention that your family sells vegetables and eggs? Allow me to write you a note. When you have the opportunity, visit Sun Xiaoning at the Sengma Town government. He oversees logistics and will assist you upon seeing this note." After speaking, the middle-aged man retrieved a small notebook from his coat pocket. With swift strokes, he inscribed his name and handed it to Zhang Guoqing. Zhang Guoqing glanced at it, noting the name Wang Weiman inscribed in a remarkably artistic manner, each stroke resembling a dance of dragons and phoenixes. It was evident from the elegance of the handwriting that Wang Weiman was no ordinary official. Zhang Guoqing expressed his gratitude profusely and carefully folded the note to place it in his pocket. Emerging from the conversation, Zhang Guoqing felt a surge of delight at the prospect of immediate business. Soon, the clock struck 9:20, and the bus awaited its passengers beside the shed. The vehicle was relatively spacious, adorned in a light blue hue with white stripes, and it adhered to a policy of not exceeding its capacity. Passengers were seated according to availability. Zhang Guoqing, quick-witted, seized 2 seats, reserving the one by the window for Wang Weiman, while he himself settled into the aisle seat. Around 9:30, the bus commenced its journey, gradually making its way towards Beishan County. Chapter 13, Inquiring Prices. As the two engaged in light conversation, time slipped by unnoticed. The bus ride was rather monotonous. Traversing the uneven, pothole-ridden concrete road, the jolting motion of the vehicle threatened to lull them into slumber, yet both Wang Weiman and Zhang Guoqing, preoccupied with their own thoughts, remained awake. Wang Weiman was astonished by the acumen of this young man. Beishan was already a remote county, and Sengma Town was even more so. However, he was taken aback by Zhang Guoqing's profound understanding of the economic developments since the country's reform and opening up policies, as well as his astute analyses of the future trends. Such insights were not gleaned from mere textbooks or taught by any educator. When Wang Weiman inquired about the development of Sengma Town, Zhang Guoqing succinctly replied, "Road construction and market establishment. To achieve wealth, one must first pave the way." This timeless truth has remained unchanged throughout history. When roads are open, opportunities abound. When they are closed, progress is hindered. Sengmu Town, nestled in the mountains, suffers from dilapidated roads, with the sole cement path leading to Beishan County riddled with potholes. Even the town's favorable natural conditions cannot be fully realized under such circumstances. However, with improvements in transportation, the flow of goods becomes seamless, inviting external investments that will accelerate Sengmu Town's economic development. Establishing a market is an urgent necessity for Sengma Town. Economic development is not the endeavor of a select few. It requires the participation of the entire community. Farmers must sell their goods to convert them into currency, which they then use to purchase needed items, creating a circulation of economy. The site where Sengmu Town holds its market is well suited for development. Building a market there would be a lasting solution. In the ensuing historical development, Sengmu Town evolved as Zhang Guoqing had envisioned, albeit missing the golden era of economic growth post-millennium. Zhang Guoqing's words significantly bolstered Wang Weiman's confidence. This visit to Beishan County was not solely for a meeting. It also aimed at securing funding for road construction. This is a concept even a child could grasp, and Wang Weiman was undoubtedly aware of it, leading to a newfound respect for the young man before him. At 11:30, the bus from Sengmu Town arrived at the south station of Beishan County. Upon disembarking, Wang Weiman and Zhang Guoqing bid farewell. The former hurriedly hopped into a three-wheeled vehicle towards the Beishan County government, while the latter headed north along Beishan Road. The three-wheeled vehicle, familiar to those born in the 70s and 80s, and even somewhat recognizable to those from the early 90s, served as a passenger transport. At that time, taxis were non-existent in Beishan County. The primary modes of transport were yellow vans, albeit scarce, and the more prevalent three-wheeled vehicles, colloquially known as bang-bangs, which meant slow ride due to their leisurely pace. In Zhang Guoqing's recollection, the agricultural market of Beishan County was located at the intersection of Beishan North Road and Chuanxi Road, merely a few kilometers away on foot. Although the town was dotted with buildings, few rose above 10 stories. A notable landmark was the 16-story postal building, alongside the expansive Beishan shopping mall. After walking for less than 10 minutes, Zhang Guoqing paused, his attention captured by a sign boldly displaying the words Beishan County People's Hospital, sending a jolt of recognition through him. He pondered that he would never repeat his past mistakes in this lifetime. Given that fate had granted him another opportunity, he would never betray himself or his family. He was resolute in not retracing his steps. As he stood there in silence for nearly 10 minutes, a voice roused him from his reverie. "Young man, are you here to seek medical attention? Why are you loitering outside? Come in." An elderly gatekeeper addressed Zhang Guoqing. No, I'm just looking." Zhang Guoqing stammered, turning to head north once more. "Ah, this young fellow. What's he doing hanging around the hospital if he's not ill?" grumbled the old man as he turned back to his guardhouse, settled into a chair, and lifted his enamel cup to sip tea. At this moment, the sun was quite fierce, the autumn weather uncharacteristically harsh. After enduring the sun for another 10 minutes, Zhang Guoqing finally arrived at the Beishan Agricultural Market. The Beishan Agricultural Market of 1990 was expansive but appeared somewhat dilapidated. Historically, it had been established in 1984, and merely a few years had passed since then. After the turn of the millennium, it was demolished and replaced by a larger and more comprehensive agricultural city. The current market was surrounded by single-story storefronts, hosting around 100 or 200 stalls. Most were rented by individual vendors selling dried goods and spices, while others dealt in grains, poultry, agricultural tools, and seedlings. In the center, long corridors of metal awnings had been erected. The first corridor primarily featured stalls selling various meats. Pork, lamb, and beef predominated. The second corridor was dedicated to aquatic products, showcasing common varieties, but no seafood was available. The highest-end offerings here were eels and soft-shelled turtles. The third and fourth corridors mainly comprised vendors of vegetables and eggs. As noon approached, the market was not particularly crowded. Zhang Guoqing made his way toward the section selling vegetables and eggs. "Young man, what would you like to buy?" A middle-aged woman, eating from an aluminum lunchbox, cheerfully inquired. "Auntie, how do you price your eggs?" Zhang Guoqing stepped closer to ask. "What kind of eggs do you want?" "I have chicken, duck, and goose eggs, as well as salted duck eggs and century eggs." "Are you buying for home or for a shop?" The middle-aged woman set her lunchbox aside and leaned in to introduce her offerings. Although Zhang Guoqing was not dressed particularly well, his tone was robust, for he understood that the more modestly he spoke, the less seriously others would take him. "What are the prices for chicken and duck eggs?" Zhang Guoqing inquired. "The price of chicken eggs is 2 dimes and 3 cents, while duck eggs are priced at 2 dimes. However, there exists a variety of foreign chicken eggs, which cost 1 dime and 8 cents. These eggs are larger in size and possess a flavor quite similar to that of free-range chicken eggs." The vendor, a middle-aged woman, explained as she produced 2 eggs for comparison. One egg had a greenish shell and was slightly smaller, undoubtedly a free-range egg. The other, with a creamy white shell and noticeably larger, was the foreign egg. "Madam, my uncle runs a restaurant over on Paifang Street. Purchasing these eggs one by one isn't cost-effective. I'm merely inquiring on his behalf," Zhang Guoqing stated intentionally, clarifying that running a restaurant refers to operating a dining establishment. Chapter 14. Zhang Guoqing. Do not be cowardly. Contemporary restaurants do not typically serve extravagant dishes of fish and game. Most offer common home-style cuisine. Eggs are among the most frequently utilized ingredients in restaurants, which is why Zhang Guoqing posed his question. Upon hearing that it was for a restaurant, the egg vendor's spirits lifted. "If you need a substantial quantity, I can offer you wholesale prices, free-range eggs at 2 dimes each, foreign eggs at 1 dime and 8 cents, and duck eggs at 1 dime and 9 cents. This is the lowest price I can provide. If you don't believe me, feel free to inquire elsewhere." The vendor revealed her bottom line. Zhang Guoqing felt relieved to hear that the vendor was willing to sell by the weight, as this allowed for a margin of profit. The largest free-range eggs typically yield only 8 to 9 per pound, effectively reducing the cost by 2 to 3 cents per pound. In the market of Sengmu Town, Zhang Guoqing's prices were relatively high, yet due to his persuasive skills, he managed to sell nearly all his stock. Conversely, some sellers struggled to move their eggs priced at 1 dime and 2 cents each. Unexpectedly, at the Beishan agricultural market, egg prices nearly doubled, indicating a potential for profit. The primary reason for this price disparity lies in the slower development of the commodity economy in rural areas. Additionally, many households raise a few chickens, leading to a lesser demand for eggs. However, the situation differs in Beishan County, where eggs are in high demand, not only as essential items for visiting relatives and friends, but also for restaurant sales. The abundance of eggs displayed across the more than 10 stalls selling eggs attests to this demand. All right, I shall take a look ahead. If I find no better prices, I shall return to you, Zhang Guoqing replied with a smile, not immediately agreeing. He continued walking forward and soon spotted a stall at the last few stands with a sign proclaiming wholesale and retail of eggs, as well as egg procurement. Sir, do you purchase eggs here? Zhang Guoqing inquired of a middle-aged man reclining on a chair at the stall, who appeared to be dozing. Yes, we buy eggs, both chicken and duck eggs. A slightly plump middle-aged man stretched lazily, rising to address Zhang Guoqing, rubbing his eyes. He was taken aback to find that the one posing the question was a young lad, which instantly diminished his interest. How many eggs do you have for collection? Surely, you haven't pilfered them from home. If that's the case, I shall decline the offer, the proprietor of the stall remarked to Zhang Guoqing. Not at all. I am here in earnest to procure eggs from you. How is the market on your end? I prefer to secure a buyer first. So let us agree on a price. If we reach an accord, I shall make my way back here. If not, I shall seek elsewhere. Zhang Guoqing replied in a tone that belied his youth, assuming an air of maturity. Ah, do you have many eggs? If so, I can offer you $1.50 per pound for free-range eggs, $1.10 for commercial eggs, and $1.30 for duck eggs. What do you think? Fair pricing, wouldn't you agree? The plump egg collector feigned sincerity, smiling broadly at Zhang Guoqing. Your prices are hardly reasonable. The free-range eggs are selling for $2.20 each at the front, and commercial eggs are going for $1.80. Your purchasing prices are far too low. I typically have dozens of pounds every few days, and at times even 100 pounds. At this rate, there's no profit for me. Zhang Guoqing quickly discerned that the owner was attempting to take advantage of his youth to suppress the purchase price. He pretended to deliberate, turning as if to leave. Wait, young man, let us negotiate a bit further. How about this? I'll raise the price by 40 cents per egg, but that's the best I can do. You see, I must sell them afterward to make a profit. You must leave me some margin, right? The egg collector reluctantly revealed his bottom line. Initially believing that Zhang Guoqing's earnest demeanor would render him easy to deceive, he was surprised by the youth's shrewdness and prior market knowledge. Very well, let us agree to this mutual benefit. My dear uncle, what is your surname? I shall bring the eggs to you in a couple of days. Zhang Guoqing felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a facade of sincerity towards the egg collector. My surname is Zhao. Let us dispense with the formalities. We are merely stall vendors. You may call me Uncle Zhao, Zhao Changshun replied to Zhang Guoqing. Just as Zhang Guoqing turned to take his leave, a sudden shout echoed through the market, startling everyone present. Catch the pickpocket. My wallet has been stolen. Someone please help. A young woman's voice cried out. In a swift motion, a young girl hurried after a youth she identified as the thief, dashing through the market in pursuit. The pickpocket appeared to be in his early 20s, likely a seasoned offender, while the onlookers merely gathered to witness the spectacle, too fearful to intervene. Such thieves often operate in groups, and misreading the situation could lead to grave consequences. To obstruct someone's means of livelihood is akin to murder. If one obstructs another's wealth, who else would they target? Thus, the spectators were merely there for the entertainment, unwilling to invite trouble upon themselves. Following a severe crackdown in 1983, the security situation across the country had improved significantly by 1995, yet petty theft remained rampant. In the latter half of 1996, Beishan County initiated a second wave of stringent measures, targeting those involved in brawls and criminal acts for severe punishment. Those who brazenly transitioned from theft to robbery in broad daylight faced either the death penalty or life imprisonment. In a previous life, Zhang Guoqing would have cowered at a distance, afraid to approach, a quintessential coward. However, this time was different. he resolved to shed his former timid persona. At the tender age of 17 or 18, he was in the prime of his vitality. Though slender, Zhang Guoqing was far from weak. Coming from a rural background, he was accustomed to rigorous physical labor, having spent 3 years tilling the land with his father, Zhang Yushan, which had forged his physique. When witnessing injustice, he would roar in defiance, ready to act when necessary. Zhang Guoqing, you cannot falter. In his previous life, he had been timid throughout. In this life, he could not afford such weakness any longer. Taking a deep breath, he shouted and charged towards the pickpocket. The thief, already out of breath from being pursued for a while, turned back upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's shout, momentarily fearing it was law enforcement, causing him to falter. At that moment, a thief perceives the police much like a mouse perceives a cat, nature's way of establishing dominance. Chapter 15. First encounter with Wang Lifan. Zhang Guoqing, a genuine farmer, sprinted forth with remarkable speed. Just as the pickpocket was about to escape through the market's entrance, Zhang Guoqing leaped and tackled him to the ground. Hand over what you've taken, or I'll have the authorities escort you to the police station. With one hand twisted behind the thief's back, he restrained him as though he were preparing to assist a neighbor in butchering a pig during the new year. Ouch! Ouch! That hurts, damn it. Let me go, or I swear I'll stab you in the belly. The pickpocket threatened in a hushed tone, clearly in pain from Zhang Guoqing's grip. If you move again, I'll break your arm. Do you believe me? Zhang Guoqing felt a twinge of anxiety as he realized the pickpocket was armed with a knife. He had never encountered such a situation before, despite his unease. He tightened his grip rather than loosening it, fully aware that a moment's distraction could allow the thief to draw the weapon and inflict harm upon him. The potential for grievous injury was not worth the risk. As Zhang exerted pressure with his arm, the pickpocket's hand contorted into a twisted shape, accompanied by a distinct crack from the wrist, likely indicating a dislocated bone. The thief was immediately brought to tears by the pain. Ah, brother, please, be gentle. My hand, it's broken. Just let me go. I'll give you my bag. Is that not sufficient? He pleaded, desperate for mercy. You had your chance, and you squandered it. Just wait. The police will be here soon, and we shall abide by their judgment. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang maintained his firm grip on the pickpocket's hand, wary of any sudden movements. He seized the bag from the thief's other hand and discovered a small spring knife concealed in the left pocket of the pickpocket's trousers. Though not large, it was exquisitely crafted and remarkably sharp. With this revelation, Zhang's tension eased considerably. Miss, here is your bag. Please check to see if anything is missing, he said as he handed it over to a young woman who had rushed over, her face pale with concern. Thank you, kind sir, for bravely apprehending the thief. I am immensely grateful. There is something of great importance in that bag. Thankfully, it remains intact. Thank you once more, she replied, visibly relieved upon confirming the contents. Of course, we should wait here for the police to arrive, lest this matter become convoluted, Zhang suggested to the young woman. It was prudent to ensure clarity, for incidents of thieves retaliating were not uncommon. If no one could corroborate the dislocation of the pickpocket's hand, it would be challenging to justify his actions to the authorities. As Zhang subdued the thief, a crowd began to gather, though they could not intervene directly. They refrained from exacerbating the situation. When the police arrived, they would need witnesses, as modern law enforcement required a comprehensive understanding of events and solid evidence to proceed. Approximately 20 minutes later, 3 officers arrived on the scene. Unlike in later times, there were no patrol cars blaring sirens. Instead, 2 3-wheeled police motorcycles, capable of carrying 3 individuals, made their way directly from the entrance of the agricultural market to the incident site. What is happening? Who just reported the incident at the police station? Inquired a relatively young officer, addressing the crowd. I did. My daughter was robbed by a pickpocket, but fortunately, a brave young man helped apprehend him. A middle-aged woman stepped forward to respond. It was evident that this woman had taken the brief opportunity to report the crime, as the police station in Beishan County's Qingyuan town was less than 2 miles from the farmer's market. The young officer diligently took notes, while the pickpocket lying on the ground began to wail, I'm innocent. Officer, my hand was broken by this young man. How could I possibly steal? Joe Sampi, you shameless scoundrel. You've just been released after 3 months, and here you are again, caught stealing, remarked an older officer, gazing down at the pickpocket. It seemed that Joe Sampi was indeed a habitual offender in the Qingyuan town area. Upon seeing the older officer, the pickpocket's demeanor instantly deflated. Much like a boxer knocked out by a powerful punch, surrendering without further argument. If this were 1983, you would face execution, with hands and feet. There are countless ways to earn a living without resorting to theft. Breaking your hand is merely self-inflicted suffering. Come on, let us get you in the vehicle and head back to the station for further action. After scolding Zhou Sanpi, the older officer turned to Zhang Guoqing, the middle-aged woman, and the young girl, saying, I must ask you all to accompany us to the station to provide statements. All right, understood, they all replied in unison. The older officer hoisted Zhou Sanpi from the ground and placed him beside the motorcycle, which roared to life as they made their way to the Chengguan Town Police Station. As the commotion dissipated, the onlookers began to disperse, leaving Zhang Guoqing, the middle-aged woman, and the young girl behind. Brother, I truly appreciate your help today. If it weren't for you, the heirloom my grandmother left me might have been stolen, the young girl expressed to her mother. Young man, thank you. Had it not been for your intervention, my daughter Xiaofan would have been in tears for many days. She always kept the jade bracelet her grandmother left her in her bag, unwilling to wear it. The middle-aged woman added her gratitude to Zhang Guoqing. Dear, these are trifles. Merely a coincidence. She has already expressed her gratitude to me. Come, let us first go to the police station and resolve the matter. Zhang Guoqing said with a hint of embarrassment. Along the way, Zhang Guoqing learned the name of the young lady, Wang Lifan, who was a year his junior. The middle-aged woman accompanying her was named Hu Shuqin, Wang Lifan's mother. Both mother and daughter became acquainted with Zhang Guoqing's name and recognized him as a resident of Shaojing village in Sangma Town. Upon hearing that he hailed from Sangma Town, Wang Shuqin momentarily appeared taken aback, but she soon relaxed. Two previously unacquainted individuals found common ground due to this incident. Perhaps it was fate. Little did they know that many more stories would unfold with Wang Lifan. Chapter 16. The Reward in the First Office of the Police Station in Chengguan Town. Officer Lu slammed his hand on the table and bellowed at Zhou Sanpi. Come clean. How many times have you pilfered in the vicinity these past few days? Captain Lu, I swear on my conscience, I have not stolen anything these days. If it weren't for my empty pockets today, I would not have ventured out at all. Look, I was caught by this young man right as I stepped out. My arm is dislocated, truly an ill-fated start. Zhou Sanpi protested, adopting a cunning tone, playing the rogue while cradling his recently reset arm. Conscience, my foot. You still have a conscience while indulging in such petty thievery? How did I educate you last month? And what assurances did you provide? Do you still have the audacity to claim misfortune? Had you not been caught, you would have lived in comfort, wouldn't you? A fully capable person, unable to find honest work, resorts to illegal activities. Captain Lu reprimanded Zhou Sanpi sternly. Yes, Captain Lu, you speak the truth. I wish it were different, but honest work is hard to come by. Who would hire someone with a record? I have an arrest record here and spent several months in detention. Zhou Sanpi lamented, his tone devoid of defiance, as he spoke a grim reality. Most people believe that once a clean slate has been tarnished, it cannot be restored. The fate of individuals like Zhou Sanpi in this era is largely predetermined. He may only live furtively or one day find himself imprisoned. Young comrade, you have performed a commendable deed today, yet I do not even know your name. Please, share the details with me. After gathering the information from Wang Lifan and her mother Hu Shuqin, he turned to Zhang Guoqing and inquired. Uncle Lu, my name is Zhang Guoqing, and I am a resident of Shaojing village in Sangma Town, now 17 years of age. Today, while at the farmer's market procuring some goods, I happened to witness the incident, hence you are already aware of the events as recounted by Aunt Hu and Wang Lifan. However, I must confess that it was I who inadvertently caused the injury to Zhou Tan's hand this Wednesday. I sincerely hope that I am not held liable for any compensation. Zhang Guoqing said, casting a glance at Zhou Tan, who was clutching his hand, and addressing Captain Lu. Huh, what are you saying? You acted in the spirit of righteousness. My police station ought to commend you for your bravery. Zhou Tan's hand is not broken, merely dislocated. And I have already said it right. Even if you had truly broken it, he would have deserved it. No harm done. Now, do you have any requests regarding the commendation? If reasonable, Uncle Lu will apply for it on your behalf at the station. Captain Lu Chanyuan replied cheerfully to Zhang Guoqing. In these times, performing a good deed often leads to recognition, typically in the form of a certificate and a modest monetary reward. The amount is not substantial, ranging from a few to several dozen yuan, merely a formality. Uncle Lu, I do not seek any reward. I merely happened upon the situation. However, I do have a small request. Might I be provided with something to eat? I have yet to have my meal today. Zhang Guoqing said somewhat awkwardly to Lu Changyuan. Oh dear, how could I forget that you haven't eaten? Big sister, I assume you and the young lady have not had a meal either? Come, let us head to the canteen. There should still be food available, Lu Changyuan said, clapping his hands. Xiaoli, please escort young Zhang and this aunt and her daughter to the canteen for a meal, and put it on my account. Give this young man an extra chicken leg as a reward for his commendable act. Yes, Uncle Lu, I shall do so immediately. The young officer namely replied as he stood up. Captain Lu, I too have not eaten. Zhodan piped in, sheepishly. Get lost. You can wait until tomorrow when you arrive at the detention center. You can go hungry for a couple of meals, Lu Changyuan retorted irritably. This meal was the finest Zhang Guoqing had savored in years. Not only was there fragrant rice, but also generous portions of pork belly, and most importantly, a gigantic chicken leg. Xiao Zhang, here is a certificate recognizing your act of bravery. Please keep it safe. Additionally, here is the 20 yuan reward granted by the station. Though it may not be much, it symbolizes our appreciation. It is essential to commend individuals like you who display such valor. Recognition should not be solely spiritual, but also material in nature, a middle-aged officer in his 40s said as he handed Zhang Guoqing the certificate and the money, expressing admiration for his courageous deed. Xiao Zhang, this is Tian Xinghua, the chief of our police station in Qingguan town. Upon hearing about your commendable deeds, Chief Tian has decided to personally reward you. Please accept this certificate and the monetary reward. This exemplifies the notion that good deeds are duly rewarded, and the money is indeed legitimate. The police captain, Lu Changyuan, gently patted Zhang Guoqing's shoulder and spoke kindly. Zhang Guoqing felt reluctant to refuse, and thus accepted the certificate and 20 yuan from Chief Tian's hands. Nearby, Wang Lifen, witnessing Zhang Guoqing's recognition, sincerely applauded him. After finishing their meal, it was already 3:30. The time taken for the commendation from Tian Xinghua had considerably delayed their schedule. After bidding farewell to Zhang Guoqing, Hu Shuqin and Wang Lifen departed from the police station, leaving Zhang Guoqing alone. The clock on the wall of the service hall now read 4:15, and Zhang Guoqing realized that he might miss the bus back to Sangma Town. It would take at least 40 minutes to reach the southern bus station, and the last bus to Sangma Town departed at 4:30. It seemed impossible for him to return today. He would have to wait for tomorrow's bus. Zhang Guoqing pondered this dilemma, also troubled by where he would spend the night. At that moment, Beishan County had few hotels, mostly consisting of inns and guest houses. Zhang Guoqing had heard that a night's stay cost around 7 to 8 yuan, which he was reluctant to part with. Even with the additional 20 yuan bonus today, he knew he must be prudent with his finances. Xiao Zhang, why haven't you left yet? I'm about to finish my shift, and you're still here. At that moment, Lu Changyuan emerged from his office, carrying a canvas bag and greeting Zhang Guoqing. Uncle Lu, I want to return to Sangma Town. But I've missed the bus. Zhang Guoqing scratched his head and replied helplessly. Returning to Sangma Town? At this hour, there are indeed no buses available. However, there are delivery trucks heading to the countryside from Beishan Shopping Mall every day. Why not check there? I can give you a ride. How does that sound? Lu Changyuan inquired, noticing Zhang Guoqing's dazed expression. Will it delay your dinner? Zhang Guoqing asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Not at all. I can eat a bit later. Come on, let us go. Lu Changyuan smiled at Zhang Guoqing. The two then walked towards the parking shed in the police station's courtyard, where a metal shed stood on the west side, typically used by the station staff to park their bicycles. At this juncture, the most suitable mode of transportation for work is undoubtedly the bicycle. The gentlemen ride the classic 2/8, emblematic of the Shanghai Yongjiu brand, while the ladies opt for the Phoenix model, which is characterized by its absence of a crossbar. In the late 1980s, the Jialing motorcycle began to make its debut in the mountainous city, with a Jialing 70 motorcycle priced around 8,500 yuan in 1992. Yet it remained a rare commodity due to limited production. Moreover, it was still the 1990s, and in a small town like Beishan, which was hardly recognized even among sixth-tier cities, motorcycles were a rarity and considered a luxury item. The situation with cars was even more pronounced. Consequently, within the local police station, few officers could afford bicycles, solidifying the bicycle's dominance in society at that time. After Lu Changyuan transported Zhang Guoqing from the police station in Qingguan town, they headed directly towards Beishan Mall. As they rode, their conversation flowed easily, and they grew more familiar with one another. Learning that Zhang Guoqing had ventured from Sangmu town to engage in the egg business instilled a sense of admiration in Lu Changyuan. After all, for a mere 17-year-old to exhibit such diligence was no small feat, truly embodying the adage that children of the impoverished mature early. Beishan Mall is situated away from the bus station and is closer to the Beishan County government, making it quite a distance to travel. Fortunately, Lu Changyuan was riding a bicycle. Otherwise, walking would have taken at least an hour. After about 20 minutes, Lu Changyuan and Zhang Guoqing arrived at the square outside Beishan Mall. Look, Xiaozhong, those trucks parked over there are heading out to the countryside tonight. Let us go inquire which one is bound for Sangma Town. Lu Changyuan indicated towards the line of trucks outside the mall. The square, although referred to as such, is merely an expanse of over 20 acres of open land. It is enclosed by an iron railing, with a single entrance and exit. This arrangement facilitates parking for delivery trucks servicing the mall and for town residents purchasing goods. Truck parking costs 30 cents, while bicycle parking is merely 5 cents. Upon entry, a fee is charged, and the administrator provides a receipt as proof. The rate remains the same whether one parks for an hour or for a day. Comrade, I'm going in to attend to some matters. Just wait for me here, will you? How much do I owe? Lu Changyuan addressed the young administrator nearby. No need to pay. There are regulations in place. Public officials park for free. Here, take a cigarette. The young administrator politely responded, promptly handing Lu Changyuan 2 cigarettes. These were Changsha brand, priced at over 2 yuan a pack, evidently beyond the means of the typical administrator. They were likely a gift from a truck driver, possibly in gratitude for the administrator's usual waiving of their parking fees. In this era, it is commonplace for public entities to impose charges while private individuals seek personal gain. Ah, Furong cigarettes, your standards are quite high. Lu Changyuan remarked with a smile as he accepted the cigarette handed to him by the administrator, casting a curious glance. Oh, not at all. It was a gift from a friend. Please, do not stand on ceremony. You may attend to your business first. You can leave your vehicle here, and I will keep an eye on it to ensure it remains safe. The administrator replied with a sheepish smile, courteously addressing Lu Changyuan. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. By the way, young comrade, may I inquire about the location of the freight truck heading to Sangma Town? My nephew wishes to return there, and I would like the driver to assist him. Lu Changyuan pondered momentarily before addressing the young administrator. Having worked here for several years, the administrator was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable person regarding vehicle locations, making him the right person to ask. Ah, so that is your purpose. You came to the right person. Look over there. That Dongfeng truck is bound for Sangma Town. I will speak to the driver on your behalf. You may simply wait here. It's just a matter of giving someone a ride. It's no trouble at all. The young administrator pointed towards a Dongfeng truck parked a few hundred meters away. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate your help. Zhang Guoqing expressed his gratitude to the administrator, feeling relieved to learn there was indeed a truck available. Oh, it's nothing. It's merely a small favor. Please wait a moment. I'll go and inquire. The young administrator replied with a cheerful grin before turning towards the truck. Upon reaching the large truck, he knocked on the door and, though inaudible, exchanged a few words. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he returned. Leader, young brother, I have successfully arranged for your ride. However, the driver has yet to load the cargo and will not be able to depart until around 8 o'clock, so we may need to wait a couple of hours. The administrator explained to Lu Changyuan and Zhang Guoqing. Uncle Lu, it's all right, we can wait. Besides, it's just about mealtime. So let us go grab a bite to eat. I truly appreciate your help today. Otherwise, we would not be able to return. Zhang Guoqing expressed his gratitude to Lu Changyuan. By this time, it was already past 6 o'clock, and it was indeed time to eat. Lu Changyuan recalled a nearby small street called Jinan Street, lined with quaint eateries. He had occasionally dined there during meetings at the Municipal Police Bureau and was somewhat familiar with the area. Come on, Guoqing, I'll take you out for a meal. It's not far from here. After we finish, I'll escort you back, and it won't take much time, he said. Lu Changyuan glanced at his watch and deemed it still early. Thus he pushed his cart and called out to Zhang Guoqing. After bidding farewell to the administrator, the two of them rode along to Jinan Street, where they stopped at a quaint little establishment named Fuyuan Restaurant. Zhang Guoqing ordered 3 dishes, a spicy stir-fried pork for 2, 5 yuan, a fragrant spicy beef for 5, 8 yuan, and an egg drop soup for 1, 8 yuan, which were quite decent selections. He then requested a bottle of Shaoyang Daku from the waiter and made his way to the dining table. Uncle, this meal is on me. As a token of gratitude for your assistance today, you are indeed a good man. Zhang Guoqing expressed appreciatively to Lu Changyuan. Oh, not at all. A young man like you, who stands up for justice, is truly rare. Normally, I do not partake in alcohol, but now that work is over, I shall make an exception and share a few drinks with you. In this moment, there was no concern about DUI checks. Dining and drinking were customary practices. Chapter 18. A pack of Furong cigarettes. Zhang Guoqing genuinely believed Lu Chuanyuan to be a good person. Otherwise, he would not have spent so lavishly on the meal. After all, Zhang Guoqing had over 80 yuan on him, but such funds were not easily obtained. He understood that to achieve wealth, one needed connections. Mere avenues were insufficient without a network. In later generations, figures such as Ma Wan, Su Jiayin, and Ma Fating all possessed strong connections. Therefore, earning money required intellect. But sometimes, connections were even more crucial. Consequently, Zhang Guoqing, hailing from a farming background, viewed treating others as a foundation for building relationships. Moreover, since his intentions were sincere and devoid of ulterior motives, even the principled Lu Chuanyuan could not refuse his goodwill. Immediate exchanges for favors could be termed as seeking connections, while those that were not immediately utilized could be considered as forging friendships. Once friendships were established, assistance would be offered within the bounds of principle when needed. Having been reborn, Zhang Guoqing's mind seemed to have become considerably sharper. He no longer approached matters with simplicity, but rather contemplated various aspects. In every situation, one must weigh the pros and cons. It was either beneficial to oneself or to others, as no one was inclined to engage in endeavors devoid of profit. Zhang Guoqing poured 2 glasses of wine, deliberately filling Lu Chuanyuan's cup to the brim while his own contained less. In his youth, his father, Zhang Yushan, often remarked that serving tea and filling a cup with wine was the greatest form of respect towards others, and today he put that lesson into practice. Come, uncle, this toast is for you. It is my honor to meet a righteous officer like you, Zhang Guoqing declared with genuine respect, his expression sincere and heartfelt. Indeed, this drink must be taken. Guoqing, you are commendable as well. For your bravery, this toast is all the more necessary, Lu Chuanyuan replied, raising his glass to gently clink it against Zhang Guoqing's. With a glass of liquor consumed, the two indulged in several mouthfuls of dishes to temper the effects of the alcohol. Shaoyang Daku, potent yet reasonably priced, was among the more favored varieties of baijiu at that time. Zhang Guoqing had a low tolerance for alcohol, yet inherited some capacity from his father, Zhang Yushan, who could drink quite well. However, after 2 cups, his face flushed and his speech became somewhat slurred. After nearly an hour of dining, it was already 7:30. Concerned that Zhang Guoqing might miss his ride, Lu Chuanyuan suggested they conclude their meal, as the truck would be departing shortly after 8, fully loaded. Zhang Guoqing, still mentally alert, concurred with Lu Chuanyuan's proposal. Boss, it's time to settle the bill, Lu Chuanyuan called out to the proprietor at the service desk. Settled, settled. Just after ordering, this young man already paid, the owner replied, handing Zhang Guoqing the change. Here you go. Your total is 11 yuan and 4 jiao. Let us round it off to 11. Here is your 9 yuan change, he said, presenting 2 5-yuan bills and 2 2-yuan coins. Just give me 7 yuan. The rest is for my uncle to buy a pack of Furong cigarettes. Zhang Guoqing accepted the money and pulled out a 50-cent coin from his pocket to hand to the owner. Guoqing, you've treated us to dinner. I really can't accept this for the cigarettes. It's a matter of principle, Lu Chuanyuan firmly declined. All right, as you wish. I'll buy the cigarettes myself. If you don't want them, I'll take them home for my father. He has never had such fine cigarettes. Zhang Guoqing responded with a hearty laugh. Initially impressed by Zhang Guoqing's gesture of prepaying, Lu Chuanyuan found himself even more favorably inclined upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's words. A considerate, filial young man with determination. Such a person has boundless potential. The two exited the restaurant and hurried towards Beishan Shopping Plaza, arriving before 8. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Chuanyuan bid farewell and headed home. The skies had darkened, and Zhang Guoqing engaged in conversation with a young administrator at the metal shelter, who was only slightly older than himself. Young man, what is your name? Where are you from in Sangma town? My grandmother is from there, near Sushi Village. Do you know it? The administrator inquired. My name is Zhang Guoqing, from Shaojing Village in Sangma town. My home is not far from Sushi Village, and I visit often. May I ask your name? You've truly been a great help today, Zhang Guoqing replied to the young administrator. Not at all. It is merely a trifling matter. I am well acquainted with those drivers. When you get in the car, simply inform them that you are an old acquaintance from Sangma town, and they shall not charge you a dime. My name is Li Wenming. You may call me Brother Wenming. We can consider ourselves half hometown folks. What a delightful fate this is. By the way, who was that police officer who accompanied you here? Li Wenming inquired of Zhang Guoqing. Oh, you mean my cousin? His name is Lu Chuanyuan, and he is a distant relative on my mother's side, Zhang Guoqing replied, withholding the truth, fearing that revealing it might prevent him from returning home that night. Such individuals are often quite opportunistic. Associating with those in power is their norm. Thus, one must learn to leverage relationships to sidestep unnecessary troubles. I recognize him. He is the deputy chief of the police station in Xingguan town and frequently leads patrols in this area. Director Hong from our mall's management has a good rapport with him, which is why I've seen him a few times. He knows me, but I doubt he remembers me. Li Wenming chuckled sheepishly at Zhang Guoqing. Little did he expect that Lu Chuanyuan was indeed the deputy chief of the police station. It seemed this meal was worth the investment. Their light banter was interrupted by the roar of an approaching vehicle as the Dongfeng truck made its way toward the exit. Hey, little Li, is this lad headed to Sangma town? He's your cousin, right? Time to board. We're about to set off. A head poked out from the rolled-down window, addressing Li Wenming. Here, with no cameras and no oversight. Whether or not to charge a fee, and how much, was entirely at his discretion. Among the 30-plus vehicles in the convoy, few drivers would dare to disregard Li Wenming. Thank you. Old Wu, Li Wenming said, retrieving a pack of Chashan cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to the driver known as Old Wu. All right then, Brother Guoqing, hop in. If you ever find yourself in need of a ride, come to Brother Wenming. I'll arrange it for you. Li Wenming turned back, speaking courteously to Zhang Guoqing. Thank you, Brother Wenming. Here, take this pack of Furong cigarettes. You may find yourself needing my assistance again in the future, Zhang Guoqing said, discreetly slipping a pack into Li Wenming's pocket. Oh dear, how can I accept such a gesture? Li Wenming replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had hoped to forge a connection with Lu Chuanyuan to advance within the management structure and perhaps attain a position as a team leader. He was taken aback that Zhang Guoqing would offer him cigarettes. Brother, do not be modest. Such modesty creates distance between us. I shall undoubtedly be coming by often. Zhang Guoqing feigned annoyance. All right, I will follow your lead. Please take care on the road. When you come back to Beishan next time, my dear brother, I shall treat you to a meal. In matters of face, it is all reciprocal. Since this young brother is so considerate, Li Wenming can only accept this kindness. And thus, a friendship is forged. Driver Old Wu set off in the Dongfeng truck, rumbling along the route to Sangma town. Chapter 19, Returning Home. The truck's speed was considerably slower compared to that of a minibus. After having had a drink, Zhang Guoqing became particularly loquacious, engaging in an animated conversation with driver Old Wu throughout the journey. By the time the vehicle came to a steady halt in front of the Sangma town department store, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Uncle Wu, I appreciate your efforts on this journey. A little token of gratitude, Zhang Guoqing said, pulling out 2 yuan from his pocket and pressing it into Old Wu's hand. In the 1980s and 1990s, being a driver was a position of relatively good standing, akin to having an iron rice bowl. The wages of ordinary factory workers were less than half of a driver's earnings, and even government employees could not compete with a driver's income. At that time, a driver could earn over 200 yuan a month, and if they took on side jobs, it was not unusual for their earnings to exceed several hundred yuan. This was merely as a driver. Owning a truck and having a good business could yield over 1,000 yuan in a month, which was not an exaggeration. For 99% of people, becoming a monthly millionaire was an unattainable dream, yet in that era, it was indeed a reality. The author's second uncle was an experienced driver who began driving in the early 80s, easily earning several hundred yuan a month. Later, in 1994, he borrowed money to buy a second-hand truck, which was still a flatbed at that time. A trip to Yiyang Qinglingji to deliver paper could earn him over 1,000 yuan. However, most individuals who owned trucks had small businesses and did not engage full-time in transportation. Those years were quite prosperous. The author's father accompanied his uncle on these trips, dealing in paper, and in 97, he purchased a big mobile phone, which was indeed quite impressive. Xiaozhang, what do you mean by this? Are you implying that I, Old Wu, cannot afford to be gracious? You should keep your money. If you continue this way, don't expect to ride in my truck again. Old Wu, a veteran, spoke with the firmness of someone who values his word. He had promised Li Wenming to bring Zhang Guoqing back, and he would certainly fulfill that promise. Moreover, he found Zhang Guoqing quite likable during their journey, so how could he accept his money? He took the bills from his pocket and returned them to Zhang Guoqing. In that case, Uncle Wu, I shall be grateful to you. In a few days, I will invite you for a drink at Beishan Mall, and you cannot refuse. Zhang Guoqing remarked, recognizing old Wu's refusal to accept his token of gratitude. He decided to remember this kindness. This time, old Wu did not decline and nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Wu, how often do you travel to Sangma Town? Zhang Guoqing continued to inquire. It depends on the situation, generally. I make 1 or 2 trips a day to deliver electrical appliances and large goods to the market. It's a fixed route. And I make at least 30 or 40 trips a month. What? Do you want to hitch a ride with me every day in the future? Old Wu glanced at Zhang Guoqing and chuckled. No, uncle, I was wondering if you returned to the city empty? Zhang Guoqing asked again. Of course, I return empty. I deliver the goods here, and once I'm done, I head back without any cargo, Old Wu replied, puzzled by Zhang Guoqing's inquiry. Could you do me a favor then? I'd like to take some vegetables and eggs from my home to the Beishan agricultural market. I can pay you 10 yuan for each trip as a car wash fee. How about that? Zhang Guoqing looked at Old Wu. My goodness. Why would washing a car cost 10 yuan? 5 yuan is sufficient. It's just a small favor, Old Wu said, downplaying the charge. However, this is a public vehicle, and there are regulations in place. The goods I'm delivering tonight must be unloaded by 8 in the morning, and I need to return to the Beishan market by 10:30. If you consider the time, I only have an hour. Does that work for you? Old Wu pondered before speaking to Zhang Guoqing. After all, this vehicle belongs to the state, and there are explicit regulations stating that drivers are not permitted to take on private jobs for profit. Given the close relationship between Xiao Zhang and Li Wenming, helping him out might warrant a blind eye. Public resources may be compromised, but all parties benefit, and such matters are not unwelcome. For Zhang Guoqing, loading the goods would take half an hour, and unloading would take another half hour, which would be more than sufficient. After chatting for a while, Old Wu and Zhang Guoqing reached an agreement. Zhang Guoqing originally offered 10 yuan, but Old Wu initially requested only 5. In the end, they settled on 8 yuan for the transportation fee. In this world, there are indeed those who do not love money. Alas, this was a significant favor for Zhang Guoqing. This trip would have to wait until the day after tomorrow, as he needed to prepare the goods in the meantime. They agreed to meet at 8:30 at the fork in Xiaokaku to load the goods. After discussing these matters, Zhang Guoqing bid farewell to Old Wu. By the end of the day, Zhang Guoqing was exhausted, yet the rewards were substantial. Oftentimes, connections are far more valuable than money. Possessing wealth does not guarantee relationships. But with connections, acquiring wealth becomes significantly easier. As dawn broke with the sun, and the moon graced the night, even as it approached midnight, the silvery moonlight illuminated the earth. The journey home was still long, yet the prospect of returning home was enough motivation to persevere. The cool breeze refreshed Zhang Guoqing, awakening him from his slight inebriation. The night road is difficult to traverse, yet it is not insurmountable. As long as one harbors a destination in their heart, no challenge can truly daunt them. For Zhang Guoqing, such an auspicious beginning is already a considerable blessing. Along the way, he meticulously planned the tasks he needed to accomplish over the next 2 days, and before he knew it, he found himself near his home. Is the third child back? Upon pushing the door open, Zhang Guoqing heard his father's voice calling from within his parents' room. Yes, father, I have returned. Why are you still awake? He inquired softly at the threshold, careful not to disturb his mother and family's rest. Your mother instructed me to wait for your return. Have you eaten? I saved a bowl of rice for you, Zhang Yushan replied in a hushed tone. I have eaten, father. It seems I will be quite busy starting tomorrow and may not return home at a regular hour. Please don't keep any food for me. You should rest early. Zhang Guoqing whispered. Ah, the third child has returned. That is good. Now your mother can sleep peacefully. His mother, Li Tsulan, awoke and yawned. Having waited until late into the night without seeing her son, her maternal concern was palpable. Zhang Guoqing felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed like many years had passed since anyone had genuinely cared for him. Rebirth is truly a blessing, although his family is not affluent. They are all in good health and united in harmony. These are treasures that cannot be bought with any amount of money. Father, mother, please rest early. I apologize for worrying you. There are some matters I need to discuss with everyone tomorrow morning, Zhang Guoqing said softly. Chapter 20. Preparing to collect eggs the following morning. The entire family rose early and gathered around the table in the main room to partake in breakfast. A simple meal of sweet potato porridge accompanied by a touch of spicy ginger sauce was served. Though modest, it sufficed as a morning repast. During the years of calamity, They had endured far worse, subsisting on tree bark and foraged vegetables. Third brother, I heard from mother that you returned quite late last night. What were you up to? His younger sister, Zhang Mingjiao, inquired. I went to Beishan County to discuss some matters. I missed the last bus and had to return by truck, he explained. Worry not about me. Just focus on your studies. Aim for university, Mingjiao. You too, Guoqing. Now that you are in the 9th grade, spend less time playing and strive to be accepted into Beishan No. 1 high school. Zhang Guoqing chuckled as he playfully pinched Zhang Mingjiao's cheek while addressing both her and Zhang Guoqing. Third brother, what is this? Is it an award? Presented to the outstanding youth Zhang Guoqing for acts of valor. At that moment, Zhang Guoqing emerged from his room, holding the certificate awarded to him by the Qingguan Town Police Station the previous day. I helped the police catch a pickpocket, and they rewarded me with this, he remarked nonchalantly. They even gave me 20 yuan, but I spent it on food and transport yesterday. I also made a few friends. Zhang Guoqing replied with a hint of pride. What is the matter, Sanner? Have you become a hero? Our Zhang family has produced a hero? Not bad, haha. Hearing this, Zhang Yushan felt a swell of pride. Having lived an honest life, he was pleasantly surprised that his son exhibited such courage. Sanner, you didn't get hurt, did you? In the future, when such situations arise, try to steer clear and avoid attracting trouble, Li Zuolan expressed her concerns, more worried about her son's safety than the certificate or the money. Don't worry, mother, I know what I'm doing. Father, do you know who Wang Weiman is? He is a cadre at the Sangma town government. After comforting his mother, Zhang Guoqing turned to his father, Zhang Yushan. Wang Weiman? I haven't heard of him. Your father isn't a village cadre. How would we know about the affairs of Sangma town? Zhang Yushan replied. However, if you want to inquire about village cadres, you might ask Uncle Qingshan. He is the village's brigade leader and should be well informed about matters concerning Sangma town. What do you need to know? Zhang Yushan seemed to recall something and continued. Li Qingshan, in his 40s, is the brigade leader of Shaojing village. Back then, brigade leaders were akin to today's village committee heads, being the top authority in the village. Li Qingshan is a distant relative of your mother, and he has always been quite supportive of our family. However, he made a mistake in 1994 and was dismissed by the Sangma town government for assisting Zhang Yushan in filing a complaint against the Fuping coal mine. Tragically, Zhang Guoqing's elder brother, Zhang Guohua, died in a mine accident at Fuping coal mine in 1993. Without Li Qingshan's support, the Zhang family faced considerable hardship, leading to a series of ensuing problems. All right, I'll go visit Uncle Qingshan and ask him. Mother, do we still have any eggs at home? I'll take some over to Uncle Qingshan's house. Zhang Guoqing inquired of his mother. Yes, but, fine, I'll prepare them for you. Over the years, Brother Qingshan has indeed helped our family a great deal, Li Zuolan replied, rising to gather the eggs. Father, I'm afraid I'll be quite busy these days. What do you think about having Guoqing help me out for a few days? If we finish this work, we might earn 1,000 or so yuan. Zhang Guoqing proposed to Zhang Yushan. 1,000 yuan? Really? You've only been out for a day, and you're already claiming you can earn 1,000 yuan? Are you just pulling my leg? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yushan's expression became remarkably animated. He cast several doubtful glances at Zhang Guoqing and remarked with an air of incredulity. It was not merely a questioning gaze. It was one of sheer disbelief. Earning a mere 1,000 yuan over several days, in the rural context of the 1990s, was indeed hard for many to accept. I understand your skepticism. In a few days, you will see for yourself. What do you think of the matter we discussed? Zhang Guoqing, disinclined to elaborate, turned once more to Zhang Yushan. All right, the rice will be ready for harvest after a bit more drying. There is not much to do during this period. Guoqing, why don't you assist your third brother? Zhang Yushan nodded in agreement and inquired of Zhang Guoqing. Sure, why not? It would be quite beneficial to accompany my third brother and gain some insight, Zhang Guoqing replied eagerly, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Father, how much are the egg collectors offering per egg in our village nowadays? Zhang Guoqing then asked Zhang Yushan. Not much, 8 cents, not even a dime. Otherwise, why would your mother be willing to venture to Sangma town to sell them? Zhang Yushan responded. What if I offer 9 cents per egg? Would anyone be willing to deliver the eggs to our home? Zhang Guoqing inquired. Even at 8 cents, there are people willing to sell. And they are quite substantial eggs at that. Just a few days ago, I saw many households delivering eggs at the village entrance while I was out gathering pigweed with mother. The smaller egg vendors wouldn't even take them. If you're collecting them, the smaller ones could be acquired for 6 cents. At this moment, the usually reticent second sister, Zhang Hongyu, chimed in. The quantity of eggs per household is not considerable. Making a trip to Sangma town just to sell a few eggs is hardly worthwhile and would only waste time. Thus, egg collectors in the village are willing to pay 8 cents or even 7 cents per egg, since selling eggs at this time yields little profit. Second sister, I need you to do me a favor. Please inform the nearby households that we will begin collecting eggs from today. Large eggs at 8 cents. Small ones at 6 cents. Zhang Guoqing instructed his second sister, Zhang Hongyu. All right, but you must think this through, third brother. The chickens of so many neighbors lay eggs every day. I'll set out to gather pigweed soon, and Lu Fong and Li Jia will accompany me. Once I mention it to them, the news will spread, Zhang Hongyu replied. Don't worry, sister. This is the business I am currently engaged in. However, you must let them know that we will not accept any eggs older than 3 days. It's best if they are delivered within 2 days. Otherwise, the eggs lose their freshness, and my younger brother will struggle to sell them. Zhang Guoqing explained to his second sister, Zhang Hongyu. That's no problem. The egg collectors say the same thing, she assured him. Zhang Hongyu nodded and said, at this time, it was not yet 7 o'clock. Those who had finished breakfast were already on their way to school. Zhang Yushan returned with some bamboo to craft a basket, while Zhang Guoqing assisted him. Their mother, Li Tsulan, had taken the second sister to gather pigweed, and no one in the household was idle. Zhang Guoqing took the 10 eggs his mother had set aside, packed them into a bag, and sprinkled in some chaff before heading out. Some matters must be inquired about in person to be clarified. Chapter 21. Li Qingshan from the 1990s to the dawn of the millennium. Those who could become the village secretary in the village were typically individuals of considerable esteem. This was certainly the case in Shaojing village, where Li Qingshan stood as the highly respected team leader. Having served in the military, he had participated in the 1979 Vietnam self-defense counterattack, emerging as a bona fide hero who had faced the enemy in battle. After his demobilization in 1983, he was elected as the village secretary of Shaojing, and now, in his early 40s, he retained his esteemed position. Zhang Guoqing held a vivid memory of this kinship with his mother's cousin, a man of integrity and selflessness, well regarded in Shaojing. During his childhood, while celebrating the new year with his brothers at Li Qingshan's home, he would often share sweets with them. Li Qingshan had 3 children, 2 sons. The elder named Li Jianwu, who was the same age as Zhang Guoqing and his closest childhood friend, and the younger, Li Jiangwen, who was a classmate of Zhang Guoqing. There was also a daughter, Li Shimei, now 12 years old. The families maintained a cordial relationship until 1994, when a rift occurred due to Li Qingshan's dismissal from Sangmu town concerning matters involving Zhang Guohua, leading to their estrangement. Zhang Guoqing ambled over to Li Qingshan's home, which was merely a few minutes' walk away. Upon arriving, he knocked on the gate and called out, Uncle Qingshan, are you inside? I need to speak with you. Guoqing, what brings you here so early? Li Qingshan responded, inviting him in. Uncle, I have a few things I wish to inquire about. Mother asked me to bring some eggs for aunt and sister Shimei. Zhang Guoqing replied as he followed Li Qingshan into the main room, placing the eggs on the table. Why bring anything? You know who your uncle is. Li Qingshan said. Now what is it that you wish to ask? I must soon leave for a meeting in Sangmu town, where the leaders intend to gather the village secretaries from our 10-mile radius. This is not merely a gift. Given the care you have shown my family, my mother insists that we must not forget our gratitude. The eggs are from our own chickens. They are neither stolen nor taken unlawfully. I am simply sending some to my uncle. Who would dare claim that you accepted a gift? I would deal with them harshly. Zhang Guoqing chuckled. All right, please inform your uncle. If he wishes to inquire about something, let him know that I must indeed rush to Sangma town. Li Qingshan replied with a smile, choosing not to dwell further on the matter of the eggs, and instead posed a question to Zhang Guoqing. I would like to ask if you know someone by the name of Wang Weiman at the Sangma town government? Zhang Guoqing inquired. Wang Weiman? He is the newly appointed secretary of Sangma town. He is presiding over a meeting today. Do you know him? Li Qingshan observed Zhang Guoqing and asked. The secretary of Sangma town? That explains it. By the way, uncle, do you know Sun Xiao? Zhang Guoqing pressed further. I am not acquainted with that individual. But the head of the canteen and logistics is surnamed Sun. As for his given name, I am not aware, Li Qingshan responded. All right, I understand now. Thank you, uncle. I shall take my leave, Zhang Guoqing said. Your aunt has just prepared some sweet wine. Have a bowl of sweet wine with egg before you go, Senyazi. Li Qingshan's wife emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of sweet wine mixed with egg, addressing Zhang Guoqing. I shall pass, aunt. You and Uncle Qingshan enjoy it. I must hurry back to collect the eggs. In the future, if anyone around here needs to collect eggs, please let them know that Zhang Yushan at the east end of the village is buying, both large and small, offering 8 cents for large and 6 for small. Zhang Guoqing informed Aunt Qingshan. Are you now in the egg business? That sounds promising. His mother. Please take a moment to inform those nearby and lend a hand to Guoqing, Li Qingshan remarked, glancing at his wife, Wang Guing. Understood, I will keep that in mind. Wang Guing replied to Li Qingshan. At that moment, Zhang Guoqing had already exited Li Qingshan's home and was on his way back. He had gained clarity regarding Wang Weiman's position, recognizing it as his most significant connection at present. However, he did not intend to exploit this relationship immediately. Zhang Guoqing understood the nuances of human relationships. The disparity in status was considerable, and such favor could only be granted once. The immediate challenge was to ensure the delivery of the eggs ordered by Sangma Town. Though this order of a dozen eggs was modest, it laid the groundwork for building a clientele. If managed well, word would spread from 1 to 10, and then to 100. Upon returning home, he found the residence bustling with people. Most were neighbors, as mothers and aunts surrounded Zhang Yushan's household. Brother Yushan, why hasn't San Yazi returned yet? On the way back, there was no need for everyone to be anxious, Zhang Yushan said while trying to make sense of the situation. All right, let us wait a little longer. If it doesn't work out, we want to come to him for deliveries again. A woman in her 40s directed her words towards the egg seller, and soon others began to echo her sentiments. At that moment, some individuals were already contemplating leaving. Aunties, grandmas, I have returned. Shall I collect the eggs now? I trust everyone is aware of the conditions. I will accept even the smaller ones, so come over here. Let us begin inspecting the eggs. Zhang Guoqing entered through the courtyard gate, gesturing towards the osmanthus tree while addressing the crowd. The women carrying baskets began to gather around the tree. Most households had a modest number of eggs, ranging from 30 to 40 for some, and as few as 10 for others. They meticulously recorded the quantities and expenses on yellow paper, as it was only after tallying these figures that they would understand their costs, selling prices, and potential profits. With the assistance of Li Zuolan and Zhang Hongyu, they worked diligently for over an hour to classify the eggs by size. In total, 27 households contributed 675 eggs, and Zhang Guoqing disbursed 49 yuan and 7 jiao. Altogether, these eggs weighed 64 pounds and 8 ounces, not an insignificant amount. If sold at the Beishan agricultural market, they could fetch over 100 yuan. However, Zhang Guoqing had greater ambitions than just this modest profit. He intended to sell the eggs alongside other items. As noon approached, Li Zuolan headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Senaire, do you think you can sell all these eggs? Zhang Hongyu, the second sister, inquired of Zhang Guoqing, who was seated on a bench. Second sister, what kind of question is that? I can sell them all by tomorrow morning. Just these eggs alone aren't enough for a trip to Beishan County. Right now, I simply lack the capital. If I had it, I wouldn't be settling for such small gains, Zhang Guoqing replied with a cheerful grin. Look at you, so capable. All right, from now on. Second sister will help you collect the eggs indoors, Zhang Hongyu said with a smile as she headed towards the kitchen to assist. Chapter 22. The Matchmakers Visit Father. This afternoon, I need to make a trip to Baihe village. I have asked an elder there to prepare some vegetables for sale. I will need Guoqing to accompany me. We want to be returning home for dinner tonight. We'll come back later, as we must head to Sangma Town early tomorrow to deliver goods, Zhang Guoqing stated, taking a bite of his meal. All right, as long as Guoqing can accompany you, that's fine, Zhang Yushan replied, somewhat uncertain about Zhang Guoqing's specific plans, yet willing to offer his full support. Zhang Yushan has led a life characterized by honesty and integrity, and such virtues have their own advantages, particularly in fostering good relationships. In the village, aside from a small faction that looks down upon the Zhang family, most people are inclined to engage with someone of such upright character. The trials began in 1993 during the marriage of Zhang Guoqing and the subsequent passing of Zhang Guohua. In the years that followed, Zhang Yushan faced the somber demise of his parents, his second sister's unfortunate marriage, and her early death at just under 40, alongside the misfortunes of his remaining siblings. Third brother, I've finished eating, when shall we depart? Zhang Guoqing exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of going out, having devoured his meal in haste. Let us go. I'm done as well, Zhang Guoqing replied, setting down his bowl and rising. As Zhang Yushan observed the departing figures of his brothers, a rare smile graced his face. Zuolan, do you think our third son is still the same? It feels as if he has suddenly matured. We truly are aging. Zhang Yushan reflected. Indeed, ever since that night when he returned, he seems transformed. But Yushan, this transformation is for the better. I find it quite encouraging. We finally have something to look forward to, don't we? Li Zuelan responded with a smile. By the way, Hong Yu, there is someone from Lu family village who has sent a matchmaker to propose. Should we consider it? Li Zuelan suggested to Zhang Hongyu. In rural areas, it is quite common for young people around 18 or 19 to discuss marriage, and now Zhang Hongyu, at the age of 21, has reached that threshold. She is not unattractive, standing at 1.65 meters, with a well-proportioned physique developed through years of hard labor. Her long, dark hair frames her oval face, accentuating her well-defined features, making her one of the more appealing young women in the village, even when compared to city girls. The only imperfection lies in her hands, which have become rough from years of toil in the fields. Without the means to afford moisturizing cream, her hands are prone to cracking and frostbite during winter. At her age, Zhang Hongyu has naturally become an object of interest, with suitors expressing their intentions since 2 years prior. However, she has refrained from accepting any proposals, feeling a sense of responsibility for her younger siblings. In times past, age gaps among siblings were often considerable, resulting in older brothers and sisters assisting their parents in raising the younger ones. Mother, what if we wait another 2 years? Zhang Hongyu said reluctantly. Zhang Hongyu was acutely aware of who had been matchmaking for her, the persistent Lu Shankin from Lijiakan, who had been relentlessly pursuing her for quite some time. However, despite having been classmates in junior high, she held no interest in him whatsoever. The primary reason for her indifference stemmed from Lu Shankin's affluent background. He was a wealthy scion who squandered his days in idleness, flitting from one romantic entanglement to another. Zhang Hongyu had no desire to share her life with someone of such dubious character. Darling, the Lu family is quite well off. If you marry him, your life will undoubtedly improve. You wouldn't have to toil away like you do under your parents' roof. Li Zuelan gently urged Zhang Hongyu. Mother, disinterest is disinterest. You cannot expect me to endure a life of tears if I am forced into this marriage, Zhang Hongyu replied. Her voice tinged with the threat of tears as she spoke to Zhang Yushan and Li Zuelan. Yushan, Zuelan, we are just having dinner. Oh, how fortuitous. Hongyu is here as well. Aunt Saiwa, the local matchmaker from Lijiakan, announced as she entered the courtyard. Saiwa, why are you here so soon? Have you eaten? Join us for a meal. Li Zuelan greeted her warmly. I've already dined, haha. I came specifically to discuss Hongyu's marriage. Zuelan, what do you think of the conditions I proposed the other day? Peng Saihua inquired of Li Zuelan and Zhang Yushan. Mother, what conditions? Zhang Hongyu, still in the dark, glanced at her mother with curiosity. Dear, Aunt Saiwa mentioned that if you are willing to marry, the Lu family is prepared to offer a dowry of 1,000 yuan, along with all the essential household items, Li Zuelan explained. Mother, I have already expressed my refusal to marry. Do you and father truly wish to see me wed so desperately? Zhang Hongyu's tears began to flow, and she cried out. My dear, you have endured so much hardship over the years. Consider this. With such a generous dowry from the Lu family, wouldn't it alleviate our worries when your younger brother marries? Zhang Yushan counseled her in a grave tone. Father, this is not marrying off a daughter. It feels more like selling me. Have you thought of my feelings at all? Zhang Hongyu protested through her sobs. Zuelan, you have already accepted a deposit of 300 yuan. If word gets out, it could lead to unpleasantness. The matchmaker Peng Saihua remarked, her demeanor shifting as she sensed Zhang Hongyu's resistance. Hongyu, I advise you to consider this marriage, otherwise, your mother will have to forfeit the deposit. Besides, Lu Shankin is your classmate. Wouldn't it be a good match? Peng Saihua said, her tone a blend of persuasion and subtle intimidation. What? They accepted money? Zhang Hongyu was utterly stunned, staring blankly as she spoke. I've said all I need to say. Tonight, I shall bring Lu Shankin and his family over. How to decide is for you to discuss amongst yourselves. Without further ado, Peng Saihua turned and left without a backward glance. Father, mother, how could you be so heartless as to push me into the fire pit? Sob, sob, sob. With that, Zhang Hongyu dashed into her room, covering herself with a blanket and weeping uncontrollably. In rural areas during that time, arranged marriages orchestrated by parents were the norm. After all, parental commands and the matchmaker's words were to be heeded. There were both advantages and disadvantages to this practice. However, this situation has put Zhang Yushan in a difficult position. To marry? Zhang Hongyu is unwilling. To not marry? The Zhang family must pay compensation. Such a dilemma leaves the honest and simple Zhang Yushan at a loss, his mind racing for a solution he cannot conceive. It is solely the fault of the matchmaker, Peng Saiwa, who had been too eloquent recently. With just a few words, she had elevated Lu Shankin to the status of a dragon groom. Unfortunately, both Zhang Yushan and Li Zuolan, being straightforward individuals, fell for her deceitful words. Chapter 23. Yuan Family of Baihe Village, Part 1. To tell the story from two perspectives. While Zhang Hongyu wept inconsolably at home, Zhang Guoqing remained blissfully unaware. The two brothers were engaged in cheerful banter, the hours passing swiftly. By 2 o'clock, Zhang Guoqing had brought Zhang Guoqing to Baihe Village. According to Uncle Yuan, the second entrance to Baihe Village, beneath the old camphor tree, was etched clearly in Zhang Guoqing's memory. They had indeed arrived at Baihe Village, but the entrances were numerous. Although Zhang Guoqing had visited Baihe Village in a previous life, decades had passed, and he could not recall the way. Guoqing, which direction is the second entrance to the village? There should be an old camphor tree. Zhang Guoqing inquired of Zhang Guoqing. That's easy to find. Just as we entered, that entrance was the first. If we proceed further, we will see the second one. Zhang Guoqing replied, pointing ahead. Thus, the two continued forward, quickly reaching the second entrance and spotting the old camphor tree that Uncle Yuan had mentioned. The houses of that time were not the multi-story buildings of later generations. They were predominantly low, with over 90% constructed of earth and bricks, while a small fraction comprised red bricks. Only a rare few had 2 stories, which were the standard for families worth over 100,000. At this moment, the chimney of the Yuan family was still emitting smoke, suggesting that they had yet to eat. The family of Old Master Yuan relies solely on him, which is indeed a formidable challenge. His wife is paralyzed, his son is disabled, and there is a little grandson just over 3 years old. Oh, life has become somewhat arduous. As the old saying goes, a thunderclap reveals a true filial son, while fortune favors the cold-hearted. Misfortune seems to seek out those who are already burdened with hardship. Had it not been for Zhang Guoqing's assistance in selling some vegetables last time, the Yuan family would likely have faced starvation. Old Master Yuan, are you preparing a meal? I came by today. The door to Yuan's home was ajar as Zhang Guoqing entered the house with Zhang Guoqing. Big brother, who are you? My grandpa is cooking. Dad, someone is looking for grandpa. A childish voice called out from within upon seeing Zhang Guoqing and his companion enter. Little Zhang, I didn't expect you to truly come. I thought you were merely jesting. Have you eaten yet? Come and have a bowl of porridge to fill your stomach, said Old Master Yuan. Emerging from the kitchen with a large bowl of sweet potato porridge, his face alight with unexpected joy. I've already eaten, Old Master Yuan. Please feed the child first. We can discuss matters later. Here are 10 eggs, not many, but please let your family enjoy them, Zhang Guoqing said, placing the eggs on the table. Oh, little Zhang, you are indeed a kind-hearted person. We haven't finished the eggs you brought a few days ago. Why bring more? Old Master Yuan humbly declined. It's not proper to take back what is given. These eggs are for your family to enjoy. I'm not just selling vegetables anymore. I'm also collecting eggs. I'll take care of your family's eggs from now on, Zhang Guoqing assured Old Master Yuan. Very well, very well. A good person like you is destined for great fortune, Old Master Yuan chuckled. Old Master Yuan, what vegetables are you currently growing? I need to have a baseline for selling. It would help me respond to inquiries later. Zhang Guoqing quickly shifted to the main topic after finishing his meal. We have eggplants, peppers, and carrots, along with cucumbers, green beans, bitter melons, and loofahs. I'll take you to the fields shortly to have a look. However, the cucumbers, green beans, and loofahs will be ready for harvest in about a month. There's too little quantity, and I'll need to switch to other varieties. Old Master Yuan informed Zhang Guoqing. After a while, his son, who had a broken leg, slowly emerged from the room. Dad, which village are these 2 young men from? They look unfamiliar. Yuan's son, Yuan Liang, in his 40s, stands tall, yet his disheveled hair and unkempt beard convey a sense of resignation. Greetings, Uncle Yuan. I am Zhang Guoqing from Shaojiang village, and this is my younger brother Zhang Guoqing. I heard about your situation from my uncle at the market a couple of days ago. How is your leg faring? Zhang Guoqing inquired of Yuan Liang. Oh, it's still much the same, Yuan Liang replied with a sigh. Last year, I made a trip to Beishan. The doctor said it could be treated, but it would cost a considerable sum. Even if it were healed, I would still have a limp. My family cannot afford such expenses, and given the prospect of a lasting limp, I think it best to let it be. How much do you need? Zhang Guoqing pressed. At least 1,500. How could I possibly come up with that much? Yuan Liang lamented. I spent over 1,000 last year, and we've already exhausted our resources. During the last spring festival, my wife ran off with someone. Now, if it weren't for my father and my child, I might have wished for death. Life, indeed, has its ups and downs. Yuan Liang continued. When I used to work as a mason, people would flatter and curry favor. Now that I can no longer work, they keep their distance, fearing I might ask them for loans. In this rural setting, or rather, in today's society, most people are quite mercenary. Uncle, 1,500 isn't an exorbitant amount. This year may be tough, but hold on. By next year, I can lend you the money for your treatment. How does that sound? Zhang Guoqing stated earnestly. You? You would lend me money? Yuan Liang expressed disbelief. Nonetheless, sensing Zhang Guoqing's good intentions, he felt a glimmer of hope. Yes, I would lend it, though I don't have that much right now. By next year, I will certainly have it. Don't underestimate me. I am currently in the egg and vegetable business, and profits are coming in swiftly, Zhang Guoqing assured him with a serious gaze. Ah, thank you, Guoqing. My father is right. You are a good person. I trust you. Yuan Liang nodded, feeling as though the words of the young man had illuminated a path forward. Come, Xiaozhong. Let me take you to the fields to see them and pick some vegetables to take back. Yuan Deyi instructed Yuan Liang before leading the two of them outside. The vegetable garden was not far, just behind Yuan Ming's house, and they arrived in a mere 2 to 3 minutes. Upon seeing the meticulously arranged patch of vegetables, Zhang Guoqing was astonished. The garden was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also flourishing. If only Yuan Deyi knew how to market them, these vegetables could easily lift them out of poverty. The quality of the produce is of little consequence if it does not sell well. There is a saying in the countryside, wealth amassed in the family is of no value if it is unkempt. If even the vegetables from the fields are deemed worthless, then their worth is indeed diminished. Chapter 24, The Yuan Family of Baihe Village, Part 2, Excellent Vegetables, Uncle Yuan. Your crops are truly remarkable, far surpassing those cultivated by my mother, praised Zhang Guoqing, giving a thumbs up to Uncle Yuan. It's nothing extraordinary. During the time of the educated youth movement, a young agricultural technician came to our Baihe village. I learned the art of cultivation from him. Otherwise, how could I have acquired such skills? Uncle Yuan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Ah, that explains it. Those agricultural technicians possessed genuine cultivation expertise. No wonder I found the right person. I was worried your vegetables wouldn't suffice for me to sell, Zhang Guoqing chuckled. Uncle Yuan, I want to be taking your vegetables today. Please harvest them for me. I need to prepare for deliveries in Sangmu town early tomorrow. Gather all the vegetables you can sell. The day after, I must head to Beishan County to deliver goods. If you know of anyone nearby with quality produce, please assist in procuring it. I will add an extra penny per pound after deducting the costs. I want to take the money. If I find you cannot sell enough, I'll inquire on your behalf without issue. I'll start preparing your vegetables immediately, lest we miss the proper time for harvesting. You can take a large watering can from me. A little sprinkle before delivery will keep them fresh, Uncle Yuan suggested. Excellent. Tomorrow, I will bring my younger brother to collect the vegetables. We should agree on the pricing beforehand, and you can decide, Zhang Guoqing replied to Uncle Yuan. I want to interfere with your dealings with others. For the vegetables you sell for me, let's keep it simple. I'll calculate based on the cart load. If a full cart sells, it should yield about 15. If you help me sell, I'll give you 8. How does that sound? You needn't bring your cart. Just take mine over, and I will load the vegetables onto it when you return in the evening. It will save us both some trouble. Uncle Yuan contemplated before speaking to Zhang Guoqing. 8 yuan? That is not feasible. Zhang Guoqing shook his head. If 8 is too much, then let us settle for 7. Anything less would only cover costs. 7 it is, Uncle Yuan replied, gritting his teeth. That is not what I meant, Uncle Yuan. It's not that your vegetables are overpriced, but rather that they are undervalued. Let us do this. I want to factor in anything else and agree to 10 yuan per cart. This way, I can make a little profit. And you want to lose out either, Zhang Guoqing calculated after considering how much he could earn. How is this feasible? The vegetables are not worth much. Last time, a whole truck of vegetables sold for only a few dozen yuan. How can you expect to make a profit? Elder Yuan shook his head and remarked. You needn't worry. I will sell them for 10 yuan. However, I must insist that you provide me with the freshest produce, as fresh vegetables sell well. If possible, could you also assist me in sorting them into bamboo baskets? Zhang Guoqing replied to Elder Yuan. All right, that's no problem. Look, everyone else is lowering their prices. Yet you want to raise mine. Sigh, what can I say? Elder Yuan nodded, letting out a sigh. Very well, I shall leave this matter to you. I still need to make a trip to the town. Once you take the vegetables home, please have Uncle Hua help out a bit. It's just a footache. Don't treat him like a useless person. Elder, as I've mentioned before, I will take him to get his leg treated next year, Zhang Guoqing said to Elder Yuan. All right, I will heed your advice. You go on with your business, and I shall handle this, Elder Yuan concluded before starting to pick vegetables. Come on, Guoqing. Let's head to Sangma town. We have matters to attend to, Zhang Guoqing called out to Zhang Guoqing, who was helping to pick cucumbers. Okay, Elder Yuan. I'm going with my brother, Zhang Guoqing said, offering a brief farewell before making his way towards Zhang Guoqing. The two then set off in the direction of Sangma town. Brother, I have something I don't quite understand. Can you explain the reason to me? Zhang Guoqing inquired as they walked. What is it that you don't understand? Zhang Guoqing asked. Brother, where did you get 1,000 yuan to lend to their family for medical expenses? And why are we helping them? Zhang Guoqing questioned, perplexed. Xiaoxi, money is not a significant issue. By the time the new year arrives, third brother will have made a considerable amount. That Yuan Hua is a mason, and once we help him with his leg, he will be willing to work hard for third brother. Do you understand what a mason is? He asked the one who builds houses, Zhang Guoqing explained. I know well enough. I'm not a fool. Third brother, are you planning to build a house for our family? Zhang Guoqing asked excitedly. Building just for ourselves isn't enough. Sangma town is set for development, and we will need a construction team. By next year, when third brother has money, he'll set up a small construction team. And Yuan Hua will be of great use, Zhang Guoqing elaborated. I've said too much for you to grasp. Just watch and see how third brother will help our family earn money, Zhang Guoqing advised his brother. Brother San, I am willing to follow your lead. Can you help me find a wife as well? Zhang Guoqing chuckled, and in that moment, the image of this brother, who was scarcely 2 years his senior, began to grow larger in his heart. We are brothers. If Brother San does not assist you, who will? Zhang Guoqing replied. Not only will I help you find a bride, but I will also help you purchase a house in the city, perhaps in Beishan, no, in Changsha. Oh, Beishan will suffice. Changsha is too far. I have heard of it, but have never been there. Zhang Guoqing chuckled innocently. Enough talk. Let us hurry to the department store to buy a fishing net and a trap. If we delay, the store will close, Zhang Guoqing urged, quickening his pace as he addressed the trailing Zhang Guoqing. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the department store in Sangma town. The department store occupied the most prominent position in Sangma town, as at that time. The town government was still a 2-story building, spacious but not tall, while the department store boasted 4 stories, making it the tallest and largest building in Sangma town prior to 1996. Originally, the department store was the supply and marketing cooperative of Sangma town. After its transformation, it became the department store. The first and second floors housed shops, while the third and fourth floors were residential. By the turn of the millennium, the upper floors were leased out and converted into a restaurant. Years later, in 2006, it was demolished to make way for a true shopping mall. The two brothers paused at a shop selling agricultural supplies and fishing gear. Boss, how much for this trap? And what about this net? Zhang Guoqing inquired, pointing at the neatly folded trap and the hanging white net. The 8-meter trap is 3 pieces for 8 yuan. The 5-meter one is 1 piece for 8 yuan, and the 2-meter one is 9 mao. Young man, which one do you prefer? As for the net, the 2-meter one is 5 yuan, and the 80-centimeter one is 3 yuan and 5 mao. Both are 30 meters in length. The shopkeeper, appearing to be in his 40s, responded amiably, patiently explaining his products upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's inquiry. After a 10-minute discussion, Zhang Guoqing ultimately purchased 10 traps at 8 mao each and 3 nets at 4 yuan and 6 mao each. The longer traps are indeed good, but a bit pricey. The shorter ones are far more affordable, and buying in bulk allows for a larger fishing area. After completing their purchases, Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing headed home. Little did they know that upon their return that evening, a series of events would unfold at home. Chapter 25. Trouble at the door, you scoundrel, Zhang Yushan. Your entire family is worthless. You accepted my betrothal money and now refuse to allow your daughter to marry. Lu Shanken shouted angrily, slamming his hand on the table at Zhang Yushan's residence. Zhang Yushan was rendered speechless with rage, a man of integrity. He was unaccustomed to being verbally assaulted so brazenly. What do you mean by what? Lu Shangkuan bellowed, pointing an accusing finger at Zhang Yushan. Lu Shangkuan, with his sharp features and thin lips, was known for his mercilessness and sharp tongue. Red Jade, come out and speak. We should marry to prevent this ruckus from Lu Shangkuan turning our home into chaos. What will become of the Zhang family's reputation? In the room, Li Chuilan and Peng Sai-hua were fervently persuading Zhang Hongyu. Indeed, Sister Hongyu, you are aware that the Lu family is affluent. If you marry into their household, you will not have to toil through arduous labor. In our youth, you would have been a lady of privilege. With money at your disposal, your younger siblings could also benefit from your fortune. Peng Sai-hua, the matchmaker, chimed in, her smile wide as she pressed her case. It was clear she had a vested interest in Zhang Hongyu's marriage, as her commission would be substantial. Mother, do you truly wish for me to marry into that family? Zhang Hongyu lamented, her voice breaking as tears streamed down her face. Truth be told, if not for their family's precarious financial situation, Li Chuilan would never have considered marrying Zhang Hongyu off. Over the years, apart from her elder brother Zhang Guoqing, Zhang Hongyu had borne the brunt of the household's labor. After her brother married and established his own household, the primary responsibility fell to her. In the past year, Zhang Hongyu's hands had become noticeably rougher. A mother's love compels her to consider the welfare of her children. Encouraging Zhang Hongyu to marry a wealthy man was, in essence, an attempt to spare her from hardship at home. From the perspective of Zhang Yushan and Li Chuilan, this was the only course of action they could take. Outside, Lu Shangkuan's voice grew increasingly loud and his insults harsher. He strutted about the courtyard like a victorious rooster, gesturing animatedly towards Zhang Yushan, wishing for the entire Shao Gang village to hear his tirade. Zhang Yushan trembled with fury, and even his eldest son, Zhang Guoqing, hesitated to defend their family. To him, this was a family matter, and Lu Shangkuan's aggressive demeanor left no room for courage in the timid Zhang Guoqing. Only Yu Xiu remained beside Zhang Yushan, both huddled in a corner under the eaves, watching Lu Shangkuan unleash his vitriol. Outside, a crowd of 30 to 50 onlookers gathered, eager for the spectacle, yet unwilling to intervene and speak on behalf of the Zhang family. Where did this wild dog come from, cursing my parents in my own home? At that moment, the courtyard door was suddenly thrown open, and Zhang Guoqing stormed in, shouting at Lu Shangkuan. Following him was Zhang Guoqing. The two brothers had just returned from Sangma town after purchasing some goods. They set aside their fishing nets, and Zhang Guoqing rushed towards Lu Shangkuan. You bastard, were you just cursing my parents in my house? Who do you think you are? Barging in here and causing a ruckus? Zhang Guoqing confronted Lu Shangkuan, grabbing his tie and nearly lifting him off the ground. Lu Shangkuan, barely standing at 1.70 meters, with a sharp and monkey-like face, looked like a fledgling chick in front of Zhang Guoqing, who stood nearly 1.80 meters. Though Zhang Guoqing was somewhat thin, he was sinewy and strong from 2 years of farm work. Otherwise, how could he have dislocated the pickpocket's arm in just a couple of moves in North County? That said, the old adage holds true, one is judged by their attire. Although Lu Shangkuan had a sharp and monkey-like appearance, dressed in a white shirt, tie, and dress pants with leather shoes, he at least presented himself decently. Even though Zhang Guoqing loathed Lu Shangkuan, he did not recognize him at that moment, as his memory recalled that his sister's marriage occurred in the first month of 1993. What do you want, Zhang Guoqing? Your parents accepted my betrothal money and now refuse to acknowledge it. Do you think the money of the Lu family is so easily taken? Lu Shangkuan was unafraid, instead threatening Zhang Guoqing. He had long discerned the temperament of the Zhang family. Zhang Yushan, the father, was honest and straightforward, and his sons were all rather timid. This family would hardly dare to confront him. Was Zhang Guoqing out of his mind today, daring to lay hands on him? Lu Wu, why are you just standing there? Come and help. Lu Shangkuan struggled unsuccessfully and then called to his two cousins who had followed him. Lu Wan and Lu Wu, who usually enjoyed free meals and drinks, were not cowards in critical moments. They rushed towards Zhang Guoqing, aiming to rescue Lu Shangkuan, but Zhang Guoqing was no easy opponent. He had a firm grip on Lu Shangkuan's neck. Brother, why are you acting like a coward? They have come into our home to disrespect us, and you just stand by watching? Zhang Guoqing shouted loudly at Zhang Guohua. Perhaps Zhang Guohua suddenly realized the urgency of the situation, or perhaps he simply felt compelled to act, but he dashed towards the kitchen. Lu Shangkuan, you wretched scoundrel, do you think your wealth makes you exceptional? How dare you lay hands on my younger brother? I will have your life. Zhang Guohua, brandishing a pig-slaughtering knife, rushed towards Lu Shangkuan, hurling curses. Terrified, Lu Wan and Lu Wu fled towards the courtyard entrance, shouting murder, murder. Lu Shangkuan also wished to escape, but found himself restrained by Zhang Guoqing, unable to break free. Panic-stricken, He wet himself in fear while pleading, Zhang Guoqing, you cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. At that moment, Li Qingshan sprinted in from outside the courtyard. Panting as he exclaimed, Boss, what are you doing? Listen to your uncle. Quickly put down the knife. If you truly strike, the consequences will be dire. Zhang Guoqing merely intended to frighten, not to kill. Even the most honest individual, when pushed to the brink, may become a cornered beast. Though Zhang Guoqing was timid and reserved, witnessing the threat to his family ignited a fierce resolve within him. If he endured any longer, he would truly become a coward. Chapter 26. Perhaps I should go mine coal instead. Indeed, in a moment of crisis, Zhang Guoqing found his courage. His frenzied demeanor not only drove away Lu Shanken's accomplices, but also instilled fear in Lu Shanken himself. Had Li Qingshan not arrived, it was uncertain what Zhang Guoqing might have done with that knife. Qingshan, the people from Lu's village have come to our home to bully us. You cannot stand idly by. Brother, please put down the knife. Uncle Qingshan is here. He will not abandon us, Zhang Guoqing shouted to Zhang Guoqing. Yielding to the situation, Zhang Guoqing set the knife aside. Brother Shan, what is the situation here? Thankfully, I arrived in time. Any later and it could have turned disastrous. Li Qingshan remarked, eyeing Zhang Yushan, who stood trembling in the corner. Ah, Qingshan, you arrived just in time. I was at a loss. Please disperse the villagers. And let us close the door to discuss this, Zhang Yushan stammered, still shaken by Zhang Guoqing's outburst. Zhang Yushan, are you not afraid of others discovering your deeds? Humph. Zhang Guoqing released Lu Shanken, who then scurried behind Li Qingshan, inciting further chaos. Wretched scoundrel, my sister refuses to marry you. If you wish to resolve this, let us sit down quietly and talk. If you intend to cause a ruckus in my home, I swear I will take drastic measures. Zhang Guoqing shouted again at Lu Shanken. Upon hearing the voice of Zhang Guoqing, Lu Shankang's tone diminished. At this moment, Li Zuolan and Peng Saiwa, who had been persuading Zhang Hongyu from the inner room, emerged, frightened and unable to restore order. It was the first time Li Zuolan witnessed her eldest son being so assertive, even brandishing a cleaver as if to harm someone. Peng Saiwa was equally intimidated by Zhang Guoqing's demeanor, fearing that the matter of matchmaking would not be easily resolved today. Villagers, disperse. Li Qingshan called out to the neighbors outside the courtyard. I am here to mediate. There is no need to stir up trouble. The people of Shaojiang village were respectful of Li Qingshan and quickly scattered, leaving Zhang Yushan's courtyard deserted. Lu Shankang, my sister does not wish to marry you, and our family does not wish for her to marry you either. Speak up. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Zhang Guoqing said, gazing at Lu Shankang, who was seated beside Li Qingshan. Secretary Li, what do you propose we do? The Zhang family accepted 500 yuan as a matchmaking fee and is now going back on their word. The money from my Lu family did not fall from the sky. If this matter cannot be resolved today, I will cause a scene at the Sangma town government and at the police station until your entire family is imprisoned. You are all deceivers. Lu Shankang began to regain his arrogance. The Lu family was affluent, and many officials in the town were acquainted with them, a fact Li Qingshan was well aware of. Moreover, the Zhang family was in a precarious position regarding this issue. They wished to assist, but were uncertain how to proceed. 500 yuan was no small sum. In the year 1990, even a diligent family would struggle to save that amount in a year. Lu Shankang, watch your language. You tell me, how do you plan to resolve this? As long as your demands are reasonable, I will agree. Zhang Guoqing clenched his teeth as he looked at Lu Shankang. Zhang Guoqing, you speak with great bravado. Are you the head of your household? Your words are as empty as your father's. Lu Shankang retorted angrily, but before he could finish, Zhang Guoqing interrupted, not merely interrupting, but delivering a slap that left 5 clear finger marks on Lu Shankang's face. Dare to insult my father again, and I will end you. Uncle Qingshan, that slap was well deserved. I had warned him long ago, Zhang Guoqing asserted sternly. Very well, you have guts. Just be sure you don't fall into my hands one day. Your sister's marriage can be called off, but as I have stated, there will be a compensation of double the amount. I provided 500 as a matchmaking fee, so your family must return 1,000. Without that 1,000, I will not fear causing a ruckus even at the government offices. Lu Shankang covered his face, gritting his teeth as he spoke. A wise man does not suffer losses in the immediate moment. Thus, Lu Shankang was now careful with his words. In rural areas, cursing one's parents could lead to a beating, and seeking trouble was not as simple as it seemed. The Zhang family, it appeared, was not so easily manipulated. Now, Zhang Hongyu seemed resolute in her decision not to marry. Regardless, it was not wrong to seek some compensation for the losses incurred. In my household, I hold the authority. If you desire the money today, it is not available. You may return in a month. 1,000 yuan is not a trivial sum for you. How do you propose? Even if you engage in usury, it is implausible that the amount would double in less than half a month. If you are willing, I shall draft an IOU in front of Secretary Li, and you may come to the Zhang family on this day next month to collect. Zhang Guoqing pondered for a moment before addressing Lu Shangkong. Sanyazi, are you out of your mind? Where will 1,000 yuan come from? No sooner had Zhang Guoqing spoken than Zhang Yushan expressed his discontent. He was amenable to a reduction of 500. But to incur an additional 500 in compensation was utterly incomprehensible to him. Father, I will handle this matter. If you are unable to take charge, let me proceed as I see fit. I shall write the IOU, and the money shall be my responsibility. Zhang Guoqing offered no further explanation, merely reassuring Zhang Yushan. It was evident that his sister, Zhang Hongyu, would never agree to marry Lu Shangkong. If this issue were resolved, it would alter Zhang Hongyu's fate. Very well, very well. Sanyazi, your father is aging. I shall heed your counsel. Zhang Yushan sighed deeply, his brow furrowed in distress. What say you, Lu Shangkong? Are you agreeable? Li Qingshan echoed Zhang Guoqing's sentiment, though he too harbored doubts about Zhang Guoqing's ability to procure 500 yuan. Yet, there was no alternative. They were left with no choice but to proceed. Fine, for your Secretary Li's sake, I shall comply. Zhang Guoqing, I agree. But if the money is not repaid in due time, do not blame me for reporting your family to the authorities. Then, it will not merely be 1,000. Lu Shangkong declared. All right, Guoqing, fetch some paper and a pen from inside. Zhang Guoqing instructed Zhang Guoqing, who promptly returned with the requested items. After Zhang Guoqing meticulously drafted the IOU, Li Qingshan added his name as a guarantor, and the note was handed to Lu Shangkong. Lu Shangkong, clutching the IOU, staggered away. After Li Qingshan exchanged a few words with Zhang Yushan and Li Tsuolan, he too departed. The courtyard of Zhang Yushan fell silent, with Zhang Yushan and Li Tsuolan wearing expressions of worry, sighing repeatedly. Zhang Guohua stood by, uncertain how to console his parents, feeling powerless to aid the family in this predicament. Father, perhaps I should consider working in the coal mine? Recently, they are seeking workers at the Fuping coal mine. Zhang Guohua seemed to have an epiphany as he spoke. Chapter 27. If you give me 500 yuan, I can generate more wealth. Coal mining, once again. It seems this elder brother can never escape the notion of coal mining throughout his life. Zhang Guoqing silently lamented the situation. What if this brother were to encounter the same misfortunes at the coal mine as in his previous life? Such an eventuality made it even more imperative to prevent him from going. Elder brother, do not even entertain the thought of coal mining. While the wages may be high, they come at the cost of one's life. I have already committed to repaying Lu Shangkong. This matter will undoubtedly be resolved by me. Now that Guang and Meng Jiao have not returned, let us discuss this amongst ourselves to avoid causing them undue worry and distraction from their studies. Guoqing, go fetch a few stools so we can sit down and talk. Zhang Guoqing instructed the others, then turned to Zhang Guoqing. Father, mother, I understand your intentions. It is indeed for the best that our second sister marries into the Lu family, as their financial standing is commendable. However, as you have witnessed, Lu Shangkong presents himself as rather irresponsible and lacks professionalism. My second sister has mentioned that he is uneducated and indolent. Presently, his family may be affluent, but I suspect that in a few years, he will squander it all. Thus, it is prudent for my sister not to marry him. Zhang Guoqing communicated to Zhang Yushan and Li Tsuolan. This perspective brought some comfort to them. Second sister, do not hold it against our parents. They only wish to spare you from hardship, which is why they contemplated such a decision. Since you do not wish to marry, the family will respect your wishes. The challenges we face are temporary, and 1,000 yuan is not an insurmountable hurdle. Zhang Guoqing encouraged his family. Third son, you speak wisely. Our parents lack resources. This burden falls upon your mother and me. Alas, we are growing old. Zhang Yushan sighed. Do not despair. You have devoted many years to the family. And we, your sons and daughters, are well aware of your sacrifices. Starting tomorrow, focus solely on managing the household, while we shall take charge of earning. Zhang Guoqing reassured Zhang Yushan and Li Tsuolan. Although Li Tsuolan had remained silent, Zhang Guoqing understood that she bore the greatest guilt. Nonetheless, under Zhang Guoqing's soothing words, her heart found some solace. Elder brother, You truly exhibited the spirit of a man today. Even our mother's guillotine has been brought forth by your actions. Ha ha. Zhang Guoqing praised Zhang Guohua, giving him a thumbs up. Brother, I can hardly articulate my thoughts. Upon hearing your call, I felt compelled to emerge, lest I be deemed a coward. While I can endure bullying myself, I cannot allow anyone to mistreat my father or younger brother, Zhang Guohua said, scratching his head with a simple sincerity. Brother, you must truly abandon the idea of coal mining, but allow me to inquire, do you still possess the skill of fishing? Zhang Guoqing suddenly asked Zhang Guohua. Fishing? Zhang Guohua thought he had misheard. Why the sudden interest in fishing? Indeed, fishing. Surely, you haven't lost that talent? Zhang Guoqing asserted confidently. Fishing is an innate skill, after all. It was I who taught you and the fourth brother how to fish. Although I have ventured into the river less frequently in recent years, my prowess remains intact. Zhang Guohua nodded in agreement. Very well. Without you, we would truly struggle. Look over there. The traps and nets I purchased. We shall head to the river tonight to set the traps and catch fish together with the fourth brother. Early the day after tomorrow, I have a truck heading to Beishan County, where I shall sell these catch. The prices in Sangmu town are unworthy. Beishan offers a fair price. We must nurture the catfish and yellow catfish we catch, while the white strips and bream we should bring back for mother to prepare with salt, and then dry and smoke with wood chips. All of this can be converted into money in Beishan County. The traps will also yield crayfish, which are disregarded in Sangmu, but are a sought-after delicacy in Beishan. I have inquired with several restaurants there that are willing to purchase them. The fish and shrimp from the Danshui River can indeed turn a profit. So keep this information to yourselves. Zhang Guoqing instructed his father, mother, Zhang Guohua, and sister-in-law Yuxiao. Third brother, is what you say truly credible? Zhang Yushan asked in disbelief, astonished that the crayfish, which were unwanted here, would be in such demand in Beishan. Father, while others may doubt, surely you must trust your own son, Zhang Guoqing replied earnestly. By the way, mother, how much of the 500 yuan that Lu Shankin brought over do you have left? Zhang Guoqing asked his mother, Li Tsuolan. The full 500 yuan remains untouched. We dared not touch that money. Your father and I plan to reserve half for your second sister's dowry, and save the remaining half for a few more years to help you find a wife, Li Tsuolan explained. That is splendid. Tomorrow, please hand that money over to me. It will provide the capital I need to undertake this venture more effectively, Zhang Guoqing stated to Li Tsuolan. However, your father. Li Tsuolan glanced at Zhang Yushan, hesitating. Rest assured, my dear parents, if this were in the past, your refusal would be justified. However, the circumstances have changed. I can make that 500 yuan multiply. Zhang Guoqing chuckled. Very well, my son, I trust you. Chuilan, please bring out the money. From now on, this household shall be managed by our third child. Zhang Yushan declared resolutely. No, father, you should continue to oversee the family affairs. We shall handle the earning, Zhang Guoqing replied. At 8:30 the day after tomorrow, my friend S truck will be waiting at the intersection of Zaiku. It's an east-wind truck, and we have yet to gather all the goods. Therefore, from this moment onward, the entire family must pitch in, including sister-in-law. You may need to make a trip back to your family home in the next couple of days, he stated to the family, then turned to Yuxiao, who was just beginning to show signs of pregnancy. Sister, if there's anything your sister-in-law can assist with, please let me know, Yuxiao, being a sensible person, inquired directly. Sister-in-law, if I recall correctly, your family hails from Nawantang village, correct? Zhang Guoqing asked. Indeed. From the lower field group of Nawantang, Yuxiao nodded in affirmation. That is excellent. Please request 100 yuan from your family tomorrow. Return to help me collect the eggs, just as we did this morning. 8 fun for the large ones, 6 fun for the smaller ones, but they must be fresh. We also need to ask Uncle Yu for assistance in notifying the neighboring villagers about the egg collection, Zhang Guoqing instructed Yuxiao. No problem. I'll speak to my father about it tomorrow, she replied. Let elder brother escort you to avoid any misunderstandings, lest they believe you are mistreated at your in-laws. Besides, it would ensure a more peaceful environment for the little one. Zhang Guoqing smiled at Zhang Guohua and Yuxiao. As for the eggs collected, they must be returned by tomorrow evening at the latest to avoid delaying the truck the day after, he added. Chapter 28, Divided Actions. Third brother. Are we no longer collecting eggs from our village? Second sister Zhang Hongyu inquired. Of course we are. Not only from our neighbors, but the entirety of Shaojing village. Zhang Guoqing replied. Before nightfall, we must send out announcements, so those wishing to sell eggs can come to our house for collection. This task falls to you, second sister. Rally your classmates to help spread the word. It will expedite the process, he suggested to Zhang Hongyu. Goodness, third brother. Are you implying that the entire 500 yuan will be used for egg collection? Zhang Yushan questioned. Father, at present, only eggs have a substantial market. While other items do exist, their sales remain modest. Tonight, you shall forego rest, as after dinner, you must accompany us with flashlights to the Dongshui River to catch fish. There is strength in numbers, and I fear that the fish and shrimp we gather may not find buyers in Beishan. Zhang Guoqing addressed his father, Zhang Yushan. All right, I shall heed your counsel, Zhang Yushan responded with a nod. Before long, Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Mengjiao returned from school. Dinner, prepared swiftly by Li Zuolan, was served early. The family chose not to inform the two scholars about their plans, but after the meal, everyone busied themselves. Zhang Guohua led the group, accompanied by his father Zhang Yushan and his two younger brothers, Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing, toward the Dongshui River. The distance between the placed traps was approximately 100 meters, as the density of fish and shrimp in the Dongshui River did not necessitate wider spacing. The bait used was still earthworms, as commercial baits had not yet gained popularity. The scent of earthworms was unrivaled. The dug-up earthworms were crushed and mixed with mud to create the most effective fish attractant, to be collected by morning. Once the traps were set, preparations to cast the nets began. Lowering the nets required entering the water. Although Zhang Yushan was a proficient swimmer, his age prompted Zhang Guoqing to prevent him from entering. Thus, Zhang Guohua and Zhang Guoqing proceeded, while Zhang Yushan followed Zhang Guoqing, splitting into two groups. One person remained on the shore while the other led the net into the river, and once in the middle, a stone was tied to prevent the net from being swept downstream. Within half an hour, several nets were swiftly deployed in the river's center. After finishing, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the group, armed with flashlights, made their way home. Unlike the traps, the nets required retrieval every hour, otherwise, larger fish might perish from prolonged entanglement, and bigger fish could easily break free. Thus, they would rest at home briefly before returning. Fortunately, the distance from the house to the river was merely a 10-minute walk, not far at all. With flashlights, they could also avoid the threats of venomous snakes and insects in the area. Having toiled through much of the night, they retrieved the nets 3 times, each time yielding a bountiful catch. 5 to 6 carp weighing around 7 to 8 pounds each, and several buckets filled with smaller fish weighing 1 to 2 pounds, likely totaling around 100 pounds. These fish needed to be cleaned and salted overnight, as they anticipated a further catch the next day, potentially amassing several hundred pounds of fish. Though the hour was late, Li Zuolan, along with Zhang Hongyu and Yu Xiu, joined the fish-cleaning efforts, even waking Zhang Guoqing from his slumber to assist. With the entire family engaged, the work progressed swiftly. The tasks of killing and salting the fish were completed in less than 2 hours, filling 3 large basins with salted fish. Zhang Guoqing urged his father Zhang Yushan, mother Li Zuolan, and elder brother Zhang Guohua, along with his sister-in-law, to retire to their rooms for rest, as they would need to rise early to attend to the traps. Guoqing, you should return to your room and rest for a while. We must rise with the rooster's call, as tomorrow morning, we are to accompany Sangu to Old Master Yuan's to fetch vegetables. We also need to carry these eggs along, as they will sell better when transported with the produce. With the household now enveloped in slumber, he spoke once more to Zhang Guoqing. Ah, Sangu, perhaps you should rest. I shall forego sleep, for I fear I may not awaken in the morning. Zhang Guoqing replied to Zhang Guoqing. You have toiled throughout the night. You are weary, so go and rest. I still have matters to attend to, and a brief nap will suffice for now. There are tasks you are not yet equipped to handle, but in time, you will learn. And then you can take over for Sangu, Zhang Guoqing assured him. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Sangu. With a yawn, Zhang Guoqing retreated to his room. After a day filled with ceaseless activity, claiming to be unweary would be disingenuous. Zhang Guoqing, too, felt the weight of fatigue. Yet he bore the burden, for without his efforts, the family would falter. Unable to afford a watch, he resolved to buy a clock instead. The inability to discern the passage of time was indeed disheartening. He intended to purchase one after selling the eggs and vegetables in town, lest delays ensue. At some point, Zhang Guoqing, drowsy, succumbed to slumber at the table. When he awoke, the rooster had yet to crow, and a veil of gray dawn lingered outside, suggesting it was around 6 o'clock. Guoqing, rise, we must get moving, Zhang Guoqing softly called, shaking Zhang Guoqing. To his surprise, the lad did not respond. With a sharp clap, he struck Zhang Guoqing's rear, prompting him to stir awake. After washing up, the two set off with the eggs towards Old Master Yuan's residence in Baihe village. Once they arrived and organized the vegetables at Yuan's home, Zhang Guoqing entrusted the eggs to Zhang Guoqing, who carried them while he pushed the cart laden with vegetables towards Sengma town. Upon reaching the department store, Zhang Guoqing sought out the proprietress of the electrical goods section. At this early hour, the store had just opened, and few customers had arrived. "Good morning, Aunt Zhang. I want to have time to deliver the eggs tomorrow, as I must head to Beishan with a delivery, so I've brought them to you today. You mentioned needing 10 pounds. Please have a look. The larger ones are here, and the smaller ones are over there. Feel free to choose." Zhang Guoqing courteously addressed the woman seated at the counter. "Oh, it's young Zhang. I was just thinking of searching for you. Had you not come today, I would have sought another egg supplier at the market. You are about to miss out on a significant business opportunity. My husband's friends from Beishan are visiting today, and they likely want to take several pounds of eggs back with them. Wait a moment. I'll go consult my husband and return shortly," the fashionable Aunt Zhang said before turning to call her husband from within the shop. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s was brought out. He had an average build, neither stout nor thin, with a square face that bore a hint of handsomeness. Undoubtedly, he was the owner of the electrical appliance store. "Xiao Zhang, this is my beloved husband, Qin Wenhai. You may address him as uncle. Wenhai, this is my cousin, Xiao Zhang from Xiaojing village. You mentioned you wanted to buy some eggs as gifts. How many would you like to purchase?" The fashionable aunt, Zhang Xuemei, paid special attention to the eloquent young man sharing her surname. "Uncle, you may take as many as you wish. If you buy more, I can give you a discount of 20 cents. No one deserves a discount more than family. Rest assured, these eggs are fresh, laid just in the past 2 or 3 days." Zhang Guoqing was not naive. He understood that the stylish Aunt Zhang was looking out for him, and climbing up the social ladder was certainly achievable. "Hee, Xiao Zhang, uncle doesn't mind the expense. Just charge me what it's worth." "Xuemei, they have come in a group of 5. 5 pounds of eggs for each person will suffice. You should also buy some for yourself, otherwise you'll have to wait until the market day, which is quite a hassle. Please weigh them. I will attend to the customers." At that moment, a customer entered the store, and after speaking to Zhang Guoqing and his wife, Qin Wenhai turned to greet the incoming patrons. With the unexpected addition of an aunt, Zhang Guoqing felt a warm glow in his heart. Chapter 29. Selling vegetables in Sengmu Town. Guoqing, help our aunt choose the eggs. Pick out the larger ones. "Thank you, Aunt Xuemei, for your kindness." Zhang Guoqing called to his cousin Zhang Guoqing to assist Aunt Zhang Xuemei in selecting eggs. As these were gifts, he deliberately chose a dozen red bags, lending a festive air to the occasion. In total, there were 6 bags of eggs, 5 weighing 5 pounds each and 1 weighing 10 pounds, summing up to 35 pounds. In front of Zhang Xuemei, Zhang Guoqing carefully weighed the eggs. Then, from the basket, he added 8 more to the 10-pound bag. "Aunt Xuemei, consider these extra eggs a gift for your younger siblings at home. They shall not count towards the payment. By the way, these are vegetables grown in our own garden. I will also bring you some for you and uncle to enjoy." Quickly, Zhang Guoqing retrieved a few varieties of vegetables from the bamboo basket, including green beans, carrots, and peppers, among others. "Oh dear, you are quite thoughtful. I will gladly accept these eggs you've given me, but I must pay for the vegetables. It wouldn't be right for your aunt to be called so without any compensation," Aunt Zhang Xuemei remarked. "All right, I will heed your wishes, Aunt Xuemei." The eggs total 35 pounds at a price of 160 per pound, which amounts to 56 yuan. As for the vegetables, if you insist on charging, I am fine with whatever you deem appropriate. They are homegrown and not worth much. There is no hurry for the payment. You can settle it later. This morning, you should focus on your business, and I will come back once I finish selling my vegetables." Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement, responding to Aunt Xuemei. At that moment, the owner of the agricultural machinery shop emerged from his store and greeted Zhang Xuemei. In the bustling department store, the most prosperous businesses are those selling clothing and home textiles. However, the most lucrative establishments belong to Qin Wenhai's appliance store and Lu Zhonghua's agricultural machinery shop. Qin Wenhai's store occupies 2 units, while Lu Zhonghua's shop takes up 3. The proprietors of these shops undoubtedly have some connections in Beishan or the city. For obtaining the rights to operate such agencies is no simple feat. "Ah, old Lu, you've arrived. Care to buy some vegetables? We have eggs too. These are freshly harvested from my family's garden," said Zhang Xuemei, assisting Zhang Guoqing in drumming up business, addressing the shopkeeper surnamed Lu. It was a fortuitous moment as Lu was just stepping out to make a purchase. All right, if you're my nephew, I shall buy a bit more. It's a hassle to make a trip to the market, the nearby shopkeeper remarked, acknowledging the goodwill. As more customers gathered, Zhang Guoqing's vegetable stall became surrounded by eager buyers. In a flurry, more than half of the produce was sold, leaving only a half basket of smaller eggs. Although the remaining vegetables were few, there were still around 10 pounds of eggs left. After setting aside a few dozen yuan for Zhang Xuemei, Zhang Guoqing found himself with nearly 90 yuan in hand. Currently, vegetables hold little value, with most sold at a discount. The real profit comes from the eggs. After pushing his cart around the shops of Sangma town, he managed to sell quite a bit more. With less than 10 pounds of eggs remaining, Zhang Guoqing arrived at Laozhou restaurant. This establishment is currently the only one in Sangmu town that can truly be called a restaurant, as it is capable of hosting banquets and boasts a commendable reputation. The proprietor, Zhou Fuxing, enjoys considerable connections in Sangma town. Known for his integrity and generosity, he is also adept in his culinary skills. Following the reform and opening up policies, he established the restaurant, which has flourished due to its excellent reputation over the years, turning it into a local landmark. At this time, it was still not quite 10 o'clock, and Laozhou restaurant was not yet busy. Boss Zhou, I brought some vegetables from home. Could you lend a hand with the sale? Zhang Guoqing called out as he handed his cart over to Zhang Guoqing and rushed to Zhou Fuxing. Zhou Fuxing glanced at the two brothers selling vegetables and approached them. Purchasing from the restaurant is typically about getting good value, and although Zhang Guoqing had nearly sold out, the remaining produce was still fresh, a fact Zhou Fuxing could easily discern. Young man, which village are you from? You two don't look very old, he inquired, displaying no airs of superiority. I hail from Shaojiang village, Li Chongqing. Do you know him? He is my uncle. We grow vegetables and raise chickens. And since we can't consume it all, I'm selling some to supplement our household income, Zhang Guoqing explained to Zhou Fuxing. At this moment, Zhang Yushan was certainly unknown to Zhou Fuxing. The honest and straightforward father had hardly any acquaintances beyond Shaojiang village. In contrast, mentioning Li Chongqing would undoubtedly be more effective. Oh, Secretary Li. I recognize him. He has dined at my place several times. We are quite familiar with each other. Youngster, if you speak of him, I must give your uncle some respect. And please, don't refer to me as boss. Simply call me Uncle Zhou. Yuanjun. Come here and select some vegetables. The radishes are quite good, and pick some cucumbers and eggplants too. However, these eggs are a bit small. Young man, how much do you sell your eggs for? Zhou Fuxing inquired of Zhang Guoqing. Uncle, these eggs are small since the hens have just started laying. If you want a lot, they are $1.80 per pound, with about a dozen in a pound. I sell others for 10 cents each. But it's more economical to buy by the pound, Zhang Guoqing explained to Zhou Fuxing. Indeed, they are small, but at this rate, it's still a good deal, Zhou Fuxing nodded, finding Zhang Guoqing's price quite reasonable. I'll take all these eggs, just weigh them. As for the vegetables, have your aunt choose a bit more, though I want to take them all. The total is 6 pounds 7 ounces. But I'll charge you for 6.5, coming to $11.70. We brothers have never sold vegetables. So just give us what you think is fair, Zhang Guoqing said as he weighed the remaining eggs and quickly calculated the total. All right, Uncle 1T take advantage of you. I'll charge you $5 for the vegetables. How does that sound? Including the eggs. That makes a total of $16.70. Here, I'll round it up to $17, Zhou Fuxing replied to Zhang Guoqing. Currently, vegetables are priced at merely 10 to 20 cents per pound in Sangmu town. Zhou Fuxing's offer was indeed fair, and he did not attempt to undercut the two young brothers simply because of their youth. Very well, uncle, since you insist, I 1T weigh the vegetables. I'll deliver them all to your shop. The surplus can be considered a gift from us brothers to you. Zhang Guoqing did not refuse Zhou Fuxing, but also did not wish to take advantage of him. The extra vegetables would ultimately serve little purpose if taken home, but gifting them to Zhou Fuxing would maintain goodwill and facilitate future interactions. Chapter 30. Purchasing a Shop, Part 1. That is settled then. From now on, I'll order eggs and vegetables from you. You can deliver them to my shop daily. If I'm not around, just ask for your aunt, Zhou Fuxing remarked, looking at Zhang Guoqing with newfound respect. Thank you so much, Uncle Zhou. Once I secure a shop in Sangmu town, I'll have my brother bring you the freshest vegetables every day, Zhang Guoqing replied, a smile illuminating his face. In business, one must sacrifice to gain. Not everything can be converted into money, but every item possesses its own value. Indeed, Young man, what business do you intend to pursue with the rented space? Do you have any specific requirements? Zhou Fuxing inquired, slightly perplexed upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's intention to lease a storefront. I plan to sell vegetables and eggs. We cultivate in abundance at home, and I have been selling them in Beishan. Our family is still in Shaojing village, where trucks have difficulty accessing. Thus, I aim to rent a shop in Sangma town to serve as a warehouse. I do not have many demands. Just a spacious area at a reasonable rent would suffice. Ideally, it should be near the road for easy loading of goods. After finishing the sale of his vegetables and eggs, Zhang Guoqing engaged in conversation with Zhou Fuxing. I had no idea your business had expanded to Beishan. I didn't even recognize you. Your requirements for the rental space seem modest. How about that shop over there? Zhou Fuxing gestured towards a vacant storefront diagonally across the road, directing his question at Zhang Guoqing. It's that large? Surely the rent must be expensive, uncle. Do you know? Zhang Guoqing asked Zhou Fuxing. The vacant storefront was indeed substantial. Setting aside the rent, its size was quite suitable for Zhang Guoqing. Just a couple of days prior, he would have hesitated to even consider renting a shop. However, with the recent 500 yuan in hand, his thoughts began to flow freely. This location was a crucial passage to Beishan County. If Old Wu's truck loaded goods from here, it could save at least 15 to 20 minutes. Zhang Guoqing desired it, yet he was uncertain about the rental price and thus refrained from revealing his eagerness. Why fret over the rent? In Sangma town, aside from the department store which charges around 1,000 yuan a year, other places can't demand much. Nephew, if you wish to rent, how about I offer it to you for 200 yuan a year? Zhou Fuxing chuckled, adding, if you prosper in the future, selling it back to you is also an option. This storefront had previously belonged to Zhou Fuxing when he operated a restaurant. After his business expanded, he purchased a larger plot nearby and constructed a 2-story building for his new establishment, which had been open for over a year. The old property had since become redundant. He initially intended to sell it, but found no interested buyers. Thus, it had been used as a storage area for various and used items over the past year. Now, with Zhang Guoqing's inquiry, it seemed like a fortuitous match. 200 yuan was already a considerable sum for an ordinary family, and Zhou Fuxing expressed some concern that Zhang Guoqing might decline his offer. After contemplating for a while, Zhang Guoqing finally formulated his subsequent plans. 200 yuan seems a bit steep, uncle. You know that constructing a similar storefront now costs around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. How about you sell me that shop for a fair price? What do you think? Zhang Guoqing said earnestly, looking at Zhou Fuxing. What did you just say? You want to buy my property? Zhou Fuxing was taken aback, astonished that the young man before him was considering purchasing his house. Dear nephew, while it is indeed possible to sell, how much are you willing to offer? Observing Zhang Guoqing's attire, he did not appear to be affluent. However, upon learning that he was conducting business in Beishan, it was certain that he was not financially lacking. Uncle, the house belongs to you. Please propose a price. If it is reasonable, we shall continue our negotiations. Unbeknownst to Zhang Guoqing, he had no clear notion of the house's worth. Thus, he passed the ball back to the owner, Zhou Fuxing. Now, Zhou Fuxing found himself in a quandary. If he set a high price, he feared it would deter the young man. Yet if he offered it too cheaply, he would feel it unjust. Currently, a red brick house could be constructed for less than 1,500. His old house, a mere earthen brick structure, had 2 red brick extensions built later. If he were to construct an earthen brick house now, it would cost less than 1,000. By this calculation, the house's cost would amount to only 4,000. The crux of the matter lay in the land. At this time, land was hardly valuable. After the house was built, there remained a considerable expanse of unutilized land, equivalent to the size of 2 basketball courts if paved. Let us go to the shop and sit. It is already noon. We can discuss this while we eat. We cannot finalize this all at once. Zhou Fuxing urged Zhang Guoqing and his brother Zhang Guoqing as they walked towards the shop, conversing along the way. After instructing his apprentice to prepare 3 dishes, he took a seat. Zhou Fuxing's new house had been constructed for over a year, and the 2-story building had indeed cost him a substantial sum. He had calculated that it amounted to nearly 40,000 to 50,000 in total expenditure. While it was true that his restaurant had been profitable over the years, the earnings were not particularly significant. Since opening the business in 1983, he had managed to become a household with 10,000 in assets within 7 years, which was quite an achievement. Yet, he still owed over 10,000 for the construction of his new home. If the business continued to thrive, he could pay off the debt in a few years. However, The complication arose with his creditors. His elderly family member was ill and required treatment in the provincial capital. This often led to his creditors pressing for repayment. Yet Zhou Fuxing, known for his amiable nature, had not faced harsh words from them. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of urgency. With others in need of funds for medical expenses, it was not right to delay. Thus, he spread the word about selling his old shop. By a stroke of luck, he encountered Zhang Guoqing that day. Although the words of a mere teenager would typically not weigh heavily on Zhou Fuxing, there was an inexplicable depth in Zhang Guoqing's manner that intrigued him. "How does 5,000 sound to you, nephew?" After conferring with his wife, Zhou Fuxing approached Zhang Guoqing. "Uncle, I do not intend to undervalue your property. I believe you spent 5,000 or 6,000 on its construction. However, consider that the house has aged considerably over the years. Should I proceed with the purchase, I would need to undertake renovations. The earthen brick house would need to be demolished and rebuilt, which would require a significant financial investment," Zhang Guoqing candidly explained to Zhou Fuxing. "What a jest. Zhang Guoqing merely wishes to negotiate the price. He need not voice his intentions outright. The crux of the matter has been revealed. It remains to be seen how Zhou Fuxing will respond. My dear nephew, your argument holds merit. Though the property may be somewhat aged, its location is indeed advantageous. Situated right by the roadside, should the asphalt road be completed in a couple of years, your business will surely flourish." Until Zhou Fuxing reaches a conclusion, he is reluctant to concede. Zhang Guoqing is astute, and Zhou Fuxing is no fool either. "While you mention weaknesses, I shall highlight strengths. Frankly speaking, the location of this property is beyond reproach." Chapter 31. Purchasing Commercial Property, Part 2. Commerce is a matter of mutual consent. Upon encountering Zhou Fuxing's steadfastness, Zhang Guoqing is disinclined to prolong the negotiation. "Uncle, even if the deal does not materialize, our relationship remains intact. The location of your property is indeed acceptable, though the price is slightly inflated. How about you propose a figure, a fixed price, and should we agree, I will promptly deposit some earnest money and draft a note. If that does not suffice, I shall seek alternatives elsewhere. You treated my brother and me to a meal. Next time, I shall bring you an abundance of dishes," Zhang Guoqing stated, wiping his mouth with satisfaction before rising. Noticing his brother's movement, Zhang Guoqing set down his chopsticks. Prior to the meal, Zhang Guoqing had instructed them to focus solely on eating, without questions or distractions. "Nephew, were it not for my urgent need for funds, I would not consider selling this shop. Let us negotiate. I shall not demand 4,000. If you offer 3,008, the property shall be yours. What do you say?" Zhou Fuxing seemingly made a significant concession, gritting his teeth as he addressed Zhang Guoqing. "Very well, uncle, I too shall propose a price. If you find it agreeable, within a month, we shall settle both the payment and the property deed. How does that sound?" Zhang Guoqing replied. "Agreed, my nephew. If it is suitable, then we are at peace," Zhou Fuxing nodded. 3,280. What say you? There are still several thousand needed for renovations. The matters are quite numerous. Zhang Guoqing feigned difficulty in his response. "Oh dear nephew, your bargaining is rather aggressive. Could you not offer a bit more? How about 3,580? Zhou Fuxing retreated slightly in his counter to Zhang Guoqing. "Really? You propose 3,280 and inquire my thoughts." I find it decidedly unappealing, yet Zhou Fuxing could not voice this directly. The price of 3,580 was already his final offer. If an agreement could not be reached, further discussions seemed unnecessary. "Very well, Uncle Zhou, if you insist, I find it rather difficult to negotiate further. Today, I do not possess the full sum. I can provide a tenth as a deposit. What do you think? After a month, you can bring the necessary documents, and we shall visit the Land Bureau and the Sangmu community to finalize the transfer. At that time, we will exchange payment for documentation, agreed?" Zhang Guoqing proposed. "Nephew, could we not expedite this? To be candid, I urgently need the money to settle debts. Were it not for someone else's pressing medical needs, I would not be so keen to sell. 20 days, then? You may give me a total of 3,005, and I shall forego the 80. Zhou Fuxing explained. Had it not been for the urgency of repaying his debts, he would not have been willing to part with the house even for 5,000 yuan. "Uncle, if that is the case, then 20 days it shall be. The 3,580 you mentioned will remain unchanged, not a single cent less," Zhang Guoqing said to Zhou Fuxing. "You are a man of your word. Although I may be young, I do not wish to be the one who takes advantage of another's misfortune." After saying this, Zhang Guoqing pulled out a substantial amount of cash from his pocket. which was the 500 yuan given to him by Li Zuolan the previous day. He handed 100 yuan to Yu Xiu, leaving him with 400. He earned 138 yuan from selling eggs at the department store and an additional 27.50 from selling side dishes. Thus, Zhang Guoqing had earned nearly 70 or 80 yuan that day. Although he felt it was somewhat inadequate, it was still a considerable sum. A mason could earn only about 200 yuan in a month without rest, while Zhang Guoqing's half-day of work equaled 10 days of the mason's labor. After counting out 380 yuan from his bag, he handed it to Zhou Fuxing. "Uncle, please verify the amount. It totals 380. The remainder will be settled in full after 20 days. Kindly prepare a receipt for me to take back," Zhang Guoqing instructed Zhou Fuxing. "Just ensure you've counted it correctly. Your integrity is evident, my dear nephew. Guoqing, you are destined for great things and are quite reliable," Zhou Fuxing remarked as he retrieved a ledger, tore out a page, and wrote a receipt, handing it to Zhang Guoqing. "By the way, uncle, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you." Zhang Guoqing placed the receipt into his coat pocket and addressed Zhou Fuxing. "Speak freely, Guoqing. Your assistance has been invaluable to me this time," Zhou Fuxing replied. "Since I have decided to purchase the house, may I begin using it in the meantime? I would like to move my belongings in a few days to avoid unnecessary trips," Zhang Guoqing suggested. "That is certainly no problem. I will have your aunt bring over the keys, and you can start moving your things today. Feel free to keep anything useful inside. And for what you do not need, simply call someone to take it away," Zhou Fuxing responded. "Yuan Zhen, go fetch the keys to our old house and give them to Guoqing." After agreeing to Zhang Guoqing's request, Zhou Fuxing turned to his wife, He Yuan Zhen. Soon, He Yuan Zhen returned with the keys and handed them to Zhang Guoqing. "Thank you, aunt. Once we become neighbors, I will certainly rely on your assistance," Zhang Guoqing expressed with a smile. "Little Zhang, just ask, and your aunt and uncle will certainly help in any way we can," He Yuan Zhen assured him before turning back to the kitchen to assist. Now, Zhou Fuxing needed to get busy, and Zhang Guoqing stood up to take his leave with Zhang Guoqing. "Third brother, have you lost your mind? Where will you procure 3 or 4,000 yuan? Are you trying to deceive me? Moreover, that scoundrel Lu Shankin still owes him 1,000 yuan. Zhang Guoqing impatiently inquired as they exited the Zhou family restaurant and turned the corner. "Do not panic, fourth brother. Third brother has a plan," Zhang Guoqing assured Zhang Guoqing. "Once we return home, let us keep the matter of the shop to ourselves, including from our family. When I secure the shop, it shall be a delightful surprise for them." "A surprise? More akin to a shock, I would say," Zhang Guoqing thought, feeling a mix of apprehension and excitement, as third brother's boundless imagination often left him on edge. However, recalling the day's sales of vegetables and eggs bolstered his confidence. In less than a day, they had earned nearly 80 yuan, a pure profit after deducting the initial investment. By the time they returned home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. As they entered the house, their presence startled their two brothers. "Eldest brother, have you fished the entire Danshui River? Why so many crayfish?" Zhang Guoqing exclaimed upon seeing 5 or 6 bamboo baskets teeming with crayfish, each likely containing 10 to 20 pounds. Zhang Guoqing felt a surge of joy. It was evident that eldest brother's efforts had yielded immediate results. The courtyard displayed 4 or 5 bamboo poles, each adorned with approximately 100 fish of varying sizes. The larger fish had been chopped into pieces, while the smaller ones were left whole for drying. A bamboo mat lay on the ground, covered with an assortment of small fish, including white strips, horse mackerel, and several types of river fish. Truly, eldest brother's prowess meant that soon the fish from Danshui River would be associated with the Zhang family. "Bravo!" Zhang Guoqing praised his older brother, Zhang Guohua. Chapter 32. The Chicken Farm? Third and fourth sons. "You have returned. How were the egg sales?" Zhang Yushan inquired as he assisted Zhang Guohua in gathering the escaping crayfish. "All sold out, not a single one left." "Father, how many eggs did we collect today? Has sister-in-law returned yet?" Zhang Guoqing asked his father, Zhang Yushan. "Your sister-in-law has yet to return. Let your elder brother fetch her." "Today, we received a substantial delivery of eggs, likely over 1,000, Zhang Yushan replied with a smile. "Currently, about 70 to 80% of the eggs in our village are sent to our home. Since Lu Shankang's incident, not only had no one dared to gossip behind Zhang Yushan's back, but many had also sought to befriend him. This illustrates how realistic people can be. If one is strong, others will respect them. If one appears weak, others will seek to assert their superiority." Following this event, the reputations of Zhang Guohua, and Zhang Guoqing began to flourish within Shaojing village. Zhang Yushan, who had lived an honest life for most of his years, found that his sons were all remarkably fierce. 1,000 eggs is no small amount. That would weigh around 100 pounds. Based on the calculation of 1,000 eggs, they would yield approximately 80 yuan. Assuming 9 to 10 eggs per pound, it would exceed 100 pounds. Once delivered to Beishan, they could easily sell for 180 yuan, netting a profit of over 100 yuan, and this is merely from the eggs collected in Shaojing village. During dinner, when the elder brother fetched Yuxiu, the two sides of eggs came together, and it was estimated that a modest profit of around 200 yuan would not be an issue. The key point, however, was that this main event was not merely about the eggs. As the sun began to set, Li Zuolan returned from outside with Zhang Hongyu, carrying 2 bamboo baskets on their backs, likely containing around 20 pounds of eggs. Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing promptly rose to assist their mother and second sister in unloading the baskets. Sanyazi, why have you returned so early? Have the dozens of pounds of eggs sold out so quickly? Li Zuolan inquired of Zhang Guoqing after lightening her load. Mother, you cannot imagine how impressive Sangu is. In just one morning, he sold all the eggs and vegetables. After lunch, we even made a trip to Baihe village and told Uncle Yuan to prepare more vegetables for tomorrow. Zhang Guoqing excitedly recounted to his mother and sister. Mother, this is just the beginning. Tomorrow will be the main event. I have arranged to meet a friend early at the fork by the small river. Thus, our entire family must mobilize at dawn to deliver all our goods to Beishan, except for the cured fish, Zhang Guoqing informed Li Zuolan. All right, I will help you and your sister prepare dinner early. Everyone should have an early meal tonight and rise early tomorrow, Li Zuolan said before heading into the kitchen with her sister, Zhang Hongyu, to prepare the meal. The schoolchildren returned home as well. The elder brother, Zhang Guohua, placed the fish basket inside and then set out to fetch people from Yuxiu's family. Just before nightfall, he successfully brought Yuxiu and the eggs back. And fortunately, Zhang Guohua was strong. Otherwise, carrying such a heavy load of eggs over 7 to 8 li would have been quite a challenge. Sister-in-law, you worked hard today? Zhang Guoqing remarked to Yuxiu. It's all in service to the family. There's no distinction between hard work and ease. Third brother, let me tell you. The eggs from Nawantang are priced at only 7 fun each for the large ones, and I only offered 5 fun for the smaller ones. Everyone is eager to come to me for collection, and I managed to deplete that 100 yuan before sunset. Yuxiu responded to Zhang Guoqing. Yuxiu's parents were rather sensible people. When the in-laws required assistance, all 3 sons would gather to help their elder sister collect information on egg procurement. By 1990, it was common for most households to keep a few chickens, not for any grand purpose, but merely to earn a little pocket money for small household expenses, such as buying salt and vinegar. Nitantang village, being close to the mountains, found it relatively easy to raise chickens, provided the wild beasts did not come to steal them. Hence, some families kept more chickens. More chickens meant more eggs. If they could not be sold, they would have to be consumed by the family. The egg traders recognized the opportunity and thus kept the prices low, only willing to pay 6 fun each, with Yuxiu offering 7 fun. It was no wonder that everyone seeking to exchange money flocked to her, nearly wearing down the threshold of the Yu household. As the family gathered around the table for dinner, although the meal was still sweet potato rice, the dishes had greatly improved. There were fish and shrimp, and Li Zuolan had also prepared over 10 fried eggs. After dinner, Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by a few brothers, began to tally the goods for the following day. After weighing the total, they found there were 236 pounds of eggs, 172 pounds of lobsters, and over 10 pounds of catfish and yellow river fish. The remaining miscellaneous fish were all dried, and this time they decided against taking them to Beishan for sale. Fortunately, they had caught 6 soft-shelled turtles in the trap, weighing between 5 to 6 pounds for the larger ones and over 3 pounds for the smaller. These turtles are currently quite sought after, fetching at least 8 to 9 yuan per pound in Beishan, significantly more than the price of meat. Zhang Guoqing suggested that they should keep one for Yuxiu and Meng Jiao to nourish their bodies, as one is the smallest and the other is pregnant, both in need of supplementation. At this time, killing a chicken for nourishment would be somewhat extravagant. However, having these turtles is far superior to chicken. There were also some loaches and eels, but Zhang Guoqing did not plan to sell them all at once. He intended to gather them together and sell them later when there were more, as the price would be easier to negotiate. Currently, loaches and eels could still fetch meat prices, and with only 7 or 8 pounds, he decided to find an unused water tank to keep them for the time being. Dad, I'll go borrow a cart from Uncle Qingshan later, and tomorrow we can take it without worry. The plan for tomorrow is for my brother to go fishing for shrimp at Dongshui River as usual. Dad, you will accompany me and Guoqing to deliver the goods. After we finish, we need to head to Beishan, and you can push the cart back to Uncle Qingshan, Zhang Guoqing said to his father, Zhang Yushan. All right, I will go with you to deliver the goods tomorrow. Zhang Yushan nodded in agreement with Zhang Guoqing's arrangements. Mother, starting tomorrow, we can spread the word to the surrounding 3 or 4 villages that our family is buying eggs. And anyone with eggs can bring them to our home for immediate payment. Not only chicken eggs, but also duck and goose eggs are welcome. Selling goods in Beishan cannot rely solely on this one time. For long-term sales, a stable supply is crucial. Brother, once this is done, we should build a chicken farm behind the house to raise more chickens. This could be a profitable venture, Zhang Guoqing said to Li Zuolan, and then seemed to recall something, addressing Zhang Guohua. A chicken farm? Zhang Guohua paused, looking at Zhang Guoqing with curiosity. It was something he had never dared to imagine before, yet now it was casually mentioned by Zhang Guoqing. Chapter 33. Entering Beishan County town again after arranging everything. Zhang Guoqing took 10 eggs from the basket, placed them in a bag, and headed to borrow a cart from Li Qingshan. At this time, both the cart and the unicycle were considered common tools, as the rural roads were narrow, making these transportation methods more flexible and useful. After borrowing the cart, it was parked in Zhang Yushan's yard, and by then, night had already fallen. The next morning, the crowing of the roosters served as a wake-up call for the entire family. As dawn broke, the eastern sky revealed a pale light, probably around 6 o'clock. Li Zuolan was the first to rise, mixing flour to make egg pancakes and cooking porridge in the kitchen. After having breakfast, the brothers meticulously counted the goods destined for Beishan and neatly arranged them on the cart. Once secured with straps, they pushed it out of the courtyard. The agreed meeting point was at a T-junction heading north from Sangmu town towards Beishan County, known as Xiakaku, due to a small river nearby. To the west of the junction lay the direction of Sangmu town, while to the east was the route to Beishan city. The southern path led to Sushi village, followed by Shaojiang village, making it a shorter distance compared to Sangmu town, requiring minimal time. When Zhang Guoqing, Zhang Guoqing, and their father Zhang Yushan arrived with the cart, Uncle Yuan from Baihe village was already waiting there with a young man. Alongside them were 2 carts filled with vegetables, a prior arrangement made by Zhang Guoqing with Uncle Yuan. The young man, a relative of Uncle Yuan and of similar age to Zhang Guohua, had been hired for $1 to assist with the vegetable delivery, a sum provided by Zhang Guoqing. Uncle Wu had yet to arrive, so the group engaged in idle chatter. After nearly an hour, a Dongfeng truck leisurely approached from the direction of Sangmu town, undoubtedly heralding Uncle Wu's arrival. Xiaozhong, with so many vegetables, your business is thriving, he joked as he helped open the truck's rear, beckoning them to load the produce while bantering with Zhang Guoqing. Uncle Wu, I appreciate your assistance in this matter. It's merely a small venture, not worth much, Zhang Guoqing replied to the driver. Zhang Guoqing climbed into the truck and, alongside Uncle Wu, spread out a waterproof oilcloth to keep the cargo clean. His mention of a car wash fee was merely a pretext. Indeed, Guoqing, you are quite particular. Uncle Wu praised him generously as they laid out the oilcloth. Soon, baskets of vegetables, eggs, and seafood were swiftly loaded onto the truck, and within 15 minutes, everything was securely stowed. Zhang Guoqing sat at the back, vigilantly ensuring that the eggs remained intact and the seafood didn't spill during the journey to Beishan City, where they planned to sell their goods at the agricultural market. After approximately an hour and a half, the Dongfeng truck came to a steady halt at the Beishan agricultural market. The 3 of them promptly began unloading. Though unloading was less strenuous than loading, with fewer hands, it felt more laborious. After half an hour, the unloading process concluded, and Zhang Guoqing felt relieved that Uncle Wu's time was not wasted. Uncle Wu, I apologize for the trouble. Please take this money, and consider the extra $2 as payment for your help with the unloading. Zhang Guoqing retrieved a substantial sum from his pocket and handed it to the driver, Old Wu, expressing his gratitude. All right, will you return to Sangmu town tonight? If so, I'll wait for you 2 brothers. This time, Old Wu did not decline, folding the money and tucking it into his trousers before inquiring further. Yes, I will. Tonight, I invite you to dine with my brother, Wenming. Just wait for me at Beishan Square, Zhang Guoqing assured him. The vehicle started and gradually departed from the agricultural market. Zhang Guoqing made 2 trips to deliver eggs to Boss Zhao. The total was 2 baskets, weighing 236 pounds. This was a matter of precise measurement. The purchase price was $1.90 per pound, amounting to a total of 448. 4 yuan. Recently, the news of Zhang Guoqing's bravery had spread throughout the market, earning him Boss Zhao's respect. Consequently, Zhao merely glanced at the eggs before promptly counting out the cash for him. To Zhang Guoqing's delight, he received several large bills. After expressing his thanks, he placed the money into the pocket of his inner garment, which he had requested Li Tsolan to sew for him the previous night. What remained were only the fish, shrimp, and a few vegetables. The vegetables were of little worth, but the old turtle and 2 buckets of river fish held value. Zhang Guoqing intended to deliver the food to the restaurant on Pailu Street, as even if someone at the agricultural market bought them, the profit would be minimal. Exiting the market, he encountered a row of tricycles waiting to transport goods. These tricycles, modified from 3-wheeled vehicles, featured an exceptionally large cargo box for convenience. "Master, how much do you earn in a day hauling goods?" Zhang Guoqing inquired of an honest-looking gentleman. "Just enough to get by. I hardly make much, maybe 10 yuan at most in a day, generally around 5 or 6, the driver replied. "What about you, young man? Do you have goods to transport? Where do you need to go?" Making that much is not too shabby. In a regular job, earning 50 or 60 yuan a month is typical. Exceeding 100 is considered good. So, with a tricycle earning over 10 yuan daily, after fuel expenses, the monthly income is still quite respectable. Zhang Guoqing asked, "How much to Pailu Street?" 2 yuan and 50 cents. How does that sound? The tricycle driver offered. "That's not too steep. I would like to propose a deal. I'd like to rent your tricycle for half a day, until 5 in the afternoon, for 8 yuan. What do you think?" Zhang Guoqing proposed. "That sounds splendid. No problem at all. Where are your goods? I'll help you load them," the tricycle driver said, his heart soaring at the thought of earning 8 yuan for less than half a day's work. Soon, the tricycle started, stopping at the location where Zhang Guoqing's companions awaited. The 3 swiftly began loading the goods. In less than 10 minutes, the tricycle was on its way, carrying vegetables and fish toward Pailu Street. It was still before 10 o'clock, the sun was not yet scorching, and thanks to Elder Yuan's generous sprinkling of water over the vegetables, they remained remarkably fresh. The fish in the basin have begun to suffer from a lack of oxygen, with a few starting to swim belly up. Thus, it is imperative to sell these quickly. Chapter 34. The Major Client, Meng Fanjun. Part 1. Pailu Village is located not far from the Beishan Agricultural Market, about a 20-minute walk, with a tricycle for delivery. The journey is expedited to under 10 minutes, transporting 2 individuals along with the goods to Pailu Street. At the intersection stands a large restaurant with 6 empty storefronts, known as Beishan Restaurant. At this moment, Beishan Restaurant is the largest establishment in Beishan County. During the turn of the millennium, the owner, Meng Fanjun, rented the entire 6-story building, renaming it Beishan Hotel. This establishment, which integrated dining, entertainment, and accommodation, ranked among the best in the county during those years, yielding substantial profits. Zhang Guoqing instructed Zhang Guoqing and the tricycle to wait outside, while he entered alone. "Hello, may I ask if the owner is available?" He politely inquired of a young lady at the front desk. "Hello, may I ask what you need from our owner?" She responded, "I have come from Sengma Town, where my family cultivates a variety of vegetables. I would like to inquire if your restaurant is interested in purchasing some," Zhang Guoqing explained. "I will inform the kitchen and let you know shortly," the receptionist replied before heading to the back. It is no wonder this restaurant has flourished. Even the staff possesses such grace and professionalism. Shortly after, a gentleman in a white chef's hat emerged from the kitchen. This was the owner Zhang Guoqing was seeking, Meng Fanjun. At this time, Meng was still overseeing the kitchen operations himself, while his wife managed the front. He personally decided on what vegetables and ingredients to procure. "Good day. I am from Sengma Town. My family has grown some vegetables, and I would like to know if you have any needs, along with some freshwater delicacies, such as fish, shrimp, and soft-shelled turtles," Zhang Guoqing stated to Meng Fanjun. "Freshwater delicacies? Young man, you have those for sale?" Meng Fanjun's interest was piqued at the mention of fish, shrimp, and turtles, despite his initial indifference to the vegetables. Currently, the restaurant's best sellers included wild delicacies, such as stewed mushrooms with free-range chicken and braised soft-shelled turtle. However, the turtles in Beishan were typically sourced from outside, often claimed to be wild, but Meng Fanjun knew otherwise. The texture and quality differed significantly. Moreover, in recent years, a market for crayfish had begun to emerge in Beishan. Due to slow information flow, Local crayfish had yet to be offered for sale, resulting in most being shipped from Hubei, high in cost and prone to mortality. While a dead fish could still be salvaged if it hadn't spoiled, a dead shrimp was inedible and toxic. The proprietor has some goods. You may come and examine them with me. If they meet your approval, we shall discuss further. If not, I shall seek alternatives elsewhere. Zhang Guoqing nodded and gestured toward the tricycle outside in response. Very well, let us proceed to take a look. Lu Erzwang, hasten to prepare the dishes ordered for noon. Our guests will arrive in about an hour. Master, please step outside for a moment. After calling out to the kitchen, Meng Fanjun followed Zhang Guoqing out of the restaurant. The tricycle bore over 10 baskets of vegetables, 2 large barrels of fish, a net bag containing turtles, and 5 baskets of lobsters. This was indeed a larger tricycle. Otherwise, it would have struggled to accommodate such a load. Are these turtles caught from the river? Meng Fanjun inquired, pointing to the net bag. Indeed, my brother and I set traps in the river, and they must have entered while seeking fish and shrimp. A few traps were even damaged in the process, Zhang Guoqing replied. Young man, your fish appears quite fresh, and the shrimp looks good as well. What are your prices? Meng Fanjun casually asked, inspecting the large barrels of fish and the bamboo baskets of lobsters. Boss, I have inquired at the agricultural market. River fish are generally sold at 3 yuan and 50 cents per kilogram. If you choose to take all, I can offer you a discount since they were caught by us, incurring minimal cost. I can settle at 3 yuan. Does that sound agreeable? As for the lobsters, I checked as well. They sell for 1 yuan and 30 cents per kilogram, but their quality is inferior. If you take all of mine, I can offer them at 1 yuan and 50 cents per kilogram. Although my price may appear slightly high, consider the size and freshness. They were caught just yesterday and are quite resilient. Your culinary skills are renowned in Beishan. Once you prepare them, they will undoubtedly be appealing and, coupled with your exceptional flavor, sure to be a hit. While presenting his wares, Zhang Guoqing did not hesitate to flatter Meng Fanjun, who indeed had garnered a reputation for his culinary prowess in Beishan County, attracting many patrons eager to dine at his establishment. The Beishan restaurant was unparalleled in its business aside from the county's reception center. Tell me, young man, what is your name? You do not strike me as the son of a farmer. Rather, you seem to belong to a family engaged in substantial trade. Few deliverymen possess your eloquence, and I find you rather likable. Flattered by Zhang Guoqing's compliments, Meng Fanjun took his time before purchasing the vegetables and instead inquired about Zhang Guoqing's name. Boss, I am indeed the son of a farmer. Look at my attire. Can you picture a merchant's child dressed as I am? My name is Zhang Guoqing, 18 years old, from Sengma Town. What do you think of the vegetables? If they suit your needs, I shall weigh them for you in the kitchen. Zhang Guoqing was relentless in his focus on selling, yet it was understandable. The live river fish awaited their fate, and should the Beishan restaurant decline, he would need to rush to find another buyer. The price is reasonable, neither exorbitant nor overly cheap. Xiaozhong, consider this. Do you wish to engage in a single transaction, or do you aspire to cultivate a long-term business relationship? If it is merely a one-time deal, I shall adhere to your pricing. However, should you desire to establish a sustained partnership, I would appreciate a slight discount of a few cents on each item, ensuring a regular supply from you. What do you think? Meng Fanjun inquired, gazing at Zhang Guoqing. Very well, you are a straightforward individual. If you intend to pursue this long-term, I shall accept your proposed price. How about this old soft-shelled turtle? Without hesitation, Zhang Guoqing responded, promptly asking Meng Fanjun. Of course. Why would I refuse? What price can you offer for the old turtle? Meng Fanjun queried. The farm market sells it for 6 yuan and 50 cents per pound, being of the cultivated variety. My father asserts that the wild ones must sell for at least 15 yuan. Since you are purchasing such a quantity of vegetables, along with fish and shrimp, I will charge you around 10 yuan per pound. Does that seem unreasonable? Zhang Guoqing stated. Meng Fanjun had indeed inquired about the prices of the old turtles sold at the Beishan agricultural market, which confirmed that the cultivated ones were priced at 6 to 7 yuan per pound. It is reasonable for wild ones to fetch over 10 yuan. Yet the market is fraught with scarcity. Many wish to buy, but find it elusive. This time, Meng Fanjun refrained from haggling. These large turtles would undoubtedly sell well in his restaurant. Moreover, since the establishment sells by weight, the wild ones priced at 38 yuan per pound would still yield a profit. Patrons seldom question the prices. As long as the dishes are exquisite, they are willing to pay whatever it takes. A single meal can equate to a family's annual income, a common occurrence at the Beishan restaurant. Ultimately, The two reached an amicable agreement for their inaugural collaboration and purchase. Zhang Guoqing summoned the tricycle driver and Zhang Guoqing to assist in transporting the goods to the kitchen. Such a large establishment has its own protocols. Upon arrival, the vegetables must be weighed again to ensure that the sellers do not shortchange them. The lobsters, having lost some moisture, weighed only 165 pounds after being shelled. The 5 turtles totaled 21 pounds and 7 ounces. The river fish amassed 24 pounds and 3 ounces, and even the side dishes filled 4 baskets, totaling over 150 pounds. This marked Zhang Guoqing's first significant business venture. After weighing the items in the kitchen, he accompanied Meng Fanjun to the front desk for payment. Upon calculating the total, it amounted to 598 yuan and 6 cents. Meng Fanjun's wife, Lu Xiaolan, counted out 598 yuan for Zhang Guoqing from behind the counter, which included 2 100 yuan bills. At this time, the 100 yuan notes had only been in circulation for a couple of years, thus transactions predominantly involved 10 yuan bills, stacked in small bundles. Holding nearly 600 yuan in his hands felt substantial, equivalent to several years of savings for a family. After counting the money, Zhang Guoqing tucked it into his breast pocket. Thank you, Mr. Meng and Mrs. Meng, for your kindness. In 2 or 3 days, I will return to deliver fresh fish, shrimp, and vegetables. Zhang Guoqing expressed his gratitude to the Meng couple. Greetings, thank you, but I must extend my gratitude to you as well. Not only have I saved money, but I have also conserved a considerable amount of time. From now on, let us regard ourselves as partners. There is no need for formalities. My surname is Meng, and you may call me Meng Fanjun. My wife, Lu Xiaolan, is likely of the same age as your parents, so addressing us as uncle and aunt will suffice. Meng Fanjun remarked to Zhang Guoqing, this business is mutually beneficial. Thus, if profits are made, no thanks are necessary. Gratitude is owed to oneself. Ah, uncle, aunt, I am honored, Zhang Guoqing quickly replied. By the way, Guoqing, may I ask if you could leave these baskets with me? You can swap them out the next time you deliver vegetables. What do you think? I do not have enough baskets to store everything in my kitchen. Meng Fanjun inquired. That is not an issue. I will leave the baskets with you and return in about 3 days to exchange them. I still have plenty of vegetables left, so I will head out to sell them. I must return to Sangma town by evening. Uncle, aunt, I must take my leave, Zhang Guoqing said before bidding farewell to Meng Fanjun and departing from Beishan restaurant. Brother, how did it go? How much did you sell? Zhang Guoqing asked as he saw Zhang Guoqing approaching. Not much, just a few dozen yuan. The vegetables aren't worth much. Zhang Guoqing replied with a subtle glance at Zhang Guoqing. Oh, that is all right then. What should we do with the remaining 10 baskets of vegetables? Zhang Guoqing understood the hint and swiftly changed the subject. There's no rush. Driver, would you kindly check ahead? I cannot sell all these vegetables here and will need to visit several places. Zhang Guoqing instructed the tricycle driver. It was still before noon, and Zhang Guoqing hoped to sell the vegetables quickly. Before long, the tricycle roared to life, making its way into the bustling Paijiao Street, which was home to numerous restaurants, albeit most of them smaller than Beishan restaurant. With Beishan now procuring vegetables from him, promoting to these smaller establishments would undoubtedly be less cumbersome. By 1:30, all the vegetables had been sold, leaving only 10 baskets and the 2 Zhang brothers on the tricycle. Driver, I appreciate your hard work today. The vegetables have mostly sold. Please keep the earnings. However, I still need you to take me to Jinan Street near Beishan Mall, if that is agreeable. After all, it is not yet 5 o'clock. Zhang Guoqing said, presenting a few 1 and 2 yuan notes totaling 8 yuan to the driver. Certainly, that will not be a problem. I am familiar with Beishan Mall, and it is not far from here. Thank you, young man. The tricycle driver courteously accepted the money. This was indeed a fortunate arrangement. Reaching Beishan Mall by 2 o'clock was an hour earlier than the originally agreed time, leaving the possibility of making additional trips if luck was on their side. The tricycle, devoid of cargo, sped along quickly as the driver pressed the accelerator towards Beishan Mall. In less than 15 minutes, Zhang Guoqing arrived at the entrance of Fuyuan restaurant with Zhang Guoqing. Boss, are you still open for business? Zhang Guoqing called to the proprietor, who was dozing off inside. Ah, it's you, young man. Why haven't you had your meal at this hour? The owner, roused from his short slumber, recognized him and greeted him warmly. I just delivered some vegetables on Paifang Street, and I finished just now. I enjoyed my last meal here. The food was delicious and generous in portion. So, here I am again, Zhang Guoqing explained with a smile. All right, what would you like to eat? I can whip something up quickly, There's still rice in the pot. The owner inquired. Just something casual will do. Perhaps some spicy stir-fried meat and a side dish. However, I need to reserve a table for the evening, as there may be 4 or 5 of us. Please ensure it's well prepared. I anticipate we will indulge in some drinks. Zhang Guoqing replied to the owner in the kitchen. Very well, just wait a moment. I will get it ready for you, the owner responded. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the sounds of pots and pans clattering, and within 10 minutes, the dishes were served. Guoqing, hurry up and eat. I bet you're quite famished. Zhang Guoqing handed a pair of chopsticks to Zhang Guoqing with a grin. Brother, are we still hosting guests tonight? Who are we inviting? Zhang Guoqing asked, taking large bites of his meal. Uncle Wu the driver, and another guest you haven't met yet. After dinner, I'll introduce you, Zhang Guoqing replied, also devouring his food. Brother, plain rice tastes the best. The stir-fried meat here is far superior to what we have at home, Zhang Guoqing remarked, having finished 2 large bowls of rice. In the future, let us work hard and earn more money so our parents can enjoy white rice at every meal, he added with a chuckle. Hey, Guoqing, save some room for the delicious dishes we'll have later. Don't spoil your appetite for the evening, Zhang Guoqing teased. All right, once I finish what's in my bowl, I won't eat anymore, Zhang Guoqing replied. The young man had a hearty appetite, reflecting his high energy expenditure. Though Zhang Guoqing was a bit thin, it was due to a prolonged lack of sufficient meals. This was also the first time his elder brother took him out to dine, a taste he would never forget. Chapter 36. Hosting a dinner boss. Prepare 6 dishes for me tonight, including a chicken hot pot, beef, and stir-fried pork intestines, along with a small dish of frog and 2 other side dishes. Here's 10 yuan as a deposit. I will settle the rest tonight. So please include this meal in the total, Zhang Guoqing declared grandly, handing a 10 yuan note to the male proprietor at the counter. All right. What time should I expect you tonight? I will prepare in advance, the owner asked. Around 6 o'clock, we will definitely arrive before 7. Please keep an eye on these baskets for me. I will take them all at once tonight, Zhang Guoqing replied. Goodness, there were chickens, beef, frogs, and fatty intestines. None of these 4 dishes were tender. Zhang Guoqing was astonished. No wonder Singu had advised him not to overindulge earlier. Come on, Guoqing. Let's head to Beishan Shopping Mall and buy some things for home, Zhang Guoqing called out as they exited, making their way towards the mall. What shall we purchase? Singu, I didn't dare to ask you in the store just now. Can you tell me how much we made? Zhang Guoqing inquired. We sold 448 at the egg stand, 598 at Beishan restaurant, and the subsequent small dishes brought in 47.5. Calculate how much we made. Zhang Guoqing chuckled softly, speaking to Zhang Guoqing. Wow. Singu, are you pulling my leg? Have we struck it rich? Zhang Guoqing gasped, taken aback by the thought of over 1,000 yuan, an astronomical sum indeed. Keep your voice down. Don't make a fuss. Father said wealth should not be flaunted. Have you forgotten? Zhang Guoqing playfully slapped Zhang Guoqing on the back. Oh, I understand now. Brother, what are we buying at the mall? Zhang Guoqing asked. Let us just take a look. We'll know when we get there, Zhang Guoqing replied, regaining his composure. In less than 10 minutes, the two arrived at Beishan Shopping Mall. Although it was called a mall, it differed greatly from the modern shopping centers of the future. The entrance was much smaller, divided into numerous storefronts. There were shops selling electronics, clothing, jewelry, decorative items, and paintings, a diverse array of goods. In Beishan County, it was considered the largest and most comprehensive shopping venue, frequented daily by countless citizens, along with many from the surrounding towns. Zhang Guoqing entered a decorative goods store and purchased a box of snowflake cream for his mother, Li Zuolan, and for Zhang Hongyu and Yu Xiu, spending over 10 yuan. He then bought several beautiful hair clips for his younger sister, Zhang Mingjiao, and an hero pen and ink for Zhang Guoqing. For their father, Zhang Yaoshan, and elder brother, Zhang Guohua, he bought each a pair of thick-soled cloth shoes. Guoqing, what would you like to buy? Speak up, Zhang Guoqing inquired. I don't want anything right now. I just hope Singu can help me find a wife, Zhang Guoqing replied when asked about his desires. All right, let us save our money for that purpose instead. Zhang Guoqing laughed heartily. The two then exited the mall, with Zhang Guoqing leading Zhang Guoqing towards the parking lot. Brother Wenming, are you busy now? Zhang Guoqing greeted Li Wenming, who was at the window of a tin-roofed house. Oh, Guoqing, you're here. What brings you to Brother Wenming's today? Li Wenming stood up abruptly from the table, glancing at Zhang Guoqing, who was accompanying Zhang Guoqing. Civilization, brother. This is my younger brother, Zhang Guoqing. Guoqing, let me introduce you to Brother Li Wenming. Come, say hello. Zhang Guoqing turned to Zhang Guoqing, who was standing behind and carrying something. Hello, Brother Wenming. Zhang Guoqing promptly greeted Li Wenming. Hey, I see you two resemble each other quite a bit. Guoqing, what brings you here today? You still have to take a bus back tonight. Li Wenming inquired of Zhang Guoqing. I brought some goods to Beishan today, and coincidentally, the old Wu you introduced helped me with the transport. Come, let us have a smoke, Zhang Guoqing replied casually. It seems this business has yielded quite a profit. Good, you haven't forgotten your brother after making money. Such a brother is worth keeping. I'll take the cigarettes, Li Wenming jested, stuffing the cigarettes into his pocket. Rest assured, Brother Wenming, my younger brother will never forget the help you've given. Do you have time tonight? How about we have a meal together? Zhang Guoqing asked Li Wenming. Dinner? That is no problem. I'll just inform my colleagues, Li Wenming said, turning to enter the metal shed. He spoke to another colleague, changed his clothes, and stepped back out. Guoqing, do you still have cigarettes? Come in with me to grab one so you can introduce yourself. Next time, if I'm not around, you can still greet him, Li Wenming suggested to Zhang Guoqing. Sure, no problem, Zhang Guoqing agreed and followed him into the shed, where an older man sat. Uncle Sun, this is my cousin, Zhang Guoqing. He is from Sangma Town and just came to visit me. Come, Guoqing, say hello to Uncle Sunday. Generally, it's just the two of us on duty. I work the night shift while Uncle Sun takes the day shift. You didn't see him last time, so you should get to know him this time, Li Wenming introduced Zhang Guoqing. You can just call me Guoqing. The cigarettes aren't that great. Take a pack and have a smoke, Zhang Guoqing said, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handing it to Sun Dishing. The pack contained Desan cigarettes. Slightly cheaper than Changsha cigarettes, but of better quality than the cheapest paper ones. These cigarettes were initially meant for old Wu, but they serve their purpose well now. Oh, that is too kind. Guoqing, right? Next time you come here, if Wenming isn't around, just look for Uncle Sun. Sun Dishing replied with a smile as he accepted the cigarettes. For individuals of their stature, receiving cigarettes priced at 30 to 40 cents per pack is quite normal. However, Zhang Guoqing casually offering them cigarettes worth over a yuan is considered quite courteous. After exchanging greetings, they stepped outside and followed Li Wenming towards the parked truck. At that moment, the driver, old Wu, was still napping inside the vehicle. Zhang Guoqing approached the truck door, knocked, and called, Uncle Wu, wake up, let us go eat. Did you finish selling that quickly, Guoqing? Oh, Wenming is also here. Old Wu emerged from the truck, promptly locking the door behind him and greeting Li Wenming. Today, by sheer coincidence, I encountered several restaurant owners, which hastened the sale. I thought it prudent to invite you all for a meal. Let us proceed to Zhennan Road. Zhang Guoqing said to the group. Chapter 37. A watch purchased before 6 o'clock, the four individuals arrived at Fuyuan Restaurant. Due to Zhang Guoqing's prior arrangements, the dishes were promptly served. In addition to the few selected dishes, a bottle of Shaoyang Daku, priced at $4.50, was also brought to the table. However, old Wu abstained from drinking, not out of disdain for alcohol, but due to the responsibility of driving. The road from Beishan County to Sangmu Town is notoriously treacherous. Consuming alcohol would dull his reflexes, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. Zhang Guoqing refrained from persuading him, recognizing the principle at stake, as instances of accidents caused by drunk driving are all too frequent. Although there is currently a lack of stringent regulations against driving under the influence, it remains crucial to take responsibility for one's life. Moreover, both brothers would need to return to Sangmu Town later that evening, though the wine remained unfinished. The dishes were entirely cleared. The four devoured their meal with remarkable speed. Li Wenming struggled with his tolerance for alcohol. After just one cup, he became quite tipsy. With money still in his pocket, Zhang Guoqing dared not indulge further. After consuming 2 generous bowls of rice and only 1 cup of wine, the remaining liquor was taken by Zhang Guoqing, who intended to bring it home for their father, Zhang Yushan, and older brother, Zhang Guohua. Upon settling the bill, Zhang Guoqing was astonished to find it totaled $47.60, while the proprietor rounded it to 47. At 8 o'clock, old Wu departed punctually. This time, both brothers occupied the front passenger seat, much to Zhang Guoqing's delight. It was his first experience riding in a truck, and he felt immensely proud. They reached Sangma Town before 10 o'clock, and noticing that Zhang Xuemei's electronics shop was still open, Zhang Guoqing intended to greet her. However, he overheard a commotion within the store. I demand compensation for the television I purchased from you. It does not work at home, and I want a refund. A man shouted at Zhang Xuemei inside the shop. Your home lacks an antenna. Simply installing one will suffice. The inexpensive option is $120. And I can send someone to assist you, Zhang Guoqing explained. Preposterous. I spent over $800 in Haven Tea, even had a chance to use it. Now you expect me to spend more on an antenna? What kind of logic is that? Refund, or I will vandalize your store. The man bellowed. What gives you the right to cause a ruckus in my aunt's shop? If you dare damage anything, I will not hesitate to break your hand. Zhang Guoqing stormed into the store, shouting at the man. What are you doing? I'm merely stating my case. The man retorted, upon realizing he had reinforcements. The man's tone softened considerably. Let's resolve this issue. There's no need to create trouble here. How can you expect to watch anything on a television without an antenna? It's a matter of just over $100. Is it that you cannot afford it? Zhang Guoqing confronted the man. I have plenty of money. It's just a matter of principle. When I purchased it, no one from your shop mentioned needing an antenna, and now you want me to buy one. The man replied, puffing up with indignation. All right, wealth can be displayed through purchases. My aunt is a woman with a gentle temperament. As her nephew, I am not one to adhere to reason. If you intend to cause trouble here, I assure you that you shall not leave this place today. Zhang Guoqing glared fiercely at the man as he spoke. Fine, fine, fine. How much for the antenna? I shall buy it, the man replied, pulling out a wad of cash from his pocket and addressing Zhang Guoqing. It's priced at $135, but since you bought the television from me, I can offer you a special price of $120. How does that sound? Zhang Guoqing proposed. All right, hurry and fetch the item. I need to return home, the man responded, counting out 120 yuan and placing it on the counter as he spoke to Zhang Guoqing. Soon, the troublemaker departed with the antenna box, and the unexpected incident was resolved. Guoqing, why haven't you returned home yet? Zhang Guoqing remarked. But your timing is impeccable. Otherwise, your aunt would not have managed alone. Your uncle is in the city today for business. Are you hungry? I can boil a few eggs for you. Zhang Guoqing was indeed drenched in sweat from the surprise of the day. It was sheer luck that Zhang Guoqing had arrived. Had he not, the outcome could have been dire. We're not hungry, Aunt Guoqing. We just returned from Beishan. Fortunately, Yuan Tea closed up yet. I wanted to inquire about the price of a clock, as we have none at home and sometimes worry about missing appointments. Zhang Guoqing said to Zhang Guoqing. I have them. Which type do you need? I'll give you one as a gift. Zhang Guoqing indicated towards the back. Aunt, do you have one with an alarm? I have two younger siblings studying at home, and they often struggle to wake up in the morning, Zhang Guoqing inquired. This one here has an alarm. Take it. I've set the time correctly. Just remember to replace the battery if it stops ticking. Zhang Guoqing handed a clock to Zhang Guoqing. How can I accept this? It's worth over 20 yuan, and I can certainly afford it. You've taken such good care of me. It would be akin to being an ungrateful wolf if I didn't pay. Zhang Guoqing declared, pulling out 2 10 yuan bills and 1 5 yuan note, along with some change, and placing a total of 28. 5 yuan on the counter. Oh, you child. Very well, do as you wish. Walk carefully on your way home. Whenever you're in town, feel free to visit your aunt, Zhang Guoqing said to the two brothers. Thank you. I'm sure we will need your assistance again in the future. Guoqing and I should head back now. It's getting late, and our family will worry. Zhang Guoqing replied as he bid farewell to Zhang Guoqing and turned towards home. Upon returning home, it was nearly 11 o'clock, yet the oil lamp remained lit. Father, mother, brother, why are you all still awake? Zhang Guoqing pushed open the door and discovered that, aside from his elder sister-in-law Yu Xiu and the two younger siblings who were asleep, his father Zhang Yushan, mother Li Zuolan, and elder brother Zhang Guohua were all awake, seated in the hall. At last, you've returned, third and fourth. How did it go? Were all the goods sold? Zhang Guohua inquired of his younger brothers before their parents could speak. What's the matter, big brother? Are you still worried that we couldn't sell our goods? Zhang Guoqing replied with a chuckle, casting a knowing glance at Zhang Guoqing, who promptly placed a bamboo basket, originally used for vegetables, before them. Look, big brother. This is what third brother bought for the family with the money from sales, Zhang Guoqing said with a smile. Father, mother, we made quite a bit of money this time, so don't fret about finances. Here are 3 boxes of snowflake cream. Big brother, 1 box is for your wife. Mother, you take one as well, and the other is for second sister. There are 2 pairs of shoes here, one for you, father, and one for you, big brother. There's also a fountain pen and ink for Guowang, and I bought the hairpin that little sister mentioned. If I'm not up by morning, please give it to them. Lastly, I purchased a clock in town, which I'll hang in the hall so everyone can keep track of time and not be late. Zhang Guoqing eagerly presented each item, distributing them among the family members. By the end, the bamboo basket was nearly empty. with only Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing left without anything. Chapter 38. Did you go robbing instead? Third child, we all bought things. Why didn't you and fourth buy anything? Mother Li Tsuolan asked Zhang Guoqing. Fourth said he's saving his money to buy a wife. As for me, I'm waiting to accumulate more funds to purchase a watch. It would be beneficial for business discussions to know the time, Zhang Guoqing explained to Li Tsuolan. Big brother, I'd like to discuss something with you, Zhang Guoqing continued, turning to Zhang Guohua. What is it, third? Zhang Guohua asked. Could you speak with sister-in-law and see if we might not divide the family? In the future, we can earn money together and enjoy a good life together. What do you think? Zhang Guoqing proposed. Not divide the family. Zhang Guohua was puzzled. But we're already separated. I don't wish to divide the family either. He added, dividing the household isn't a significant issue. Once we all marry, we will need to separate our accounts. What I mean is that we should pool our future earnings and live together. How does that sound? Zhang Guoqing clarified. What if the new wives want to separate the households? Zhang Guohua expressed his concerns, sharing his thoughts. Sister-in-law is reasonable, and she wouldn't oppose anything I agree with. We should establish the conditions for not dividing the household beforehand. There are many women out there, and finding a sensible wife shouldn't be too difficult. Besides, when life is good, who would wish to separate? Zhang Guoqing concluded. Indeed, I concur with this matter. Tomorrow, I will inform your sister-in-law about breakfast, and from now on, we shall follow the family's arrangements for meals and work. Zhang Guohua nodded and spoke. Mother, today at Beishan, we earned a total of 1,074 yuan. After deducting costs, we netted 800 yuan. However, I purchased some items at the Beishan market and treated a few friends to a meal, leaving us with 986 yuan. I shall set aside 386 yuan as capital, and you may keep the remaining 600 yuan. Given that money is scarce at present, I will go to the town to open a savings account for security. Zhang Guoqing took the money from his coat pocket and laid it on the table. Third brother, is it truly possible for you to earn so much in one go? Is it not obtained through dubious means? The eldest, Zhang Guohua, widened his eyes and inquired of Zhang Guoqing. Ask Guoqing. You shall see whether I earned it or acquired it through nefarious means. Father, mother, rest assured, this money is absolutely clean, Zhang Guoqing assured them. Oh, third brother. Such a considerable sum. Did it all come from selling vegetables? Perhaps I should join you in the vegetable trade? Zhang Guohua said excitedly as he looked at Zhang Guoqing. No. Elder brother, the vegetable business is not suited for you. Your integrity may lead to disadvantageous dealings with those unscrupulous merchants. I have found you a more fitting endeavor that I assure you will bring you joy, Zhang Guoqing replied. Are you referring to the chicken farm? Zhang Guohua's expression turned slightly disheartened before his eyes brightened again with curiosity. Precisely. Not just a chicken farm. I also wish to raise pigs and ducks. Father, is the Shulin Mountain by the East Water River part of the village? I intend to rent that hillside, Zhang Guoqing asked Zhang Yushan. Yes, it belongs to the village, but it is not within our group. If you wish to rent it, you must consult Uncle Qing Shan as an intermediary. With his endorsement, the matter will surely be resolved. Zhang Yushan replied. Elder brother, how did the traps and nets fare today? Zhang Guoqing inquired of Zhang Guohua. It was satisfactory, though not as bountiful as in previous days. It seems that after some time, we must relocate to continue our efforts, Zhang Guohua responded. No matter, this endeavor cannot last indefinitely. Tomorrow, I shall accompany Guoqing to the town to procure additional nets. We will conduct a few more sessions, and that should suffice. When the land at Shulin Mountain is secured, you will be responsible for that area, Zhang Guoqing understood. The fish and shrimp will surely grow slower than we can catch them. And engaging in this is merely a means to earn quick money. This endeavor will likely last only a month or two, after which we must look into developing a sustainable business. Very well, it is getting late. Let us retire early, for tomorrow holds many tasks ahead. Zhang Guoqing addressed his family. Without washing up, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. This day had been particularly exhausting. He was weary. And so was Zhang Guoqing. Nevertheless, the prospect of having earned a little money brought immense satisfaction to his heart. Early the next morning, the living room was filled with a cacophony of excitement, as the family members joyfully unwrapped the gifts brought home by Zhang Guoqing. Third brother, fourth brother, come eat breakfast. Mother has boiled eggs for both you and fourth brother, called out Zhang Mingjiao, the youngest sister, as she rushed to Zhang Guoqing's bedside. Ah, good. Guoqing, rise and have something to eat. We still need to make a trip to the town later, Zhang Guoqing urged his still sleeping brother Zhang Guoqing. Once seated at the table, Zhang Guoqing noticed that only he and Zhang Guoqing were served boiled eggs, while the others had only sweet potato porridge. A sense of unease settled in his heart. Mother, I can't eat this egg. Elder brother, sister-in-law, and second sister have all worked hard. They deserve eggs too. Guang and Mengjiao need nourishment for their studies. And they too lack eggs. This simply isn't fair. We have eggs at home. Treating us differently makes it hard for Guoqing and me to swallow. I understand your concern for us, but equality within the family prevents discord, Zhang Guoqing said gently to his mother, Li Zulan. In a large family, it is often challenging to maintain equality among siblings. Nevertheless, when the time comes for fairness, it must be upheld. Just as Zhang Guoqing ensures that everyone receives their fair share when he purchases items. All right, third son has a point. It's my fault. I will boil eggs right away, one for each person. No one will be left out, Li Zulan conceded, albeit a bit sheepishly, as she did not perceive any wrongdoing in her initial actions. Soon, the freshly boiled eggs were served, a bowl of porridge and an egg for each person. Slowly, the dynamics within the Zhang family began to shift. Thank you, third brother, for the snow cream you bought. It truly works wonders. The cracks on my hands from yesterday have eased significantly after applying it this morning. Yuxiao expressed her gratitude to Zhang Guoqing. What do you thank me for, sister-in-law? This money isn't solely mine. Everyone at home has a share in it. By the way, did you discuss what we talked about yesterday with elder brother? Zhang Guoqing inquired with a smile. I follow your elder brother's lead. You know how it is. This household still needs your guidance, and I trust you completely. Keeping the household intact while separating accounts is a commendable idea. I wholeheartedly support it. Yuxiao declared promptly. Very well. Let it be established that this will be our family rule moving forward, Zhang Guoqing announced cheerfully to his family. Chapter 39. To grow stronger and larger, harvesting eggs takes time, as does fishing for shrimp, and vegetables also require their due time to grow. Consequently, this allowed Zhang Guoqing approximately 2 days of respite. Beyond assisting his elder brother Zhang Guohua with gathering nets and traps by the river, Zhang Guoqing utilized the remaining time to procure oilcloth and plastic film from Sengma town. Upon returning, he gathered the family to construct 2 water storage pools beside their home using soil bricks. They laid oilcloth at the bottom and topped it with a layer of plastic film, thereby creating 2 sizable reservoirs, one for raising fish caught in the river traps, and the other for the harvested shrimp. During this period, Zhang Yushan's household swiftly became the most bustling place in Shaojing village. Each day, a multitude of visitors arrived to procure eggs, chicken, duck, and goose eggs, at prices that were anything but modest, leading to an ever-increasing influx of patrons. Even villagers from neighboring communities arrived with baskets full of eggs to sell, thus establishing a thriving egg collection business. 3 days later, it was time for shipment once again, and the quantity this time exceeded the previous shipment significantly. The delivery location shifted from the small riverside to the old shop across from the Zhou family restaurant. This time, they collected an impressive 327 pounds of chicken eggs, 64 pounds of duck eggs, and over 8 pounds of goose eggs. As for the crayfish, Zhang Guohua had acquired 50 traps and fishing nets in Sengmu town, and with his remarkable fishing skills, they managed to catch 285 pounds of crayfish. They also collected 64 pounds of catfish and blackfish, along with an abundance of other varieties, which were not weighed, but likely totaled several hundred pounds. After being meticulously processed by Li Zulan and Zhang Yushan, the supply of soft-shelled turtles this time was significantly greater, totaling 18. This was attributed to Zhang Guohua's innovative technique using a specialized hook baited with pig liver, which could catch 8 or 9 turtles in a single day. This skill was unique to Zhang Guohua. Every morning after collecting the hooks, he would return with several turtles of varying sizes, some weighing 6 or 7 pounds, while others were lighter, around 8 or 9 ounces. Old Master Yuan also delivered 2 large carts of vegetables to Zhang Guoqing, filling more than half of Old Wu's truck. The journey commenced with a fully loaded vehicle, and this time, the sales from vegetables, fish, crayfish, and eggs surpassed their previous earnings by more than double. The eggs alone brought in 728.50 yuan, while the fish, crayfish, and turtles yielded 239.70 yuan, and Yuan's 2 carts of vegetables sold for 79 yuan. In total, they amassed 558.50 yuan, with alarmingly low costs. The expenditure on egg collection was merely 354 yuan, and the investment in fishing nets and traps was just over 100 yuan. Zhang Guoqing himself was astounded. as the net profit for the day exceeded 2,000 yuan. If this momentum continued, becoming a household with 10,000 yuan in assets was a certainty. However, for Zhang Guoqing, 10,000 was not sufficient. He aspired for hundreds of thousands. He believed that with the right opportunities, achieving several smaller goals was entirely feasible. In this era, it was not difficult to earn a living through physical labor or skilled craftsmanship, yet amassing substantial wealth remained a formidable challenge. The current climate was ripe for economic development following the reforms, and venturing into business was not overly complicated, provided one found the right path to prosperity. Although the Beishan market was modest in size, if successfully developed, its potential for success could be substantial. Delivering vegetables was not particularly technical. Anyone with a diligent work ethic and a clever mind could manage it. As Zhang Guoqing rode his tricycle towards the Beishan market, he began to analyze the current circumstances in his mind. To put it simply, my primary clientele consists mainly of wholesalers and restaurants. These customers tend to make substantial individual purchases, yet the profit margins are not particularly high. The greatest advantage lies in the high volume and rapid turnover. Quick sales with immediate payments, facilitating the accumulation of capital. However, the drawbacks are conspicuous as well. The short duration results in a limited number of accumulated clients. Should there be any pressure from wholesalers or restaurants to lower prices or halt purchases, the impact on my business would be significant, and this issue typically manifests rather swiftly. Nevertheless, in the broader context of the Beishan market, there remain numerous undeveloped areas. For instance, supplying to casual consumers in residential neighborhoods or catering to institutional canteens. Apart from restaurants, relying solely on profit margins yields meager returns. The fish and shrimp from the Dongshui River are finite. Most of the current stock comprises fish, shrimp, and soft-shelled turtles I have personally caught. Should I source from others, the profit would inevitably diminish. To ensure stable earnings, it is essential to expand and strengthen the business. Furthermore, maintaining stable purchase prices while continuously exploring and developing upstream sales channels is imperative. In recent years, there has been a surge in entrepreneurship across the nation, attracting many aspiring business people. As time progresses, this entrepreneurial tide will only gain momentum, necessitating that I establish a solid foundation now. Otherwise, in the near future, should someone target the business of Zhang Guoqing, it would undoubtedly affect me. To grow, I first need a physical base in Beishan. It seems I must rent a warehouse or shop. Having a place for storage and rest will help maintain my energy, allowing for a more refined approach to produce categorization. Additionally, I could expand the range of products sold, adopting a strategy akin to that of supermarkets in the years to come, with a broader vision for my development path. Once the goods were delivered and payments received, it was still not yet 1 o'clock when Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing found themselves seated at a table in the Fuyuan restaurant. If it weren't for the advantageous loading position, I would not have saved so much time. Otherwise, finishing my sale so early would have been improbable. Boss, I'd like a spicy stir-fried pork and a side dish, Zhang Guoqing said to the restaurant owner. All right, just a moment. The owner replied before bustling off to the kitchen. Before long, the dishes were served, and with some idle time, Zhang Guoqing struck up a conversation with the owner. How long have you been in this business? He inquired. For years. I initially learned the craft as an apprentice in the supply and marketing cooperative canteen. And after the reform and opening up, I left my job to open this restaurant on Jinan Street. Why? Are you interested in running a restaurant? The owner asked. No. I was just curious. Your business seems quite good. Where do you usually source your vegetables? Zhang Guoqing asked the owner. Buying vegetables? We all purchase from the Bai agricultural market. It may be a bit distant, yet one can save a couple of yuan by the end of the day, making it far more economical. The Beishan agricultural market is certainly closer, but its prices are somewhat higher, which is not advantageous for our modest restaurant. By the way, my young friend, I recall you mentioned previously that you sell vegetables and eggs. Why not open a shop on Renmin Road? There are plenty of restaurants along Jinan Street, and the sales volume is substantial. Surely, business would thrive, the shopkeeper remarked to Zhang Guoqing. This statement seemed to awaken a realization in Zhang Guoqing. At this moment, Beishan County was not limited to just one market. There was also the Bai agricultural market. One was located on Beishan Avenue, while the Bai agricultural market was adjacent to Bai Road. However, the Bai agricultural market was significantly smaller, hardly exceeding 1/5 the size of the Beishan agricultural market, and offered a limited variety of goods. Thus, over the years, Zhang Guoqing had only remembered the Beishan agricultural market and had little recollection of the Bai agricultural market. Chapter 40. Renting a shop. The city of Beishan County may not be large, yet its population is considerable. According to the census conducted after the turn of the millennium, the resident population of Beishan County exceeded 650,000. In the 1990s, Beishan County was among the few larger counties in Xiangnan Province. A burgeoning population necessitated a diverse array of material needs, prompting continuous expansion of the county's area over the years. Beishan County features 5 main thoroughfares: Bai Road, Jinshi Road, Zhongxing Road, Renmin Road, and Beishan Road, with 2 circular routes, the first and second ring roads, creating a grid-like structure for the entire county. The Beishan Shopping Mall is situated at the intersection of Renmin Road and the first ring road, while Jinan Street is merely a secondary thoroughfare along Renmin Road. Being in close proximity to the Beishan Shopping Mall, numerous small restaurants have proliferated in recent years, forming a significant scale. Although the ambience is slightly inferior compared to the more upscale Paifang Street along Beishan Road, the quantity of establishments is far greater. Boss, what is the approximate rent for shops in this vicinity? For a sizable establishment like yours, Zhang Guoqing inquired again of the restaurant owner. My shop rents for 340 yuan a month, but there is an additional floor above. This price is considered quite reasonable here. If you truly wish to rent a shop, the shops in the middle section tend to be a bit cheaper, but I estimate they would still cost over 200 yuan, the shopkeeper explained. A rental fee of over 300 yuan for a 2-story shop is, relatively speaking, quite a bargain, especially since Fuyuan Restaurant is prominently located at the street corner. At that moment, it was reported that the most expensive shop in Beishan Shopping Mall had reached 2,000 yuan. In 1990, what does 2,000 yuan signify? A 200-pound pig, when weighed, would only be worth around 400 yuan. This price is indeed not exorbitant. Boss, why is the shop directly across from you vacant? Zhang Guoqing asked, pointing to an empty storefront across the street. A conflict arose when the former restaurant owner, noticing a surge in business, decided to raise the rent by 100 yuan each month, increasing it from 350 to 450. Eventually, in a fit of frustration, the restaurant owner vacated the premises. Had he not left, my business would have suffered considerably. It would not be thriving as it is now. As he recounted this, a smile appeared on the restaurant owner's face. Is that establishment across the way related to you? Inquired Zhang Guoqing with a teasing tone. Well, not exactly family, but the owner's brother-in-law is a very good friend of mine. I do feel somewhat embarrassed about this situation. After the previous restaurant moved out, the place remained vacant for over half a year without any inquiries. Sometimes, I even feel awkward when we run into each other. If the landlord had been concerned about the petty sum of money, I would be deemed a villain throughout history, the restaurant owner confessed, feeling sheepish. It seems the landlord has been secretly orchestrating matters. Otherwise, the shop would have been rented long ago. If I were not running a restaurant, what price could you offer me for rent? Zhang Guoqing asked. The original rental for the 3 shops was 350. I suspect if you were to rent long-term, we could negotiate a lower rate. But currently, there are no inquiries at all. Would you like me to call the landlord to come and discuss this? The restaurant owner suggested. That would be splendid. I appreciate your assistance. Let us finalize the price, and I'll treat you to a meal at your restaurant afterward. How does that sound? Zhang Guoqing remarked with a knowing glance at the restaurant owner. That would be perfect. Please, do make yourself comfortable while I fetch him. He is likely playing mahjong at the shop up front. With that, the restaurant owner excused himself and went to find the landlord of the adjacent establishment. After approximately 20 minutes, the restaurant owner returned with the landlord, an elderly gentleman nearing 60, introduced as Lu Weigua, a retired official. His children had settled in the city, and the 3 vacant shops were merely for rental income, while he and his wife resided on the upper floor. During holidays, his children would occasionally return for a short visit. Young man, Zhao just mentioned that it's commendable for young people to venture into business. If you genuinely wish to rent this shop, I can waive 3 months' rent for you, provided you commit to at least 3 years. The price will remain as before. What do you think? The landlord Lu Weigua proposed to Zhang Guoqing. From his words, Zhang Guoqing discerned the elderly man's eagerness to lease the property, yet he remained unhurried. Sir, while your price is reasonable, it still may be beyond the reach of an average person for such a large space. If you could lower the price a bit more, I would be willing to rent for a longer term. A 5-year lease would be agreeable. Zhang Guoqing was still contemplating the price. 350 a month seemed exorbitant to him. The properties in Sangma Town were purchased for just over 3,000. Yet renting a shop in Beishan costs that much annually. Given the current inflation, even a monthly rent of 200 would not be unreasonable. However, surrounding rentals ranged from 280 to 350, making haggling a challenging endeavor for Zhang Guoqing. Additionally, the proximity of Beishan Commercial Center, less than 2 miles away, inflated the prices further. Ah, young man, I previously rented this shop for 380, and considering you are a young tenant, I wouldn't have offered you 3 months of free rent otherwise, explained the landlord Lu Weiguo. Sir, would 300 a month work? I'm willing to sign a 5-year contract, Zhang Guoqing tentatively proposed. 300? That's simply one do. It's far too little, Lu Weiguo replied. Let us not prolong this. I'll offer you a flat rate of 320. If that seems excessive to you, then we need not continue our discussion. Displeased with the initial offer, Lu Weiguo firmly set the price at 320. Zhang Guoqing realized he couldn't afford to waste time. While 320 might be considered high in the town, it was reasonable for Beishan, especially since he indeed required a storefront urgently. All right, sir. You are indeed a straightforward person. How about you grant me 5 months of rent-free? I'll pay you a year's rent up front. We'll sign a 5-year contract, but the rent cannot be raised arbitrarily. Zhang Guoqing shifted the focus to negotiating the complimentary rent. 5 months? That's out of the question. The maximum I can offer is 4 months, no more. Lu Weiguo shook his head. Although he wouldn't benefit in the short term, he recognized that he would ultimately gain from this arrangement. After all, he had no overhead costs. It was merely an empty property. And 3 or 4 months made little difference. Very well, let us draft the contract now. Zhang Guoqing, sensing a favorable outcome, declared. This year, if you grant me 4 months free, that totals 8 months of rent, amounting to 2,560 yuan. Lu Weiguo was momentarily stunned. It was rare to finalize a rental agreement so expeditiously. No further negotiations? Zhang Guoqing produced a substantial sum of money from his pocket, including 9 100 yuan notes, several 50 yuan notes, and the remainder in 10 yuan notes. Once the rental contract was completed and signed by both parties, they exchanged the money and contract in person. Lu Weiguo then retrieved the keys from the second floor and handed them to Zhang Guoqing. Chapter 41. The Brothers Yushan and Yu Hai Third Brother. Is this our shop? Zhang Guoqing joyfully inquired of Zhang Guoqing. As Zhang Guoqing opened the turnstile gate, the two brothers gazed into the store for a considerable time. This is merely the shop we rented. We'll need to pay rent again this time next year, Zhang Guoqing informed Zhang Guoqing. The rent for this shop is equivalent to the price of the one we bought in Sangma Town. Third brother, is this arrangement truly worthwhile? Zhang Guoqing inquired of Zhang Guoqing. Brother, you mustn't think that way. Consider our fish and shrimp. Would they fetch such a profit if sold in Sangma Town? We must broaden our horizons. In the future, Brother San will introduce you to even grander scenes. This is merely our starting point. Zhang Guoqing replied, I understand, Brother San. But who will manage our large shop? With such a vast storefront, 2 of us cannot oversee it alone, especially since we also need to handle deliveries. Zhang Guoqing decided, let's invite second sister to join us. Today, we shall not take the truck. We will catch a minibus back to Sangma Town. Next time, we can bring her along for the deliveries. Although second sister Zhang Hongyu had dropped out of school before completing junior high, she could still manage basic calculations. Besides, it would be reassuring to work alongside family. Zhang Guoqing had long contemplated this. If second sister came to the city, perhaps she might even find herself a city dweller for a husband, thus truly altering her fate. Zhang Guoqing pondered, but isn't second sister at home collecting our eggs? If she comes here, who will oversee that? After a moment's thought, he replied, let us leave now and catch the bus. We can delegate the egg collection to Dasa. The price of eggs in the Tangwan village has risen, so let the villagers there deliver them to our Shaojing village. With our parents helping at home, it won't be too burdensome for her. As Zhang Guoqing called out to Zhang Guoqing, they prepared to head to the south bus station for the minibus. Ah, I see. This way, we can save quite a bit of time, Zhang Guoqing realized. Upon arriving at the south bus station, it was just past 3 o'clock. Zhang Guoqing had spent a considerable portion of their earnings, but with the shop's issues resolved, he felt a sense of relief. No matter how much was spent, they could always earn it back. At 4 o'clock, the bus slowly approached the station. Headed to Sangma Town? Get on board. A middle-aged woman shouted from the bus, calling out to waiting passengers. This was a common stop for minibuses, where many people gathered to catch rides to various townships. However, few were destined for Sangma Town. Only 5 passengers, including the 2 brothers, boarded the bus, allowing them to secure seats comfortably. With no concerns about the safety of their money, they settled in and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Arriving in Sangmu town shortly before 5:30, the brothers hurried home. They reached just before 6 o'clock, finding that Li Zuolan had not yet started cooking. "Why are you back so early today, Sanarcia? Haven't you eaten yet?" "Just in time. I was about to prepare dinner," she greeted them. "Not yet, mother." "Where's father?" Zhang Guoqing inquired. "Your elder brother has gone to set the net. Wait until he returns, then we will go pick up your sister-in-law," Li Zuolan said to the 2 brothers. "Since he hasn't come back yet, let's go fetch her, and I'll carry the eggs back with Guoqing." Zhang Guoqing replied to his mother, Li Zuolan. "Very well, you 2 hurry back. I will prepare dinner early today." Li Zuolan nodded in agreement. The journey to Natangwan village took merely 20 minutes, not much longer than the time it would take to reach the town. Yu Xiu's home was located in the Tianfang group of Natangwan village, a place Zhang Guoqing had visited in his previous life. After exchanging pleasantries with the Yu family, and not lingering too long, Zhang Guoqing took the initiative to leave 20 eggs and handed a 10 yuan note to Yu Xiu's mother. "This is a gesture of goodwill. My sister-in-law's family has been of great assistance, and it cannot be taken for granted," he thought to himself. Zhang Guoqing was the kind of person who cherished both gratitude and grudges, always remembering those who had shown kindness to his family and friends. "Third brother, I heard you've been doing business with 4th brother in Beishan lately. It seems you've made quite a bit of money." Just as he was about to head home with the eggs, he encountered Yu Xiu's father, Yu Dafa, who greeted him. Following closely behind were Yu Xiu's younger brothers, Yu Shan and Yu Hai, who also exchanged greetings with Zhang Guoqing. "Oh, Uncle Yu, you flatter me. It's just a little money," Zhang Guoqing responded. Also acknowledging Yu Shan and Yu Hai. "A little money? This is hardly trivial. Dafa, this lad Guoqing is quite thoughtful. Look at the 10 yuan he brought." Yu Xiu's mother, Yi Guizhi, waved the money in the air, addressing Dafa. "Oh my, Guoqing, why would you give so much? Money is not meant to be spent this way. I will feel embarrassed facing your parents later," Yu Dafa remarked to Zhang Guoqing. "If I could refuse, I would have returned it already. This child insisted on it as a token of gratitude for our help with the eggs," Yi Guizhi replied to Dafa. "Uncle Yu, we are family. There is no need for formalities amongst us. This amount is modest, and it can buy some school supplies for 4th brother," Zhang Guoqing stated. Yu Xiu had a younger brother, the youngest sibling, who was a classmate of Guoang. Zhang Guoqing was well acquainted with all the brothers. Prior to Yu Xiu's untimely demise, he had assisted them, and it felt as though his own family had not contributed as much. What was owed in the past must be repaid in this lifetime. After all, everything was still within reach. "By the way, 3rd brother, may I discuss something with you?" Yu Dafa inquired of Zhang Guoqing. "Uncle, please feel free to speak." "I will heed your words as you are my elder," Zhang Guoqing replied, setting down his burden to listen attentively to Yu Dafa. "During the National Day holiday, my brothers, Deshan and Dahai, are nearing the age of 20, yet they have not found wives. Upon reflection, I believe the primary reason lies within my own craftsmanship, which has proven insufficient. In my time, I established my family through my skills. However, in your generation, such methods have become obsolete," Yu Dafa remarked to Zhang Guoqing. "What do you mean?" Zhang Guoqing, confused, inquired of Yu Dafa. "Consider this. Would it be feasible for Dahai and Deshan to learn the trade of commerce from you? They could serve you tea and water. But engaging in bamboo weaving is a futile endeavor, and I fear they may struggle to find brides as a result." Yu Dafa articulated his thoughts. Chapter 42. "I opened a shop, learn from me? Is that so, uncle? Do you truly place such trust in me?" Zhang Guoqing asked incredulously. In their past lives, Yu Shan and Yu Hai, though diligent and relatively clever, did not lead prosperous lives. Otherwise, after Zhang Guo's passing, their elder sister, Yu Xiu, would not have lacked substantial financial support. "Guoqing, I speak sincerely. Look, whenever Xiu'er returns, she collects a mere 100 yuan for the eggs. Which family can casually produce 100 yuan for such a task nowadays?" Yu Dafa stated, his gaze fixed on Zhang Guoqing, anxious that he might utter a discouraging word. "Uncle, if that is the case, would Deshan and Dahai be willing to work with me?" Zhang Guoqing further inquired. "Why wouldn't they? If there's money to be made, then they can discuss marriage. Deshan, Dahai, are you both willing to join?" Yu Dafa posed the question to the 2 brothers. "Absolutely, we are eager, father. We truly cannot manage the bamboo weaving. We will do anything as long as we can leave the mud pit with Guoqing," Both Yushan and Yu Hai replied enthusiastically. What do you mean by calling him Guoqing? You must address him as master. Kneel down and bow your heads to him. You defy, instructed the brothers. Uncle, let us forego the bowing. We no longer adhere to such customs, since you both are willing to follow me. It signifies your trust in me, Zhang Guoqing. Thus, I solemnly declare before my elders that as long as Deshan and Dahai are committed, within 3 years, at most 3 years, I shall ensure they marry, purchase houses, and acquire properties in the county, Zhang Guoqing proclaimed to his family. Upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's declaration, not only Yu Defy and Yi Guoji were astonished, but even the brothers, Yu Hai and Yushan, were left speechless. Guoqing, do you truly mean what you say? Yu Defy asked. Before my sister-in-law, I would not dare speak falsely. Rest assured, uncle and aunt, we are all family. It is imperative that we support one another. Zhang Guoqing affirmed. Now, I must return home. My mother awaits dinner. Return? No way. Guoji, prepare a chicken. Today, the 2 brothers shall dine with me. Yu Defy instructed his wife, Yi Guoji. Uncle and aunt, if you continue like this, it will feel distant. Do not slaughter the chickens. Keep them for their eggs to generate income. By the way, starting tomorrow, sister-in-law, you need not come to Muddy Pond Bay to collect the eggs. Zhang Guoqing addressed his family. What's the matter, Guoqing? After just a few days of collecting, you want to stop? Sister-in-law hasn't tea. Yu Xiaogong began to inquire, but was interrupted by Zhang Guoqing. Sister-in-law, do not overthink it. The egg collection must continue, but with your growing belly. It is vital to prioritize your health. Uncle and aunt can handle the egg collection. You two have been quite helpful these past few days. And you should be familiar with the process now, right? Zhang Guoqing inquired of Yudafa and Yi Guoji. Of course. It's just a matter of sorting them by size. I can manage that, Yudafa replied, still somewhat stunned, while Yi Guoji eagerly responded. Very well, aunt. From now on, you and uncle will be in charge of collecting the eggs at Muddy Pond Bay. When the time comes, you can deliver them to my father. And I will add 1 cent for each egg, Zhang Guoqing said to the couple. That sounds wonderful. Both of them responded with bright expressions. During this period, Yushi had been collecting an average of 200 to 300 eggs daily, accumulating a full load within 2 days. Earning $1 for every 100 eggs meant that over the course of a month, they could potentially earn an extra $100 without issue. Although it was somewhat troublesome, the prospect of making money made the hassle worthwhile. After outlining his requirements, Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by Zhang Guoqing, carried the eggs home together with his sister-in-law, Yushi. Third brother, thank you. I didn't expect you to be so kind to my family, Yushi expressed. Just a moment ago, I almost misjudged you. Sister-in-law, we are family. It is only right to do these things. My elder brother doesn't think too much because he is straightforward. Now that I am in charge at home, he need not worry but focus on other matters. Rest assured, both Dahuij and Dashingu are genuinely willing to work with me. I will ensure they are well compensated. If you have time, please come back a few more times to help uncle and aunt, and ensure the eggs remain fresh and up to standard, Zhang Guoqing assured Yushi. All right. Yushi nodded in agreement. As they conversed, nearly half an hour had passed, and they arrived at the doorstep. A load of nearly 100 pounds of eggs was gently placed in the living room by Zhang Guoqing. The family had returned, and the meal was ready, waiting for Zhang Guoqing and the others to come home. Time to eat. Time to eat. Third brother, today, elder brother and father caught a lot of fish together. And mother has made fish soup, Zhang Mengjiao, the younger sister, said playfully to Zhang Guoqing. That sounds great. Make sure to eat well. You'll grow tall and beautiful like your second sister, haha. Zhang Guoqing replied with a smile. Third son, how was the delivery today? Zhang Yushan inquired, pouring a glass of Shaoyang Daku that Zhang Guoqing had brought back last time. I sold over 1,000, which is an improvement from last time, Zhang Guoqing responded. Zhang Guoqing savored a generous piece of fish, casually responding. The matter of selling over 2,000 was known only to Zhang Guoqing. He refrained from speaking the truth out of fear that Zhang Yushan might become irate due to the substantial sum spent on renting a shop. Although the household is under Zhang Guoqing's stewardship, one must still consider the feelings of Zhang Yushan, as he is the father. Ah, this is delightful. Sanner, this wine is splendid, far superior to the local brew, Zhang Yushan remarked, taking another sip, a flush appearing on his face. Father, this is nothing. Just wait until this time next year. I shall procure some Maotai for you. Zhang Guoqing declared to Zhang Yushan. Are you jesting with your father? A bottle of Maotai costs over 40. Do you think your father can handle it? Zhang Yushan retorted with a chuckle, though Zhang Guoqing's words brought him considerable joy. In a mere fortnight, the Zhang family's circumstances had transformed dramatically. After years of subsisting on sweet potato gruel, they finally dined on standard white rice. Meat and eggs had become regular fare, and life was indeed a pleasure. Those born in the 40s and 50s had tasted the pangs of hunger. Therefore, for ordinary folk like Zhang Yushan and Li Zuolan, having ample food, warm clothing, and good health was a source of contentment. Urji, in 2 days, we are heading to Beishan County. You should accompany Guoqing and me, Zhang Guoqing suddenly announced to Zhang Hongyu. What is the matter, Lao-san? Why do you need me to go? I'm not fit for heavy labor, and besides, who will collect the eggs if I go? Zhang Hongyu replied, her heart elated yet puzzled. Father, mother, I have secured a shop in Beishan County. Zhang Guoqing informed his family. What? You secured a shop? The family, aside from Zhang Guoqing, was taken aback. Indeed, if we wish to establish a lasting business, renting a shop is an essential step. Urji can read and calculate. She can manage the accounts. It's imperative that we entrust the finances to someone within the family, allowing me to focus on the business, Zhang Guoqing explained. Why not have your elder brother join as well? Li Zuolan inquired. My elder brother is not capable. He can only do manual labor and nothing else. Mother, rest assured. I have other plans. After the new year, I will seek out Uncle Qingshan. We must secure the contract for the Linshan Mountain. Moreover, the fish and shrimp in the Dongshui River are still quite lively. We need to catch them for a few more months. Brother, during this time, please assist father with the fishing endeavors. It's merely a matter of a month or two. From next time onward, let us keep the soft-shelled turtles we catch in the pond for storage. When winter arrives, we can sell them then, as they will fetch a higher price. In the nearby villages, there are those who specialize in soft-shelled turtles. You and father should cultivate good relations with them, and we can buy back any turtles at a fair price. We will store them, as prices are bound to rise when it gets cold. If the pond is insufficient, I will head to the town tomorrow to procure some oilcloth and plastic film. Zhang Guoqing said to Zhang Guohua and Zhang Yushan. It is wise to prepare ahead. We still have nearly 2 months before winter sets in. Soft-shelled turtles tend to lose weight over time, but even at 6 or 7 yuan per pound, they won't lose much. Selling them in winter, we could easily double our profits, and no one would complain about the price. It's a guaranteed profit. Zhang Yushan and Zhang Guohua nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Zhang Guoqing's proposal. In recent days, their efforts had resulted in a noticeable decrease in the density of fish and shrimp in the Dongshui River near Shaojiang village. Over this period, the family had successfully smoked several hundred pounds of cured fish. Hence, Zhang Guoqing planned to take the cured fish to Beishan County for sale. On the 4th day, early in the morning, Uncle Yuan from Baihe village arrived with 3 carts of vegetables. He had nearly sold out his own produce, and more than half of these vegetables were collected from neighboring villagers upon Zhang Guoqing's suggestion. Additionally, Uncle Yuan took Zhang Guoqing's advice and rented 10 acres of land to grow vegetables. Due to the season, he planted winter crops, such as white radishes and cabbages. Although these vegetables sold at low prices, their yield was high, and demand was substantial. With Zhang Guoqing's backing, Uncle Yuan was filled with enthusiasm. When he couldn't manage alone, he hired help, as the only challenging part was during planting. Once the seedlings emerged, they would be easier to care for. In the agricultural market of Beishan County, cabbages sold for 2 cents per pound, while radishes were 1.5 cents. The prices were indeed low, but in terms of yield, 1 acre of cabbage could produce nearly 7,000 to 8,000 pounds, with radishes yielding even more. Therefore, when calculated, 1 acre could sell for at least over 100 yuan, which was incomparable to grain crops. For 10 acres, after deducting costs, they could earn 500 to 600 yuan. For reference, 500 to 600 yuan in 1990 had significant purchasing power. This time, the Dongfeng truck was loaded to the brim, carrying several hundred pounds of cured fish along with a cart full of vegetables. Upon arriving at the Beishan agricultural market before 10 o'clock, Zhang Guoqing did not sell all his eggs. He delivered 470 pounds to the egg vendor, keeping around 100 pounds to sell individually to restaurants and shops. Upon arriving at the Beishan restaurant, river fish were delivered weighing 86 pounds, along with 279 pounds of lobster and 6 baskets of vegetables. Chicken eggs were also procured, totaling 15 pounds. However, this time, there were no soft-shelled turtles to be found. During the National Day holiday, one might wonder why there were no turtles. The owner, Meng Fanjun, glanced at the fresh vegetables, eggs, and the fish and shrimp. nodding in satisfaction before inquiring of Zhang Guoqing. Uncle Meng, my brother was unable to catch any turtles this time, as he focused solely on fishing for shrimp. Zhang Guoqing explained. By the way, we have prepared the river fish as cured fish. Would you be interested in selling a few pieces at your restaurant? Despite the absence of turtles, there was indeed cured fish. These delicacies had been smoked by Zhang Guoqing's mother, Li Tsulan, using sawdust. Following Zhang's method of incorporating some sugar during the smoking process, the fish appeared glistening and possessed a robust smoky flavor. The culinary tradition of consuming cured meats has long been embedded in the culture of Xiangnan province, where a handful of garlic leaves and a handful of 7-star peppers paired with cured meats create a beloved dish. While cured pork may be less common now, cured fish remains abundant, typically selling for around 1.5 yuan per pound at the farmer's market, predominantly made from farmed fish. The cured fish appeared appetizing, exuding an enticing aroma. This fish was indeed caught from the river, wasn't it? Meng Fanjun inquired, lifting a piece of cured fish to inspect. Uncle Meng, this fish is certainly river fish. Why not try 10 or 8 pieces? Let your customers sample the authentic flavor of cured fish made from wild fish from the Danshui River. You won't be disappointed. Zhang Guoqing suggested, pulling out a large red plastic bag to pack the fish for Meng Fanjun. Ah, Guoqing, selling these will indeed bring in some profit. How about this? You need not give them away. I shall purchase some from you, and you can offer me a discount. What do you think? Meng Fanjun proposed. Well, that sounds fair. I initially intended to sell them for 3 yuan per pound, but since you're interested, I can offer them at 2 yuan per pound. How many would you like? I can have them weighed in the kitchen, Zhang Guoqing replied courteously. 2 yuan per pound is indeed quite reasonable, considering labor costs. It is exceptionally affordable. After all, this cured fish cannot be compared to the farmed fish found at the market, making Zhang Guoqing's offer quite advantageous. 2 yuan? Then it's settled. I shall take all that you have. Just bring the scale from the kitchen, and we can weigh them directly. I will call someone from the kitchen to assist, Meng Fanjun decided thoughtfully. Coincidentally, Beishan Restaurant was preparing to introduce new dishes, and the quality of this cured fish was undeniably impressive. It was anticipated that the flavor would be extraordinary. Moreover, since it was made from wild fish from the Danshui River, it could be aptly named hand-pulled cured fish from the Danshui River. The name alone signifies a specialty dish. With the 300 to 400 pounds of cured fish Zhang Guoqing had brought, it was likely they would sell out within a month or two. Cured fish, unlike fresh vegetables, fish, and shrimp, can be stored for an extended period. Fresh fish, once expired, must be discarded, whereas this cured fish can be kept for 3 to 5 months without issue. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqing felt as though he had slapped himself 10 times in the heart. He lamented that he had quoted too low and wished he had offered 3 yuan per pound instead. However, regret was futile now. He was compelled to sell. After weighing the goods 7 times, the total came to 372 pounds. Good heavens! The North Mountain Restaurant's expenditure was no small matter. What Zhang Guoqing was unaware of was that, in the current year of 1990, the restaurant's daily revenue surpassed 2,000 yuan. For the meager sum Zhang Guoqing charged, Meng Fanjun did not even bat an eye. After all, how could he become a prominent figure in the dining industry of Beishan County in just a few years? It takes intellect, courage, and action to seize opportunities for wealth. Chapter 44. Securing a major deal after leaving the North Mountain Restaurant. Zhang Guoqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had sold dishes worth 1,529 yuan at the restaurant, and combined with the 665 yuan he earned from eggs previously, he now had over 2,000 yuan in cash. At least this time, he had more than 100 yuan. Otherwise, his pockets would still be bulging. With the influx of goods, the involvement of Yushan and Yu Hai made things considerably easier. Uncle, I've recently rented a shop on Zhennan Street to use as my warehouse. The address is number 1 Zhennan Street, not far from here. In the future, I plan to stock seasonings, oils, rice, and vinegar. If you trust me, could you source your supplies from me? After the money was counted, the two men began to chat leisurely. If Zhang Guoqing could supply seasonings and staples to the North Mountain Restaurant, he would secure a stable major client, increasing his chances of success. The North Mountain Restaurant was a significant advertisement. Once he was in, other opportunities would likely follow. Guoqing, I've dealt with you a few times now and find you to be quite earnest. To speak frankly, the goods in my shop are contracted with a distributor, and the prices are higher than those available outside. Do you know why I don't change suppliers? Meng Fanjun inquired. I'm not sure, uncle. Please, enlighten me. Zhang Guoqing responded. Because he allows me to defer payments, I settle with him every half month. Do you understand? Meng Fanjun explained. Such arrangements were rare, yet not unheard of in these times. The North Mountain restaurant had substantial material expenses, averaging 500 to 600 yuan daily. If payments were settled bi-weekly, one would need to front considerable sums. With a daily expenditure of 500 and assuming a cost of 400, one would require 6,000 yuan over a fortnight. This was undoubtedly a business that came with significant pressure. While profits could be made, the upfront costs were substantial. Zhang Guoqing weighed the pros and cons in silence. Choosing not to inquire further, Meng Fanjun, believing he had intimidated Zhang Guoqing, shook his head and decided to head to the kitchen. Ah, uncle, so this is the situation. I have given it some thought and devised a commendable proposal that you might consider. After Zhang Guoqing grasped the situation, he addressed Meng Fanjun. What do you think, uncle? Please, lend me your ear. Meng Fanjun paused, opting to listen to Zhang Guoqing's proposal. I have contemplated this. How about this? I can take over the supply of eggs, vegetables, grains, oils, fish, shrimp, and wines from your store. Previously, your distributor mentioned a payment term of 15 days. I can extend that to 20 days. What do you think of my proposal? Zhang Guoqing asserted with determination. You can extend the payment to 20 days? Meng Fanjun was somewhat taken aback. 20 days at several hundred per day amounts to a significant sum, over 10,000. Adding fish, shrimp, and vegetables would bring it close to 20,000. What, uncle? Do you doubt my words? Zhang Guoqing inquired. It's not that I doubt you, but such statements cannot be made lightly. This is not a trivial sum. The goods and materials for 20 days will require at least 10 to 20,000. You are still quite young. Where would you acquire such funds? Meng Fanjun shook his head, unable to believe it. Rest assured, just give me a month and allow me this opportunity. I will initially supply you with the goods. If I cannot last 20 days, then I will forfeit everything without a word. How does that sound? Seeing Meng Fanjun's skepticism, Zhang Guoqing devised another strategy. Guoqing, whether I believe you is one matter, but do you place your trust in me, Meng Fanjun? Meng Fanjun was struck by Zhang Guoqing's words and responded with a question of his own. Uncle, my father once said that one must not judge others by their appearance, but by their heart. Your reputation precedes you, with the name Beishan Restaurant and Meng Fanjun. You have earned my trust. If I profit, it is my fortune. If I incur losses, I bear no blame towards you. Life and death are predestined, and wealth is in the hands of fate. Zhang Guoqing, as a country boy, if you do not take risks, how can you change your destiny? Since you trust Uncle Meng so much, then very well. At this time next month, come to me to sign the contract. However, I must emphasize that if you fail to deliver, I will adhere to the contract's terms, Meng Fanjun responded. Upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's assertions, Meng Fanjun felt an inexplicable sense of vanity swell within him, thinking that this young man was indeed impressive, capable, articulate, and remarkably bold. With Meng Fanjun's decision, Zhang Guoqing felt a sense of relief settle in his heart. The business deal had been secured, albeit with considerable risk. Had he not recalled Meng Fanjun's future worth in the billions, Zhang Guoqing would not have dared to take such a gamble. This was indeed a high-stakes wager, yet ultimately one where the outcome was somewhat foreseen. The business of Beishan Restaurant had been secured without incident, and although the official agreement would not come until next month, Zhang Guoqing deemed the time sufficient. A month was ample to make 10 shipments, similar to this one, each amounting to nearly 3,000, potentially accumulating close to 30,000. After Zhang Guoqing emerged from the Beishan Restaurant with his brothers Yu Hai and Yu Shan, they hastened to the next establishment for promotion. However, at this moment, the remaining fare consisted merely of some vegetables and eggs, which alleviated the urgency. By noon, the eggs and vegetables had been sold out. This endeavor was not solely about selling produce. It was also an opportunity for the brothers to memorize the routes and locations of the stores. Zhang Guoqing was not inclined to continue the delivery of vegetables indefinitely, as he had other pressing matters to attend to, the most significant being the maintenance of client relationships. Although the demand from these small restaurants could not compare to that of the Beishan Restaurant, when aggregated, the total demand could rival it. Even the smallest of ventures can yield substantial rewards. Zhang Guoqing firmly believed it was shameful to waste food. Upon returning to Jinan Street, it was already noon. The tricycle driver promptly departed after assisting in unloading the baskets and basins. Inside the shop, Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Guoqing conducted a thorough cleaning. While cleanliness was achieved, it was perhaps excessively pristine, given that the 3 vacant units combined offered over 100 square meters of empty space. Zhang Guoqing's immediate task was to locate a primary supplier, necessitating a trip to Linqing in the provincial capital, as only the Linqing Grand Market could provide the necessary vendors. Once secured, deliveries to Beishan would take merely a day. However, these matters could not be resolved in a single day. For now, the priority was to have a meal. Sister, Guoqing, let us take a break and eat first. We can resume later. It's easier to work when there are more people around. Zhang Guoqing remarked to his elder sister Zhang Hongyu and brother Zhang Guoqing. What are we having, third brother? There's hardly anything to cook here, Zhang Hongyu replied. Hey, sister, isn't there a restaurant across the street? Today, since you and Yushan and Yuhai are back in Beishan, let me treat you all to a meal, Zhang Guoqing suggested, pointing towards the Fuyuan restaurant. Chapter 45. Preparing the shop after lunch. It was only a little past 1. And both Zhang Hongyu and the Yu brothers were thoroughly satisfied. Having only tasted meat at home before, they were astonished at how delicious the meat in the city was. This was a shared sentiment. Zhang Guoqing had felt similarly when he first ventured out, but over time, it had become a familiar experience. With many people around today, Zhang Guoqing decided against taking the minibus, opting to take his time. The shop still required considerable effort before it could facilitate business effectively. The 3 vacant units had previously installed glass doors, which meant Zhang Guoqing did not need to spend additional funds on that aspect. The primary focus now was on procuring display shelves, as it would be inconvenient for customers to select goods without them. Once the essentials were prepared, attention would turn to the signage and obtaining the necessary licenses. These tasks could be conducted concurrently, saving time without hindering progress. This morning, when arriving at Beishan, Yushan, Yuhai, Zhang Hongyu, Zhang Guoqing, and Zhang Guoqing had all brought a large bundle containing changes of clothes and lightweight bedding. The 3 vacant shops contain a warehouse, 2 rooms, and a restroom. These amenities are truly a stroke of genius, as they eliminate the need for additional rental accommodations. The warehouse, though modest in size, less than 20 square meters, remains tainted with grease from its prior incarnation as a kitchen, exuding an unpleasant odor even after months of disuse. The allocation of the 2 rooms is straightforward, one for the second sister and the other for 4 men. The beds are already in place, requiring only a thorough cleaning before use. Zhang Guoqing's room accommodates only a single bed, prompting him to decide to purchase a bunk bed in the afternoon for Yushan and Yuhai, while he will share a bed with Guoqing for the time being. In addition to cooking utensils, including pots, bowls, and plates, as well as shelves, toiletries, and staple food items, Zhang Guoqing must procure these essentials before the shop opens. Fortunately, Beishan Mall is conveniently nearby, where everything except vegetables and grains can be found. Individuals from rural backgrounds are adept and efficient workers. After considerable effort from the 4 men, the shop and living quarters underwent a complete transformation. Zhang Guoqing, however, did not partake in the labor, not out of reluctance, but due to the necessity of sourcing items from the mall. In the morning, vegetable sales yielded an income of 2,894 yuan. But after a thorough shopping excursion, he spent over 1,000. Thankfully, this expenditure ensured that they acquired all necessary daily supplies, including cookware, plates, and staple foods. They even purchased shelves and counters for the shop, making the investment of over 1,000 yuan worthwhile. By evening, the 5 of them gathered in the shop to share their first meal together. Exhausted though they were, the effort felt rewarding. Zhang Guoqing knocked on Zhang Hongyu's door and entered. Second sister, Wei prepared the shelves and counters in the shop. We'll receive another shipment in 3 days. I need to head to Lin City to procure more goods. If all goes well, I should return in 2 days, at most 3. Zhang Guoqing informed his sister. I'll follow your lead on these matters. You decide how to manage the shop. We are all family, so I will heed your guidance, Zhang Hongyu replied, nodding in agreement. During this period, the family had grown accustomed to Zhang Guoqing's directives. Sister, I have some money here. Count it, and keep it for now. When we have enough, we can deposit it together in the savings bank. In a few days, when I visit Lin City, I won't be making any purchases initially. I'll just assess the prices. If there's a significant difference, I'll arrange for a truck to bring the goods back. If the prices are comparable, we'll source our supplies from Beishan. As he spoke, Zhang Guoqing retrieved a stack of money from his pocket. Little brother, I'm not well versed in business matters. You know what you're doing. I trust you. Just ensure your safety when you venture out. By the way, will the 4th brother accompany you? Zhang Hongyu inquired as she counted the money. I want to take him this time. I'll first assess the situation, and we can consider it later if the opportunity arises, Zhang Guoqing replied. Zhang Hongyu counted once, 1723. 7, and fearing an error, counted again. Ultimately, she recorded the amount in the ledger purchased by Zhang Guoqing, while the money was tucked away beneath the bed frame. After a brief conversation, Zhang Guoqing also returned to bed, and soon the three slumbering individuals were emitting snores, with Zhang Guoqing quickly drifting into dreams accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of their slumber. The following morning, Zhang Guoqing sought out the owner of the advertising shop, measuring the dimensions for the sign and various smaller plaques. At that time, the process of creating advertisements was rather slow, taking at least 2 to 3 days at the quickest. After negotiating a price and paying a deposit, the advertisement shop owner departed. With the sanitation completed and the display shelves arranged, there wasn't much left to do. Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by Yu Hai, Yu Shan, and Zhang Guoqing, boarded a tricycle and began to explore the town of Beishan County. Among them, Yu Shan and Yu Hai were tasked with deliveries, and lacking familiarity with the county's layout would hinder their efficiency. A professional delivery service must possess a clear understanding of the area's routes. No one is born with the ability to master everything. It requires gradual learning. The three young men, with their agile minds and decent memories, managed to familiarize themselves with the town after half a day's wandering. By the time they returned to the store, it was already noon. Zhang Guoqing paid the tricycle driver 10 yuan, who left with a broad smile, humming a tune. Throughout the day, they accomplished little, which was fine for Zhang Guoqing. But Yu Shan and Yu Hai grew somewhat restless. On the third day, Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Guoqing stayed in Beishan, while Zhang Guoqing took Yu Shan and Yu Hai back. The advertising shop needed to install the signboard, and only Zhang Guoqing had sufficient understanding, hence he remained behind. Zhang Guoqing had made a few deliveries with Zhang Guoqing, so he should manage with the two others without issue. Many tasks must be undertaken step by step. Under Zhang Guoqing's guidance, Zhang Guoqing had become notably steadier. On the fourth day, around 9 o'clock, Zhang Guoqing awaited at the Beishan Agricultural and Commercial Market. Before 10, the familiar Dongfeng truck arrived. After greeting old Wu and unloading the goods, the truck departed. The group worked together to deliver the eggs to the receiving side, weighing a total of 452 jin. The quantity of eggs collected by Zhang Yushan's family had not diminished due to the absence of Yu Xiu and Zhang Hongyu. Instead, the number of people coming to deliver eggs had increased significantly. Those near Natangwan delivered to the Yu family, while those closer to Shaojiang village delivered to the Zhang family. Ultimately, all eggs found their way to the Zhang household. The quantity of fish and shrimp also increased considerably, as Zhang Yushan disseminated news about purchasing live fish and shrimp. Lobsters were bought at 50 cents per jin, live river fish at 1 yuan and 50 cents. And soft-shelled turtles were priced at 6 yuan for those under 3 jin and 8 yuan for those above. These transactions brought profit to Zhang Guoqing. Consequently, this time, they brought along 17 or 18 soft-shelled turtles, not many, but sizable, totaling nearly 60 jin. Chapter 46. Steady accumulation aside from the dishes from Beishan restaurant being personally delivered by Zhang Guoqing. The other establishments receive their supplies from Zhang Guoqing and Yushan Yuhai, who distribute the goods separately. With ample manpower, the delivery efficiency significantly improves. However, Zhang Guoqing has contemplated a concern. The process of weighing and invoicing should precede the delivery, allowing the delivery personnel to collect payment upon completion of their rounds. The current challenge lies in the unpredictable and inconsistent demand from the restaurants. Consequently, Zhang Guoqing devised a method to separate the invoicing from the delivery and payment collection. He has temporarily taken on the role of invoicer, responsible for consulting with restaurant clients regarding their supply needs and varieties for the following day. Typically during the quieter evening hours around 7 or 8, when the restaurants are less busy and primarily engaged in cleaning up for closing. Yu Shan and Yu Hai serve as delivery personnel, overseeing the transportation of goods via tricycles, navigating various routes to deliver vegetables to the respective establishments, while coordinating with the restaurants for verification, weighing, and payment collection based on the invoices. Zhang Hongyu functions as the stock coordinator and financial cashier, managing inventory, invoicing, and financial transactions. Zhang Guoqing himself is tasked with overall coordination and scheduling. Currently, Zhang Guoqing has a single egg supplier, one major restaurant, and 17 medium and small-scale dining establishments as his clientele. However, these customers remain somewhat unstable, as Zhang Guoqing's deliveries occur every 3 days, while many restaurants, unlike Beishan Restaurant, require daily supplies. Thus, to stabilize his business, Zhang Guoqing must ensure a daily supply of fresh vegetables, fish, meat, and eggs to retain his clientele. This necessity underpins one of Zhang Guoqing's motivations for establishing his own shop, providing comprehensive and quality service to secure customer loyalty. To prevent discrepancies in weighing that might damage his credibility, Zhang Guoqing has mandated that all vegetables requiring weighing will be delivered with an additional 5 taels. This measure, while seemingly a loss in the short term, is a strategic approach to fostering customer stability in the long run. When Zhang Guoqing handed over 172 yuan to Zhang Hongyu that evening, she too felt a surge of excitement. Over 3,000 yuan, plus an additional 1,000, nearly amounted to 5,000 yuan, a substantial sum. Especially considering that in 1990, the average monthly income for urban residents ranged from 80 to 150 yuan. This 5,000 yuan could equate to what others would earn by foregoing food and drink for 2 to 3 years. The advertising expenses incurred yesterday were only 200 to 300, yet by that evening, they had garnered over 3,000. The speed of profit generation was comparable to that of a green train. The following morning, Zhang Guoqing boarded an early direct bus to Lin City. Intent on seeking suppliers for spices and dry goods, inevitably heading to Linnan Market. He had only heard of Linnan Market in his previous life. It is currently the largest and most comprehensive market in Nanjing Province. The bus was filled to capacity, and Zhang Guoqing settled into a seat at the back, gazing out at the scenery before dozing off in a drowsy haze. Upon awakening, I discovered that I had already arrived at my destination. The West Bus Station of Lin City, situated in the western part of the urban area. My intended location lies in the eastern riverbank, just beyond the Linha Bridge, adjacent to Nanhua Road, where the Linnan Grand Market is located. Indeed, this provincial capital far surpasses the small county of Beishan. Cars flowed like a river, and the crowds bustled around me. Although towering skyscrapers had yet to dominate the skyline, the vibrancy of Lin City's center was already beginning to manifest in the year 1990. The tricycle came to a steady halt at the intersection of Nanhua Road. Guided by passers-by, I quickly found my way to the market. As I surveyed the scene, I observed a row of shops on either side, offering a diverse array of wholesale goods, predominantly related to foodstuffs. Here, one could find wholesale suppliers for rice, flour, cooking oil, spices, various ingredients, and seafood. In essence, any food-related supplies could be sourced from the shops in this market. Zhang Guoqing approached a store named Wanjiji Oil and Rice Shop, where the displayed samples indicated a focus on grains and oils, which constituted the primary items he sought. Additionally, he required seasonings, spices, and dried goods. "Madam, how do you wholesale your oil?" Zhang inquired, gesturing towards the large barrels of oil at the entrance. "I am not the owner. I am merely a staff member. The owner is inside. If you wish to purchase, I can call the owner for you," replied the woman. Glancing at Zhang, who appeared quite ordinary, assuming he was just making casual inquiries, and thus responded with indifference. "Are you not aware of the prices as a staff member?" "I need to procure oil and rice," Zhang replied, somewhat impatiently, sensing the staff's reluctance to relay his request. "Ah, young man, please do not take offense. The staff here are inexperienced. I can tell by your accent that you are not a local from Lin City. Yet you are already in business at such a young age. Impressive." Just as Zhang began to feel irritated, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the shop. Addressing him courteously, "No, I am from Beishan County in Dongping City. I operate a wholesale department back in the county, primarily dealing in grains, oils, and seasonings. I have come to examine the stock, and if it meets my needs, I will take a batch back with me," Zhang responded. Lin City is the provincial capital, while Dongping City is a prefecture-level city, indicating a disparity in their status. Beishan County is merely a county under Dongshan City, and most people might not be familiar with its location. However, the manager of Wanjiji Oil and Rice Shop was well aware of the various regions within Hunan Province, as their products were distributed throughout the province. "I hail from Dongping City, Bishan District, a place I know well. It seems we are fellow townsfolk. My surname is Shi Jinxiang. You may call me brother. This establishment belongs to my brother-in-law, and I am responsible for its management. We receive deliveries to Dongping City approximately every 2 days. Should you require shipments to Beishan, the freight costs would not be substantial. There is an individual named Zhang Guoqing in Beishan. I wonder if you have heard of him? He regularly procures goods from me, though his orders are not considerable in volume and are infrequent. Shi Jinxiang said to Zhang Guoqing, "My friend, may I inquire if there exists a one-stop procurement service at Lynching Market? I seek to gather all necessary materials in one go. It would be quite cumbersome and costly to replenish supplies sporadically." Zhang Guoqing, recognizing that Shi Jinxiang was from Dongping, felt a sense of camaraderie blossom between them. Upon meeting a fellow townsman, one might feel a surge of emotion. Though neither Zhang Guoqing nor Shi Jinxiang shed tears, their conversation fostered a growing familiarity. "My younger brother, here I have oil, rice, flour, and sugar available. A 50-kilogram barrel of oil costs 65, approximately 1.2 yuan per kilogram. I also stock 20-kilogram and 30-kilogram barrels. As for rice, I have 3 varieties: the renowned Wuchang rice from northeast China, our local rice from Xiangnan, and fragrant rice imported from Thailand." Through their exchange, Shi Jinxiang gleaned insights into Zhang Guoqing's situation and proceeded to introduce his products and their respective prices. According to Zhang Guoqing's understanding, the prices of other spices and seasonings at Lynching Market were considerably lower than those in Dongping City. However, procuring goods here depends on the volume. Without sufficient quantity, the price difference is negligible. The effort and labor involved in sourcing goods from the provincial capital for sale in Beishan may not yield a profitable margin, making it more prudent to procure locally in Dongshan City. Yet, should one establish a substantial volume, the profit margin could indeed be significant. In Beishan Agricultural Market, a 50-kilogram barrel of oil is priced at 2 yuan per kilogram, yielding a profit of 35 yuan per barrel. Although freight costs must be considered, they typically amount to around 3 to 5 yuan. It is worth noting that the oil used by Beishan restaurants is of this variety, with establishments requiring a barrel weekly. Most restaurants still predominantly use lard, reserving blended vegetable oil for those of higher caliber. The same principle applies to rice, flour, sugar, and various spices. Only through volume can one attain the lowest prices. Shi Jinxiang also inquired about various circumstances, learning that within Donglin Market, there exists a group of individuals dedicated to sourcing goods for small wholesalers, charging a service fee for their efforts. They earn their fees from both suppliers, who offer a portion of their profits for increased sales, and from the small wholesalers themselves. Generally speaking, 1,000 yuan translates to approximately 5 yuan. Despite the seemingly insignificant amount, if one were to procure goods worth 10,000 yuan, it would yield a sum of 50 yuan. Over the course of a month, completing merely a few transactions could surpass the earnings of most salaried workers by an immeasurable margin. These individuals are commonly referred to as brokers. Brokers facilitate small wholesalers in sourcing appropriate suppliers, securing favorable prices. They then take the wholesalers' funds to purchase from the suppliers and subsequently assist in arranging transportation for the goods. Brokers are held in high regard for their credibility and maintain extensive networks, with such individuals found in virtually every locale. In an era when communication was less advanced, brokers alleviated numerous cumbersome issues. As Zhang Guoqing envisioned, it is essential to enlist the assistance of a broker. The logistics of shipping and procurement are significant undertakings. Zhang Guoqing cannot afford to spend several days negotiating prices and sourcing goods in Lynching, as such efforts would be exhausting. Shi Jinxiang indeed introduced Zhang Guoqing to a broker, a native of Beishan, who has navigated the Lynching Market for several years, specifically serving as a broker for his fellow townsfolk from Dongping City. His name is Pai Guowei, a man in his 40s. In Shi Jinxiang's words, Pai Guowei's reputation within the Dongping circle is exemplary. Zhang Guoqing arranged to dine with Pai Guowei that evening to discuss potential collaboration, with Shi Jinxiang acting as the intermediary. Not far from Donglin's Grand Market lies Nanhua Road, which features a residential area known as Huaxing Community. Most residents here are employed at the Donglin Market, and outside the community, there exists a row of modest eateries. Zhang Guoqing, Shi Jinxiang, and Pai Guowei settled into a small private room. "Brother Zhang, you truly are young and accomplished, bringing honor to our Beishan County. You are the first young boss I have encountered," Pai Guowei remarked, chuckling. "I heard from Chang that you have established a wholesale business in Beishan, specializing in food ingredients and dry goods." "Indeed, and I expect to receive a shipment shortly. Regular deliveries will become the norm." "Do you have any advantageous connections in this area?" Zhang Guoqing inquired. "I have spent 6 years at Donglin Market, engaged in this very trade. While I cannot guarantee everything, I assure you that if it exists in Donglin Market, I can procure it for you," Pai Guowei confidently asserted. "How shall we settle the financial arrangements?" Zhang Guoqing asked. The standard rate is 15%, but since we are both from Beishan, I will only charge 14%, Pai Guowei responded. As for the payments, I can act as a guarantor. Initially, you can pay upon delivery, and if you have a substantial order, I can negotiate monthly settlements with the suppliers. My vehicle makes daily trips to Dongping, so I can arrange for the driver to deliver the goods to Beishan. Pai Guowei assured Zhang Guoqing. My vehicle? It appears that this Pai Guowei possesses his own truck, suggesting that he is indeed a remarkably astute individual. He understands that the freight business can yield substantial profits. Even if he hires drivers, he can still earn a considerable sum each month. Given that my elder brother trusts me so deeply, I shall now compile the order. In roughly 6 days, you will be able to dispatch the goods. I will return tomorrow and spend the next few days organizing the shop to prepare the shelves for the merchandise. At that time, you can simply return the order details to me, including the brand and pricing. Zhang Guoqing remarked to Pai Guowei. He retrieved a notebook from his person and swiftly began to write. After approximately 10 minutes, the purchase order was completed. According to Zhang Guoqing's estimation, this shipment would require at least 7,000 to 8,000 yuan, and as he currently lacked sufficient funds, he regrettably had to postpone the timeline by a few days. He handed 1,000 yuan to the intermediary, Shi Jinxiang, as a security deposit, ensuring that both parties would adhere to the agreement. Once the goods were delivered, Zhang Guoqing would deduct 1,000 yuan from the total, allowing Shi Jinxiang to then transfer the deposit to Pai Guowei. With the negotiations concluded, Zhang Guoqing decided to find a place to rest for the night and bid farewell to the two men as he left the small restaurant. The following morning, he intended to visit the Jinxing market, the largest wholesale market for clothing accessories, belts, and bags in Xiangnan. Old Pai, what has made you so agreeable today? Shi Jinxiang inquired of Pai Guowei. In the past, Pai Guowei would typically demand a deposit of half, yet today he accepted just 1,000 yuan from Zhang Guoqing. This young fellow is quite intriguing. At his age, Ah Chong, have you ever earned 1,000 yuan? Pai Guowei countered, posing a question to Shi Jinxiang instead of responding. You believe that he earned this 1,000 yuan? Shi Jinxiang replied. In his view, those who could casually produce such a sum as a deposit were likely from affluent backgrounds. I certainly believe it. Just look at the attire he wears. Would a child from a wealthy family don patched clothing? When he revealed the money, his shirt even bore patches. Can you imagine us at 17 or 18 being able to achieve such a feat? Pai Guowei remarked with a knowing look. If that's the case, I may have underestimated him. Well, since we are fellow townsmen, let's offer our assistance. Shi Jinxiang nodded, seemingly in agreement with Pai Guowei, and the two exited the restaurant. Chapter 48. An unexpected turn. The following morning, Zhang Guoqing rushed to the Jinxing market to purchase some items for his family before hurrying to the West bus station. The late autumn weather was somewhat warm, and the station was bustling with activity, with the smell of sweat lingering in the air outside the waiting area. Fortunately, he had taken a shower at the guest house the previous night. Otherwise, he would have been unable to tolerate his own odor. Ice pops for sale. Soft drinks for sale. At that moment, a woman in her 30s, laden with a foam box, passed by Zhang Guoqing, calling out to sell her ice pops and sodas. Excuse me. How much for the ice pops? Zhang Guoqing beckoned to the woman with the foam box. Young man, I have old ice pops for 5 cents each, green bean ice pops for 10 cents, and milk-flavored ice pops for 20 cents. Which one would you like? The middle-aged woman paused at Zhang Guoqing's call, turned around, and approached him to introduce her wares. The prices of these ice creams were rather steep. If they were sold in Beishan, they would cost half as much. However, given that they were sold fresh, a higher price was to be expected. The bus station itself also had shops, but items there were even pricier. I'll have a milk-flavored one, Zhang Guoqing said, rummaging through his pocket to produce a 20-cent coin, which he handed to the ice pop vendor. A white plastic-wrapped ice cream was handed over, and Zhang Guoqing eagerly took a bite. The milky aroma was indeed rich, far more fragrant than the ice creams of later years. After noon, the bus to Beishan finally arrived, prompting Zhang Guoqing to hastily board. Fortunately, there were not many returning passengers, leaving plenty of empty seats. Young man, are you going to Dongping City or back to Beishan? The ticket seller inquired. Back to Beishan, Zhang Guoqing replied, pulling out a handful of cash and counting out 16 yuan to give to the ticket seller. The seller smiled, took the money, counted it carefully, and then placed it cautiously in her bag before tearing off a ticket and handing it to Zhang Guoqing. In those days, 20 yuan was quite a sum. The fare from Sangmu town to Beishan, over 30 kilometers, was merely 4 yuan and 50 cents per person. The journey from Beishan to Lincheng was about 100 kilometers, costing 20 yuan. However, returning from Lincheng to Beishan was cheaper at only 16 yuan, mainly because far more people traveled out than returned. Otherwise, the return tickets would not be so affordable. Even so, the large bus, capable of seating over 30 passengers, had fewer than 20 aboard at that time. As the departure time arrived, the bus slowly left the station, heading towards Beishan. The journey spanned over 110 kilometers. Yet it would take nearly 4 hours due to the poor condition of the national road and the size of the bus, which naturally traveled slower. Along the way, there would be a stop for restroom breaks and meals. These rest stops were generally fixed locations, and most drivers could receive kickbacks from the owners. In the 1990s, many such rest stops along the national road catered to long-distance buses and passing freight drivers, with larger stops even providing accommodations and water. However, the security at these temporary locations was not high, as some thieves specifically targeted the finances and valuable cargo of truck drivers. Departing around 10 o'clock, the bus made a stop at a rest area around noon. The vehicle came to a halt, allowing passengers to stretch their legs, relieve themselves, and grab a bite to eat, for the journey ahead still promised to be lengthy without further stops. The driver switched off the engine and addressed those seated behind him. Instantly, the passengers rose in unison, making their way towards the door. At that moment, a woman in her 40s, clad in a trench coat, broke the tranquility within the vehicle with her distressed voice. "I've lost something. Dear driver, please assist me in checking. Perhaps there's a pickpocket on board." With a sorrowful expression, the middle-aged woman rushed to the front of the vehicle, calling out to the driver. "What is going on, miss? What have you lost?" inquired the driver. "My necklace, it's gone. That was my dowry from over a decade ago. Please, close the door quickly. If we delay, the thief will escape," she exclaimed anxiously. With a swift motion, the driver promptly shut the door, the sound echoing through the air. "I kindly ask everyone to check if anyone has mistakenly taken this lady's belongings. If you find it, please hand it over to me. Times are tough at home. I can offer a small reward. It's hard enough running this vehicle. Incidents like this could deter future passengers," he declared, eyeing those preparing to disembark. However, the sweltering weather made the remaining passengers reluctant to linger. "I didn't take anything. I wasn't even seated beside her. I need to relieve myself. Let me out," protested a man in his 30s, clutching his stomach. His was the first voice to break the growing unrest, quickly followed by others clamoring to exit for food and other needs. "You may disembark, but please check your pockets for her belongings. If not, I'll drive straight to the police station and call for assistance," the robust driver stated, addressing the gathering crowd. The first speaker, evidently in need of urgent relief, rummaged through his pockets, revealing only a few bills. "All right, you can go," the driver replied, turning to the others. "What will this lady tell her family about her missing dowry?" Zhang Guoqing, having already eaten, felt no hunger and chose to remain seated, observing the unfolding drama. Pickpockets differ from thieves. The former boldly operate in broad daylight, while the latter tend to act under the cover of night. Despite living in a society governed by law, there are still those who dare to engage in such illicit activities. The last time Zhang Guoqing had apprehended a pickpocket was by chance. This time, he had no intention of playing the hero. Thus, he turned slightly, closed his eyes, and sought solace in rest as passengers rifled through their belongings before stepping outside. Soon, only 7 or 8 individuals remained within the confines of the vehicle. Once, there were 2 passengers who initially intended to disembark, but, upon witnessing the situation, returned to their seats. Together with Zhang Guoqing, there were 3 individuals remaining in the vehicle. At that moment, the driver, accompanied by a middle-aged woman, approached the few remaining passengers and said, "I kindly ask you, dear sirs, to assist this lady. You are the last ones aboard. If you happen to find anything, please return it to her, and this matter shall be resolved." The driver spoke courteously, though his gaze was sharp, as if he could sense a pickpocket lurking among the trio. "I'm not a thief. Why should I be searched?" protested a young man in his 20s. "There's no need for a reason. Consider it a favor. Otherwise, we could head to the police station, which would be less agreeable, wouldn't it? Think of it as a courtesy. Besides, my vehicle belongs to Lu Dalong, and if we return to Beishan without resolving this, I will have trouble explaining myself." The driver continued amiably. "Lu Dalong is of no significance. Your mention of him holds no weight. If nothing was taken, then I have no obligation to let you search my belongings," the young man retorted, displaying no respect and exuding an air of arrogance. It was evident from the tone that the pickpocket was most likely this young man. He did not appear to be a local from Beishan, but rather a seasoned thief who roamed various vehicles. A true Beishan resident would surely have heard of Lu Dalong. Lu had not wronged him. Should Lu hear these words, the young man's hands would surely be in peril. Since you are so dismissive, it seems you are refusing any semblance of courtesy, the driver remarked through gritted teeth. Lu Dalong was indeed a prominent figure from Beishan, influential both in the underworld and legitimate circles of Beishan County. After relocating in 1983 to escape a crackdown, he swiftly established a gang known as the Black Dragon Gang upon his return, amassing a following of local ruffians. He gained connections that allowed him to secure 2 transportation routes from the Southern Transportation Hub, one for passenger service to Linqing, the provincial capital, and another for freight to Dongping City. With 3 large buses and 5 Dongfeng trucks under his command, he thrived in the once lucrative freight and passenger transport industries. In recent years, Lu Dalong's fortune soared. He was well-connected and financially prosperous. Thus, it was often said in Beishan County that by day, Xie Fenglin governs the town. But by night, Lu Dalong holds sway. Xie Fenglin was the current secretary of the Beishan County Committee, and this saying underscored Lu Dalong's substantial influence. However, a significant event occurred at the turn of the millennium, uprooting his empire entirely, resulting in numerous arrests, with reports indicating that 6 to 7 vehicles filled with accomplices were apprehended. Do not feign ignorance. Produce the items and disembark. I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Should you compel me, I will bind you and deliver you to the authorities. With these words, the driver attempted to search the bag, but in his moment of distraction, the young man lunged forward, plunging a knife into the driver's abdomen with precision. Swiftly, he withdrew the blade and made a move towards the car door. His intention was not to take a life, but merely to inflict harm and buy time. The driver collapsed, clutching his stomach, while the woman cowered in fear in the passenger seat. He has killed someone, shouted another passenger from the back, alarmed. Outside the vehicle, few were present, most having gone to relieve themselves or to dine. Zhang Guoqing, positioned not far from the car door, was roused by the commotion. Nearby lay a long mop, broom, and dustpan used for cleaning the vehicle. What are you staring at? Sit down, or I'll stab you too, the assailant warned, glancing at Zhang Guoqing while brandishing his knife menacingly. Zhang Guoqing felt a surge of fear. The blade was still dripping with blood. The former version of himself would have been paralyzed with terror. As the young man pulled at the car door, he found it unyielding, causing a flicker of panic to cross his face. The door was not the type that opened with a mere press. It required an upward motion to unlock before it could be pulled open. Typically, the driver controlled the unlocking mechanism, and opening it manually demanded considerable effort and time. After several attempts, the lock finally yielded. Just as he prepared to pull the door, a loud thud resonated, and the assailant suddenly felt disoriented, tumbling out of the vehicle. Zhang Guoqing had swiftly seized the mop and struck the young man beside the head. Had he used the mop's head directly, the impact could have been fatal. Fortunately, the mop head, being somewhat soft, coupled with Zhang Guoqing's inability to exert full force in the cramped space, spared the assailant's life, sending him sprawling out of the car instead. Living in fear for a lifetime is sufficient. One cannot afford to live in fear for 2 lifetimes. If I continue to cower, I might as well become a dog. Come quickly, the assailant is down. Zhang Guoqing leaped from the car, taking advantage of the assailant's disorientation to pin him down. Still want to stab me? Come on, try it, he growled, twisting the assailant's hand behind his back with conviction. Remarkably, despite not possessing great strength, Zhang Guoqing's demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. The assailant's taunts ignited a fire within him, fueling his resolve as he pressed down with all his might, immobilizing the young man beneath him. This pickpocket is not the kind one encounters on a Wednesday. He is clearly a seasoned veteran, having long since ingrained himself in this line of work. The fierce glint in his eyes betrays the numerous times he has wielded a knife. Soon, those at the parking spot, alerted by the commotion, began to gather. The onlookers, rather than remaining passive, included several middle-aged men who rushed to offer assistance. Somehow, they procured some hemp rope and, with a few swift movements, bound the thief's hands. Before long, Zhang Guoqing searched the thief's pocket and extracted a piece of gold jewelry, a gold ruby weighing around 20 to 30 grams, suspended from a red string that had been severed. Given that the current gold price hovers around 101 yuan per gram, This piece would amount to 2 or 3,000 yuan. It's no wonder the pickpocket had attempted to board the vehicle. The target was simply too enticing. Ma'am, is this your lost jewelry? Zhang Guoqing inquired of a middle-aged woman. Indeed, indeed. Thank you, young man, she replied, bowing in gratitude. What about the driver? Zhang Guoqing asked, glancing into the vehicle. At that moment, the ticket collector was assisting the driver as he descended from the car. Sir, are you all right? Damn it. You son of a dog. I'll kill you. The young man in the passenger seat, robust in stature and only slightly older than Zhang Guoqing, directed his anger toward the driver. He had just stepped out to relieve himself and grab a bite when he heard the cries for help, completely unaware that his driving instructor had been stabbed. Chapter 50. A finger chopped off, all is well, Xiao Wu. It didn't penetrate, the driver reassured him. His tone considerably subdued, his complexion waning. Compared to previous injuries, this is minor. Just clean the blood and wrap it up. We'll take this thief back to Beishan for your father to handle. No need to report to the police. You'll drive, I'll guide you. Young man, I truly appreciate your help today. You acted bravely, the driver expressed, softening his voice. Xiao Wu, come over and thank this young brother. Brother, I am sincerely grateful. My name is Lu Yuanwu. You have done my family a tremendous favor. If you don't mind, let us be friends. When we return to Beishan, I'll treat you to a meal, Lu Yuanwu said politely as he approached Zhang Guoqing. Brother Yuanwu, you're too kind. It's only right to act when one sees injustice. I'm Zhang Guoqing, from Sangma Town, he responded with a smile. You really want to die, huh? Fine. Come with me back to Beishan. I'll deal with you slowly, Lu Yuanwu said after exchanging addresses with Zhang Guoqing. He then turned to confront the pickpocket, delivering several kicks to him with his size 44 feet, finally releasing some pent-up frustration. He then dragged the thief into the vehicle, unceremoniously tossing him onto the floor. After a brief bandaging, the driver took his seat in the passenger side, his demeanor noticeably subdued. Claiming he was unharmed was mere pretense. Rather than lingering here, it was prudent to return to Beishan swiftly, which would not only expedite matters but also facilitate his treatment. Lu Yuanwu occupied the driver's seat, turned the key, and soon the bus roared to life, gradually departing the parking area and merging onto the national highway. Due to the incident at the parking spot, the bus arrived at the Beishan South bus station well past 5 o'clock. Passengers disembarked hurriedly, eager to distance themselves from the unfolding drama. The driver, supported by a ticket seller, was escorted away, presumably to seek medical attention. Guoqing, wait a moment. Lu Yuanwu called out as he returned briskly after handing the keys to the dispatch office. What's the matter, brother Yuanwu? Zhang Guoqing responded. Just a couple of 100 meters from the station's exit. Today you've been a tremendous help. Don't leave just yet. Allow me to treat you to dinner. Wait here while I take this pickpocket to my father, and I'll return shortly. Lu Yuanwu spoke politely to Zhang Guoqing. Thus, the pickpocket was unceremoniously lifted from the bus, resembling a bound chicken, and taken towards the dispatch office. At that moment, he was akin to a rat in the street. Though no one openly called for his punishment, he was certainly unwelcome. Typically, those caught would endure a harsh beating before being sent away. Zhang Guoqing, with no particular plans for the evening, opted to wait at the station's exit. Before long, Lu Yuanwu reappeared, his expression somewhat more cheerful. How was the pickpocket dealt with? Zhang Guoqing inquired. They chopped off a finger. My father likely sent someone to take him to the police station. Come, let us go. I'll treat you to a meal, Lu Yuanwu said, placing a friendly arm around Zhang Guoqing's shoulder as they walked on. At the entrance of the Beishan South bus station, there was a metal shed designated for bicycle parking. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle pierced the air, capturing Zhang Guoqing's attention. Wow, a motorcycle, he exclaimed, astonished that this young man was riding not just any bike, but a Honda, a brand that he vaguely recalled cost nearly 20,000, requiring connections to procure. This revelation made Zhang Guoqing regard Lu Yuanwu, the son of Lu Dalong, with newfound respect. Lu Yuanwu, aged 23, was nearly 6 years senior to Zhang Guoqing, standing over 6 feet tall and possessing a robust physique. He appeared even taller than Zhang Guoqing. In 2000, Lu Dalong's Highland gang was utterly dismantled, a consequence of a turf war with local gangs in Yue County, which had piqued the interest of the Hunan Provincial Public Security Bureau. This matter has implicated numerous corrupt officials who served as veils for nefarious forces, leading to the apprehension of 89 key figures associated with Lu Dalong, including his son, a core member of the Black Dragon Gang, namely Lu Yuanwu, who stands before us. Do not inquire how Zhang Guoqing is aware. The events surrounding Dongping City were once reported in the newspapers, for Lu Dalong's notoriety was far-reaching. Thus Zhang Guoqing retains this memory. Guoqing, what are you dawdling for? Get in the car. Lu Yuanwu called out loudly. Ah, right away, brother Yuanwu. Zhang Guoqing promptly approached and effortlessly climbed into the vehicle. Lu Yuanwu revved the motorcycle and sped towards Paifeng Street, a route Zhang Guoqing was well acquainted with, having made numerous deliveries there. After a span of over 20 minutes, Lu Yuanwu's motorcycle came to a halt outside the Beishan Hotel on the main street. Guoqing, today I shall treat you to the finest restaurant in Beishan. Feel free to order whatever you desire, Lu Yuanwu proclaimed. Upon entering, he sought out a private room and strode confidently to a chair, taking a seat. What brings young Master Lu to Uncle Meng's establishment today? Oh, is that you, Guoqing? You two know each other? The newcomer was Meng Fanjun himself, who had initially greeted Lu Yuanwu, but was taken aback to see Zhang Guoqing. However, even with his sharp intellect, he could not fathom why Zhang Guoqing was acquainted with Lu Yuanwu. Meng, you actually know my little brother. Ha, splendid. What delectable dishes do you have for me today? Prepare a feast. Just put it on my tab. I'll reimburse it later at Dalong Transport Company. Lu Yuanwu instructed Meng Fanjun with a grin. Certainly. During your absence, I've acquired a batch of wild soft-shelled turtles. Shall we make that the main dish? I'll arrange the rest, Meng Fanjun replied with a smile, subtly nodding towards Guoqing. Meng Fanjun dared not offend Lu Yuanwu, fully aware of Lu Dalong's reputation. As a businessman, he understood that to conduct business peacefully, one must avoid antagonizing two types of individuals: the law-abiding officials, including ordinary cadres, and those entrenched in the underworld. Offending a government official may yield consequences, yet offending a member of the underworld could lead to the immediate closure of one's establishment. From 1986 until 2000, the underworld of Beishan County was essentially ruled by Lu Dalong, a figure of godfather status. He was ruthless, yet demonstrated loyalty and camaraderie to his own, allowing him to navigate both the legitimate and illicit realms with ease. Lu Dalong had but one son, thus whenever Lu Dalong or Lu Yuanwu visited the restaurant, Meng Fanjun personally attended to them, granting them a level of respect on par with that afforded to Xie Fenglin. Chapter 51. Is fate unalterable? Meng, you take charge of the cooking. I am not skilled in that art, only in the art of consumption. If the food is delicious, I will pay. If not, well, I shall have to critique your establishment's reputation. Lu Yuanwu jested. Lu Yuanwu jestingly remarked to Meng Fanjun that he had actually visited many times, and Lu Dalong along with Lu Yuanwu had never caused any trouble in Meng Fanjun's establishment. In the vernacular of their world, having reached such a level, engaging in petty disturbances was beneath their dignity. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Meng Fanjun said, seemingly perceiving that Lu Yuanwu had more to discuss with Zhang Guoqing, and thus he exited the private room to head to the kitchen downstairs. Guoqing, you have done my father a great service today. Do you know the background of the pickpocket we apprehended? Lu Yuanwu inquired of Zhang Guoqing. Not a clue. In the heat of the moment, I just charged at him, fearing he might stab me, Zhang Guoqing replied. Do tell, I'm all ears. This individual hails from Anping. He was sent by my father's rival to pilfer from his vehicle. The intent was to tarnish my father's passenger transport line's reputation. Had it not been for your intervention, my uncle's injuries would have been in vain. Furthermore, my father wishes for me to take over the management of the transport line. Without your timely assistance, I would have been utterly humiliated today. Lu Yuanwu elucidated the situation. It turned out that individuals from Anping aimed to contract the transport line in Beishan, while Lu Dalong was embroiled in a conflict with his adversaries, thus delegating the management of the transport line to Lu Yuanwu. In the realm of organized crime, conflicts were akin to brawls. Around the 1990s, such confrontations were marked by real weapons. The regulation of firearms was not stringent until around 1996. In any skirmish, it was common for several leaders to bear arms as a show of force, even if they were not necessarily discharged. Lu Dalong, in his 40s and at the peak of his vigor, was undeterred by the prospect of violence. Coming from a family of martial artists, he had trained in combat from a young age, wielding a nearly 2-meter-long broadsword, which had gained notoriety in Beishan alongside firearms. Brother Yuanwu, our acquaintance seems to be a matter of fate. Since you have openly shared so much with me, allow me to speak honestly in return. I wonder if you would be willing to listen. Zhang Guoqing addressed Lu Yuanwu. Speak, my brother. Though you are younger than I I harbor no underestimation of you. Now, let us raise a glass in honor of your valiant act today, Zhang Guoqing declared. Lu Yuanwu lifted his glass, clinking it with Zhang Guoqing's, and they both downed the Maotai in a single gulp. Brother Yuanwu, have you been involved in your family's endeavors at all? Zhang Guoqing queried after finishing his drink, reflecting on the exquisite taste of the Maotai, which justified its hefty price. To be candid, not until recently. For the past 2 years, I have been rather idle, seeking something meaningful to do. My father instructed me to engage in legitimate business, steering clear of the gambling and nightclub scene. He offered me a choice between managing the passenger line or the freight line, and I opted for the passenger line. The freight trucks are simply unbearable to drive. Lu Yuanwu replied. That is fortunate, indeed. There is still time. Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement, addressing Lu Yuanwu. It appears that Lu Dalong is indeed a person of understanding. He has committed illegal acts solely on his own accord, making every effort to keep his son away from the underworld's affairs. However, the memories of later generations reveal a stark contrast. If possible, extending a helping hand to the present Lu Yuanwu is not out of the question. The communication between individuals can convey one's moral character. One can perceive goodness or malevolence through facial expressions, words, and various subtle details. After his rebirth, Zhang Guoqing seems to possess a certain insight into recognizing people. Brother Yuanwu, heed my advice. Encourage your father to steer clear of the underworld in the future. Let your subordinates handle matters, and remain in the shadows to direct them. I must inform you that in a few years, a new crackdown will inevitably return. If things escalate to violence, there is a real risk of facing dire consequences, Zhang Guoqing advised Lu Yuanwu. Brother, where did you acquire this knowledge? Lu Yuanwu initially doubted him, but he gradually began to trust Zhang Guoqing upon observing his earnest demeanor. I have a friend whose brother works in the provincial office. He mentioned it a few days ago, Zhang Guoqing fabricated casually. The provincial office, specifically the Provincial Public Security Department, is the highest authority in Xiangnan province. Lu Yuanwu was taken aback by the connections this younger brother seemed to have. Brother, I had no idea you had such contacts. Please introduce me to him when you have the chance. He exclaimed. Introduce? You believe everything I say. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Guoqing thought to himself. Somewhat speechless. Lying is truly exhausting. One must fabricate numerous lies to support a single one. We'll discuss it another time. Just listen to me. Your father still has time to change. Don't wait until it's too late to regret. All right, I'll heed your counsel and talk to my father when I return. By the way, it seems that Boss Meng is quite familiar with you. I don't even know what you do. Tell me, perhaps I can assist you. Lu Yuanwu inquired. Brother Yuanwu, I merely sell vegetables. Recently, I acquired a shop that has just been renovated and hasn't opened yet. Today, I went to the provincial capital to discuss suppliers. My shop is located at number 1, Jinan Road. If you have time, come by and hang out, Zhang Guoqing replied. That sounds great. Let me know when you open, and I'll help you create some buzz, Lu Yuanwu suggested enthusiastically. Definitely. I'll make sure to inform you in advance, he added. After exchanging pleasantries, the two raised their glasses for another toast of Maotai. Indeed. Good liquor keeps one remarkably clear-headed even after half a gene. Damn, this 6 yuan Shaoyang liquor suddenly pales in comparison. Brother, if changes are to be made, how should one go about it? Lu Yuanwu pondered aloud, as he savored a piece of turtle meat, slurping it down before chewing heartily. Initially, one should establish a security company, allowing the idle brothers beneath to be arranged within. The company can be nominally overseen by a trusted confidant appointed by your father. This is the first point. It is imperative to restrain subordinates from harassing innocent civilians and merchants to avoid public discontent, which would ultimately harm yourselves. After years of reform and opening up, it is time for violence to become a relic of the past. As a leader, one must guide their subordinates on how to generate profit. This is the second point. Additionally, encourage your father to engage in charitable acts, visiting orphanages and veterans' homes, to demonstrate his transformation to the government, which may lead to further opportunities. This is the third point. Zhang Guoqing articulated 7 points in total, and Lu Yuanwu diligently took note. Although he appeared robust, his mind was remarkably meticulous. During the severe crackdown in 1983, his father Lu Dalong fled for 2 years, a hardship Lu Yuanwu endured alone. Tragically, Lu Yuanwu's mother passed away during childbirth, bestowing upon him a fate less than fortunate. Chapter 52. A revitalized shop after a hearty meal. The two found themselves slightly inebriated. Guoqing, how about I escort you home? At this hour, even the tricycles have ceased operations. Lu Yuanwu affectionately draped his arm around Zhang Guoqing's shoulder as they descended the stairs. All right, let us have Yuanwu take a look. But the shop is currently devoid of stock as it is undergoing renovations. Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement. Boss Meng, please bring over the list for me to sign. Lu Yuanwu addressed Meng Fanjun, who was seated at the counter. At this moment, Meng Fanjun, having concluded his busy tasks, had emerged from the kitchen to take a breather. He typically refrained from cooking unless the individuals present were of significant importance, as he had 3 apprentices in the kitchen. Uncle Meng, the flavors of today's dishes are truly exquisite. Particularly, your method of preparing the soft-shelled turtle surpasses that of the top chefs in the provincial capital. Zhang Guoqing complimented Meng Fanjun. Ah, Guoqing, your words flatter me. It is merely that the ingredients you supplied are of exceptional quality. However, we are running low on soft-shelled turtles. I shall arrange for some more during tomorrow's delivery, Meng Fanjun replied graciously. Very well. I will return to Sangma Town tonight and arrange for some to be brought over tomorrow. However, acquiring wild soft-shelled turtles is increasingly challenging. My brother alone cannot procure much. The last batch I received was purchased at a profit of 1 yuan per pound. Yet the catchers are looking to raise their prices, Zhang Guoqing remarked. Price is not an issue. Just bring them over, and I assure you I will not let you suffer any losses, Meng Fanjun assured him. Boss Meng, are the vegetables here still supplied by my younger brother? Lu Yuanwu interjected with a hiccup, chuckling at Meng Fanjun. Indeed, the vegetables, fish, and soft-shelled turtles in the shop have all been delivered by Guoqing. His produce is immensely popular, and sales are on the rise. Rest assured, he will not incur any losses while working with me, Meng Fanjun responded courteously. That's splendid. We shall take our leave now, and in the future, I will have my father bring more people to support your business. As for finances, you know our family does not partake in free meals, Lu Yuanwu concluded. And with that, the two exited the Beishan restaurant, speeding away on their motorcycle towards Renmin Road. As the clock approached 7, the North Mountain had been enveloped in darkness, devoid of any brilliant lights along the roads. Scattered around were only a few dimly lit street lamps and the sporadic glow from nearby households. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Lu Yuanwu's speed did not wane. Rather, he accelerated further. It was fortunate that there were no sobriety checks at that moment, for otherwise, he would surely have faced apprehension. Speeding along, the streetlights blurred past him in a rapid retreat. Thankfully, with fewer pedestrians and vehicles on the road, his haste did not result in any troubles. North Mountain was familiar territory for Lu Yuanwu. He knew the South City, North City, and West City like the back of his hand. In less than 10 minutes, the motorcycle arrived at the intersection of Jinan Street. Zhang Guoqing's establishment was located at No. 1 Jinan Street, and as the motorcycle came to a stop at the storefront, the sight before him filled him with delight. A striking red sign emblazoned with white letters read Zhang's Wholesale of Vegetable Oil and Dried Goods, a creation of Zhang Guoqing that, once illuminated, remained visible even in the dark. Yuanwu Gu, we arrived. This is the place, Zhang Guoqing pointed ahead, addressing the motorcycle's rider. Lu Yuanwu nodded, gently applying the brakes to bring the bike to a steady halt at the entrance. This drew the attention of Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Guoqing, who were inside the shop. Guoqing, this motorcycle is quite the showstopper. I doubt there are many like it in the entire North County, the brothers Yushan and Yu Hai whispered to one another. It must have cost several thousand, right? Yushan speculated. Certainly. I wonder when we might be able to get one ourselves. What a dream. Let us focus on working hard first. Perhaps we can manage to get a modest bike later. They continued their conversation as Zhang Guoqing led Lu Yuanwu into the shop. Its third brother has returned. Zhang Guoqing's sharp eyes quickly spotted Zhang Guoqing. Sister, Guoqing, brother Yu Hai, brother Yushan, I'm back. This is Yuanwu Gu, who brought me back. Let us all get acquainted. Zhang Guoqing greeted and introduced them. Hello, Yuanwu Gu. Lu Yuanwu found himself momentarily transfixed upon seeing Zhang Hongyu. In his past experiences, women had been as easily disposable as clothing, but Zhang Hongyu captivated him utterly. Over the past few days, she had been applying snowflake cream, resulting in her skin appearing significantly more supple, although not yet entirely rejuvenated. Her complexion was no longer as coarse as before. Amidst the greetings, Lu Yuanwu barely registered the conversation, his gaze fixated on Zhang Hongyu, whose cheeks flushed with color. Oh, hello, I'm Lu Yuanwu. Guoqing, is that you? He stammered, unable to tear his eyes away from Zhang Hongyu. This is my sister. What is the matter? Yuan Wu Gu, are you perhaps bewitched? Zhang Guoqing observed Lu Yunwu's demeanor and, without a moment's hesitation, deduced the situation. Most likely, Lu had developed an affection for his elder sister. This scoundrel, whom I regarded as a brother, dares to envision himself as my sister's husband? Nevertheless, considering Lu Yunwu's sensitive identity, Zhang Guoqing was not inclined to allow any entanglement between him and his sister. Although Lu had not completely forfeited his integrity, Zhang refused to push his sister into a perilous predicament. Ahem. I digress. Guoqing, since I have returned you safely, I shall take my leave for now. I shall visit again another time. Lu Yunwu, rather clumsily, uttered a phrase before turning away and, after revving his motorcycle, swiftly vanished into the night. Brother, what is up with this peculiar fellow? He didn't even come in to sit for a while before leaving. Zhang Hongyu inquired of Zhang Guoqing. Sister, I suspect he was so captivated by your presence that he felt too bashful. Hee. Zhang Guoqing jested. Enough of that. Don't tease your sister. I have been utterly exhausted these past few days with you and your friends. What do you think of the storefront outside? Zhang Hongyu playfully chastised her brother. Indeed. Everyone has worked hard these last couple of days. In a few days, we shall receive supplies from the provincial city. Once our shop is well stocked, we will prepare for the grand opening. Zhang Guoqing declared with unwavering determination, eager not to waste any time. By the way, Guoqing, Hage, Change. We need to head back to Sangma Town tonight. Tomorrow evening, we must bring in another batch of goods. It's going to be a tiring night. So let us tidy up and head to Beishan Market to catch a ride. Zhang Guoqing instructed his brothers. Ah, Guoqing, we are merely concerned about having nothing to do. A little fatigue is of no consequence, the Yu brothers replied. Sister, you must keep an eye on the shop tonight. Ensure all the doors are locked for safety. Zhang Guoqing advised Zhang Hongyu once more. Don't worry, third brother, I'll look after things here. Once you leave, I'll secure the doors, Zhang Hongyu reassured him. Upon their arrival at the market, they found Old Wu still present. After exchanging pleasantries, they adeptly climbed onto the Dongfeng truck. Chapter 53. Trouble arrives. By the time they reached Sangma Town, it was already past 10. The four of them split into two groups. Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing returned to Shaojing village, while the Yu brothers headed back to Natangwan village. However, as soon as Zhang Guoqing arrived home, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Their house was crowded with people, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion. The Lu family truly had no sense of decency, demanding money even before the due time. Zhang Yushan, having lived an honest life, never anticipated he would be subjected to such humiliation. Had his younger brother been at home, Lu Shankong would not dare to be so brazen. As Zhang Guoqing approached the yard, the words of those gathered reached his ears, evoking a sense of foreboding. He hastened into the house, taking 2 steps at a time. Father, mother, what is happening here? Zhang Yushan reclined on a bamboo chair, his face swollen and bruised, while Li Tsulan wept beside him. Saner, seer, you have returned? Li Tsulan wiped her tears and gazed at Zhang Guoqing. Mother, pray tell. What is the situation? Zhang Guoqing's face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh without him feeling a thing. In his previous life, his father Zhang Yushan had never encountered such brutality. Even when seeking compensation for his deceased elder brother, he had not endured such violence. Lu Shankin from Lu family village came demanding money. Your elder brother was beaten by Lu's men while fishing, and your father fared better, but your brother. His head was split open, Li Tsulan lamented, her tears flowing more profusely. Damn it. I never imagined Lu Shankin to be such a treacherous scoundrel, Zhang Guoqing thought, unable to foresee this turn of events. Saner, let it be. Our Zhang family cannot contend with them. We shall let this matter rest, alas. Zhang Yushan attempted to rise, but winced in pain, gasping out loud. Father, this is my fault for not considering things properly. I will not rest until I avenge this wrong. Where is my elder brother? I shall go with Guoqing to check on him. Zhang Guoqing gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage. Even a clay idol has a flicker of anger, let alone a human being. Elder brother Zhang Guohua lay in bed, crying out in agony. Yushio stood by the bedside, applying warm water to the bruises on his back, her tears cascading down. Elder brother, I have returned. Are you feeling any better? Zhang Guoqing inquired as he approached to inspect the wounds. Zhang Guohua, bare-chested, bore 3 palm-sized bruises on his back and a gash on his head, which Yushio had wrapped with a clean towel, the dried blood appearing dark under the flickering candlelight. At that moment, tears streamed uncontrollably from Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing. Their father had been injured, their brother's head shattered. If they did not seek vengeance, Zhang Guoqing swore he would not be human. Third brother, let it go. It is not a grave matter. It was merely misfortune today. Had I not encountered that scoundrel Lu Shankin, this would not have happened. It was just them. 7 or 8 against me alone. I could not prevail. Zhang Guohua said helplessly. Elder brother, come, I shall take you and father to the health clinic. If this wound is not treated, I fear it may lead to lasting repercussions. I shall bear the guilt for life. Zhang Guoqing insisted, wiping away his tears resolutely. In the previous life, I owed my elder brother, and in this life, I shall ensure he suffers no such misfortune. Seek the clinic? No, elder brother is young. He can endure a few days. Father, you should go and have a look. I truly worry for you at your age, Zhang Guohua rejected. Guoqing, go borrow a cart from Uncle Qingshan. We shall take father and elder brother to the health clinic. I will call Guowang. The 3 of us brothers will go together. Zhang Guoqing paid no heed to Zhang Guohua's words and turned to Zhang Guoqing beside him. Before long, Zhang Guoqing departed towards Li Qingshan's residence. Li Qingshan had only recently returned from Zhang Yushan's home and had not yet succumbed to slumber. Had it not been for Li Qingshan's protection today, Zhang Yushan's injuries would have likely been far more severe, and all the eggs and fish in Zhang Yushan's household would have suffered dire consequences. In a short while, Zhang Guoqing returned with the cart, the clock edging towards 11. Old 5, assist our father onto the cart. I shall carry elder brother, Zhang Guoqing instructed Zhang Guowang. Sister-in-law, fetch a blanket to cushion him. I shall carry elder brother outside, he added, addressing Yuxiu nearby. Elder brother, wrap your arms around my neck. I will lift you onto the cart. The wound will not heal easily, so do not fret about expenses. Younger brother has the means. Zhang Guoqing declared as he lifted Zhang Guohua and made his way to the cart at the door. Yuxiu had already placed a thick quilt atop the cart, and both Zhang Yushan and Zhang Guohua sat upon it. Mother, you and sister-in-law take care of Jiao Mei at home. Old 4 and old 5 will accompany elder brother and father to the clinic. Tomorrow, you and sister-in-law should prepare a chicken for father and elder brother. A chicken soup will aid their recovery, so do not hesitate to part with a few chickens, Zhang Guoqing instructed his mother, Li Tsulan. She nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the moon shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings. The path from Shaojing village to the town was relatively flat, devoid of steep climbs, allowing the 3 brothers to take turns pushing the cart and reach Sengma town in under an hour. Sengma town was situated not far from the town government, modest in size, with only 20 medical personnel, of whom fewer than 10 were actually capable of providing treatment. At that time, the clinic had a regulation mandating that one doctor must remain on duty at night to handle emergencies. Thus, when the Zhang brothers arrived, the on-duty doctor had only recently succumbed to sleep. Zhang Guoqing knocked on the large iron door of the clinic, calling out loudly, "Doctor, help! Quickly, we need assistance." "What is the situation?" "It's the middle of the night. Who is ill?" The doctor, donning a white coat, opened a small door within the iron gate. Upon seeing 3 standing and 2 lying down, he inquired, "What is the matter?" "Doctor, please help. My father and elder brother have been injured in a fight. I rushed here overnight." Zhang Guoqing explained to the physician. "Do you have money?" The doctor queried, his first concern not the injuries but the payment. "Yes, rest assured. I will not let you treat us for free. Just hurry and use the best medicine," Zhang Guoqing replied, not wishing to dwell on the matter, as he had encountered similar situations in his previous life. It was customary for hospitals to require payment before treatment. He quickly produced 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the doctor. "Having funds makes matters much simpler," the doctor remarked. Zhang Yushan, the eldest among them, initially received some internal medications prescribed by the doctor to invigorate blood circulation and alleviate bruising. The doctor then retrieved a bottle of safflower oil from the cabinet and handed it to Zhang Guoqing, instructing him to apply it to Zhang Yushan's bruised back. Chapter 54. The revenge plan. Zhang Guohua's injury was more severe. The scalp on his head had been lacerated. Fortunately, it was not in a critical area, or it could have led to a life-threatening condition akin to being in a vegetative state. The doctor produced some alcohol and gauze to clean the wound. As the antiseptic was applied, Zhang Guohua grimaced in pain, and the doctor proceeded to bandage the injury, wrapping him in layers of gauze, resembling a mummy. After prescribing some anti-inflammatory medication and blood-invigorating drugs, the treatment was concluded. Remarkably, the 100 yuan was not fully utilized, and 56 yuan was returned to Zhang Guoqing. Once these matters were settled, it was nearly dawn. If they returned home now, they would likely have no time to rest that night. Father, elder brother, let's stay in town for the night and head back home tomorrow, Zhang Guoqing suggested to his father, Zhang Yushan. Are you referring to the place where we had our last meal? After tending to his wound, Zhang Guohua felt considerably better and spoke with renewed vigor. He was familiar with the old establishment of the Zhou family restaurant, having previously helped Zhang Guoqing transport fish and shrimp from there. Precisely. I've arranged 2 beds there for me, Guoqing, and the Yu family brothers to manage for the night, Zhang Guoqing confirmed with a nod. The 3 brothers swiftly dragged the cart into the establishment, with Zhang Guoqing carrying the key to unlock the iron gate. Since it was a shop, even the cart was pulled inside. The night passed in silence, and by dawn the next day, Zhang Guoqing rose early. The other brothers and their father, Zhang Yushan, also awakened and began to wander around the shop. Despite his serious injuries, Zhang Guohua was still able to walk. Soon, Zhang Guoqing returned from the Zhou family restaurant with a large basin and several bowls and chopsticks. Father, elder brother, let us eat something first. This is the specialty breakfast from Zhou's, called whistle noodles. To give it a try, Zhang Guoqing said, placing the bowls and chopsticks on an old table and motioning for Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoang to bring over some stools. Third son, how much did this enormous basin cost? And there's so much minced meat. Zhang Yushan inquired of Zhang Guoqing. 6 yuan for such a large basin, Zhang Guoqing replied casually. 6 yuan for just this? How much have you earned in just a few days? You've certainly learned to spend money quite well, Zhang Yushan remarked with a frown. A hint of concern in his tone. A simple man, having lived a life of honesty, Zhang Guoqing felt a pang in his heart. His nose tinged with a sense of melancholy. Father, rest assured, I am capable of earning a living. I specifically requested Uncle Zhou to add extra meat to this bowl of noodles. Please enjoy your meal. Even if you were to eat this every day, I can certainly provide for you. Brother, eat up. The noodles will thicken and lose their elasticity if left too long. Zhang Guoqing motioned for Zhang Guoang to serve the noodles, and they began to eat. The dish, known as whistle noodles, was adorned with a layer of chopped green onions, beneath which lay minced ginger, garlic, and spicy chili flakes, all stir-fried with minced pork and lean meat. Complemented by 10 poached eggs, 2 eggs each for the 4 brothers and their father, Zhang Yushan. Such a sumptuous breakfast cost merely 6 yuan. The price level is indeed delightful. Brother, did anyone in the village speak up for us regarding last night's incident? Zhang Guoqing inquired of Zhang Guohua. There were a few, but not many. Aside from Uncle Qingshan's family, and Uncle Erming and Brother Hohat's family, the others merely watched, Zhang Guohua replied while eating. Did anyone from Uncle Yumin or Uncle Yud's families come forward to assist? Zhang Guoqing asked. Zhang Yumin is Zhang Yushan's elder brother, while Zhang Yud is his younger sibling. It perplexed Zhang Guoqing that these close relatives did not stand up to support them during such a critical moment. Father, have you come to see the situation clearly? We do not require assistance from Uncle Yumin or Uncle Yud. Let us cease our familial ties with them from now on, Zhang Guoqing remarked to Zhang Yushan. Well, perhaps they have their own reasons, especially concerning Uncle Yud's situation. You know, he is not in control. It's all due to your aunt's meddling, Zhang Yushan muttered. Times change. It is acceptable if they do not assist now, but let us not seek to maintain these connections in the future. I understand Uncle Yud's circumstances. We can discuss this later. For now, we must address the pressing matter at hand. Yesterday's incident involving you and brother being assaulted cannot be left unresolved, Zhang Guoqing said as he slurped up a mouthful of noodles. Addressing both Zhang Guohua and Zhang Yushan. What do you intend to do? Are you considering taking revenge? This loss must be accepted. Father and brother have already acknowledged it. If you truly resort to violence, you may find yourself imprisoned. Our family relies on you, Sanner. Father has no grand wishes. I only desire that you 4 brothers, along with your sister and Mengjiao, remain safe and healthy, Zhang Yushan advised Zhang Guoqing. Do not worry, Father. I am aware of my own limits. If I do not avenge this grievance, I shall never be able to hold my head high. Sanner possesses the means. You and brother should remain at home and trust me. Guoqing, today you and Guoang must manage the vegetable collection and net retrieval. Father will wait for the 2 of you to bring the cart back home. On the way, Guoang should take a couple of days off, citing the autumn harvest at home as the reason for his assistance. I plan to make a trip to Beishan today, and tomorrow Guoqing and Uncle Wu can directly handle the goods. Since I will not be going to the Beishan restaurant, you shall handle the arrangements. Ensure the payment is correct without any reductions. Once the accounts are settled, Hand them over to your sister and maintain accurate records. Zhang Guoqing engaged in conversation with his brothers, Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing, and entrusted 500 yuan to Zhang Guoqing, instructing him to give it to their mother, Li Tsuelan, upon returning home. Soon, breakfast concluded, and after Zhang Guoqing cleared the bowls, he and Zhang Guoqing took Zhang Yushan and Zhang Guowa homeward. Zhang Guoqing felt a simmering anger within. That scoundrel Lu Shangkong. If he did not reclaim his honor, how could he continue to navigate life? Initially, he contemplated hiring thugs from Beishan to retaliate in Sangmu town, but upon reflection, he deemed it unwise. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, causing even Zhang Guoqing to chuckle at his own ingenuity. A genius, indeed. Not only had he grown bolder since his rebirth, but his mind was also becoming increasingly astute. Finally, at 9 o'clock, the minibus to Sangmu town arrived punctually at the boarding point. The bumpy road jostled him, making his head spin as he sat in the vehicle, consumed by thoughts of revenge. A gentleman's vengeance may take a decade, but a rogue seeks swift retribution. Lu Shangkong, you scoundrel, in a few days, you shall learn that I, Zhang Guoqing, am not so easily trifled with. Chapter 55. The worth of a 10,000 yuan household at the southern bus station of Beishan. Zhang Guoqing disembarked. Without exiting the station, he headed directly to the dispatch room on the west side of the station. The sweltering autumn sun dripped sweat down his back, soaking his shirt, and his face glistened with perspiration. Inside the dispatch room, the fan was set to maximum, where 5 individuals sat enjoying the breeze, 2 burly men, presumably drivers, and 2 women, both appearing to be around 40 years of age. Excuse me, is brother Lu Yuanwu present? Zhang Guoqing politely inquired of the woman seated nearest the entrance. The young master hasn't arrived yet. You might want to wait a while. He'll definitely be here before lunch, she replied with a chuckle. The boss is idle. So naturally, the boss's son would be as well. Lu Yuanwu might not come to the dispatch room every day, but due to recent unrest, it was necessary for him to make an appearance once or twice daily. Sometimes, he even accompanied the drivers on their routes, though he merely occupied the passenger seat, dozing off during the ride. I shall wait outside then. Thank you, sister. Zhang Guoqing understood the situation and felt no urgency, responding courteously before deciding to wait at the exit. Young man, come inside to enjoy the breeze. It's scorching out here, and it's much cooler inside. The woman, noticing Zhang Guoqing's amiable demeanor, eagerly invited him in. Well, if that's the case, I shall come in to wait. Zhang Guoqing replied, and quickly dashed to a nearby small shop. Before long, he returned with a few popsicles in hand. Brothers and sisters, have a popsicle, mung bean flavor. Perfect for cooling off. Zhang Guoqing courteously offered popsicles to a few individuals, remarking that green bean popsicles were merely 7 cents each, significantly cheaper than in Linqing. Observing Zhang Guoqing's amiable demeanor, the others exchanged pleasantries in return. At that moment, the driver and ticket seller enjoyed relatively high wages, as the private transport line paid drivers no less than 200 to 300, while ticket sellers earned over 100, which was considerably better than average employment. Most of those employed as drivers or ticket sellers here were likely affiliated with Lu Dalong. Zhang Guoqing had no illusions of winning hearts with a single popsicle. He merely sought to cultivate goodwill. Time passed gradually, and soon Lu Yuanwu entered from outside. Damn it, it's getting hotter by the minute. Hey, Guoqing, what brings you here? Upon entering, Lu Yuanwu noticed Zhang Guoqing seated on a bench. Brother Yuanwu, I've been waiting for you for an hour or two. You finally made it. Zhang Guoqing replied, feeling a weight lift from his chest upon seeing Lu Yuanwu, as the driver had mentioned that Lu Yuanwu sometimes did not come here daily. What's the matter? Lu Yuanwu inquired. There is indeed something. Let us step outside to discuss it, Zhang Guoqing suggested. He walked outside, stopping beneath a large camphor tree adjacent to the dispatch office. As it was nearing noon, both drivers and passengers were occupied with their meals, leaving the shaded area devoid of idlers, an ideal spot for conversation. What is up? Guoqing, if there's something you need, I'll certainly assist. If I can't, I'll find a way to help, Lu Yuanwu assured Zhang Guoqing. Brother Yuanwu, my father and my elder brother were beaten up. I must avenge this humiliation, Zhang Guoqing declared, his expression unervingly calm, with only slight emotional fluctuations evident when he spoke, making it difficult to discern any anger. What? They were beaten? Humph. That's easily resolved. I can summon people to bring 2 trucks of men to you. Will that suffice? I guarantee we can incapacitate your adversaries, Lu Yuanwu responded. His anger ignited upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's words. Since yesterday, he had considered Zhang Guoqing one of his own, and such an affront to a comrade could not be tolerated. Moreover, having thought of Zhang Hongyu throughout the night, he saw today as a fortuitous opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty. Was it not as if a pillow had been provided for his desired slumber? Brother Yuanwu, I am not asking you to help me harm anyone. I merely require a favor. Let us not forget I mentioned steering clear of violent affairs yesterday. Have you already forgotten? Zhang Guoqing reminded him. I remember. Hee, so how can I assist you? Lu Yuanwu queried, thinking to himself that as a man of brawn, what else could he do besides engage in violence? Brother Yuanwu, does your father have any skilled card players at his establishment? The kind who can consistently win? Zhang Guoqing asked quietly. What is the matter? Is this related to playing cards? Lu Yuanwu was perplexed. I simply asked whether it exists or not. I need such an assistant to help me. Zhang Guoqing said to Lu Yuanwu. Yes, it exists, but gambling has become a serious affair. Getting caught would be akin to fighting. My father only operates those 2 casinos in the evenings. Who would dare to do such a thing during the day? Lu Yuanwu remained bewildered. If others were to ask, he would certainly deny it. However, Zhang Guoqing was different. He clearly seemed inexperienced in playing cards and would never venture into a casino. Moreover, this lad might very well become his future brother-in-law. Thus Lu Yuanwu felt compelled to speak the truth. I need someone skilled, just a couple of times would suffice. In the morning, he can accompany me on the bus and return in the afternoon on a truck. I have a friend who delivers goods to Sangma town and comes back to the county seat. Therefore, I need not worry about Uncle Lu's business in the evening. Do you think you can assist me, brother? Zhang Guoqing elaborated. Guoqing, if you put it that way, only I can truly help you with this. All right. Regarding the card player, I will find someone for you. My father has 2 experts in card manipulation. I won't boast about their skills. I have a good relationship with the younger one. He escaped here from the troubles a couple of years ago, and my father helped him fend off his enemies. For the past few years, he has been assisting my father at the West City Hotel. Come, let me take you to find him. We can treat him to a meal as well. Lu Yuanwu said while heading towards the parking shed. Brother Yuanwu, speaking of which, the rival-less enemies are notorious ruffians in our area, and they are quite affluent. Are you truly willing to help with this? Zhang Guoqing revealed Lu Shanken's family background. Affluent? Huh, what does that even mean? Have you seen my motorcycle? I spent the equivalent of 3 affluent households to acquire that bike. Lu Yuanwu pointed to the Honda motorcycle in the shed. Once they got on the bike, the two headed towards the West City Hotel. Chapter 56. The Casino King Wang Yiming. The West City Hotel, located at the intersection of Beishan Avenue and Rennes Street, is not far from the agricultural market and adjacent to the Beishan County Education Bureau. No one would have imagined that such a hotel harbored a casino within its walls, truly embodying the adage that the most perilous places can be the safest. Even Zhang Guoqing was unaware that the West City Hotel was part of Lu Dalong's empire. At this time, Lu Dalong's wealth was quite substantial. The West City Hotel, 5 stories tall, is roughly the size of 6 empty storefronts. It was originally established as the West City Guest House by the County Education Bureau and the Construction Bureau. For reasons unknown, the guest house faltered and ceased operations, eventually collapsing in 1986. Subsequently, Lu Dalong managed to secure it through connections, paying a portion of the rent to the Education Bureau. Thus, he has been leasing it for over 3 years now. Since Lu Dalong's arrival, the business has transformed from its former desolation, flourishing instead. The primary business of the West City Hotel is not accommodation, but rather the clandestine casino run by Lu Dalong. Due to the close relationship between the county police chief, Peng Qing, and Lu Dalong, there is little oversight. Even if inspections occur, prior notice is often given. Consequently, the casino's operations have remained stable and relatively secure in Beishan County over the years. In Zhang Guoqing's recollection, the West City Hotel was only sealed and investigated by the government and the police after Lu Dalong's misfortune in the year 2000. Upon arriving at the West City Hotel, Lu Yuanwu proceeded inside, with Zhang Guoqing closely trailing behind. Yuanwu, what brings you here? Inquired a bald man addressing Lu Yuanwu. 7th uncle, I have a matter to attend to. Where has Wang Yiming gone? Lu Yuanwu replied courteously to the man, who appeared to be in his 40s. He is likely still upstairs sleeping. Who is this? A card player? The middle-aged man queried Lu Yuanwu. This is my newly acquainted brother, akin to the bond you shared with my father. Come, Guoqing, let me introduce you. This is my 7th uncle, Luo Yaohui, my father's sworn brother. United by life and death, Lu Yuanwu introduced Zhang Guoqing. Despite recognizing that this man appeared to be of dubious character, Zhang Guoqing maintained a respectful distance, harboring a sense of caution while still greeting him with a smile. A fine young man, though a bit thin. Haha, good. Yuanwu. I'll have someone call him down. Please wait a moment. Luo Yaohui relaxed his demeanor and spoke courteously. No need, seventh uncle. I'll head upstairs myself. It's already midday. We ought to eat. After all, Lu Yuanwu jested as he led Zhang Guoqing upstairs. The West City Hotel boasts 47 standard rooms spread across 4 floors, with several large lounges on the 5th floor. Among these, 3 rooms on the western side have been combined to create a spacious area, converted into a private room, which serves as the casino. This operational model was learned by Lu Dalong during his years in Guangdong, having been adapted from practices originating in Macau. The establishment only accepts cash for chips, thereby enhancing the security of the operation. Typically, wealthy patrons frequent the casino. While Beishan may not rival Dongping City, it certainly has its share of affluent individuals. The presence of coal mines in Legu Town, though not as substantial as those in Shaanxi, is significant. Numerous coal mines exist, and those with connections can open mines, a venture that proves highly lucrative. Zhang Guoqing's older brother tragically perished in a mine called Fuping, on the 4th floor of the West City Hotel, where the staff of Lu Dalong's casino rests. Various personnel are designated for specific tasks. Some are responsible for exchanging chips, others for lending. And there are waitstaff serving tea and water, as well as security personnel to prevent disturbances. Moreover, Lu Dalong has even employed over a dozen women engaged in the flesh trade, specifically to entertain those who have won money. In the early hours of the day, a series of quiet gasps echoed from the first room near the stairwell on the 4th floor. This was soon accompanied by the creaking of a bed, which continued for a couple of minutes before it abruptly ceased. Brother, you seem to have enjoyed yourself, while I have yet to reach my peak. The woman remarked with a hint of disdain. You men are all the same. Wang Yiming replied, no more, no more. Here are 30 yuan. Take it and leave. But do not let anyone see you. The woman muttered under her breath, accepted the money, and quickly donned her clothing. Moments later, the door creaked open, and she unexpectedly encountered Lu Yuanwu and Zhang Guoqing. Unfazed, she tossed a flirtatious glance and sashayed away. After a couple of minutes, Lu Yuanwu knocked on the door and called out, Yiming, are you up? Come out. Let's go for a meal. Shortly thereafter, a head peeked out from within, revealing a somewhat weakened Wang Yiming. Yuanwu, what brings you here? He inquired, his tone indicating some discomfort. This is my younger brother, someone I would trust with my life. Come, let us head to Yuanfeng restaurant. I'll treat you to some lamb testicles. It seems your escapades with women might have taken a toll on your health. Lu Yuanwu said, not waiting for an affirmation before pulling him out. Wang Yiming emerged wearing only red shorts. Wait, I haven't finished dressing yet, he protested. Before long, the 3 descended the stairs, with Lu Yuanwu riding his motorcycle, taking them towards Yuanfeng restaurant on Shifeng Road. Yiming, my brother has a matter to discuss, and I need your assistance. Guoqing, raise a glass to Yiming, Lu Yuanwu instructed as he filled 3 glasses with liquor and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Guoqing. Brother Yiming, this toast is for you, Zhang Guoqing declared, downing his drink in one go, his face quickly flushing. After a few bites of food to temper the effects of the alcohol, he continued, speak freely, my brother. Since Yuanwu brought you here, I am obliged to help. Wang Yiming, despite his lackluster prowess in bed, was quite the heavy drinker. Seeing Zhang Guoqing's willingness, he too drained his glass. I wish to request your presence in Sangmu Town to assist me. Zhang Guoqing outlined his plans to Wang Yiming, sharing only what was necessary. Chapter 57. Midnight. Playing cards. Timeliness is crucial. After our meal, I will accompany you to Sangmu Town, but Yuanwu, you must first inform Uncle Luo. The event begins at 10 o'clock in the evening, and I must return before then. After Wang Yiming listened to Zhang Guoqing's words, he contemplated briefly and then spoke to Lu Yuanwu. No worries, I will discuss this with Uncle Luo. There's no need to wait for the car. I'll ride my motorcycle and take you both along. I have a few acquaintances over there, and if necessary, Guoqing, I reiterate my earlier sentiment. I will gladly take care of that scoundrel for you. Lu Yuanwu nodded, as if his remaining words were also meant for Zhang Guoqing. Due to the urgency of reaching Sangmu Town, the trio quickly had a drink, and after a hearty meal, they mounted their motorcycles and set off, covering over 30 kilometers. The wind stung their faces, and the bumpy, uneven road made for a jarring ride. Fortunately, Lu Yuanwu's motorcycle was of excellent quality, and they arrived in just an hour and a half. Lu Yuanwu had arranged for a few acquaintances from Lu family village to meet them at the gaming den. Indeed, while Lu Shankong's family ostensibly engaged in a recycling business, they secretly operated a gaming den in their warehouse. Unlike a casino, which boasts a much higher status and stakes, a gaming den is merely a gathering place for local villagers who enjoy casual card games. Occasionally, wealthier patrons would join to play higher stakes, with Lu Shankong accompanying them. Thus, over the years, his family's wealth was partially accrued through the recycling business, but a significant portion stemmed from this gaming den. Lu Shankong's father, Lu Mingshan, was also a notorious figure in Lu family village. Given their family's affluent background, they thrived as a clan. However, as Lu Mingshan aged, he gradually entrusted the family affairs to Lu Shankong. "Brother, my friends are here to have some fun. I thought I'd introduce them to you," Lu Yuanwu's friend remarked. "That sounds splendid. It's always good to have company. Come, let us see what stakes you wish to play," Lu Shankong replied with feigned politeness. After all, yesterday's altercation with Zhang's family had been a source of satisfaction for him. It had been years since he had felt so cornered. "My friend brought 2,000 for some light-hearted gambling. How much you win depends on your luck. But if you do win, let us treat everyone to a meal at Old Joe's," the introducer said with a smile. "Absolutely, just a meal. We'll ensure there's enough food and drink," Lu Shankong responded as the three entered his warehouse, promptly shutting the heavy iron door behind them. Zhang Guoqing, unable to reveal himself, remained in Sengmu town to await news. But he had no concerns regarding Lu Yuanwu's capabilities. "Boss Lu, what games do you have here?" Wang Yiming inquired. "We have Pai Gao, Sangung, and Donyo, among others. Today, they are playing Sangung. Do you play often?" Lu Shankong asked. "Not frequently. I dabble here and there. Today, I'll join in on Sangung. If it goes well, I might return," Wang Yiming replied. "By the way, you don't have any dishonest players here, do you? If so, it would be better not to play at all." Wang Yiming, in a display of bravado, addressed Lu Shankong, saying, "My friend, what do you mean by that? Here, I am among old acquaintances. Everyone has come prepared with cash, and no debts linger." Lu Shankong responded with unwavering certainty. "That is reassuring," replied Wang. "However, I am not one to fear default. My uncle holds a position at the Public Security Bureau in Beishan County. Should anyone renege on their debts, I shall summon reinforcements from the Sangmu police station to dismantle your establishment." Wang's ostentation was palpable, yet only Lu Yuanwu grasped the full extent of his background. Even the friends introduced by Lu Yuanwu remained in the dark. "Such bravado is unwarranted, yet I hope to count on your esteemed company in the future," Lu Shankong remarked. "What stakes are you aiming for today?" he inquired of Wang Yiming. "What stakes are you proposing?" Wang retorted. "In this remote corner of the world, we tend to wager small amounts, 50 cents, $1, whatever suits," Lu Shankong replied somewhat sheepishly. "Surely that is too modest. Let us raise the stakes. Gather a few reliable players and wager $5. A little excitement would be welcome. I have brought 2,000. Should I lose, I shall return for more. If I win, it shall be a testament to your skill. Let us simply enjoy ourselves," Wang Yiming declared. 2,000. That is remarkably bold, Lu Shankong thought, salivating at the prospect of such a sum. The game known as three-card is played in some regions, where 3 cards are dealt, and the highest hand is 3 aces, followed by a flush, then a straight, and pairs, with 2, 3, 5 as the lowest hand. Lu Shankong, eager for a lively game, shouted to the players at several tables, "Is anyone interested in a $5 3-card? We need a third player to make it more exciting." As the players paused to look, Lu Shankong noted, "A $5 wager? Such a bet is significant. In this time, $5 could buy 2 kilograms of meat, making this wager quite substantial for me. Ah, finally, a high roller. Is there no one to join?" A man in his 40s emerged from one of the tables. If Zhang Guoqing were present, he would recognize this individual as Tian Wenxi, a wealthy pig farmer from Baishan village, who owned over 100 pigs and was considered affluent by rural standards, with an estimated fortune in the tens of thousands. "Excellent. Tian, you are indeed generous. Is there anyone else willing to take a chance? Let us seize this opportunity, brothers," Lu Shankong encouraged. Soon, 2 more individuals emerged at Lu Shankong's behest, who, without a doubt, were his associates. The 5 quickly formed a table. Lu Shankong glanced back at Lu Yuanwu and asked, "Is this brother not joining us?" "This is my bodyguard. He does not partake. We have enough with the 5 of us," Wang Yiming replied. With the jokers removed, the cards were dealt, and Lu Shankong drew the ace of spades, assuming the role of dealer as he began to shuffle the cards. In the first hand, Lu Shankin was dealt a pair of jacks, while Wang Yiming received a pair of fives. The other three players held scattered cards. After 2 rounds of betting, Wang Yiming folded his hand. As expected, Lu Shankin emerged victorious. In the second hand, the pig farmer Tian Wenxi drew a straight and encountered a flush from one of Lu Shankin's associates. After engaging in 7 or 8 rounds of betting, he ultimately lost to Lu Shankin's team. Over 5 consecutive hands, Wang Yiming failed to win even once, despite drawing 2 moderately strong hands. After deliberately playing a few rounds, he discarded his cards. The 2,000 yuan he brought quickly dwindled by several hundred, yet his expression remained indifferent. This was, in fact, part of Wang Yiming's strategy, losing first before winning, a tactic he often employed. By this point, he had a clear understanding of the cards in play and those held by the other 4 players, and it was time for him to make his move. Chapter 58. The Midnight Game, Jia Jinhua. Half an hour later, Wang Yiming lost another 3 to 400. Damn it, why is my luck so terrible today? He muttered, his brow furrowing. The others merely chuckled, choosing not to engage. The current situation was essentially 3 players winning while 2 were losing. Within less than half an hour, Tian Wenxi had lost 7 to 800, and Wang Yiming fared even worse, left with only 8 or 900 yuan. Finally, Wang Yiming managed to win a hand with a pair of kings, and the dealer position passed him. Without employing any elaborate shuffling techniques, he casually mixed the cards until they were in disarray. As the dealer, he allowed the next player, one of Lu Shankin's associates, to call first. Without glancing at his cards, the player bet 5 yuan. The next player, Tian Wenxi, who had suffered consecutive losses, felt compelled to peek at his cards. Upon seeing them, he felt a surge of joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed 50 yuan onto the table. Originally, he merely intended to raise the pot. But the next player from Lu's side, after checking his cards, gritted his teeth and also called 50. 50, I won't even look at my cards, he declared. Observing that one of his team had a strong hand, Lu Shankin generously supported the bet. In rural parlance, supporting the bet means providing cover for one's accomplice, highlighting their camaraderie. Lu Shankin bet 50, and Wang Yiming, sitting at the lower end of the table, appeared somewhat troubled, yet followed suit with 50 as well. Damn it. I refuse to believe I can't win this time. I'll also bet 50. The next player hesitated but eventually decided to take a peek at his cards. A king, ace, and queen. Quite a formidable hand, being the highest possible straight, only slightly inferior to a flush. 100, he declared, placing 100 yuan on the table. Were they all holding strong cards? Damn it, I won't be outdone. Tian Wenxi threw in 100 yuan in response. 100 to call. This is getting interesting. Everyone's cards can't be too shabby. Hey, Brother Shankin, why don't you take a look at your cards? One of Lu's associates suggested, nudging Lu Shankin. What is there to fear? Let me give you another injection. Raise it by 50, then add another 50. Lu Shankin seemed to comprehend his companion's intentions. He not only refrained from looking at his cards, but also raised the stakes. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yiming couldn't help but smile inwardly. The ruse was exceedingly transparent. As a professional player, to inspect one's cards would be unprofessional. Very well, since Boss Lu is so gracious, I shall join you as well, though my funds are dwindling. I shall return home once I have lost. Wang Yiming addressed the others. 100? I shall forego that. One of Lu Shankin's associates declared as he discarded his cards. Now, for players remained at the table, and with that person folding, it was Tianshu Wenxi's turn to speak. A QK hand is quite formidable. Yet Tianshu Wenxi was no fool. Should the next player with revealed cards continue, they would inevitably fold in the subsequent round. 200 it is, if I lose. I shall consider it a minor loss. Since Boss Tian has arrived, I shall raise again, 200. Lu Shankin's associate followed suit. Now, with 4 players, both Lu Shankin and Wang Yiming had kept their cards hidden, so as long as they could pressure Tianshu Wenxi, victory was nearly assured. Raise another 100. Without a flicker of hesitation, Lu Shankin placed an additional 200 on the table. Boss Lu possesses great audacity. You wouldn't be playing a trick on us. Would you? Haha. But I enjoy this. It's just the thrill we need. I shall also raise by 100. Wang Yiming jested, and after this wager, he was left with merely 300. Yuan Wu, bring out the money for the goods. Today's game has been quite entertaining. Wang Yiming provocatively remarked to Lu Yuanwu. All right, just a moment. Lu Yuanwu replied, rummaging through his pocket to produce a stack of green bills, funds acquired from Luo Yaoi. Goodness, Boss Wang is impressive. Carrying 10,000 with him, it seems his household engages in substantial business dealings. Lu Shanken's eyes gleamed, and he nearly salivated at the sight. Not in business. My family possesses a mine. If I play well today, I shall return for another round. Wang Yiming casually remarked. Upon hearing about the mine, why even bother with pleasantries? Boss Wang, how about we raise the stakes today? 500 cap? Now that would be thrilling. Lu Shanken looked at his cards and addressed Wang Yiming. Very well. I have no objections. It's up to you all. Wang Yiming glanced at his cards, his brows furrowing slightly, yet he soon regained his composure. Tianshu Wensi could no longer continue. He had only 300 to 400 left from the funds he had brought. Moreover, as Lu Shanken and Wang Yiming had both looked at their cards and raised by 100, it was clear their hands were strong. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, he had to decisively fold. Now only 3 players remained. Lu Shanken, Wang Yiming, and one of Lu Shanken's associates. Just the 3 of us then. I shall fold 500. The player before had raised by 100, and Lu Shanken immediately increased it to 500. Such audacity. Truly, Boss Lu lives up to his reputation. However, I possess ample funds merely to indulge in this game. I shall wager 500 as well. Without a flicker of hesitation, Wang Yiming extracted 5 bills from the stack and placed them on the table. Can I not match that? Perhaps, Brother Cohen. Shall I stake my money against yours in a contest of magnitude? The players who followed hesitated, for 500 is no trifling sum. Having already endured several rounds of 100, the thought of betting 500 was indeed daunting. At this juncture, 500 equated to the value of a pig, with each stake representing a significant gamble fueled by the desire to win. Very well, let the competition commence. Lu Shankong raised the stakes by 200. It is customary to wager less if one is to play the cards, provided the opponent consents. His companion, boasting a flush of JQK, faced misfortune upon revealing Lu Shankong's trio of 9s. The unfortunate fellow, upon seeing Lu Shankong's hand, resigned with a shake of his head, folding his cards into the deck. Wang Yiming had anticipated this outcome, a smirk forming within while maintaining an outward composure. Boss Wang, it appears we are the last 2 contenders. Shall we continue for a few more rounds, or shall we conclude this hand? Lu Shankong inquired, having exhausted his funds. Why not you initiate? I have a decent hand. If you intend to play, you should at least wager a few more rounds. Wang Yiming chuckled awkwardly, tossing a few more hundreds into the pot. Wait a moment. I shall retrieve some money from the room. You may keep an eye on the cards, but do not touch them. I shall return shortly. With Lu Shankong out of funds, he was hardly intimidated by the 3 9s in hand. What a jest! The table now brimmed with nearly 5,000, with over 30 green-headed bills alone. This could not simply conclude. Wang Yiming was not one to relent easily, as this was far from satisfactory. Within a mere 2 minutes, Lu Shankong returned, clutching 2 bundles of cash, which he estimated to total around 10,000. This amount represented all the savings his family possessed, with the remainder being the dilapidated warehouse and their 2-story building. Come, let us continue this game. I am here to risk it all for a gentleman. He chuckled, raising the stakes by 500. Chapter 59, Midnight, Playing Cards, Part 2. It is said that Boss Lu is magnanimous, and today, I have truly witnessed it firsthand, Wang Yiming remarked. Haha, Boss Wang. You jest. I am merely indulging in the moment. So, shall we continue for a few more rounds? Lu Shankong upped his bet by 500 once more. After a series of 5 consecutive raises, the total amount on the table surpassed 10,000. Boss Lu, perhaps it is my turn to initiate. Your hand must be formidable. And I am feeling the pressure. Wang Yiming feigned concern, adding another 500, now left with only around 4,000. Should he win this round, not only would he reclaim his initial stake, but he could also profit by 5,000 or 6,000. At this point, spectators gathered around, drawn to such a momentous occasion. Over 10,000 lay upon the table, a sight seldom witnessed in a year, if ever in many years. All right, it is what it is. I've collected my dues. 3 9s, behold. With that, Lu Shanken flicked the cards and made a move to gather his winnings, a jubilant smile illuminating his face. Wait a moment, Boss Lu, 3 9s? I thought you had something grander. Your bravado nearly frightened me to death. I have 3 jacks. Surely, this means I've won? Wang Yiming casually displayed his 3 jacks, proclaiming his victory. Ah, this. Lu Shanken nearly choked, his complexion paling as he struggled to articulate a response. The 3 jacks on the table gleamed ominously. I'm collecting my winnings, haha. I never anticipated that such a dull game could yield a jackpot. With that, Wang Yiming deftly gathered the money from the table and placed it before him, a grin spreading across his face. Your luck is indeed quite remarkable. Are you coming back for more? Lu Shanken inquired, eyeing Wang Yiming. Of course. How could I leave when there's still money to be won? Wang Yiming replied with a smile, unsure if Lu Shanken grasped the underlying meaning. Soon, the cards were dealt once more. The game continued in rounds. And Wang Yiming, having played more cautiously, seized another opportunity to cut the deck, acquiring several strong hands and winning multiple rounds. Lu Shanken's initial 10,000 had dwindled to a mere few hundred. Boss Lu, it seems your funds are running low. Will you continue playing? Wang Yiming feigned indifference. In addition to losing over 2,000 previously, Lu Shanken's assistant had also lost a couple of thousand. While the real victors were the pig farmer Tian Wenxi and Wang Yiming. Play? How could I not? Do you think I'll let you win and escape? Wait here. I'll fetch more money. Lu Shanken's eyes glinted with a hint of malice as he headed home to retrieve funds. Lu Shanken thought to himself, this guy's luck can't possibly hold out forever. I'm down to only 4,000 or 5,000 at home. If I don't seize this chance to recover my losses, it will be exceedingly difficult to find another opportunity. Although he was not merely a man of modest means. This year, Lu Shanken had spent 30,000 to 40,000 on building a house, leaving little surplus. The money he had was what he had earned this year. Every individual harbors a gambler's mentality. Victories spur the desire for more, while losses incite a need to recover. This creates an endless vicious cycle. Once ensnared by this mindset, one is easily led astray. In a previous life, Lu Shanken had squandered his family's wealth, ultimately causing his father's demise and venting his frustrations on his wife, Zhang Hongyu. He had severely injured her multiple times, yet none from her family came to her aid. At least now, he had not repeated the same mistakes. He had managed to deplete his family's fortune a few years earlier than before. The gambling session persisted until after 4 in the afternoon, concluding with Lu Shanken left with merely $20-odd. Wagering implies accepting the outcome, yet there exists no evidence to substantiate Wang Yiming's cunning methods. Instead, Tian Wenxi managed to win a modest sum of 1,000 or 2,000 alongside him. In Wang Yiming's presence, he possesses the power to dictate who triumphs and who falters. Unless the opponent's tactics surpass his own, the outcome remains firmly within his control. Let us conclude this. There is a banquet in Sangmu Town. Should you fail to procure the funds, we shall disperse, Wang Yiming declared, casting aside his cards as he glanced at Lu Shanken, who had very little left on the table. How dare you? You win some money and think you can escape. Lu Shanken, unable to contain his fury, slammed the table and exclaimed, Boss Lu, you initiated the game. Victories and defeats rely on skill. It cannot be that I am the only one to lose in your domain. Besides, I am not the sole winner here. If you desire to win, perhaps you lack the luck. Wang Yiming rose abruptly, his tone assertive yet measured. The onlookers gathered around once more, evidently eager to witness the unfolding drama. However, many from Lu's clan began to regard Wang Yiming with hostile intent. With a mere word, Lu Shanken could incite Lu Yuanwu and Wang Yiming to charge at him. Lu Wen, Lu Wu, Lu Degu, come forth. Seize this cheating scoundrel and teach him a lesson for daring to deceive us in Lu's village. Lu Shanken resorted to desperate measures. Should you wish to face me, I am more than ready. The rest have witnessed that they initiated the conflict. Lu Yuanwu positioned himself protectively in front of Wang Yiming, dismissing the 7 or 8 individuals encroaching from Lu's clan with apparent ease. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, Lu Yuanwu, a figure of muscular physique, was not one to be trifled with. Hailing from a family of martial artists, it was said that his ancestors were connected to Du Xinwu. After losing his mother and with a wayward father, he was raised by his grandfather. Beginning his training at the tender age of 4 with leg exercises, followed by boxing at 7, honing his skills over a decade. While he may not possess the ruthless nature of his father, Lu Dalong, his martial prowess far surpassed that of Lu Shanken. Thus, despite the overwhelming numbers, Lu Yuanwu not only emerged unscathed but also managed to incapacitate several adversaries, leaving them writhing on the ground. Chaos erupted within the warehouse as Lu Yuanwu shielded Wang Yiming, making their exit on a motorcycle that had been concealed nearby, hastily departing Lu's village. Kuan-gu, what was the outcome today? You must treat me to this meal. The introducer inquired upon witnessing Lu Yuanwu and Wang Yiming's hurried departure, approaching Lu Shanken. To hell with your meal. Spare me your nonsense. Lu Shanken's face turned a deep shade of fury, nearly collapsing from the strain. The card players had fled, leaving Lu Shanken and a handful of his compatriots behind. Lu Shanken had incurred losses amounting to nearly 17 or 18,000, while the two others had lost over 3,000. Although Tian Wenxi had indeed won a considerable sum, most of it had been claimed by Wang Yiming. As this matter escalates, it appears that the family business may soon become untenable. Chapter 60, Striking Lu Shanken. When one is affluent, they bask in glory, but once fortune wanes, they may find themselves in a dismal state. Lu Shanken has exhausted his funds, and the two companions who joined him at the card table have also incurred substantial losses. Initially, it was agreed that he would share the stakes, meaning he would receive half of any winnings, yet also bear half of the losses. Consequently, Lu Shanken not only lost his own money, but now owes over 3,000, leaving him with no solace even for lamentation. Lu Shanken, you must repay us for the losses incurred by our brothers, right? We have lost 6 or 7,000. It would take me 5 years of toil without sustenance to recover that. One of the companions began to press Lu Shanken, completely disregarding their familial ties. I lost 18,000. If you seek compensation for your losses, whom do I turn to? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, the crowd pushes. Lu Shanken finds himself utterly helpless, desiring to repay, but lacking the means to do so. I don't care. You must find a way. If not, approach your father. If that fails, wasn't there a time when Zhang Yushan from Shaojiang village owed you money? We shall accompany you to reclaim it tomorrow. After uttering these words, the two men had no choice but to depart from Lu Shanken's residence. On National Day, one might say that today has been splendidly executed. Look at all this money. Hee. Aside from the 10,000 I borrowed from Uncle Chi, we have earned an additional 20,000. It turns out that playing cards can indeed be profitable. Had it not been for Yiming, we might have faced some challenges. Lu Yuanwu pulled out a bundle of cash from his pocket and laid it upon the table. In his establishment, Zhang Guoqing instructed Boss Zhou to prepare the finest feast, even bringing forth a jug of homemade Sanbian liquor, a small gift from Zhou. Given Zhang Guoqing's purchase of his shop, brothers, your assistance today has been invaluable. Here, Yiming, this wine may not be of the finest quality, but I hear it has special properties. Drink it today, and it shall surely invigorate you by tomorrow. Zhang Guoqing offered a dark-hued medicinal wine to Wang Yiming in a toast. He also poured a glass of Maotai for Lu Yuanwu, which had been procured from Zhang Shimei at the department store that morning. Although Zhang Shimei insisted on refusing payment, Guoqing had intended to offer it. Guoqing, now that the task is complete, Yiming and I must return to Beishan early to avoid disrupting my father's business. As for the money, let us divide it. 1 share for Yiming, 1 for you. I shall not take any, for I came to assist you. After clinking their glasses, Lu Yuanwu spoke to Zhang Guoqing. What do you mean by that? You have helped me, and thus, the money should be shared between you and brother Yiming. If I were to take this money, would that not be a slap in my face? Zhang Guoqing vehemently shook his head. Yuanwu, I have no use for this money. In our line of work, there are rules, and one never carries excess cash. After all these years of our acquaintance, you are well aware of this. It was only thanks to Uncle Long that I am still alive. Otherwise, I would have perished on that road long ago. 1,000 yuan is sufficient for me. At 30 yuan a time, it will last me a month. You can divide the remaining funds with Guoqing. Wang Yiming waved his hand dismissively as he spoke to Lu Yuanwu. It was amusing that, despite the substantial amount of money laid before them, none of the three felt tempted. The conversation between Wang Yiming and Lu Yuanwu elevated Zhang Guoqing's opinion of them. While there are distinctions among people, humanity is fundamentally divided into good and evil. A con artist, a ruffian, and himself, an unremarkable farmer's son, stood before a fortune, yet none expressed a desire to take it. Was it a disdain for money? Not at all. Their initial intent was solely to assist Zhang Guoqing. For Lu Yuanwu, although his family circumstances were favorable, even 20,000 yuan could not sway him to blink an eye. The loyalty he felt for a friend far outweighed any monetary value. This loyalty is one of the reasons why Lu Dalong's Black Dragon Gang has endured in Beishan for so many years. Wang Yiming's reluctance also stemmed from a particular reason. A substantial portion of any money he took would have to be surrendered. He was under Lu Dalong's command and accountable to Luo Yaohui. Thus, the decision of whether to accept the money, and how much, lay with Lu Yuanwu rather than himself. Moreover, as someone without parents, a spouse, or children, accumulating such wealth seemed pointless. The situation had transformed into a dilemma. Brother Yuanwu, Brother Yiming, how about this? Since you both are unwilling to take the money, let it be considered an investment in me. You may request funds whenever you need them in the future, Zhang Guoqing proposed after much contemplation. If you put it that way, it is indeed a splendid idea. Guoqing, you take it and use it as needed. Just let us know later if it turns out to be a gain or a loss, Lu Yuanwu replied. He handed 1,000 yuan to Wang Yiming as a token of good faith, and the latter felt thoroughly satisfied. Together with Zhang Guoqing, they counted the remaining amount, which totaled over 18,000 yuan. What a remarkable bond these two brothers share. They are undoubtedly compatible. After their meal, which concluded before 6:30, Zhang Guoqing bid farewell to Lu Yuanwu and Wang Yiming. Later that evening, around 10 o'clock, Zhang Guoqing returned in Old Wu's vehicle, reporting the day's vegetable sales to Zhang Guoqing before the two brothers headed back to Shaojing village. With medicine and chicken to eat, Zhang Yushan and Zhang Guohua were recovering quite well. Their robust constitutions, having been shaped by a life of labor, meant that these external injuries were not particularly severe. The following morning, Lu Shankong arrived at the Zhang household with a group of people. Zhang Yushan, it's time to repay me, he huffed malevolently. However, Zhang Guoqing was already well aware of Lu Shankong's true nature, and today he lacked the previous vigor he once possessed. Lu Shankong, you wretched cur. I wasn't seeking you out, yet you dare to approach me. Very well. I shall make you pay for your insolence today. Zhang Guoqing, Zhang Yushan, and Zhang Guoqing all stepped forth, with Zhang Guoqing's fury igniting instantly. What do you intend to do? Zhang Guoqing demanded. Lu Shankong instinctively sought to evade. Yet in his distraction, Zhang Guoqing seized him by the collar. What do you mean? You had someone assault my father and injure my elder brother. If you come to demand money, that's one thing, but I must avenge this grievance. With that, Zhang Guoqing unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Lu Shankong, swiftly breaking 3 of his teeth and leaving him bloodied. None from Lu's village dared to intervene, as they saw no benefit in doing so. At this moment, Lu Shankong lay on the ground, clutching his head and moaning in pain, blood streaming from his mouth. Guoqing, enough. If you continue, you might kill him. Zhang Yushan cautioned worriedly. Third brother, regain your senses. If you beat this cur any further, he may very well perish, Zhang Guoqing and Li Tsulan urged anxiously. Unexpectedly, Zhang Guoqing's ferocity rivaled that of their elder brother, Zhang Guohua. Chapter 61. Even the most obstinate fear the wrath of the mouth. Zhang Guoqing himself was taken aback by his own unrestrained fury. The pleas of his family gradually brought him back to his senses, as his hands began to ache from the exertion. Lu Shankong, you wretched cur, are you dead yet? Zhang Guoqing shouted, delivering a kick to Lu Shankong, who lay prostrate. Zhang Guoqing, please, stop. I'm on the brink of death. I beg you. Lu Shankong whimpered from the ground, unable to rise. Today is your reckoning. Did you ever foresee this? You came here to annul our engagement, did you not? Well then, it's better sooner than later. I'm at home today, so let us settle this now. And you, people of Lu's village, listen closely. Should you dare to lay a hand on my father or my elder brother's family again, Lu Shankong will be your fate. Do not presume that I fear you simply because your numbers are greater. Inquire about Lu Dalong in the county, and should you provoke me, I shall summon a horde to sweep through your village. Zhang Guoqing bellowed at Lu Shankong and his entourage from Lu's village. Lu Dalong's reputation was well known among those who roamed the underbelly of Beishan. While Lu's village may have had the most ruffians, they were mere lowlifes in Beishan's eyes. No one knew the veracity of Zhang Guoqing's words, yet the intensity of his demeanor compelled them to believe. Have the officers arrived? Zhang Guoqing inquired once more. They have. Lu Shankong retrieved a promissory note from his pocket, the very one he had penned that day. Very well, the money has been paid today. Henceforth, there shall be no matrimonial ties between the Lu family and the Zhang family. Your engagement with my second sister is rendered null and void. You have no objections, do you? Zhang Guoqing, after glancing at the promissory note, tore it up on the spot. No objections, no objections. At that moment, Lu Shankong dared not voice any dissent. Merely receiving the funds was a considerable fortune for him. Zhang Guoqing swiftly retrieved a bundle of 100 yuan bills from his pocket, counted out 10 notes, and tossed them onto the ground where Lu Shankong lay. The debts are settled. You may take your leave. The Zhang family does not welcome you. Zhang Guoqing unceremoniously issued the eviction order. Soon after, more than 10 individuals exited Zhang Guoqing's home. Not far from there, Liu Shanquan's money was snatched away by the two aristocratic brothers from earlier, leaving Liu Shanquan to stagger back towards Liu village in a state of despair. What Zhang Guoqing did not anticipate was that shortly thereafter, Liu Shanquan's father succumbed to the anger brought upon him by his son. The principal architect of the Liu family's misfortunes in the previous life had, in this one, met his just deserts. The wealthy yet callous tyrant, who had tormented the village for decades, had finally departed from this world. Liu Shanquan, meanwhile, found himself reliving the abject poverty of his past existence, albeit in a far more dire state. At this juncture, Li Qingshan and Zhang Yuming, accompanied by a dozen male villagers, relatives of the Zhang family, arrived on the scene. Upon learning that Liu Shanquan had fled, the crowd felt a sense of relief. "Third brother, where are the people from Liu village?" Zhang Yud inquired, stepping closer to Zhang Guoqing. "Uncle, the matter has been resolved. They have already left." Zhang Guoqing indicated the direction in which Liu village had retreated. "We ought to teach Liu Shanquan a lesson to vent our frustrations. Otherwise, your father and Guohua's injuries would have been for naught," Zhang Yud declared through gritted teeth. "My third brother nearly beat Liu Shanquan to death. Had it not been for our intervention," Zhang Guoqing remarked with a chuckle, astonishing everyone present. While Li Qingshan's presence was expected, the arrival of Zhang Erming and Zhang Hohat was understandable. Yet the attendance of his own uncle Zhang Yud was truly unexpected for Zhang Guoqing. Previously, their father, Zhang Yushan, had mentioned that uncle had his reasons for not assisting last time, and it appeared that was indeed the case. Zhang Yud, in his early 40s, had once suffered a fall while helping to build a house, leaving him with a slight disability. After much effort, he had married, only to discover that his wife was both mercenary and prone to tantrums. When Zhang Yushan's family faced troubles, Zhang Yud had wanted to help, but his wife, Lin Shufang, had prevented him from doing so. Zhang Yud had no sons, only two twin daughters, the elder, Zhang Xiuzhen, and the younger, Zhang Xiuyan, both aged 15 and lacking formal education. In recent years, Lin Shufang had been preoccupied with finding suitors for her daughters. Zhang Yud's latter years were fraught with difficulties. His daughters married early, burdened by exorbitant dowries, and thus received little favor in their new homes. More than a decade later, when Zhang Yud passed away, he had not returned. Lin Shufang had moved back to her family's home, relying on the villagers and Zhang Guoqing's family to gather some funds for a proper burial. "I express my gratitude on behalf of my father and my elder brother for everyone's presence here today. Since you are all here, please stay for lunch. We have prepared chicken and meat to show our appreciation. Mother, I brought back meat for today's feast. Guoqing, go and slaughter a couple of chickens. Choose the largest ones." Zhang Guoqing instructed Li Zuolan and Zhang Guoqing behind him. "Oh, never mind, Guoqing, it's unnecessary. Those who can come are all relatives, or at least connected by kinship. There's no need for such extravagant gestures of chicken and meat," Li Qingshan remarked, his authority commanding respect among the gathering. "Uncle Qingshan, we must have a meal together, and we must eat the meat. Without everyone's support, my family would truly fall apart. Furthermore, I have matters to discuss with you all later," Zhang Guoqing replied to Li Qingshan and the dozen others present. Relatives are those who come together, the closer the ties, the more genuine the relationship. Without proximity, one might as well be a stranger. Others lend their assistance out of familial bonds, yet without some mutual benefit, no relationship endures. "Very well, since you insist, we shall stay," Li Qingshan contemplated and ultimately acquiesced, addressing the group. "Third uncle, please call over the eldest and second sisters. Let them join us for the feast," Zhang Guoqing requested of Zhang Yud, still somewhat hesitant. "Ah, very well, Guoqing." Your Aunt Zhang Yud's face showed a hint of discomfort. "Third uncle, you need only concern yourself with your own daughters. You know well what kind of person she is. Had you not been my uncle, this meal would surely not happen," Zhang Guoqing retorted, his expression darkening at the mention of Lin Shufang. He was all too aware of her character, deeming her beyond redemption. "Yet, I fear your aunt might cause a scene." Zhang Yud expressed his concern. "Third uncle, some things are not for me to say as your nephew, but if you are so apprehensive, I can offer a suggestion. I wonder if you would be willing to hear it?" Zhang Guoqing inquired. "Speak, I am listening," Zhang Yud replied. "Be a man. If persuasion fails when a woman is being unreasonable, perhaps a more forceful approach would prove effective. If life becomes unbearable, why not consider a divorce? Can one not survive after parting ways?" Zhang Guoqing advised Zhang Yud earnestly. Chapter 62. Third Uncle Zhang Yu's Family Matters, Part 1, after Zhang Yu departed. The remaining guests stayed at Zhang Yushan's home. Zhang Guoqing took out a deck of cards, inviting Zhang Guohua, who had a hand bound, to join several relatives in a game. Their play was casual, merely a means to pass the time. Before long, Zhang Yu arrived, leading Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing along with him. The two younger sisters were of modest stature, barely reaching 1.60 meters in height. They appeared quite slender, their hair slightly yellowed, clearly a testament to their malnutrition. In truth, both sisters possessed a solid foundation, but their nourishment had been lacking. Thank you, Brother Guoqing. Despite my mother's condition, you still brought my two sisters here to enjoy a meal, the elder sister, Zhang Guoqing, expressed to Zhang Guoqing, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. The second sister, Zhang Guoqing, also continuously expressed her gratitude to him. What are you both saying? Your mother is your mother. But your father is my third uncle, which makes you naturally my sisters. Go check the kitchen. Your aunt is probably about to finish preparing the meal. Third uncle, you should sit and watch some cards, Zhang Guoqing replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. At least, at this moment, the elder and younger sisters had yet to marry, remaining carefree young girls. Ah, I'll assist my sister and aunt in serving the dishes, the elder sister said, and with that, the two siblings headed to the kitchen to lend a hand. Soon, with the help of Zhang Guoqing, Zhang Guoqing, and Zhang Guoqing, Li Zuolan emerged from the kitchen with 2 tables of food. 2 large bowls of chicken stewed with potatoes, 2 large bowls of preserved fish, 2 large bowls of scrambled eggs with chili, 2 large bowls of stir-fried pork belly with pickled vegetables, along with several vegetable dishes were all laid out on the table. The banquet was so sumptuous that it could rival even the feast served during the New Year celebrations. There were no formal speeches. All words of gratitude had been exchanged, so everyone quickly settled down to eat. As the meal progressed, most guests eventually took their leave, leaving only Zhang Yu's family of 3 and Li Qingshan remaining. Father, mother. Today both Uncle Qingshan and third uncle are here, so we can consider my sister's engagement annulled. From now on, her affairs are to be left to her own discretion. Whoever she wishes to marry is her own decision, Zhang Guoqing stated as he invited the others into the main room and took a seat. He addressed his elders, Zhang Yushan and Li Zuolan. Third son, it was indeed a moment of confusion for your father and mother. Once was excusable, but to err again would be unthinkable, Zhang Yushan said with a wry smile, and Li Zuolan nodded in agreement. Zhang Guoqing's words were not solely directed at Zhang Yushan and Li Zuolan. They were also intended for Zhang Yu, as well as the elder sister, Zhang Guoqing, and the younger sister, Zhang Guoqing. With the matter of Zhang Hongyu's broken engagement resolved, Zhang Yushan and Li Zuolan had also laid to rest a long-standing concern. Uncle Qingshan, whose forest land lies on those 2 hills at Shanglin Mountain, is it available for lease? Zhang Guoqing inquired of Li Qingshan. That area is not privately owned. It consists of the village's collective forest lands. The 4 hills extending from the Danshui River onward belong to our Shaojiang village. It stretches all the way to Shanglintang, encompassing over 400 acres in total. Why? Do you have an interest in that piece of land? Li Qingshan, the village's secretary, was well versed in such matters. Uncle Qingshan, can the village's forest land be leased? Zhang Guoqing pressed further. Leased? For what purpose? Li Qingshan, perplexed, furrowed his brow and inquired of Zhang Guoqing. I intend to engage in aquaculture and agriculture. If the opportunity arises, it could also aid in alleviating poverty for the villagers. Zhang Guoqing responded earnestly. Currently, renting land is quite affordable, but developing that particular hillside may prove challenging. The access roads here are rather poor, and there's little potential. Li Qingshan cautioned, wishing to see his relative succeed without incurring losses. As for profitability, uncle, you need not worry. I am not a child anymore, so rest assured. Just tell me if you can help me secure Shanglin Mountain. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall express my gratitude appropriately. You rascal, what do you mean? I am your uncle, and it is my concern for you that drives my worry, not any expectation of benefit from you. Since you have given it thought, I will assist you. However, you will need to treat a few village officials to a meal, as the village committee is a collective matter, not solely my domain. Li Qingshan contemplated briefly and replied, that poses no problem. This evening, at the Zhou family restaurant, I will arrange a banquet. You merely need to bring them along. Zhang Guoqing nodded, understanding the intricacies involved. No need for such extravagance. We can manage with something simple at home. Those few youngsters are not worth too much. Others will assume you're making a fortune from the rental. Very well, we shall dine at your home. Your mother's cooking is quite delightful. Just ensure you procure some wine. Any local brew will suffice. Li Qingshan declined Zhang Guoqing's suggestion, insisting on dining at home. All right, you are considerate, uncle. Let us proceed as such. I will head to town this afternoon to buy ingredients. Please arrive with your guests promptly at 6. Zhang Guoqing replied with a hint of joy. Soon, Li Qingshan departed, having observed the changes in the Zhang family over recent times. He felt genuinely pleased about Zhang Guoqing's newfound success. The previously amicable families seemed destined to grow even closer. Third uncle, elder sister, younger sister. Please do not leave after dinner tonight. Stay with us. Li Qingshan turned to Zhang Yud, his third uncle. Uncle, may I ask about your future plans? Now that my elder and younger sisters are of age, please share your thoughts with your nephew. Guoqing, what can your third uncle do? Your aunt manages everything at home. To speak candidly, when I was able-bodied, I could still earn a bit, and your aunt did not object. However, these past years, I have been unable to engage in strenuous work, and you have seen how that has affected her disposition. Recently, your aunt's family sent someone to propose a match for your elder sister. Initially, I opposed it, and she has been persistently arguing with me since. Alas, it only pains me for your two unfortunate sisters. Zhang Yud's voice faltered, choked with emotion. Uncle, you need not elaborate further. Your distressed nephew understands. Elder sister, younger sister, do you wish to marry now? After comforting Zhang Yud, Zhang Guoqing turned to his two younger sisters and inquired, Sister, I am merely 15 years old, and I shall be 16 only after the new year. How could I possibly contemplate marriage? The elder sister, Zhang Xiuzhen, who was more outspoken, boldly replied to Zhang Guoqing. And you, second sister? Zhang Guoqing continued his questioning. I feel the same as my sister, but my mother. As she mentioned Lin Shufang, tears began to stream down Zhang Xiuyan's face. Do you sisters know where my second sister has gone? Zhang Guoqing asked. We do not know. The last time there was trouble at your home, my father wanted to offer assistance. But my mother locked him in the room and insisted that we should not associate with your family, claiming that a married daughter no longer cares for her natal family. The two sisters replied almost in unison. All right, my dear sisters, I shall not meddle in your mother's affairs. I will tell you this, Sister Hongyu is in Beishan County. Guoqing has opened a shop there. Would you be willing to assist him? He will pay you a monthly wage. With that money, you need not bow low before your mother, Zhang Guoqing said to his sisters seated on the long bench. Father, you mean we? The two sisters looked eagerly at Zhang Yud, who sat nearby. Go. Guoqing is your own cousin. He is like a brother. I will speak to your mother. And if necessary, I shall use Guoqing's method. I'll slap her if it comes to that, Zhang Yud said, seemingly resolute, gritting his teeth. People can change. Having listened to Zhang Guoqing's words, Zhang Yud had made up his mind. The well-being of his children seemed more important than anything else. His two daughters had been with him for so many years, having dropped out of school before finishing elementary, and their days were filled with endless chores. Compounded by the relentless verbal abuse from their mother, Lin Shufang. He had grown weary of such a life. Uncle, as for your situation, once the matter in Linshan is settled, you can join Guohua in farming and raising livestock. A limp is merely a hindrance. It does not render you incapable. Even with a broken leg, you can still earn a living. Rest assured, should you come, your nephew shall not neglect you, Zhang Guoqing assured Zhang Yud. Guoqing, how can I ever express my gratitude? Zhang Yud's eyes reddened with emotion, his voice choked. The limp had brought scorn from many, including Lin Shufang herself. Now, the prospect of his nephew providing him with work ignited a warmth within him akin to a fire blazing in the depths of winter. Uncle, do not say such things. Let us not forget we are family. You and my father share blood as close as bone and marrow. Moreover, it was your 3 sheng of rice during the New Year's Eve of 1986 that allowed my family to celebrate, Zhang Guoqing reminded him. The severe drought and consequent food shortage in 1986 had left Zhang Yud's family on the brink of starvation by the time the new year arrived. Zhang Guohua, burdened with a basket, sought to borrow rice from his relatives, only to be summarily dismissed by his uncle, Zhang Yumin. It was solely Zhang Yud, carrying Lin Shufang, who discreetly offered him 3 liters of rice. This incident remained etched in Zhang Guoqing's memory throughout his life, prompting him to contribute to Zhang Yud's funeral expenses after his passing. The adage a favor of a dough of rice is met with a grudge of a liter marked the beginning of a severed relationship between the Zhang Yushan family and the Zhang Yumin family. All right, uncle, I shall heed your guidance. I will follow your arrangements. At this juncture, Zhang Yud found it prudent to remain silent, nodding in agreement. Eldest sister, second sister. After dinner tonight, do not mention to mother that you are assisting me. Simply state that you were sent by the city boss with a message from Brother Guoqing. I fear that your mother may harbor ill intentions and prevent you from leaving. Also, do not disclose my business in Beishan, lest some individuals grow envious of our family. Zhang Guoqing advised his two sisters. Understood, Brother Guoqing. You are truly remarkable. Xiao Lian and I shall learn much from you, responded Zhang Xiaozhen, the eldest sister. Upon concluding their conversation, Zhang Guoqing accompanied Zhang Guohua to the health clinic in Sangmu town to change dressings and procure some vegetables. Meanwhile, Zhang Yushan and Zhang Yud engaged in conversation beneath the eaves, while Li Zulan attended to Zhang Guoqing and her two sisters in the kitchen, preparing for the evening's main event, ensuring that the dishes were well arranged. That evening, Li Qingshan arrived with 6 other members of the Shaojiang village committee, including 5 men and 1 woman, excluding Li Qingshan himself. Esteemed uncles, aunts, and elder brothers, please partake in the meal. Guoqing, pour wine for the uncles, aunts, and elder brothers. Today, Uncle Qingshan has invited everyone here for a matter that requires your assistance. The Linland of Shanshan belongs to our Shaojiang village, and thus the decision rests with all of you. I have already discussed the land rental with Uncle Qingshan. Please consider what price seems appropriate. Zhang Guoqing exchanged a glance with Zhang Guoqing and courteously addressed the village officials. Oh, I was initially concerned about what this was regarding. Brother Qingshan informed me that the third son of Brother Yushan wishes to rent Shanshan. However, this mountain has neither timber nor tea gardens. Only a less than 40 mu pond that frequently dries up. What can you achieve by renting it? Remarked Lu Guolin, the village accountant, a man in his 50s who has served in Shaojiang village for over 20 years. Uncle Guolin, I appreciate your kindness. I wish to find some work for my elder brother, as he is of a straightforward disposition and lacks skills for other trades. It is essential to provide him with something to do, is it not? Zhang Guoqing replied with a smile. Uncle Guolin, you need not fret. Guoqing has already made his decision. As for how we will rent the mountain, it is of no concern if the village incurs some loss. If Guoqing can indeed revitalize our Shanshan, it will ultimately benefit us all in the long run, will it not? Li Qingshan addressed Lu Guolin, asserting his authority as the brigade's secretary, and his words carried considerable weight. Everyone understood the implications of Li Qingshan's statements, and no one dared to voice dissent. In Nitangwan, the mountains yield tea leaves, and we have leased over 200 acres to Beishan Tea Factory for an annual rent of 1,500. Although Shanglin Mountain in Shaojiang village lacks tea, it boasts 470 acres. If we were to lease it, a sum of 2,000 would be quite reasonable. And if the lease is extended, there could be room for negotiation, Li Qingshan remarked. Lu Guolin echoed these sentiments, also addressing Zhang Guoqing. To be candid, the 200-plus acres of tea garden can indeed generate significant economic benefits. Forget about the 1,500, even 2,500 or 3,500 would attract lessees. But the current tenant is Beishan Tea Factory, making it a non-starter otherwise. Guoqing, what do you think of this price? If you can commit to a longer lease, we can further discuss the terms, He Changgui, the village head in his 30s, added. In Shaojiang village, Li Qingshan serves as the brigade's secretary, akin to the village committee's head, with He Changgui as the village head, alongside an accountant, a women's director, a militia captain, and 2 committee members. Brother Changgui, while this price may seem steep, it is not unreasonable. However, if I were to lease for 20 years, what discount could the village offer? Zhang Guoqing inquired, not opposing but seeking clarity from his peer, He Changgui. In business, even a minor concession can result in substantial savings. How about we reduce it by 200 per year? After all, we are all members of the same brigade. It is only fair to extend a discount to our own, He Changgui proposed after some contemplation. Chapter 64. The Big Mouth and the Boisterous Woman. Haha. Guoqing, our village's future development hinges on the younger generation. Uncle Qingshan mentioned your intentions to assist our village. As village officials, we shall certainly not hinder your efforts. If you have any ideas or requests, feel free to discuss them with Brother Changgui. If all is agreeable, we can proceed to finalize the payment and contract, He Changgui remarked, having secured an agreeable price and retrieving the village's official seal from his pocket. Uncle Qingshan, Brother Changgui, and esteemed elders, the price you have offered is fair, and I have no objections. However, I do have one request. Could you assist me in constructing a rough road leading to the foot of the mountain? Zhang Guoqing stated, expressing his sole demand to Li Qingshan and the others. The journey from Shaojiang village to Shanglin Mountain is neither too far nor too near. The existing path can accommodate only 3 people side by side, rendering transportation virtually impossible. Thus, without the construction of this road, any thoughts of cultivation or livestock rearing would be futile. Zhang Guoqing's concerns extend beyond immediate needs, focusing instead on long-term aspirations. During the National Day, the matter of road construction posed quite a challenge. The endeavor of building a road incurs considerable costs, necessitating a substantial investment of both labor and materials. At the very least, resources such as pebbles and river sand are required, along with a significant amount of manual labor. Li Qingshan expressed his predicament, acknowledging the reality of the situation. The distance from the village entrance to Shanglin Mountain is approximately 3 to 4 miles. Although not extensive, it still demands considerable human and material resources if construction is to commence. Even without the intention of laying concrete, the expenditure would amount to at least 1 or 2,000 yuan. Uncle Qingshan, I understand the situation well. How about this? The village can arrange for workers, and I will cover their wages, plus provide a meal. What do you think? We can source the sand and gravel locally. There is plenty in the Danshui River. If the road remains impassable, I won't be able to accomplish anything else, Zhang Guoqing proposed to Li Qingshan. If that's the case, then it poses no issue. I can certainly rally a dozen or so people for you, if not 100, Li Qingshan replied. What will you offer in terms of daily wages? 5 yuan a day, and they can come to my house for lunch, Zhang Guoqing contemplated. 5 yuan a day is neither too much nor too little. There will surely be takers. The countryside is not lacking in labor, especially among those diligent and earnest individuals, Li Qingshan remarked. With the arrangements settled and the contract signed, Zhang Guoqing retrieved a stack of cash from his pocket, handing over 800 yuan to Lu Guolin, thus finalizing the agreement. After enjoying a hearty meal and sufficient drinks, they dispersed. Third uncle, please come by tomorrow to oversee the workers. They can collect their wages from my sister-in-law later. For others, the rate will be 5 yuan a day, but for you, it will be 8. Once the breeding and planting facilities are established, I will begin to pay you monthly. Zhang Guoqing instructed Zhang Yud, who was assisting with the cleanup. All right, rest assured. While my strength may be limited, I can certainly manage the workers, Zhang Yud replied, his face lighting up with excitement. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous voice erupted from outside the courtyard. Zhang Yud, you scoundrel! Enjoying your life while neglecting your wife's well-being. You worthless wretch. Without a doubt, it was Lin Shufang, seeking out her husband, and she did not hold back on her tirade before even entering the courtyard. Dear sister-in-law, what is this noise about? Mind your language. This is the Zhang Yushan household. Not your own, Zhang Yushan interjected, his patience wearing thin. Ever since his brother's marriage, he had not witnessed a peaceful day. Now, Lin Shufang had come to his home to raise a ruckus. Even someone as good-natured as he could not endure it. Oh, Zhang Yushan, your family is just as contemptible. Not a single decent person among you. Lin Shufang continued her insults. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhang Yud, limping forward, delivered a resounding slap to Lin Shufang's face. Please refrain from speaking so disrespectfully to me. It is sufficient for us to argue within these walls. Should you continue to insult me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Observing Zhang Yud's actions, Zhang Guoqing felt a sense of relief. It seemed that his uncle had finally come to his senses today, which was commendable. Oh dear, a fight, a murder. Zhang Yud is about to harm his wife. Woe is me. You two wretched girls. Why do you not assist your mother instead of watching them bully me? Lin Shufang cried out to the two sisters, Xiuzhen and Xiuyan, who were hiding in the back. Third aunt, I still address you as such because you are temporarily my uncle's wife. If you are obedient, reflect on your actions at home and apologize to uncle. If you refuse to listen, then come tomorrow morning to obtain a divorce certificate. The Zhang family will not tolerate a woman who throws tantrums. My mother is a woman, and you are a woman too. I fail to understand why there is such a disparity between us. Zhang Guoqing declared to Lin Shufang with an intensity that was markedly different from his usual demeanor. Lin Shufang was rendered speechless, stunned not only by Zhang Yud's slap, but also by the fierce attitude of the usually mild-mannered Zhang Yushan and his nephew, Zhang Guoqing. She had never been scolded in such a manner before. Her arrogance evaporated, and she could only retreat shamefully homeward, while Zhang Yud led the two women in the same direction. For Zhang Yud's family, this night was destined to be sleepless. Father, mother, and elder brother. Now that everyone else has departed, may I discuss a matter with you? Zhang Guoqing said thoughtfully to his father Zhang Yushan and Li Zuolan. Speak, third son. Zhang Yushan replied, taking a large sip of tea to calm his emotions. What do you think about our family moving to the town? Zhang Guoqing suggested. But where in the town would we find land? And even if we did, where would we procure the funds to build a house? Zhang Yushan shook his head with a smile. The others present could hardly believe Zhang Guoqing's proposal, apart from Zhang Guoqing. No one took seriously the idea of building a house. Third brother, perhaps we should abandon the notion of the house for now. Let us wait a few years until we have earned some money. You haven't even mentioned a wife yet. His elder brother, Zhang Guohua, advised. Elder brother, what do you think of the shop where we had breakfast last time? Zhang Guoqing inquired with a smile, disregarding Zhang Guohua's comment. Although it is somewhat old, it is a red brick house, which is certainly much larger than our current home. It would be a significant improvement. Zhang Guohua replied honestly. Chapter 65. Acquiring a house. Father, elder brother, please tell me, how does that shop where we loaded goods and had breakfast compare to our current home? Zhang Guoqing asked Zhang Yushan and Zhang Guohua. If you compare it this way, that house in town must be significantly better. However, your mother won't be able to raise any chickens there. We would end up spending money every time we step out. Where would our family find such funds? Zhang Yushan pondered for a moment and then spoke. Father, you are mistaken. There are nearly 2 acres of land behind that shop. You need not concern yourself with the vacant space in front. The land at the back is more than sufficient for us to grow vegetables and for mother to raise chickens. As for pigs, let us not bother. They are quite foul. When the time comes, I shall construct a pigsty in Linshan, and we can simply slaughter them when we desire meat. Zhang Guoqing said with a cheerful demeanor. What? Don't tell me you actually purchased that place. I cannot believe you. Zhang Yushan looked at Zhang Guoqing, who was bubbling with excitement, yet remained skeptical. Father, believe it or not, I really did buy it. Now do you wish to move? Zhang Guoqing stated earnestly, devoid of jest. Father, third brother speaks the truth. In a few days, the paperwork will be completed. He is not jesting. Zhang Guoqing added. Oh dear, third son, did you really buy it? How much did you spend? Li Zuolan quickly inquired, while Zhang Guohua and Yu Xiu looked at Zhang Guoqing with astonished expressions, eager to know the details. It didn't cost much. I encountered Boss Zhou who was eager to sell and managed to negotiate the price down to 3,580. This includes that vacant shop and the more than 1 acre of land in front, as well as the plot behind, Zhang Guoqing explained. Sister-in-law, I only paid a deposit of over 300, with a balance of more than 3,000 to settle tomorrow. Once my shop in Beishan opens, I will return when I have time to organize everything and move over whatever we can from here, Zhang Guoqing reflected. Oh my Guoqing, how can we afford such a sum? Sister-in-law asked in disbelief. The village just gave us 3,600 in cash. And now we need to come up with over 3,000 more. Where will this money come from? Not only Yu Xiu, but also Zhang Yushan and Li Zuolan found it hard to believe. It's absurd. 6,000 or 7,000 is an unimaginable amount. Zhang Yushan and Li Zuolan had never dared to think of such sums in their lifetime. Money does not fall from the sky. Earning it cannot be so swift. Third brother, this money isn't tainted, is it? You must avoid any illicit dealings outside. Our family doesn't urgently need the house. We can earn money slowly. Eldest brother can simply go fishing a few more times to earn some extra. Please, do not resort to high-interest loans. That money is perilous. Zhang Guohua gently cautioned Zhang Guoqing. Rest assured, my brother, our family's endeavors are all legitimate. The money we have earned is entirely clean, derived from our sales of eggs, vegetables, and fish. Furthermore, this fortune has been amassed through our collective efforts, including our parents, you, your wife, and our sisters, as well as Guoqing. Guang and Mengjiao have also lent a hand. Indeed, this is the fruit of our family's united labor, Zhang Guoqing explained with a smile. Is it truly possible to have earned so much in such a short time? Zhang Guohua questioned, somewhat incredulous. Absolutely. You have contributed the most, particularly with the fish and shrimp. However, brother, the fish in Danshui River near our village are gradually diminishing, so you should refrain from pursuing that venture. Moreover, as the weather cools, your wound cannot be exposed to cold water. We should sell these nets, and when the time comes, our family will handle the harvest. Invite a few local fishermen for a meal and drinks. If they inquire, simply inform them that you are assisting me with the harvest. I will later discuss the selling price with you. The profit margin will suffice. We can then free ourselves to engage in other pursuits, Zhang Guoqing advised Zhang Guohua. He noted that in this recent period, the income from selling fish, shrimp, and soft-shelled turtles had exceeded 2,000, thus his words were not mere flattery. Hee. Without your assistance, how could this venture yield profit? Big brother, you are somewhat slow of speech, but I will follow your lead. Next time, I will speak with those fishermen from Suchi village and offer them our nets at a discount, ensuring they deliver the fish to us. How does that sound? Zhang Guohua replied with a grin. In this era, acquiring goods is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in selling them. Earning a decent living in the countryside is exceedingly tough. Otherwise, one wouldn't resort to trading eggs for cash. Very well, brother. You may handle this matter as you see fit. Tomorrow morning, we shall head to town to assess what is lacking in the shop and what needs to be purchased. I will then procure the items in the county and request Old Wu to help transport them back. We will also tackle the repairs together. The 3rd day of the 12th month is our father's birthday. Although it is not a grand celebration, we shall host our relatives for a meal and take the opportunity to assist in moving the family, Zhang Guoqing declared before the entire family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yushan felt a warmth in his heart. The 3rd day of the 12th month marks his birthday, and he turns 58 this year. Yet he has never celebrated it properly over the years. The following day dawned early. Even before the sun rose, the roosters had begun to crow. As the clock on the wall struck 6:12, Zhang Guoqing called for Zhang Guohua and Zhang Guoqing to accompany him to town. At Lao Zhou's restaurant, the establishment had already commenced operations. As they approached, a distinct aroma of pork lard and meat wafted through the air, a scent that was simply exquisite. Aunt Zhou, prepare 3 bowls of noodles with extra meat and generous green onions, Zhang Guoqing called out to Zhou Fuxing's wife. As the morning is still quite early, there aren't many patrons at the eatery. In Sangma town, there are several noodle shops, yet their flavors pale in comparison to those of Zhou Fuxing's establishment. This is primarily due to Zhou Fuxing's meticulous selection of ingredients, resulting in a rich and satisfying meal, perfect for satiating hunger. Qing, why do you have time to come here today? Asked the proprietress, who was concerned for the 3 brothers as they entered. What happened to your hand, Brother Guohua? You seemed fine when you delivered vegetables the day before yesterday. Ever since Zhang Guoqing took Zhang Guoqing to Beishan County, all the vegetables for Old Zhou have been brought by Zhang Guohua, hence they are all familiar with one another. I was bitten by a dog a couple of days ago, but it's nothing serious. I received a shot and took some medicine, and now I'm all right. Zhang Guoqing chuckled as they took their seats, soon to be served steaming bowls of noodles. Auntie, is Uncle Zhou around? Zhang Guoqing inquired while slurping his noodles. Yes, he was just here, but he has only recently risen. He is likely washing his face at the moment. You can call up to him. He should be down shortly. Indeed, it wasn't long before Zhou Fuxing leisurely descended the stairs. Guoqing, why are you 3 brothers here so early today? Zhou Fuxing greeted them warmly. Uncle, it's been quite some time, and it's about time we settled the account we discussed earlier. I just returned from Beishan the day before yesterday. I was delayed by family matters and came here first thing this morning. I thought I'd have breakfast and settle the remaining balance. And perhaps you could find time to accompany me to the Land Bureau and Community for a transfer. My brothers are here, so we could also see what else we need to purchase and consider renovations. Oh, that would be splendid. Finally, I can repay my debts. No problem. I have time this morning. Once the Land Bureau opens, we can handle the paperwork. As for my old shop, just do as you see fit. Keep what can be used, tables and chairs, and anything that cannot be salvaged, you can discard as waste. Zhou Fuxing's face lit up with joy upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's words. As he rubbed his hands together, Zhang Guoqing then produced 3,222 yuan from his pocket, having counted it thrice the night before, and placed it on the table. Here you go, uncle. Count it. 3,222 yuan should be accurate. Haha, good. Guoqing, no need to count. I trust your integrity. In all the villages around, it's just you brothers that I truly trust. Zhou Fuxing carefully counted the money 3 times before placing it cautiously into his pocket. It was still early for a bowl of noodles. So Zhang Guoqing led Zhang Guohua and Zhang Guoqing to the old shop. In front of the house, there are 3 vacant commercial spaces, 2 of which have been interconnected with red bricks, along with a restroom at the back, totaling approximately 70 square meters. Adjacent to it stands a roughly 40 square meter earthen brick house, divided into 2 sections. The inner half serves as a storage area, while the outer half functions as a kitchen. In the initial years, this arrangement sufficed, but eventually, Zhou Fuxing and his wife, through their diligence and skill, established a thriving business in Sangma Town. In previous years, Zhou Fuxing had seen many grand hotels in Beishan and had also explored the city of Dongping, which inspired him to expand the restaurant. Now, under Zhang Guoqing's ownership, if one were to reside there, a thorough renovation would undoubtedly be required. There is also nearly 2 acres of vacant land behind, which is certainly earmarked for construction. As the cost of building in Sangmu Town at this time is minimal and the approval process is not cumbersome. Brother, we have secured the property now. In a couple of days, the renovations will commence. You will oversee the work here, while our father manages the fish and shrimp. If supplies run low, we can procure more from the nearby villages. We should also buy 2 bicycles, one for you and one for our father to use in Shaojing village. This way, gathering supplies won't be such a hassle, Zhang Guoqing remarked to his brothers, Zhang Guohua and Zhang Guoqing. 2 bicycles? Buying both at once? Zhang Guohua pondered, somewhat astonished. Yet, upon reflection, considering they had purchased the house, acquiring 2 bicycles seemed feasible. The trio proceeded to the department store, where a bicycle shop displayed over a dozen models. Numerous brands were available, including Yongjiu, Fige, and Phoenix, alongside many lesser-known local brands. However, in terms of quality, the men's bicycles from Yongjiu were the most popular, while the women's bicycles from Phoenix also enjoyed high sales. Without much deliberation, Zhang Guoqing purchased 2 men's Yongjiu bicycles for 620 yuan, akin to what is referred to in later times as the 28-inch bike. Upon returning to the house, it was already past 9 o'clock. Zhang Guohua and Zhang Guoqing began tidying up the premises, while Zhang Guoqing accompanied Zhou Fuxing to the Land Bureau. The Land Bureau and the Housing Authority in Sangma Town are adjacent, thus facilitating a swift processing of paperwork. They then proceeded to the Sangmu community to obtain necessary certifications. During this era, few individuals attended to such matters, making the signing and stamping process rather expeditious. By 10:30, Zhang Guoqing, alongside Zhou Fuxing, had successfully completed the formalities. From that moment forth, the house and land legally and nominally belonged to Zhang Guoqing. Brother, you and Guoqing ride the bicycles home and bring our father, mother, and sister-in-law over. Today marks the first day we have acquired our house, a momentous occasion. Let us celebrate with a meal at the Old Zhou restaurant at noon. After receiving the land deed and property certificate, Zhang Guoqing conveyed to his brothers. Third brother, do we really need to go overboard? Let us just buy some decent ingredients to cook at home, Zhang Guohua replied, somewhat hesitant about the expenditure. Dining out frequently can be quite costly, and I feel a bit apprehensive about it. Zhang Guohua, the eldest brother, felt a pang of regret over spending money, yet he chuckled and suggested to Zhang Guoqing, all right, that works too. Let us go buy some pig trotters and a pair of large intestines. Today we shall dine at home. The honest and frugal Zhang Guohua left Zhang Guoqing with no choice but to abandon the idea of dining out. Thus, Zhang Guoqing, along with Zhang Guohua and their brother Zhang Guoqing, rode their bicycles towards the vegetable market in Sangma Town. The market, albeit modest, primarily offered meats and poultry, alongside some farming tools. With only around 10 small stalls, 2 of them specialized in meat. Currently, pork was quite affordable, priced at merely 2.3 yuan per pound at this market, while it commanded approximately 2.8 yuan at the Beishan agricultural trade market. This disparity arose from the fact that during large market days, some farmers slaughtered pigs themselves, with prices dropping as low as 2.1 yuan per pound. Had it not been a non-market day, Zhang Guoqing would not have considered purchasing meat from the market. At this moment, a pig trotter with elbow weighed around 5 to 6 pounds, priced slightly higher than the meat, approximately 2.5 yuan. The fatty intestines, being a less sought-after offal, would eventually surpass pork prices in a decade. He acquired a pig trotter for 13 yuan, a pair of pig intestines for 1.5 yuan, and a pig stomach for 2 yuan. Noticing that Zhang Guoqing and his companions did not haggle, the vendor graciously included a 3 to 4 pound pig liver as a bonus. Upon their return to Shaojing village on 2 brand new bicycles, they attracted considerable attention from their neighbors. Look, the third Zhang is quite capable. He buys not 1, but 2 bicycles. It seems he has earned a fair amount of money outside, reportedly from selling eggs. We should refrain from sending our eggs to his home. Let us see how they fare in the future, they murmured. Alas, rural life often breeds envy, as people find it difficult to witness others prosper, especially those who surpass them. Little did they know that in a few months, Zhang Guoqing would cease collecting eggs altogether. Chapter 67. Deliveries completed. Time at home passed swiftly. The following morning, Zhang Guoqing, along with Zhang Guoqing and the two brothers Yuhai and Yushan, set off with Old Wu's truck, laden with a substantial haul of fish, shrimp, and vegetables, heading into Beishan County. After delivering the goods, they spent half the day on this endeavor. This marked Zhang Guoqing's 7th delivery, with the least revenue from any single trip exceeding 2,000 yuan. Following several successful trips, he had accumulated nearly 15,000 yuan in cash with Zhang Hongyu. Coupled with the 6,000 to 7,000 yuan he had previously saved, his total exceeded 20,000 yuan. Moreover, Lu Yu and Wu had provided over 20,000 yuan, which Zhang Guoqing had used to purchase a house and lease a mountain in Sangma town, spending over 7,000 yuan. He also allocated 3,000 yuan to his sister-in-law Yu Xiu to settle wages for road repairs at home, leaving him with just over 10,000 yuan remaining. Thus, at this moment, the total funds available to Zhang Guoqing amounted to approximately 37,000 yuan. After lunch, Zhang Guoqing took Zhang Hongyu with him, carrying a large parcel as they headed towards the nearby credit union to deposit money. At this moment, Zhang Hongyu was not yet accustomed to making deposits, so Zhang Guoqing had to guide her meticulously through the process. Fortunately, the credit union was conveniently located just a short distance from Jinan Road, adjacent to Beishan Shopping Mall. A leisurely walk would only take them about 10 minutes, and soon they arrived at the credit union. It was not common to have substantial funds to deposit, and having over 10,000 yuan was quite rare even in the entire Beishan area. Thus, when the siblings entered the credit union, the staff greeted them with exceptional warmth. Some might say that bank employees at that time were rather aloof, but they were unaware that those who deposited money, especially those with significant sums, were treated like revered patrons. Inside the parcel lay bundles of cash, predominantly consisting of 10 and 5 yuan notes, along with some 150 yuan bills. After nearly half an hour of meticulous counting by the bank staff, it was revealed that they had a total of 25,800 yuan. This amount had been pre-counted by Zhang Hongyu, who deemed the figure auspicious. At home, there was still over 11,500 yuan in cash locked away in the cabinet, as Zhang Guoqing had indicated that they needed to settle the payment for the goods from Lin City in the coming days, so the cash was retained. Upon returning to the shop, the group tidied up the premises once more. The shop now boasted an operational area of nearly 150 square meters, with an additional 60 square meter warehouse at the back, ensuring that there was no shortage of tasks for the four of them. Time was of the essence, as an important event loomed the next morning. The first batch of goods from Lin City was set to arrive. Only with the arrival of this shipment could Zhangji oil, rice, vegetables, and seafood wholesale department begin preparations for its opening. The following morning, around 9 o'clock, a liberation truck slowly turned onto Jinan Street from People S Road. Indeed, this was the Zhangji oil, rice, vegetables, and seafood wholesale department. A passenger from the truck disembarked, glanced at Zhang Guoqing's shop, and confirmed before stepping inside. "Is Guoqing here?" "Hey, miss, is your boss named Zhang Guoqing?" Pai Guowei inquired of Zhang Hongyu, who was busy cleaning. "Who are you?" "Oh, I see. You must be Boss Pai, the one delivering the goods?" Zhang Hongyu exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the imposing liberation truck outside. "That's right, it's me. You must be Guoqing's sister. You bear a striking resemblance to him. Where's Guoqing?" Pai Guowei continued, having not spotted Zhang Guoqing. "Just a moment. He's inside organizing the warehouse. Let me call him out." Before Zhang Hongyu could head inside, Zhang Guoqing, accompanied by Zhang Guoqing and others, emerged from the warehouse. "Boss Pai, haha, we finally meet. You must be exhausted from the journey. Sis, please prepare a cup of tea for Boss Pai while we unload the goods." After greeting Pai Guowei, Zhang Guoqing turned to Zhang Hongyu. "On National Day, there was no urgency for tea. We should first unload the goods, lest this large truck block the intersection and attract unwelcome remarks. This time, I have brought quite a lot for you." Pai Guowei waved his hand and gestured toward the truck parked on the road as he spoke to Zhang Guoqing. "All right, I'll follow your lead. Guoqing, Dahan, Dashan. Let us first unload our cargo." Zhang Guoqing removed his outer coat, placed it on the counter, and rolled up his sleeves, striding toward the truck. Zhang Guoqing and the two brothers, Yuhai and Yushan, quickly followed suit. The driver halted the vehicle and assisted in unloading the goods. The five of them, including Pai Guowei, busily transported the items into the wholesale department's warehouse. Cooking essentials like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, various dried goods, spices, and bags of rice were all carefully moved in, with those requiring prompt organization set out on the outer shelves. After nearly an hour of diligent work, The cargo from the Liberation truck was finally unloaded. Once the driver parked the vehicle along Renmin Road, he stopped beneath a large tree. Guoqing, here is the cargo list. Take a look and later count these items to ensure the quantities are correct. I meticulously checked each item during loading, but since this is your first transaction, it's better for you to double-check to avoid any future complications. Altogether, the total amount is 8,439 for the goods, plus a handling fee of 422, and the freight charge is 320, but you can account for it as 300. The grand total comes to 9,161 yuan. Since you deposited 1,000 as a guarantee with Manager Chong, we'll deduct that, leaving 8160 for you. Pai Guowei took several large sips of tea, retrieving 7 or 8 slips from his jacket pocket, along with the amount owed. Brother, we are both from Beishan, and I will certainly need your support in the future. Could you possibly negotiate a delay for the supplier's payments? Perhaps 10 to 15 days would suffice, and if we could arrange for a monthly settlement, that would be splendid. Zhang Guoqing, having taken a stack of money from Zhang Hongyu's room, counted it while conversing with Pai Guowei. Brother, it's clear you are straightforward. I want to speak falsely to you. If someone else were to say this, I would prefer not to engage in business. However, you are my fellow townsman, and I find you agreeable. As for a monthly settlement, that isn't feasible for now, primarily due to your insufficient sales volume. However, once your business picks up, I can assist you in negotiations with those distributors. A 10 to 15-day grace period, though, is certainly achievable. Typically, we deliver 2 batches and settle 1, but ideally, you should aim for 3 shipments a month for efficiency, which would benefit both you and me in negotiations with the suppliers. Pai Guowei accepted the money Zhang Guoqing handed him, counted it, and stowed it away in his pocket. This idea was indeed commendable for a first transaction. Immediate payment would prevent complications. While practices may vary elsewhere, Zhang Guoqing understood that Pai Guowei's suggested method would be advantageous for him. Chapter 68. Trial Operation? That sounds good, brother. Let us go, and we shall dine together. It was already noon when Zhang Guoqing rose and addressed Pai Guowei. No, I won't be eating. I still need to make a trip to Bishan District. I can manage with just a couple of bites on the road. Pai Guowei intended to leave, but was restrained by Zhang Guoqing. Brother, if you leave today, it would be a clear disregard for my hospitality. It's merely a meal. It won't take up much of your time. Come on, there's a restaurant right across from my shop. Zhang Guoqing pointed to Fuyuan Restaurant. Unable to refuse Zhang Guoqing, and feeling quite hungry after moving so many things, he had no choice but to follow him to the restaurant. Guoqing, it seems your grand opening is just a couple of days away, remarked Boss Zhao of the restaurant, greeting Zhang Guoqing politely. It will still take some time, Uncle Zhao. There will be 7 of us. Prepare some dishes that go well with the rice, and just make some of your specialties. My brother here has come down from the provincial capital. Let us not skimp on it. Zhang Guoqing pointed to Pai Guowei with a smile. Very well. Please take a seat while I make the arrangements, replied Boss Zhao. After speaking, Zhang Guoqing led the group to a large table near the entrance, where they could still observe the happenings in his shop. Before long, the dishes arrived, 7 in total, a delightful combination of meat and vegetables, all of commendable quality. Since Pai Guowei had pressing matters to attend to, Zhang Guoqing refrained from encouraging him to drink. After a hasty meal, Pai Guowei took his leave, while Zhang Guoqing returned to his shop with the others to resume their work. Before departing, Pai Guowei left a note for Zhang Guoqing, inscribed with the number 1393 456 7899, likely his mobile number. In 1990, mobile phones had been in existence for several years, yet in Lincheng, they had only recently become a popular communication tool. The mobile phone, created by Motorola, resembled a large thermos, impressive in size and quite the status symbol. At that time, a mobile phone could cost as much as 24,500 yuan, with a subscription fee of 6,000 yuan, making it both a coveted and an extravagant possession. My father bought a mobile phone in 1994 for nearly 18,000 yuan. At that time, I didn't understand why he needed one. Later, I realized that when he went out to meet clients, carrying that brick was a source of great prestige. Back then, anyone with a bit of money or engaged in business would seek to acquire a mobile phone. 3 days later, Old Wu arrived again to deliver goods. This time, however, the delivery location had shifted from the previous agricultural market to Zhang Guoqing's shop at number 1, Jinan Street. Along with him were Zhang Yud's 2 daughters, Zhang Xiuzhen and Zhang Xiulian, who had come along for the ride. The sisters found everything in the city novel, yet they proved to be quite industrious. With their assistance, Zhang Hongyu, the second sister, found her workload considerably lightened. Baskets of eggs were unloaded from the vehicle, followed by dried fish, lobsters, river fish, and fresh vegetables. Lastly, 2 slabs of pork were brought down, weighing in total over 200 pounds. Originally, Zhang Guoqing had no resources for pork. However, upon discovering that the prices for pigs sold by local farmers around Sangmu town were remarkably low, approximately 1 yuan and 50 cents per kilogram, he decided to incorporate pork into his offerings, including whole pigs, offal, and pig's blood. With the addition of these fresh vegetables and various meat products, the Zhangji wholesale department is now brimming with a diverse array of goods. The inventory is categorized into 3 principal types. The first category consists of fresh vegetables, displayed prominently on a shelf near the entrance, immediately visible to customers. There are over 10 varieties of vegetables, characterized by their abundant supply and reasonable prices. The second category encompasses pork and poultry eggs, with a long cutting board for meat conveniently positioned at the storefront. The eggs are stored in baskets adjacent to the vegetables, with 7 or 8 baskets available. Currently, the cost of pork, inclusive of transportation, is approximately 1 yuan and 80 cents per kilogram, while the market price in Beishan City can reach 2 yuan and 80 cents, allowing for a substantial profit margin. As for eggs, given the current sales volume, they cannot sell out entirely, necessitating that half of their stock be supplied to egg collectors. The third category comprises grains, oils, sugars, salts, sauces, vinegars, spices, and dried goods. These items are sourced from the major market in Linqing, with costs being considerably lower compared to the Beishan agricultural trade market. Now that the vegetables have arrived, when do we intend to open our shop? Inquired Lao San. After the delivery, several individuals swiftly organized the merchandise in its designated spots, while Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Guoqing began discussing the matter with Zhang Guoqing. Sister, Guoqing, there's no rush to open for business. Let us first conduct a trial operation, Zhang Guoqing suggested to the two. Trial operation? What does that mean, third brother? Zhang Guoqing questioned, perplexed. For he believed that opening a shop was straightforward without the need for a trial phase. Indeed, we shall initially operate on a trial basis. Since neither you, sister, nor do I have experience as salespeople, how will you promote our products, calculate prices, receive payments, and give change? Zhang Guoqing explained to Zhang Guoqing and the others. No one is inherently skilled at everything. Knowledge and proficiency are acquired through gradual exploration and experience. Zhang Guoqing's words left them momentarily speechless. Originating from a background of bamboo weaving, Yushan and Yu Hai can craft 7 or 8 baskets in a single day. But promoting merchandise poses a significant challenge for them. Nevertheless, while no one is born with expertise, continuous learning and practice are essential. The tale of the oil vendor is well known. It is merely a matter of mastering a skill through repetition. However, this mastery requires time. Currently, there are 7 individuals. But apart from Zhang Guoqing, the others must learn the business step by step. Let us commence trial operations today. We can begin selling these vegetables and meat. Any unsold meat can be discounted and sent to restaurants. We will also need to find a way to acquire a refrigerator, otherwise, the meat will spoil within a couple of days. Sister, please take a piece of red paper, write Zhangji Wholesale Department on it, and note that we do not sell overnight meat. Place it at the meat sales area, and if anyone inquires about purchasing meat, inform them that 1 kilogram costs 2 yuan and 50 cents, while 5 kilograms or more is priced at 2 yuan per kilogram. Zhang Guoqing addressed Zhang Hongyu and a few others, saying, let us first delineate our responsibilities. Sister Heir shall oversee the counter, managing pricing, cash handling, and making change. Brother Dashan, with his considerable strength, will be tasked with cutting and weighing the pork, as well as weighing the vegetables and eggs. Sister Heir will calculate the totals and handle payments. Brother Dahai will assist me with deliveries, while Guoqing will liaise with the restaurants outside, preparing orders and coordinating supplies. Xiuzhen and Xiulian will be responsible for weighing dry goods such as oil, rice, sugar, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. As for maintaining cleanliness, these few individuals will manage it for now. After clearing the inventory each day, we will collectively ensure that the premises are tidy. Once a month, during a quieter period, we shall conduct a thorough cleaning. Zhang Guoqing efficiently assigned the tasks. As October drew to a close, the weather had cooled significantly, the sweltering heat of summer long past. The sunlight no longer dazzled, and Zhang Guoqing's wholesale department was adorned with vibrant decorations. After a week of trial operations, the staff had gradually acclimated to the rhythm of business. Currently, due to the lack of promotion, foot traffic was sparse, primarily consisting of local restaurant owners from Jinan Street, who often preferred the more distant Bai agricultural market. The proximity of Zhang Guoqing's wholesale department, which offered a comprehensive selection of fish, shrimp, vegetables, cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and spices at competitive prices, made it an appealing alternative. Responding to requests from several restaurant proprietors, Zhang Guoqing expanded his offerings to include live chickens and ducks. Initially, he hesitated to add these items due to their strong odors, especially given the street-side location. However, he devised a clever solution, a pre-sale system whereby orders placed today would be delivered the following day. This approach preserved the integrity of the wholesale operation while simultaneously creating an additional revenue stream. Though not every household in the nearby villages raised poultry, a significant number did, 7 or 8 out of 10 families. Those residing near the mountains tended to raise chickens, while those by the Dongshui River preferred ducks, resulting in low breeding costs aside from labor management. Consequently, Zhang Guoqing instructed Sister Air to create a red banner announcing the availability of pre-ordered free-range chickens and ducks, positioning it prominently beside the meat cutting station. This ensured visibility not only for the restaurants on the street, but also for any passers-by. To minimize waste, a pre-sale model for meat was implemented, allowing customers to place orders today for pickup the following morning, ensuring freshness and providing a clearer understanding of daily sales volume. During the first 5 days of trial operations, nearly 200 pounds of pork were sold each morning. From the 5th to the 8th day, pre-orders alone surpassed 200 pounds daily, prompting Zhang Guoqing to double the supply, equivalent to 2 pigs. The primary reason for this increase was his pricing strategy. Pork was set at 2 yuan and 50 cents per pound, dropping to 2 yuan and 20 cents for orders exceeding 5 pounds. Customers who typically refrained from purchasing meat due to higher prices at the agricultural market, where even the cheapest cuts started at 2 yuan and 80 cents, with better cuts reaching 3 yuan, were now enticed by these favorable rates. There exists a disparity in prices, although it may be a mere 30 cents. It constitutes a considerable expenditure. In these times, hiring someone typically costs around 5 to 6 yuan in Sangma town. One could employ a middle-aged man for a day of arduous labor for the same 5 yuan. There was a saying back then, a dime can be split in half to spend. This phrase epitomizes the frugality of those adept at managing their finances. Anyone born in the late 70s, 80s, or even the early 90s would recall that a dime could indeed procure a fair amount of goods. In 1985, one could purchase 10 pieces of red paper malt candy for a dime at the distributor shop. By 1990, due to inflation, it could only buy 5. During this period, the division tickets still circulated as currency, but around 1997, following the introduction of large denomination banknotes, the use of small denomination division tickets gradually diminished, until they were officially withdrawn from circulation on April 1, 2007. Throughout this interval, Zhang Guoqing's wholesale shop became a vibrant landmark on Jinan Street. From 9 in the morning until 8 at night, the shop was perpetually bustling with customers. Zhang Guoqing's singular requirement was that the weights were accurate, and the service was warm and inviting. He addressed patrons as uncle, brother, and sister, employing a nomenclature that genuinely bridged the gap between him and his customers. The familiarity in his words felt far more genuine than the exaggerated tones of contemporary online streamers calling their audiences family or treasures. Third brother, Yuan Wu has arrived. Come quickly. Look at his motorcycle. Zhang Guoqing, assisting Yu Hai in weighing meat outside the shop, spotted Lu Yuan Wu riding in on his motorcycle and hurried inside to inform Zhang Guoqing. Guoqing, how has your shop opened in less than half a month? Why didn't you inform me? I could have gathered a crowd to celebrate. Lu Yuan Wu, with a basket of fruit in one hand and several cans in the other, spoke to Zhang Guoqing, his tone tinged with mild annoyance. Ah, brother Yuan Wu, you are mistaken. I have not officially opened yet. I am merely in a trial phase. The grand opening is set for the 1st of next month, which is just 5 days away. I plan to notify you in a couple of days. What brings you by today? Zhang Guoqing replied with a grin. Today I'm not on the road. A few days ago, I relayed your words to my father. He wishes to meet you. If you're free, how about dinner at my house tonight? You can tell him what you mentioned last time. I brought back these fruits from the Honglian fruit market in the provincial capital last night, along with the canned goods, just for you to savor. Lu Yuanwu handed the fruits to Zhang Hongyu, who was standing behind the counter. Especially you should indulge. You seem thinner than last time. I brought these cans for you. Lu Yuanwu glanced at Zhang Hongyu, seemingly entranced, and quietly murmured to her, "Curse it." The towering figure of Lu Yuanwu, standing at 6 feet tall and known for his ferocity in fights, surprisingly spoke with such gentle tones. If his father, Lu Dalong, were to witness this, he would surely be doubled over with laughter, yet dare not express it aloud. Ahem. Brother Yuanwu, my sister has a delicate disposition, so I shall partake of this canned delicacy on her behalf. Zhang Guoqing coughed a few times to dispel the awkwardness and smiled at Lu Yuanwu. Zhang Hongyu, now 21, was well aware of the look in Lu Yuanwu's eyes directed at her. If it were not affection, it would certainly be teasing. The consequences of such teasing before her younger brother would undoubtedly be severe, but given their camaraderie, it did not seem likely. Indeed, when the robust Lu Yuanwu spoke in a lowered voice, he possessed an unexpectedly endearing quality. No need to trouble yourself with my sister's can. Thank you, Brother Yuanwu. Little sister, second sister, come over and share this can treat. After receiving the can, Zhang Hongyu called over her sisters, Zhang Xiuyan and Zhang Xiuzhen. At this moment, canned goods were a prized gift, a small glass jar fetching over $2 even for the most ordinary variety. The can that Lu Yuanwu held was a large-sized one, equivalent to 3 or 4 smaller cans. Such cans were unavailable in Beishan. What could be found were merely the smaller versions, likely costing around $10 each, nearly the price of several pounds of meat. Chapter 70. Scratching lottery tickets. The feeling of affection is difficult to articulate. Zhang Guoqing initially wished for Lu Yuanwu to refrain from getting too close to his second sister. Yet such matters are beyond anyone's control. Lu Yuanwu had experienced relationships before, surrounded by women, but at 24, he remained unmarried, primarily due to the absence of someone who understood his needs. Zhang Hongyu was different. Ever since his last visit, Lu Yuanwu had taken a liking to her. This woman must become his wife. He had truly fallen for her. If it weren't for the busy passenger line schedules, he would have come sooner and not had to wait so long. Guoqing, what's the verdict? Let me know if we're going to my house tonight. My father is quite invested in this matter. Aside from the cooking aunt, he has not called upon anyone else. Your shop is bustling enough. If you can spare the time, please assist your brother once more. Lu Yuanwu, gazing at Zhang Hongyu, turned to Zhang Guoqing with a slight smirk. Does he truly respect me? Speaking while eyeing my sister. Indeed, during this time, Zhang Hongyu appeared far more attractive than in her initial days here. With no arduous tasks to perform and her hands treated with nourishing cream, both her hands and face had significantly improved in appearance. The 2 garments Zhang Guoqing had brought back from lynching suited her splendidly, revealing her as a true beauty. Ahem. Brother Yuanwu, if you speak so, I cannot possibly decline. Zhang Guoqing interrupted Lu Yuanwu with a cough, allowing Zhang Hongyu to take the opportunity to move aside and divide the canned goods with her sisters, Xiuzhen and Xiuyan. The 2 sisters did not harbor any resentment towards Zhang Guoqing's family due to their mother, Lin Shufeng. Rather, they often engaged in playful interactions with his siblings, thereby fostering a profound bond. Particularly, the second sister, Zhang Hongyu, frequently took the 2 of them along when she gathered pigweed, establishing a solid foundation for their sisterly affection. By the way, Yuanwu, is there anything particularly exciting happening in Beishan lately? I am about to open my business, yet I find myself utterly devoid of ideas for promotional activities. Zhang Guoqing inquired after offering his seat to Lu Yuanwu. Speaking of which, I almost forgot to mention, aside from visiting your sister. Oh, I mean you. I intended to invite you to scratch some lottery tickets. Lu Yuanwu exclaimed animatedly. Do you know what a lottery ticket is? Upon mentioning Zhang Hongyu, he seemed to realize he had almost let something slip and quickly corrected himself. How could I not know? All right, let us go and give it a try. Scratching tickets. Oh my, this is the latest craze in Beishan since 1990. Indeed, it was November 15th, 1990, according to the Gregorian calendar, which corresponded to the 28th day of the 9th lunar month. Just 3 days later, on November 18th, a lottery ticket worth 300,000 yuan was won in Beishan, causing a sensation throughout the entire Xiangnan province, with the headline making the front page of the Xiangnan Daily. This event propelled the lottery industry into a frenzied popularity overnight in Xiangnan, a trend that only began to stabilize after 1997. After exchanging greetings with his sister, Zhang Hongyu, Zhang Guoqing followed Lu Yuanwu out. The lottery shop in Beishan was conveniently located on Renmin Road, tucked away on a less conspicuous alley behind the Beishan shopping mall. This street, known as Minxing Street, was similar to Jinan Street, albeit lacking restaurants. Instead, it was populated with small clothing shops and vendors selling various daily necessities. Upon arriving at the lottery shop, Lu Yuanwu parked his motorcycle. Inside, about 10 patrons occupied the space, making the already modest entrance feel somewhat congested. "Boss, I'd like 2 sets of scratch-off tickets, 20 in total," Lu Yuanwu called out to the slender shopkeeper, who promptly handed over 2 10-yuan tickets. After settling the payment and receiving the 20 tickets, Lu Yuanwu distributed 10 to Zhang Guoqing, keeping 10 for himself. Seated in a vacant spot, he took a small plastic scratcher and began to unveil the coating on his lottery ticket. "Come on. Oh, a turtle? What a ridiculous symbol. Just one pattern short again." Lu Yuanwu swiftly scratched off 7 tickets, each yielding no prize. Ultimately, he managed to win only 2 yuan from his 10 tickets. Zhang Guoqing examined his tickets, then followed suit with his own scratching. After scratching 9 tickets in succession, he found himself without even a single yuan in winnings. "Brother Yuanwu, your luck seems rather lackluster. You managed to recoup a few bucks from 10 tickets, while I've scratched off 9 without a single sensation. Now, only this last ticket remains, and I suspect it will be just as disappointing." Zhang Guoqing's spirits were not as buoyant as those of Lu Yuanwu. Having failed to win anything from 9 tickets left him utterly speechless. Seizing a moment of conversation, Zhang Guoqing scratched off the remaining ticket, only to find it devoid of any winnings. "Let us go, brother Yuanwu. This endeavor can only be a source of amusement. Should we hope to strike it rich through this, it would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens," Zhang Guoqing whispered to Lu Yuanwu. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in his 30s nearby jubilantly exclaimed, "I've won. $100. He danced with excitement upon discovering his winning ticket. In China, the allure of lottery games never wanes, and a small fraction of people persistently dreams of amassing wealth overnight through such means. Little do they realize that these opportunities are exceedingly rare and shrouded in mystery. "Damn it, Guoqing, I'm not done yet. Boss, give me 100 tickets. I refuse to believe I can't win a grand prize." Lu Yuanwu, with a temperament that bordered on impatience, felt a twinge of envy upon witnessing another's fortune. Although his family was affluent, the concept of winning money through luck felt entirely different. Zhang Guoqing could easily perceive Lu Yuanwu's gambling mentality. He retrieved a 100-yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to the slender lottery shop owner, then grabbed a stack of tickets, all neatly bound together like small cards. "Guoqing, 10 tickets aren't enough. Let us scratch off a few dozen. If you win, it's all yours. Hee hee. This is how it should be done." Lu Yuanwu chuckled, handing half of the tickets to Zhang Guoqing. Although Zhang Guoqing contemplated offering a word of caution, he realized that at this moment, any advice would be futile. Lu Yuanwu was already in an exuberant state, and attempting to dissuade him would only lead to discontent. Before long, the 100 tickets had been scratched off by Zhang Guoqing and Lu Yuanwu. Their spoils amounted to 2 10-yuan wins and 7 5-yuan wins, with all others yielding nothing. In total, they had lost nearly half of their 100-yuan investment, but the outcome was still somewhat acceptable. "Guoqing, this is all rather dull. These are just trifling prizes. Utterly pointless. Since you're here, why don't we go for something bigger?" Lu Yuanwu had won, albeit not a substantial amount. Despite not hitting the jackpot, he felt a modicum of satisfaction. Chapter 71. A grand prize awaits. Go for something bigger? What more do you want, brother Yuanwu? We've already spent 120. If we continue, we'll only dig ourselves deeper. You're not short on money, so why bother with these petty gains? Zhang Guoqing shot Lu Yuanwu a disapproving glance. His hands felt weary from scratching. Having finally completed 50 tickets, he was astonished that Lu Yuanwu still desired to continue. During the National Day celebration, Lu Yuanwu inquired with a smile, "Do you know the highest prize for this scratch card lottery?" Zhang Guoqing casually responded, 300,000. ISNT it clearly stated on the card. He picked up one of the cards and pointed to the prominent announcement that proclaimed, "Grand prize, 300,000, 1 winner. First prize, 200,000, 2 winners. Third prize, 100,000, 5 winners." The remaining prizes were modest, ranging from 1 to 500 yuan. If one could win the grand prize, wouldn't that be quite exhilarating? Lu Yuanwu, embodying the typical thrill-seeker, was oblivious to the minuscule odds of winning such a lottery. The issuance of these tickets in Xiangnan province alone was no less than 1 million. Thus, the likelihood of securing the 300,000 prize was exceedingly slim. For some reason, an incident from his previous life suddenly crossed Zhang Guoqing's mind regarding a grand prize of 300,000 from the Beishan lottery. Yuanwu, what date is it today? Zhang Guoqing pondered and asked Lu Yuanwu. It's October 15th, Thursday. Why? Do you have something in mind? Lu Yuanwu was taken aback by Zhang Guoqing's unexpected question. Boss, how many tickets do you have left? Zhang Guoqing rushed to the counter and calmly inquired of the lottery shop owner. What's up, young man? Are you looking to buy them all? I still have a few hundred left. They just arrived today. The welfare lottery company sent them over this morning. Half of them were sold by noon. The shop owner began to explain, but Zhang Guoqing interrupted. Do you receive this many tickets every day? Where would all those buyers come from? The young man who came with you is the one who has purchased the most here. Today, business has been a bit better. We sold over 300 before you arrived, and just in this short while, we've sold nearly another 100. What's left is a collection from the previous days. Probably around 700 or 800 tickets in total. There aren't many wealthy people in Beishan, so the welfare lottery company typically comes once a week. They just came today, and the next delivery might not be until next Friday, the shop owner replied. At this moment, the Beishan lottery shop had only been open for less than half a year, and scratch cards were still considered an obscure and costly endeavor. Though everyone dreamed of wealth, the pursuit often came at a price. 1 yuan per ticket might seem trivial in future times, but presently, it was not insignificant. 5 tickets could buy 2 jin of meat. For an average family, spending 1 yuan a day could be quite a burden. Boss, please count how many tickets you have left. I will take them all, Zhang Guoqing stated decisively. Are you out of your mind, Guoqing? Buying so many. This time, it was Lu Yuanwu who was astonished. While he purchased tickets for the thrill, he could not comprehend Zhang Guoqing's intention behind acquiring such a large quantity. Did he truly believe he could amass wealth through this? That lad is truly remarkable. He buys tickets for sheer enjoyment. Let's wait for my brother to finish his turn. If fortune smiles upon us this time, we shall share the spoils. Zhang Guoqing retrieved a handful of cash from his pocket. A modest emergency sum of approximately 1,000 yuan. Not an insignificant amount, yet not overly abundant either. The lottery tickets were easy to count, stacked in bundles of 100, totaling 5 stacks, while the remainder was loose. In total, there were 772 tickets. Zhang Guoqing counted out 7 stacks of 100 and then pulled out a pile of coins. Boss, please count this. These lottery tickets are all mine now. He placed the money on the glass counter and handed it over. All right. Goodness, are your family coal miners? The slender shopkeeper chuckled heartily, his small eyes narrowing into slits. What a delightful turn of events. Usually, he sells only 30 to 50 tickets a day, but in the past few days, the demand surged, especially today when one individual purchased 120 tickets, all of which this lad promptly bought. This meant he could enjoy a well-deserved rest at home until next Friday. Each sold ticket earns a commission of 12%, and just today, he had already made over 100 yuan. Meanwhile, as soon as Zhang Guoqing obtained the tickets, he sat with Lu Yuanwu in the shop, eagerly scratching them off. 1, 10, 100, 200, 500. The highest prize was merely 100 yuan, with 7 or 8 tickets yielding 10 yuan and over 10 tickets garnering a single yuan. The thick stack of tickets dwindled, and beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of both Zhang Guoqing and Lu Yuanwu. Goodness, who would have thought that scratching lottery tickets could be such a laborious task? After scraping through hundreds of tickets, their fingers began to ache. Scratch, 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 still scratching. Damn it, I've won. Zhang Guoqing leaped from his seat, kicking aside the chairs that obstructed him as he shouted in triumph. What's this? You won. How much did you win? Look at you, so pleased. Lu Yuanwu chuckled, assuming Zhang Guoqing had won 500 yuan. Not 500. Not 500. It's 300,000. Brother Yuanwu, we are rich. Zhang Guoqing rushed to Lu Yuanwu's side, excitedly lifting him in a jubilant embrace. Get off me. I'm not interested in men. Wait. Did you say you won 300,000? Lu Yuanwu, momentarily stunned, could hardly believe his ears. Look here, brother Yuanwu, 5 flowers. There are the words 300,000 printed. 3 followed by 5 zeros, no mistake. Zhang Guoqing responded with exuberance. Did we really win? Oh my, young man, you've struck it rich. Your luck is truly extraordinary. The slender shopkeeper also felt a rush of excitement, taking the lottery ticket from Zhang Guoqing to confirm once more. Indeed, it was 300,000. Young man, you have won the grand prize. You must go to the provincial city to claim your reward. Otherwise, keep the lottery ticket safe today, and tomorrow morning, come to me. I shall accompany you to Lin City to collect your winnings. What do you think? The slender boss said with a beaming expression. Brother Yuanwu, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Shall we go together? Once we receive the money, we can simply split it between us, Zhang Guoqing remarked, gazing at Lu Yuanwu. Brother, do not jest. You purchased the ticket, and you are the one who scratched off the prize. Why would I take a share? Do you look down upon me or think my family is impoverished? Lu Yuanwu replied. Chapter 72, The Family Feast of Lu Dalong. Part 1. Lu Yuanwu had little concept of money, while his family's finances were certainly not lacking, boasting at least $1 million. Zhang Guoqing's words stirred a wave of emotion within him. It was evident that Zhang Guoqing's generosity was genuine. This young man truly had an admirable character. No, Brother Yuanwu, you brought me to the lottery shop, and previously you said that any winnings would be mine. Since we scratched it together, the money should rightfully be shared. Zhang Guoqing insisted. Though the amount was significant, it was merely an external possession. Zhang Guoqing valued friendship far more than wealth. All right, let us not discuss dividing the money. Instead, when we go to Beishan restaurant, treat me to a meal, Lu Yuanwu replied, waving his hand dismissively. It's getting late. Let us have dinner at my place tonight, and I will see you home afterward. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to Lin City. Lu Yuanwu still shook his head. Looking at Zhang Guoqing, let us put the money matters aside until we claim the prize. It's already past 5. We should head to your home and not keep Uncle waiting. Zhang Guoqing glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearly 5:20, and it was time to go. The two left the lottery shop, chatting and laughing, while the shop owner shook his head with a smile. These young folks are truly fortunate. Had I known, I would have scratched those tickets myself. 300,000. At this time, the property prices in Beishan are roughly 5 to 600 yuan per square meter. They could purchase several houses with that amount. Some people's destinies are indeed preordained. While Zhang Guoqing had the power to shape his own, this initial stroke of luck had proven to be quite beneficial for him. The act of scratching the lottery ticket was merely a serendipitous twist of fate. The timing was extraordinarily fortuitous. Had Lu Yuanwu not sought him out that day, winning would have been utterly impossible. Furthermore, today's lottery event inspired him with an excellent idea for a promotional activity. Lu Yuanwu rode his motorcycle out of Minxing Street, returned briefly to his shop on Jinan Road to retrieve a wild rabbit, and then accelerated towards Bai Road. His home was located at the intersection of Bai Road and Yongtong Street, nestled within a private residential area rather than commercial housing. The Lu Dalong family mansion was situated in the first row of the first building, a stately 3-story villa that exuded an air of magnificence. In the 1990s, 2-story houses were quite rare in Beishan County, and 3-story villas were even more uncommon. Those fortunate enough to reside in such abodes were typically affluent and influential individuals. Surrounding the property stood a nearly 2.5-meter-high wall, with 2 ornate iron gates painted a striking red, exuding an impressive aura from a distance. Wow, Brother Yuanwu, your family is truly wealthy, far wealthier than I had imagined, Zhang Guoqing remarked, shaking his head in disbelief, speaking softly to himself. What does it matter? It's not my money. It's all my father's hard-earned savings, Lu Yuanwu replied, leading the way. He produced a key, inserted it into a smaller gate within the grand iron doors, and with a twist, it swung open effortlessly. For some, their starting point is a goal that many others might toil a lifetime to achieve. Yet, this is the stark reality of society. Since the reforms and opening up, the chasm between the rich and the poor has only widened. The wealthy grow ever wealthier, while the less fortunate continue to live in poverty. Individuals like Zhang Guoqing, whose perspectives and insights are ahead of their time, possess a keen understanding of the developments that will unfold in the coming decades. Without such foresight, how could one ever hope to amass wealth? Opportunities are predominantly reserved for the affluent and the privileged, while the sons of farmers, like Zhang Guoqing, are merely grateful for a modest existence. Father, I've brought someone back. When can we eat? Lu Yuanwu announced as he ushered Zhang Guoqing into the living room, addressing Lu Dalong, who was engrossed in watching television. The 21-inch color television, bearing a brand that seemed foreign, likely cost several thousand yuan. The air conditioner, also of foreign make, was a luxury item worth at least 10,000 yuan. The other furniture and appliances were among the finest available at the time. The 30,000 yuan prize he had won would scarcely allow him to purchase even a few such items. Hello, Uncle Lu, I'm Zhang Guoqing. I came a bit hastily today, and wasn't sure what you might like. I brought you a cured rabbit from my shop. It's smoked with rice bran by my mother, and it pairs excellently with drinks. The rabbit is a wild one, sourced from a hunter. Zhang Guoqing greeted Lu Dalong. Lu Dalong, whose physique was similar to that of Lu Yuanwu, but with sharper eyes and an undeniable air of authority, radiated a commanding presence. Guoqing, is it? Haha. Quite impressive, young man. Come, have a seat. Lu Jia, please take this cured rabbit and prepare it with plenty of chili. Let us have a drink together tonight. Lu Dalong responded with a smile, sizing up Zhang Guoqing for a few moments before calling toward the kitchen. Soon, an aunt donned in an apron emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming about the rabbit's plumpness as she jovially took it into the kitchen to prepare. Later, Zhang Guoqing learned that the woman referred to as Sister Lu by Lu Dalong was Lu Yuanwu's paternal aunt, named Lu Hui, since the passing of Lu Yuanwu's mother. It had been this aunt who took care of him. His uncle, who also associated with Lu Dalong, was named Kai Yong and managed a casino in Luoshan town. Guoqing, Lu Dalong said in a congenial tone, I heard from Yuanwu that you are opening a shop on Jinan Street. How is that coming along? When do you plan to open? Yes, it's a vegetable shop, Zhang Guoqing replied with a smile. Currently, we are in a trial operation phase and haven't officially opened yet. I plan to commence operations in a few days, around the first day of October. I've been preparing for it these past few days. All right, you've mentioned it to me. I will pay you a visit then. I have a few friends on Jinan Street, and I will bring them along to help boost your business, Lu Dalong chuckled. That sounds good. By the way, Uncle, Yuanwu must have asked me to come over for a specific reason, right? Zhang Guoqing inquired of Lu Dalong. Indeed. The purpose of calling you here is precisely this matter. I believe there is no need for me to elaborate on who Longshu is. I mostly understood what you conveyed to Yuanwu regarding the 7 points. Additionally, I've taken note of your mention of the security company. Over the years, my subordinates have increased significantly, making management quite cumbersome. However, the distinction you suggested between overt and covert matters. How would one go about that? Lu Dalong furrowed his brow, appearing troubled. Chapter 73. Lu Dalong's family banquet. In recent years, Lu Dalong's influence had grown substantially. Merely occupying the territory of Beixian County was no longer sufficient. Therefore, he contemplated expansion beyond these confines, yet he remained uncertain about how to proceed. The conflicts with several gangs in Heian County over the past year had also taken a considerable toll. While he could easily gather hundreds of ruffians for brawls, he lacked individuals capable of strategic planning. Uncle, this issue can be resolved rather straightforwardly. There's no need to overcomplicate things. By establishing a security company, you can consolidate your personnel. In this life of camaraderie and loyalty, once a company is formed, operations can follow a structured approach. Do you have anyone particularly trustworthy by your side, aside from Brother Yuanwu? Zhang Guoqing then asked Lu Dalong. Indeed, I have several sworn brothers with whom I share a profound bond. Currently, there is Ma Wenhong at the southern bus station, who is the individual previously wounded by a knife. He is the uncle of Lu Yuanwu. The third brother, responsible for cargo management, is named Li Hongjun, also stationed at the southern bus station. The bald man, Luo Yaohui, whom you encountered at the Shiqing Hotel in Beishan County last time, has consistently stood by my side. Lu Wenhao, the son of my paternal uncle, oversees the Yuanming Dance Hall in the northern part of the city. Additionally, there is my cousin Lu Wenyuan, who is in charge of the Xinqing Night Club in the eastern sector. Kai Yong, the husband of Yuanwu's aunt, resides in Luoshan town, where I also have an establishment. Most of these enterprises are managed by my brothers, who watch over them diligently, explained Lu Dalong to Zhang Guoqing. Uncle, I must inform you that the government's oversight has become increasingly stringent. I mentioned to Brother Yuanwu previously that the provincial authorities are likely to take action against the underworld in the coming years. It would be prudent for you to restructure all your businesses within the next couple of years. Otherwise, should Beishan enforce a crackdown, everything you have built will dissipate into nothingness, Zhang Guoqing remarked, gazing intently at Lu Dalong. Establish a security company to consolidate all the idle personnel under your command. This serves two purposes. First, to maintain control and prevent them from stirring trouble out of boredom, and second, effective management will foster a stronger sense of unity. In time, you will only need to appoint your most loyal individual for oversight, while finances must be kept separate from you. Ideally, for at least the next few years, you should remain uninvolved. When the government intervenes, having a clean record will shield you from repercussions. Secondly, consider investing in tangible assets. After several years of reform and opening up, many aspire to venture into business, yet they often lack capital, connections, and means. However, you possess all three: established relationships above, a respected status in the community, and ample resources. By paving a path for Brother Yuanwu, he too may achieve success in the future. Zhang Guoqing's words resonated deeply with Lu Dalong, as all his current endeavors were for the benefit of Lu Yuanwu, striving to keep him away from violence and conflict. Yet, Lu Dalong's perspective was somewhat naive. When the machinery of the state is set in motion, regardless of the degree of involvement, one is liable to be uprooted entirely. Thus, his efforts might ultimately prove futile. Guoqing, your words have struck a chord within me. Those outside view me with either fear or flattery. Yet they remain oblivious to the complexities I face, managing relationships above and overseeing subordinates below, all while avoiding significant crises. What Lu Dalong did not anticipate was the depth of insight this young man possessed. Despite hearing from his son Lu Yuanwu that Zhang Guoqing hailed from a rural background, in his eyes, aside from his appearance, there was nothing about Zhang Guoqing's demeanor that reflected the traits of a countryman. Thus, it is imperative to enact change. The individuals under your command remain loyal due to your sense of loyalty and righteousness, yet they persist in their impoverished state, which is hardly desirable for anyone. Furthermore, who wishes to rely on the perilous lifestyle of fighting daily for sustenance? You experienced this in 83. Had fortune favored you less, you might have found yourself languishing in prison. Seizing the moment, Zhang Guoqing interjected, "Uncle, what if we let Yuanwu join you in your endeavors? What do you think?" After a contemplative pause of over 10 minutes, Lu Dalong responded to Zhang Guoqing, "Dalong, we can finally eat. Why not discuss this over a meal?" Lu Jia's head peeked from the kitchen, addressing Lu Dalong. "All right, let us go, Guoqing. We can eat and chat while you let Uncle sample the flavor of the cured rabbit you brought." Noticing Zhang Guoqing's silence, Lu Dalong laughed lightly and invited him to join them. The three gathered at the table, resuming their conversation, which gradually circled back to the earlier topic. "Uncle, Brother Yuanwu, I must confess, I, Zhang Guoqing, hail from a farming background, lacking both influential connections and financial resources. Yet, Brother Yuanwu's starting point is vastly superior to mine. I fear that I may not be able to support him adequately, thus betraying your trust," Zhang Guoqing admitted, taking a sip of his drink. Lu Yuanwu indeed possesses a significantly higher starting point. Many toil a lifetime without matching his advantages. "Ah, Guoqing, you are remarkably earnest. For this alone, I must regard you with greater esteem. You can't be over 18 yet, can you? With your youth, you have ample time ahead of you. I have an eye for talent, and I foresee that you shall not remain inconspicuous in the future. These past years in Beishan, should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I have several connections within the public security system who owe me favors. Once you mature, even I shall look up to you," Lu Dalong remarked. "Yuanwu, what do you think? For many years, I've relied on a kitchen knife to make my name." Lu Dalong downed 2 cups of liquor, his face flushing slightly. In his youth, Lu Dalong was also a passionate individual with remarkable skills. In the 80s, after intervening in a brawl in the East City, he found himself pursued by several thugs, ultimately forcing him to wield a kitchen knife in retaliation, injuring 3 of them and thus earning his reputation. In those days, a thug needed to establish a name for themselves. Only then would others be inclined to follow. No one aspired to be a thug or a rogue. They were merely driven by the harsh realities of life. Lu Dalong was fiercely loyal to his brothers, which bolstered his growing reputation in Beishan. Before the crackdown in 83, he was fortunate to have a friend in the Beishan Public Security Bureau who inadvertently revealed crucial information while they were drinking, allowing him to evade peril that year. In Lu Dalong's own words, he has never abused his strength to bully the weak or bring harm to his community. However, with a growing number of subordinates, he has begun to worry that he cannot maintain control over them. "Uncle Long, what you have said truly comes from the heart. If that is the case, I cannot refuse you, but this matter must also be discussed with Brother Yuanwu. If he is agreeable, then I have no objections." After Zhang Guoqing clinked glasses with Lu Dalong, he drained his cup in one sip. In Chapter 74, The Family Feast of Lu Dalong, Part 2. After several rounds of drinks, Zhang Guoqing noticeably felt his tolerance for alcohol improving. It is worth mentioning that in his previous life, he was a teetotaler, yet now, with 2 cups of Mao Tai consumed, a spark ignited within him. To achieve great ambitions, One requires both wealth and capable allies. Lu Yuanwu is not foolish. Nor is he naive. Should they join forces, they could swiftly ascend in Beishan. Guoqing, my words may be clumsy, but from today onward, I shall follow your lead. You point east, and I shall go east. You point south, and I shall follow south, Lu Yuanwu declared as he raised his glass to Zhang Guoqing. Brother Yuanwu, you flatter me excessively. If you trust uncle, then we will earn wealth together and engage in business jointly, Zhang Guoqing replied, finishing his drink in one gulp. After 3 cups, he had consumed nearly 7 taels of liquor. Remarkably, he felt exceptionally well, not intoxicated at all. When Lu Yuanwu attempted to pour a 4th cup, Zhang Guoqing covered his glass. Brother Yuanwu, we have enjoyed enough today. I have reached my limit, and further consumption would surely lead to inebriation. No, Guoqing. This is only the beginning. Moreover, this cup must be consumed. Lu Yuanwu's face flushed, yet his speech remained clear. What reason could possibly compel me to drink further? Zhang Guoqing was taken aback by Lu Yuanwu's words. I have taken a liking to your sister. Do you think I am worthy of her? After speaking, Lu Yuanwu's face reddened further, an unusual occurrence for a man of his stature. My sister? Hee, you know she has previously called off an engagement. Her affairs are not for me or my family to decide. They rest solely upon her own will. However, Brother Yuanwu, let me make this clear. I will not hinder your feelings for my sister, but you must remember one thing. I have only one sister, and I do not wish for anyone to cause her heartache. She has endured much suffering in our family, and I do not want her to suffer any longer. Zhang Guoqing stated with a tone that conveyed an unassailable boundary. Little brother, you should have some understanding of what kind of person I am. To be frank, I have had a few women in the past, but as you know, none were suitable for a lasting relationship. Over the past year or two, I have restrained myself significantly. I mention this to you out of respect for both you and your sister. Rest assured, I do not require your guidance on how to treat people, Lu Yuanwu replied, bolstered by the effects of the alcohol. Very well. Whether this works out or not is not my concern. Just do not force it. Zhang Guoqing felt a sense of relief. Lu Yuanwu was inherently good-natured. And the same could be said for Lu Dalong, though their statuses differed. Yuanwu, my dear fellow, what is the matter with you? It seems that you have a story with Guoqing. Ha. Well, if such an opportunity arises, I, Lu Dalong, would indeed be keen to forge this familial bond. We must celebrate with a drink. Come, Guoqing. Lu Dalong, buoyed by the spirit of the moment, felt a swell of happiness upon hearing that Lu Yuanwu had found someone special. After all, at their age, the desire for grandchildren was an undeniable truth. The revelation of Zhang Guoqing took him by surprise, especially considering he had a sister. Solidifying this connection would be even more delightful. After finishing a drink, they refrained from indulging further, as the key was to enjoy without succumbing to inebriation. However, Zhang Guoqing was already moderately intoxicated, while Lu Dalong and Lu Yuanwu remained only slightly tipsy. Following the meal, Lu Yuanwu mounted his motorcycle and headed towards Jinan Street. But this time he maintained a cautious speed of 30 to 40 miles per hour. 20 minutes later, the pair safely arrived at Zhang Guoqing's store. By then, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Zhang Guoqing and his brothers, Yushan and Yuhai, began bringing in the merchandise to prepare for closing. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongyu was diligently organizing the day's sales at the counter. Have you been drinking? What a strong scent of alcohol, she exclaimed, stepping out from behind the counter to assist her brother, Zhang Guoqing. Ridayu, Guoqing hasn't drunk too much. He.s. just, he's merely celebrating. Lu Yuanwu stammered. Is that what you call not drinking too much? If you do this again, don't take my brother out. If anything were to happen to him, I will hold you accountable, Zhang Hongyu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Yuanwu, her cheeks flushed with indignation. I understand. Come, Guoqing, lend your sister a hand and help your third brother inside. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow, I must accompany your third brother to the provincial city. Lu Yuanwu replied obediently to Zhang Hongyu, then turned to Zhang Guoqing, who was busy moving goods. What Zhang Guoqing chose to do was beyond their control. The matter of the lottery win had yet to be disclosed, leaving everything tranquil. 13th brother, look at your pitiful state. Tell your sister how much you drank today. Little sister, go make a strong cup of tea for your third brother to help him sober up, Zhang Hongyu instructed, turning to Zhang Xiuzhen, who was organizing the shelves outside. Previously, Zhang Yushan had also indulged in alcohol, but it was always solitary drinking. Zhang Hongyu would brew him a large cup of strong tea, and he would be fine. After fetching water and wiping Zhang Guoqing's face, he began to regain his senses. Sister, Guoqing, I have the most extraordinary news. Zhang Guoqing said with a mysterious smile. You've landed a new business deal? What has happened? They inquired, intrigued. I've won the lottery. 300,000. Zhang Guoqing whispered excitedly. Sister, third brother has had too much to drink. Look at the nonsense he is spouting. Zhang Guoqing initially believed he understood the situation, but to his surprise, Zhang Guoqing mentioned a sum of 300,000. It should be so. You stay here and keep an eye on your elder brother while I step outside to see if Yuanwu has left. I'll inquire about what might have provoked the youngest. After handing Zhang Guoqing a porcelain teacup, Zhang Hongyu exited the room, while Zhang Guoqing, upon finishing his remark, succumbed to a deep slumber. Outside the shop, Lu Yuanwu lit a cigarette, perched on his motorcycle. Upon noticing Zhang Hongyu's emergence, he promptly extinguished the cigarette and discarded it onto the ground. Yuanwu, what has my brother been through today? He drank so much and rambled about winning 300,000. Zhang Hongyu reproached Lu Yuanwu. He truly won 300,000. Lu Yuanwu replied earnestly. Are you out of your mind? Surely, he must have drunk too much. Humph, please refrain from taking Guoqing out for drinks in the future. He is still young, I implore you. Zhang Hongyu scolded, her face flushed. Hongyu. Lu Yuanwu displayed no signs of anger, merely offering a sheepish smile at Zhang Hongyu's reddened countenance. What's wrong? Zhang Hongyu found herself momentarily taken aback. You look lovely when you're angry. Hee. Chapter 75. Lu Yuanwu's confession under the influence of alcohol. Hongyu, how could I dare deceive you? Guoqing scratched off a lottery ticket today and won 300,000. We'll head to the provincial capital tomorrow to claim the prize. But please keep this matter to yourself. It should remain a secret known only to you. A large sum attracts unwanted attention, and we wouldn't want thieves to take notice. Lu Yuanwu spoke softly to Zhang Hongyu, glancing around to ensure no one overheard his words. It's not the thieves I fear stealing, but rather their covetous gazes. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Zhang Hongyu felt somewhat flustered under Lu Yuanwu's gaze. As an unmarried young woman, she felt a tinge of embarrassment when scrutinized like this. No, there's nothing on your face. It's just that you're so beautiful, I couldn't help but look. Lu Yuanwu, though not a seasoned romantic, had enough experience to feel a bit nervous in the presence of someone he admired. Seeing that Zhang Hongyu didn't shy away from his gaze, he sensed there might indeed be a chance for them. I don't believe you for a second. Don't jest with me. Winning 300,000 is no easy feat, surely. You're just trying to amuse me, right? Zhang Hongyu remained skeptical, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. 300,000 was a staggering amount, especially in 1990. It was a fortune indeed. In the county town of Beishan, houses cost over 10,000 each. And with such wealth, one could hardly fathom how to spend it. Oh, I'm too weary to argue, if you think I'm lying. Just wait until we go to the provincial capital tomorrow and return the day after. Then you'll know. Lu Yuanwu, somewhat at a loss for words, could only scratch his head and smile foolishly. By the way, Yuanwu, may I ask you something? Could you speak the truth to me? Zhang Hongyu inquired, as though a thought had suddenly occurred to her. You can rest assured, I would never deceive you, Lu Yuanwu replied, dismounting from his motorcycle and taking a seat on the long bench at the entrance of the shop. After all, it was still early, and the opportunity to converse with a woman he admired was a delightful indulgence. Did you assist me with the cancellation of the engagement? Zhang Hongyu gazed into Lu Yuanwu's eyes as she posed her question. Well, ahem. Hongyu, to be honest, I cannot claim full credit for that. It was a friend of mine who orchestrated everything. The idea originated with Guoqing. I merely lent a hand. Lu Yuanwu had initially been reluctant to divulge this information, but he could not bring himself to deceive the woman before him. While he had not regarded the matter with much importance, he was hesitant to jeopardize Zhang Hongyu's favorable impression of him. Given that I am someone who has experienced a broken engagement, do you still hold any affection for me? You are well aware of my family's circumstances. Although our situation has improved somewhat, it pales in comparison to yours. Perhaps you should reconsider, she replied. During this time, Zhang Hongyu had developed a notable fondness for Lu Yuanwu. His tall stature exuded a robust masculinity, although he lacked the refined demeanor of a scholarly gentleman. Zhang Guoqing had already informed Zhang Hongyu of Lu Yuanwu's assistance, resulting in a significantly enhanced impression of him over the past few days. Previously, Lu Yuanwu had merely been perceived as a wealthy street rogue, someone slightly better than Lu Shanken in Zhang Hongyu's eyes, but not by much. Hongyu, I am without a mother, and my father has no say in my affairs. My decisions are my own. I genuinely care for you and wish to marry you, regardless of your family's status. Besides, Guoqing came to my home for drinks today, and upon discussing this matter, my father expressed no objections. So please, do not burden yourself with apprehensions. Moreover, as a grown man, I cannot fail to protect someone I cherish, Lu Yuanwu articulated, releasing a torrent of his innermost thoughts. Emboldened by the effects of alcohol, Zhang Hongyu remained silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as they shimmered in their sockets. Throughout her life, apart from her family, she had never encountered a man who spoke to her in such a manner, vowing to safeguard her and share a life together. What woman does not yearn for a man who treats her with kindness? Even a simple life, filled with modest meals, could be considered a stroke of luck. The troubles stemming from Lu Shankin had weighed heavily on her for many days, but with their resolution, she now felt the courage to pursue the life she desired. Please grant me some time, if you are willing to wait. I can see that you are a good man, but I also wish to support my brother. As he bears the weight of this household alone, Zhang Hongyu softly replied to Lu Yuanwu. The weight is bearable. By the way, starting tomorrow, I will no longer be at the passenger transport team. My father has instructed me to assist Guoqing in significant endeavors. Hence, I can accompany you in aiding him. Lu Yuanwu remarked to Zhang Hongyu. What? You are abandoning your job as a driver to sell vegetables with my brother? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Hongyu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lu Yuanwu and inquiring. There is nothing worthwhile about staying at the passenger transport team. It belongs to my family. Regardless of whether I go or not, the earnings still go to our family, and I have no fondness for driving. Besides, isn't it splendid to join Guoqing? At least I can see you every day. Lu Yuanwu expressed his thoughts with a teasing tone. Spare me. I have no desire for you to come see me. Moreover, matters of romance require the approval of my family. I have just escaped from a perilous situation and do not wish to fall into another so soon. Zhang Hongyu chuckled, her laughter echoing in the air. It's getting late. Hongyu, you've had a tiring day. You should head inside early. You will be busy tomorrow. I'll come by again. Lu Yuanwu said with concern. All right, I'll head in first. You've been drinking, so ride carefully. Zhang Hongyu replied decisively before bidding farewell and entering the shop. As the sun rose, Lu Yuanwu ascended the hillside, bursting into song. I climbed the hill, and when I reached the top, I wished to sing. Singing for my sister, who will listen and smile. He mounted his motorcycle, joyfully singing a lively tune as he rode away. The next morning, Lu Yuanwu arrived early at the wholesale department, where Zhang Guoqing had also risen with the dawn. Zhang Hongyu acted as if nothing had transpired, opening the shop for a trial operation. In recent days, the few staff members in the shop began to adjust to their roles: delivery, invoicing, weighing, collecting payments, and sorting, each responsible for their tasks. Zhang Guoqing hopped onto Lu Yuanwu's motorcycle, swiftly heading towards the lottery shop, where the owner awaited at the entrance. By 9 o'clock, the trio boarded the bus bound for the provincial city. Chapter 76. A modest redemption. The Hunan Provincial Welfare Lottery Center, under the jurisdiction of the Hunan Provincial Civil Affairs Department, is located at 199 Yunshan Avenue, Yuhua District, Linqing City, the provincial capital. Since the inception of the welfare lottery in Huashiatu, or 3 years ago, sales in Hunan province have remained lukewarm. The primary reason for this lies in the lack of substantial winnings, ultimately stemming from the low living standards of the populace. When people struggle to make ends meet, where is the money to spend on lottery tickets? Lottery tickets do not provide sustenance. To achieve wealth, one must rely on their own efforts. Hunan province is an inland region, characterized by mountainous terrain and limited arable land, resulting in relatively slow economic development compared to coastal areas. Cities such as Guangzhou and Shenzhen have already taken the lead in economic development, with towering skyscrapers rising from the ground. In stark contrast, the capital of Xiangnan province, Lin City, boasts a mere 20-story building, a record only surpassed in 1994. Zhang Guoqing felt a mix of tension and excitement throughout his journey. He had not anticipated that this bold gamble would indeed pay off. It seemed as though the halo of destiny had opened a grand door for him. Without his prophetic intuition, the opportunity of 300,000 would have slipped through his fingers. In contemporary terms, this sum may not be considered substantial, yet in 1990, it undoubtedly represented a fortune equivalent to several million in purchasing power today. This capital would serve as a formidable foundation for his future endeavors. Life is such that one can never predict whether opportunity or serendipity will come first. Zhang Guoqing. You are no longer the same as the Zhang Guoqing who merely survived in your past life. Given the chance to relive your existence, pursue your aspirations with fervor. If you can leave your mark upon this world, it shall surely be a meaningful endeavor. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the three arrived at the Welfare Lottery Center. After completing various procedures with the staff, they would soon be able to claim their winnings. Once taxes were deducted, the remaining amount was counted and handed over to Zhang Guoqing, 30 bundles of 100 yuan bills secured in a black bag, which was then placed inside a plain canvas tote to appear unremarkable. Subsequently, journalists from newspapers and radio stations arrived for interviews. Winning the grand prize of 300,000 was a sensational event, not only in Xiangnan but across the nation. The mere thought of dealing with the reporters and interviewers sent shivers down Zhang Guoqing's spine, even with his mask on. In his previous life, he had never experienced anything like this. Now that he had won a grand prize, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not thrilled, especially with dozens of reporters capturing the moment. To avoid drawing attention from prying eyes, the Welfare Lottery Center took measures to protect Zhang Guoqing's true identity. Those privy to the winning news could only ascertain that he hailed from Beishan in Dongping City, with even his real name concealed. On October 19th, the front page of the Xiangnan Daily featured a photograph of Zhang Guoqing wearing a mask, which captivated the entire province. The image portrayed him embracing his winnings in front of the reporters, vividly conveying the allure of the substantial fortune he had just acquired. While the sensational news continued to develop, it was of little concern to Zhang Guoqing. After exiting the Welfare Lottery Center, he withdrew 500 yuan notes from the fabric bag and handed them to the slender proprietor as a token of gratitude, repeatedly urging him to keep his true identity confidential. In truth, Zhang Guoqing's concerns were somewhat excessive. The responsibility for confidentiality primarily lay with the lottery shop. One must recognize that there are undoubtedly individuals with ulterior motives, and any breach could pose a significant threat to Zhang Guoqing's personal safety. Innocent individuals may suffer simply for possessing something valuable. Zhang Guoqing was acutely aware of this principle. Lacking any powerful allies, his sudden wealth rendered him particularly vulnerable. Witnessing Zhang Guoqing's generosity, the slender shop owner felt a surge of happiness, merely for the lottery prize. The welfare center had rewarded him several hundred yuan, and with Zhang Guoqing's additional contributions, his earnings approached 1,000 yuan. However, the conspicuous cash made Zhang Guoqing somewhat uneasy. The current state of public safety was rather precarious, and should he fall victim to theft, he would find himself in dire straits. Surveillance systems were not yet widespread, and the notion of reporting a crime via mobile phone was virtually non-existent. One still had to physically visit the police station to file a report. Thus, in the event of a robbery, it was highly likely that the perpetrator would vanish without a trace. As dusk had yet to fall, the lottery shop owner remained present to receive accolades, prompting Zhang Guoqing and Lu Yuanwu to exit the welfare center with the money in hand. Brother Yuanwu, where's there a bank near Yinshan Avenue? I wish to deposit this money for safekeeping. I'd rather not attract unwanted attention on the way back. Encountering a pickpocket would be disastrous, Zhang Guoqing inquired as they strolled. Guoqing, I'm not very familiar with this area since the provincial capital is quite expansive. However, I noted that the welfare center's address is 199 Yuhe District, Yinshan Avenue, so it should be close to Yunxiao Road, which I frequented in the past. There are several banks in that vicinity. Perhaps we should hire a rickshaw to the Industrial and Commercial Bank at 321 Yunxiao Road. It is the branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Xiangnan Province, conveniently located near Beishan People's Road and Beishan Shopping Mall. Making withdrawals easier for you in the future, Lu Yuanwu pondered before replying to Zhang Guoqing. That sounds quite good. I know the Industrial and Commercial Bank branch in Beishan County on Renmin North Road. I noticed it last time I was there purchasing goods at Beishan Shopping Mall. It's close to my shop, so withdrawing money won't be a hassle. Let us take a rickshaw to deposit the money first, and later we can find a nice place to dine. Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement. A rickshaw, in this context, referred to a type of van used for transportation in Lin City, as taxis had not yet emerged in this era. At that time, the predominant mode of transport for both goods and passengers was the van, which, despite its unimpressive quality, was not inexpensive. The starting fare was 2 yuan. In 1990, a Santana car cost around 250,000 yuan, and it wasn't until around 1995 that the prices of small cars decreased, leading to the introduction of taxis in Lin City. Driver, to 321 Yunxiao Road, please, the Industrial and Commercial Bank, Zhang Guoqing instructed as he opened the door of a rickshaw and took a seat inside. Certainly. The driver responded promptly, starting the vehicle and heading toward Yunxiao Road. After approximately an hour, they arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Lin City. Chapter 77. When looks are insufficient, skills come to the fore. Currently, there is no magnetic card for deposits, only a passbook for savings. And withdrawing money is considerably more cumbersome than it is today. Zhang Guoqing was dealing with a substantial sum. Thus, upon entering the bank, he was accorded the privilege of super VIP treatment, with 3 staff members dedicated to assisting him. By the time the money was counted and securely deposited, it was already 5:30. Brother Yuanwu, let us split this money equally. Once we engage in business and earn more, we can divide it again. Zhang Guoqing suggested to Lu Yuanwu as they exited the bank. Come now, what are you saying? This money is all yours. My father mentioned he would lend me some funds later on. We can embark on business together then. Lu Yuanwu replied, waving his hand and smiling at Zhang Guoqing. I may lack funds, but I am not short on opportunities for companionship. How about you speak a few kind words to your sister on my behalf when we return? Zhang Guoqing shot Lu Yuanwu a bemused glance, feeling somewhat speechless. Recently, Lu Yuanwu had indeed developed a fascination for Zhang Hongyu, though unbeknownst to him. Lu had confessed his feelings to her in a drunken stupor. All right. Let us go. I'm feeling a bit hungry. We should find somewhere to eat and celebrate this moment. Returning to Beishan at this hour is certainly out of the question. And my father's vehicle won't leave until at least 10 o'clock tomorrow, Zhang Guoqing remarked. Lu Yuanwu felt somewhat reassured by Zhang Guoqing's tone. Honestly, as long as Zhang Guoqing did not interfere, there was a significant chance of success in his relationship with Zhang Hongyu. I am quite unfamiliar with Lin City. You suggest a place with good food, and I shall hail a cab to take us there. By the way, Brother Yuanwu, I just recalled something. Do you happen to know about the Big Brother phone? Zhang Guoqing suddenly thought of Boss Pai's Big Brother number. Of course, how could I not know? However, that thing is quite unwieldy. Holding it can be rather tiring. My father has one, and so do several of my uncles. At first, I considered purchasing one. But upon reflection, it seemed unworthy, having it serves little purpose. Aside from those old fellows, very few people actually have a phone. And I'm not even sure who to call, Lu Yuanwu explained to Zhang Guoqing. Oh, what is the price at the Beishan Mall? Since we are in the provincial capital, why don't we buy 2 units here? Zhang Guoqing proposed. Let us discuss this when we return to Beishan. It would be more practical to purchase there than here in the provincial capital. The owner of the Big Brother phone shop at Beishan Mall is an acquaintance of my father. We can easily procure 2 units from him. He would not dare overcharge us. And if anything were to break or require repairs, it's more convenient to handle in Beishan. Rather than making the long trip back to Lin City, Lu Yuanwu considered, noting that the owner, Wu Lisin, was a friend of his father and someone he also knew. The plan seemed agreeable. They decided to dine first and, upon their return to Beishan tomorrow, head directly to the large mobile phone store in the Beishan Mall. Zhang Guoqing nodded in approval, acknowledging that familiarity would certainly ease the process. After all, such devices typically cost over 10,000, necessitating concerns about after-sales service and repairs. If any issues arose, he would be confined to Beishan for the time being, as daily visits to Lincheng were impractical. Since the option was available in Beishan, there was no need to expend energy selecting in Lincheng. He vaguely recalled that Baolon Street in the heart of Lincheng offered mobile phones and electronic products. Yet he was uncertain of its current location. He deemed it unnecessary to delve into trivial matters. Ultimately, the purpose of acquiring the phone was to facilitate communication with Pai Guowei in the provincial capital and possibly for further essential business communications in the future. Although Lincheng could not rival the likes of Shenzhen or the bustling metropolises of Beijing and Shanghai, its vibrancy far surpassed that of a small county like Beishan. At 10 o'clock in the evening, having satisfied their appetites, the two found lodgings at a grand hotel named Yueli, located not far from the Lincheng bus station. In this vicinity, the hotel's rates were somewhat steep, charging 20 yuan per night, a considerable amount at that time. Nearby, smaller inns offered accommodations for a mere 4 to 5 yuan a night. Nonetheless, this grand hotel retained an air of sophistication, featuring rooms equipped with an 18-inch television, notably a Panda brand. Acquiring a Panda television would set one back several hundred yuan, indicating that the prevalence of televisions in Lincheng was significantly higher than in Beishan. After flipping through several channels, he found either static or music playing. Late at night, programming was sparse. Deciding to turn off the television, he opted for rest. A sudden series of knocks interrupted the tranquility. "What is going on, Brother Yuanwu?" A voice called out, sultry and youthful, likely in her 20s. "What do you want?" Zhang Guoqing calmly opened the door a crack to peer outside. "Come on, just give it a try. Let me in, and I'll show you a good time." Cooed a provocatively dressed young woman, her tone flirtatious. "Your looks don't appeal to me." "Sorry," Zhang Guoqing replied, pushing her gently back outside. "Just give it a chance. Little brother, if looks aren't enough, I have skills to make up for it. I promise you won't regret it. Special price for you, 50 yuan. The woman, undeterred by the rejection, continued her sales pitch. "How could you not find me attractive? I'm not interested. I have an STD. Perhaps you should seek clientele elsewhere." Zhang Guoqing retorted, deliberately stating this to halt her advances, knowing the topic would deter her from further persuasion. Sexually transmitted diseases are a source of immense dread for those who have strayed from virtue. Such ailments can be perilous. While they may not be fatal, once contracted, they can incapacitate one for a considerable duration. Upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's words, she found herself at a loss for words and could only mumble before retreating to another room for inquiries. "Do you wish to drag me down with you?" "Absolutely not," Zhang Guoqing retorted, somewhat disgruntled, having anticipated this scenario long ago, and he managed it with remarkable composure. Such establishments were ubiquitous around the station. Yet he was taken aback to discover that even a grand hotel like the ULI Inn would harbor such circumstances. After a fitful night's slumber, Zhang Guoqing contemplated many matters, including forthcoming plans. Chapter 78. The dog sees the lowly. The following morning, Zhang Guoqing rapped on Lu Yuanwu's door. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Lu Yuanwu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, which left Zhang Guoqing somewhat astonished. "What happened, Brother Yuanwu? It seems you didn't keep your vows last night. Have you broken your abstinence?" Zhang Guoqing smirked. "What nonsense. With your sister in my heart, how could I entertain other women? It's just that the ruckus from the adjacent room was unbearable. I endured it all night." "That scoundrel had booked for the entire night," Lu Yuanwu exclaimed, seething with irritation. "All right, as long as you haven't strayed, let us head back to Beishan," Zhang Guoqing declared. Lu Yuanwu quickly completed his morning routine, and within moments was dressed and ready to follow Zhang Guoqing downstairs. The ULI Inn is situated to the west of the Linqing North bus station, a mere 1,000 meters apart. Upon reaching the station, they swiftly located the bus to Beishan, where the driver was familiar with Lu Yuanwu, prompting a friendly exchange among them. The journey back was uneventful. It was reported that since the last thief had been apprehended, such incidents had not recurred. By mid-afternoon, before 3 o'clock, Zhang Guoqing returned to the south station of Beishan County's transport service. Mounting his motorcycle, they headed directly to the Beishan shopping mall. Lu Yuanwu, however, was afflicted with a stomachache and sought the restroom within the mall. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing made his way to a shop selling mobile phones. "Good day, may I inquire about the price of this particular model?" Zhang Guoqing asked, gesturing towards a Motorola mobile phone displayed in the cabinet. You wish to purchase a mobile phone? Handle it with care, don't break it." "TSK, TSK, TSK," a young woman replied condescendingly, her tone dripping with disdain. She had been eagerly awaiting a customer, only to be met with a mere youth. Naturally, her demeanor towards Zhang Guoqing was far from cordial. Furthermore, Zhang Guoqing did not appear to be a person of considerable wealth, leading her to assume he was just an ordinary individual. "I do not wish to buy. I am here to purchase." "You aren't the owner, are you? Fetch your proprietor to speak with me." Zhang Guoqing felt a surge of irritation, yet he refrained from engaging in a dispute with a woman who appeared utterly oblivious. Such condescending individuals are ever present in society. "This device costs 22,800. It is beyond your means. One should reflect on their own worth before aspiring to purchase a mobile phone." The woman had grown increasingly audacious, her tone becoming ever more excessive. Although her latter remarks were barely audible, Zhang Guoqing heard them distinctly. "Madam, might I suggest that your judgment is somewhat impaired? If you are not the proprietor, I kindly request that you summon your boss. However, if you are the boss, it is quite perplexing that someone of your caliber engages in business. The matter of financial capability is hardly your concern." Zhang Guoqing's expression darkened. Even the most patient among us has limits when faced with such disdain. "Xiaohong, what is the commotion about? It sounds quite tumultuous." "Hee. This young man wishes to acquire a mobile phone? Which model catches your interest? Allow me to provide some insights." Hearing the ruckus from outside, the shop owner emerged. Upon seeing his employer approach, The sales clerk feigned innocence, eager to speak, but was silenced by a mere glance from the owner. With a wave of his hand, the clerk retreated to the side. "Mr. Wu, how much is this mobile phone?" Zhang Guoqing inquired, pointing at a model priced at 19,800. "This newly released model is priced at 19,800, while that larger one over there is merely 16,800. Should you wish for a discount, I can offer you a reduction of 800. What do you think?" The first model Zhang Guoqing mentioned is likely sold in Guangzhou for around 15,000 to 16,000 at this time. However, if purchased wholesale, it would only be slightly over 10,000. Nowadays, mobile phones are as ubiquitous as cars, yet those who can afford them are exceedingly rare. In the entire Beishan County town, the number of individuals possessing mobile phones surely does not exceed 100. Ultimately, the exorbitance of these devices remains a barrier for the financially constrained. Those who can afford them seldom make calls. Consequently, the sales of mobile phones in Beishan County are rather lackluster. Having operated the shop for nearly a year, they have sold fewer than 50 devices. Presently, acquiring mobile phones does not necessitate transactions through the provincial city of Lincheng, but rather requires sourcing from Guangzhou through intermediaries. However, to activate network services, one must go through the provincial city. In principle, exclusive stores in various locations are managed by the provincial capital, yet the procurement process reveals a myriad of strategies. Wu Lisin has a friend in Guangzhou who specializes in such intermediary dealings. The scale of mobile phone stores in Dongping City is comparable to his own, and even the stores in the provincial capital Lincheng are only slightly larger. The price reduction of 800 yuan represents a significant sum. For others, this discount would undoubtedly be perceived as substantial. However, Zhang Guoqing is well aware that the profit margins on mobile phones are astonishingly high, with each device yielding at least 1,000 or two. At this juncture, the mobile phone industry stands as a veritable goldmine. Yet currently, selling phones requires connections with middlemen. And in provincial capitals, one must also have ties to the telecommunications department to obtain the necessary operational permits. Otherwise, even if one has phones to sell, they are rendered useless if they cannot connect to the network. This mobile phone store, merely a facade, spans around 70 to 80 square meters. It showcases over 10 phones, which constitutes a considerable investment. The model Zhang Guoqing is eyeing is not the priciest, but it is relatively high in terms of cost-effectiveness. Your price seems a bit unfriendly. Let us negotiate a reasonable rate, and I'll purchase 2 units of this model, Zhang Guoqing remarked to Boss Wu. "Oh dear, my young friend. Are you jesting with me? If you truly intend to buy 2, I can offer you an additional discount of 500. How about 18,500? Does that sound agreeable?" Good heavens, 37,000 for 2 units. Although Zhang Guoqing was affluent, he was no fool. 37,000 implies a minimum profit of 10,000 for the owner, with installation costs of 3 to 4,000, making it a significant expenditure for 2 phones. Noticing Zhang Guoqing's momentary distraction, a saleswoman nearby began to stir trouble. "Boss Wu, I told you, this kid is just a pauper. He certainly can't afford it." Just as she was about to continue her tirade, she was abruptly silenced by Wu Lisin, who doused her efforts with cold water. "Now, immediately, pack your things and get out. I've already told you that service is paramount. You must mind your attitude. If it weren't for your relative's connections, I would have dismissed you long ago." Wu Lisin nearly shouted at the saleswoman named Xiaoan. Chapter 79. A valuable facade to operate this store is a testament that Wu Lisin is no ordinary individual. Having navigated the tumultuous seas of society for over 20 years, he has witnessed his fair share of storms. At present, observing Zhang Guoqing standing before him, one notes a dissonance between his attire and demeanor, exuding an air of mature wisdom beyond his years. He might be the offspring of a wealthy family, yet Zhang Guoqing carries an additional air of composure. He could be mistaken for a nouveau riche, yet his clothing suggests otherwise, leaving Wu Lisin somewhat perplexed in gauging his true worth. Forgive the ignorance of those in the store, my young friend. You understand, the cost of procuring high-end models is exorbitant. I dare say that even in the provincial capital, my prices may not be surpassed. Let us sincerely become friends and discuss the pricing. What figure do you find acceptable?" Wu Lisin jovially addressed Zhang Guoqing. Until he could ascertain Zhang Guoqing's true identity, Wu Lisin maintained a warm and cordial service. After all, high-end models are a luxury, and few can afford them. In this day and age, many families still struggle to meet their basic needs. How could they possibly amass the wealth to purchase such extravagant mobile devices? Ah, Wu Gu, business is thriving. It has been a while since we last met. How have you been? How was the performance of the mobile phone, my esteemed brother, during the National Day holiday? Just as Zhang Guoqing was about to speak, Lu Yuanwu ascended from downstairs. It is noteworthy that while other shops may be elusive, the mobile phone store stands alone in the entire Beishan County. Its prominent location on the second floor of the mall makes it instantly recognizable. Wu Lisan's Lisan Communication Store is the very first shop one encounters. Yuanwu, my dear brother, haha. It has indeed been quite some time. How do you know this young lad? Wu Lisan promptly extracted a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, extending a courteous offering to Lu Yuanwu and then to Zhang Guoqing. Lu Yuanwu's regard was certainly warranted, not least because Lu Dalong had once brought a few individuals to support him. Furthermore, he shared a tenuous connection with Lu Dalong, both navigating the social currents of Beishan County, with Wu Lisan being a generation younger than Lu Dalong. Why did you not mention it earlier, young brother? If you are acquainted with Yuanwu, then there is no need for deliberation. Yuanwu, what do you think about providing him with 2 devices at Uncle Long's rate? Wu Lisan's tone shifted dramatically as he addressed Zhang Guoqing, revealing that his judgment had not faltered today. Wu Gu, my younger brother is not a nouveau riche. He cannot be compared to my father and the others. Please offer a greater discount, as there are additional costs involved in the setup, which can also be handled here. Next time, I shall direct more customers your way, and you can profit from them. Lu Yuanwu spoke to Wu Lisan, his tone neither aggressive nor yielding. Yet his terms were decidedly firm. The price he sought was even lower than that offered by Lu Dalong, who had previously procured 7 phones, including setup fees, at a total of 21,800 yuan each. Although a profit of nearly 2,000 yuan was made, it paled in comparison to potential earnings elsewhere. Yuanwu, surely our relationship warrants consideration? For Uncle Long, it was 21,800 yuan, including the online setup and number selection. Now you ask me for a discount. After all, this is business, and I must earn something too. How about 20,800 yuan? It's a gesture of goodwill, and I consider it a means to cultivate friendship with this young brother. Wu Lisan gritted his teeth, declaring that this price was his bottom line. Any further reduction would render him destitute, especially given the considerable rent for a shop in Beishan Mall, not to mention the expenses associated with hiring staff and establishing connections, which also required financial outlay. Ah, I say, Wu Guyu. All right, Wu De Gu, let it be at this price. If all goes smoothly, how long will it take to complete the setup and obtain the devices? Lu Yuanwu seemed poised to say more, but Zhang Guoqing waved his hand, directing his inquiry to Wu Lisan. While the price was somewhat steep, it was reasonable considering the setup was included. After all, transporting these from Guangzhou without making a profit would be rather unreasonable. No matter how strong a relationship may be, it cannot endure without something to sustain it. Thus, even if this mobile phone can earn 5,000 yuan, it is likely that only 1,000 yuan will remain in Wu Lisan's hands. Hurry. The registration process is quite swift. I will call the provincial capital now, and we can complete the registration by this afternoon. However, regarding the money, Wu Lisan cast a glance at Zhang Guoqing, deliberately pausing. The implication was clear. It concerned the finances, and Zhang Guoqing understood perfectly. You need not worry about the money. Brother Wu, I will retrieve it now and deliver it to you within the hour, Zhang Guoqing replied calmly, as though purchasing a mobile phone were as trivial as buying vegetables. All right, haha. Wu Lisan responded with a smile. Before 6 o'clock, Zhang Guoqing successfully acquired 2 mobile phones and registered online. Brother Yuanwu, this one is for you. Upon exiting the Beishan shopping mall, Zhang Guoqing handed one of the bags to Lu Yuanwu. What? For me? Oh my. Guoqing, what do you take me for? Had I known you were buying, I would have told you not to get 2. What use is this thing? Come, let us return it, with my father's influence. Wu Lisan would not dare to refuse. Lu Yuanwu took the mobile phone handed over by Zhang Guoqing and insisted on dragging him back to the Beishan shopping mall. Brother Yuanwu, do not be so agitated. Listen to my reasoning before making a decision. Do you think I bought this mobile phone for no reason? I assure you that within a few years, mobile phones will become increasingly affordable. I purchased them for business purposes, with both of us having one. It will facilitate communication and allow us to gather information from the outside. Although we have spent several tens of thousands now, before long, we will earn hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. Zhang Guoqing explained to Lu Yuanwu. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands? How much is that? Several million? Tens of millions? Lu Yuanwu's face was etched with disbelief. My father runs a gambling house and a karaoke bar, and even he wouldn't dare claim to earn tens of millions. You must be exaggerating. You are surely just boasting. Do you not believe me? Zhang Guoqing inquired. It's not a matter of belief. I cannot even dare to entertain such thoughts. Lu Yuanwu scratched his head, speechless. Your perspective is too narrow. While we may not be the wealthiest now, there will come a day when Beishan will no longer hold us. Zhang Guoqing declared with conviction. Chapter 80. Grand opening 3 days later, on the first day of October. The day had arrived for Zhang Guoqing's wholesale business to open. After over 10 days of trial operations, he had already garnered a number of local customers and some distant restaurants. As dawn broke, Zhang Guoqing's wholesale store was already adorned with festive decorations. Not only were lanterns hung, but a pair of red couplets were also affixed. The left couplet read, welcoming guests from all directions, treating all visitors with sincerity as our foundation. Right couplet, to attain wealth, one must seek profit, only due to genuine goods at fair prices. Horizontal inscription, prosperity awaits. Zhang Guoqing stood below, steadying the wooden ladder, addressing Zhang Guoqing above. Understood, third brother. Do you think this arrangement is satisfactory? Zhang Guoqing inquired from atop the ladder. Close enough. Be sure to apply more glue, Zhang Guoqing replied. The firecrackers within the shop had already been purchased, awaiting ignition at precisely 9:18 to commence the grand opening. Today was unlike any previous trial operation. Typically, they prepared merely 2 cuts of meat from a single pig. But today was exceptional, for they had prepared 6 cuts from 3 pigs. On the left side of the entrance, the meat was neatly arranged on a chopping board, while beside it, 4 cuts hung upside down on a metal rack. To the left upon entering stood a large square cardboard box, meticulously wrapped in layers of red paper, with the words lottery box emblazoned in bold letters on the outward-facing side. On the right wall of the shop, a red paper poster, elegantly penned by Zhang Guoqing with a brush, proclaimed, from October 1st to October 3rd, we celebrate the opening of this wholesale establishment. As a token of gratitude to all our esteemed new and returning customers, we present a series of promotional activities. Activity 1. During this promotional period, customers who accumulate a purchase of 10 yuan or more may participate in the lottery once with a ticket. Activity 2. For a single purchase exceeding 20 yuan, customers will receive an additional pound of rice alongside the lottery ticket. Cumulative spending is permitted. Purchases under 10 yuan may be added together. All transactions during the promotional period are valid, with an 80% chance of winning. Grand prize, 1 Senio air conditioner, valued at 9,800 yuan. First prize, 2 Changhong 21-inch color televisions, each valued at 3,800 yuan. Second prize, 3 Panda 14-inch black and white televisions, each valued at 1,200 yuan. Third prize, 5 Forever brand bicycles, each valued at 450 yuan. Fourth prize, 10 Diamond brand electric fans, each valued at 180 yuan. Lucky prize, 30 Red Leaf umbrellas, each valued at 15 yuan. Participation prizes, numerous packs of Jiaobai laundry detergent, each valued at 7 yuan. Equal opportunity for all. Participation is welcomed, with all rights of final interpretation reserved by this establishment. As soon as this poster was displayed, passers-by began to gather in curiosity. Boss Xiaozhong, is this lottery activity genuine? Surely you're not deceiving us. How much can you earn from selling vegetables and grains? Someone called out to Zhang Guoqing, who stood outside. My friend, I assure you, I am not jesting. The mall will soon deliver the prizes I ordered. You have supported my business greatly these days, and later, you can collect a lottery ticket to participate. Zhang Guoqing recognized the speaker as the owner of the nearby dumpling shop. Since the trial operation of Zhang Guoqing commenced, I have made it a daily ritual to procure several pounds of fresh pork to prepare dumplings. This is not merely for the sake of convenience. The meat is not only fresh, being sourced from local pigs, but it is also considerably more affordable than that found at the Bai Agricultural Market and the Beishan Agricultural Market, offering savings of several dimes. Unlike the establishments of the past where the quality was often questionable, where steak lacked actual beef and meatballs were devoid of meat, such practices are now inconceivable. The ingredients are predominantly cultivated or raised, ensuring that the meat retains its authentic flavor without unnecessary additives. Today, I estimate I will need another 5 or 6 pounds of front leg meat. Please assist me in weighing it, and I shall return shortly with the payment. Indeed, Zhang, your meat is significantly fresher than that available at Beishan Agricultural Market. and the number of individuals relishing dumplings has been steadily increasing. Upon hearing of the lottery draw at the dumpling shop, the owner's face lit up with delight. The recent news of a 300,000 yuan lottery win at the Beishan County Lottery Shop has stirred excitement among the populace, igniting a fervor for the lottery. While purchasing tickets at 2 yuan each daily is not feasible for many, the opportunity to enter a lottery through purchases at Zhang Guoqing's wholesale outlet is undeniably enticing. For the dumpling shop owner, this presents a chance to indulge in the thrill of a lottery. The news of Zhang Guoqing's win remained a secret known only to Zhang Hongyu, Zhang Guoqing, and Lu Yuanwu. Initially, both Zhang Hongyu and Zhang Guoqing were skeptical, but their disbelief was shattered when Zhang Guoqing laid out his passbook and mobile phone before them. Soon, the excitement surrounding the lottery at Zhang Guoqing's shop began to spread, resulting in a burgeoning crowd even before the official opening time. It seemed that anyone with means from the surrounding residential complexes was drawn to the store. Zhang Guoqing's offerings included essential staples such as rice, flour, oil, and dried goods, items that are not merely for display but are sought after, encouraging customers to spend more in hopes of receiving a lottery ticket. What is going on? Is there trouble at the National Day celebration? Lu Yuanwu, having been summoned by Zhang Guoqing, gathered over a dozen of his associates, arriving in a tricycle due to the crowd. Ah, Yuanwu, these are merely customers here to make purchases. You should head inside and assist my sister with the cash register. I fear she may be overwhelmed. I will attend to the customers outside, and the others can help with unloading. I just received a call that Boss Pai's delivery truck should be arriving shortly. The electrical appliances from the market are likely en route as well. Everything is converging at once. Zhang Guoqing instructed Lu Yuanwu. Very well, I shall assist inside. San Mao Guzi, you two keep an eye on things outside for Guoqing. Do whatever he asks. Lu Yuanwu replied with a smile as he entered the shop to lend a hand. This was indeed a splendid opportunity for a private encounter with Zhang Hongyu. It seemed that the National Day was treating Lu Yuanwu quite generously, filling his heart with joy. At 9:18, Guoqing, ignite the firecrackers. Zhang Guoqing shouted to Zhang Guoqing, who stood at the lottery stage. Certainly, brother. Zhang Guoqing swiftly retrieved a box of matches and hurried to the firecrackers to light the fuse. Crackling sounds echoed throughout the street. Chapter 81. Opening Ceremony. The air conditioners, color televisions, and black and white televisions designated as prizes by the Beishan shopping mall had all been delivered and were neatly arranged in the outdoor tent. In addition to these substantial prizes, several eye-catching bicycles were on display. In contrast, the laundry detergent and umbrellas appeared rather unremarkable, yet their sheer quantity was quite astonishing. Due to limited space within the store, a tent was erected outside for display purposes. Not long after the firecrackers for the opening ceremony were lit, Lu Dalong arrived. Initially, a Santana car pulled up, followed shortly by two more Santana vehicles. Accompanying them were two trucks laden with an abundance of flower baskets for the occasion, no less than 30, representing a significant expenditure. After directing Lu Yuanwu and his team to arrange the flower baskets, the opening scene became notably more vibrant. Uncle Long, welcome. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Come, let us go inside for a cup of tea. Zhang Guoqing quickly approached, engaging in the customary pleasantries. Let us not indulge in formalities. Allow me to introduce you to a distinguished individual. Haha, this is Peng Qing, the director of the Beishan County Public Security Bureau. You may address him as Uncle Peng. Lu Dalong introduced a bespectacled middle-aged man standing beside him. Peng Qing, the director of the Beishan County Public Security Bureau, also held the position of Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. He was indeed one of the 7 standing committee members of Beishan County, a position of considerable significance. The glasses he wore concealed his eyes, but not the brilliance within them. His commanding presence was unmistakable, a testament to years of experience. Young man, quite impressive indeed. The progress of socialist construction relies on you young people. Dalong invited me some time ago, originally intending to attend a meeting in Dongping, but that was cancelled. Therefore, I seized the opportunity to come and show my support today. Peng Qing appeared approachable, devoid of any airs, as he shook hands with Zhang Guoqing. Peng Qing's status in Beishan County was among the highest echelons. Lu Dalong had indeed invested considerable effort in inviting guests, ensuring that even such a prominent figure graced the occasion. Besides Peng Qing, several others who accompanied him, while possessing social backgrounds, all held legitimate positions in the public sphere. During the National Day celebration, it is commendable that you possess such foresight. You have successfully established a comprehensive business dealing in grains, oils, and dry goods, making purchases exceedingly convenient. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Luo Yaohui of the Xiqing Hotel. You may simply refer to him as Uncle Luo. In the future, any ingredients required for the hotel can be procured from you. As we are all family looking out for one another, Lu Dalong remarked to Luo Yaohui, who was standing nearby. Greetings, Uncle Luo. It is an honor for you to take the time to join us. I had the good fortune of meeting you at your hotel last time, Zhang Guoqing said, as he produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and graciously offered them to the esteemed guests. Whether they are from the official circles or the underworld, one must rely on face-saving gestures to garner support. Had it not been for Lu Dalong today, it is likely that none of these individuals would have graced the occasion with their presence. Young man, do you remember me? I owe you a great debt. Without your timely intervention, my injury would have been in vain. You truly are my savior. The speaker was Ma Wenhong, the driver whom Zhang Guoqing had rescued during a recent incident. There is no need for such flattery, Uncle Ma. It was the least I could do, Zhang Guoqing replied, feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched his head. Dalong, I shall refrain from joining you for tea. I must take my leave after exchanging pleasantries. As there are regulations to adhere to, Peng Qing said, bidding farewell to Lu Dalong and Zhang Guoqing before departing in a black Santana. However, Peng Qing's presence had already made an impact. Some keen observers had recognized him. In 1983, during the crackdown, Director Peng Qing had achieved notable success as the head of the police station in Qingguan town. Over the subsequent years, he ascended to the position of deputy director and later director of Beishan County, while concurrently serving as the secretary of the political and legal committee. His relationship with Lu Dalong transcended mere business interests. Lu Dalong had once saved his life. Were it not for this bond, it would be unimaginable for Peng Qing, a distinguished political and legal committee secretary and public security director, to extend such courtesy to Zhang Guoqing's wholesale business. In addition to the individuals brought by Lu Dalong, many of Zhang Guoqing's friends from Singma town also arrived. Among them, the most notable were Zhang Xuemei, the owner of the department store's electrical appliance shop, and Zhang Guoqing's godmother, along with her husband, Qin Wenhai. Guoqing, just a couple of days ago, Guoqing mentioned that your brother's shop is opening on the first day of the new year, and since your uncle is in Singma town, we decided to come together. It's only been a short while, but your transformation is remarkable. I always knew you had potential. Zhang Xuemei praised the two brothers effusively. Aunt Xuemei, uncle, it is a rare pleasure for you both to find time to visit. Please, come inside. It is a bit busy today, but we can go out for lunch together later. Zhang Guoqing warmly greeted them. The sight of Zhang Guoqing left Qin Wenhai and Zhang Xuemei astounded. Who could have foreseen that in less than 3 months, Zhang Guoqing would establish such a substantial wholesale operation in the county? Guests continued to arrive in a steady stream, while Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guoqing diligently welcomed them outside. In the store, the weighing and bagging tasks were handled by the sisters Zhang Xiuzhen and Zhang Xiuyan, while the checkout was managed by Zhang Hongyu and Lu Yuanwu. Additionally, the brothers Yushan and Yu Hai ensured that no errors occurred. As the clock struck 10, a steady stream of residents from all directions began to converge towards Jinan Street. Remarkably, not only was shopping rewarded with prizes, but the grand prize was a lavish air conditioner valued at over 10,000 yuan, a substantial incentive indeed. The likelihood of winning was considerably greater than that of a lottery ticket. Even Zhang Guoqing himself had not anticipated such a fervent response to his grand opening event. Observing the throng of people approaching, he felt a twinge of anxiety. A stampede could pose a serious risk. Guoqing, keep an eye on things here. There's no rush for the lottery. Let those who made purchases this morning draw their tickets first. We'll start the lottery at 10:30. And make sure to explain this to those waiting. I'm heading to the police station to request some officers for crowd control. If a stampede occurs, we could find ourselves in serious trouble, Zhang Guoqing declared. The situation had spiraled beyond his control, and he needed to act swiftly. Heading to the Qingguan town police station to enlist help in maintaining order. The power of the people is boundless, and so is their potential for chaos. Should anything go awry, as the proprietor, he would be the first to bear the brunt of the consequences. Chapter 82. The lottery event sparks overwhelming popularity. Zhang Guoqing had invested significantly in the preparations for the grand opening lottery. He not only purchased an air conditioner, but also acquired a color television and a black and white set, totaling over 20,000 yuan. The aim of the opening event was to create a resounding impact on his reputation, but he had not anticipated that this impact would come with the risk of calamity. If not managed properly, he could end up losing everything, his business and his peace of mind. Brother Yuanwu, hand me your motorcycle keys. I need to step out for a moment. Zhang Guoqing squeezed into the shop and requested Lu Yuanwu, who was assisting with the weighing. What do you need the motorcycle for? You can't ride, and I don't want you to hurt yourself. Shall I accompany you? Lu Yuanwu replied, noting Zhang Guoqing's glistening forehead. It's not difficult. You'll get the hang of it after a few tries. I'm heading to the Qingguan Town Police Station. I fear the lottery event might not go smoothly without their oversight. The crowd is growing, and if anything happens, I'll be in deep trouble. Zhang Guoqing explained as he hurriedly took the keys and made his way outside. Lu Yuanwu was unfamiliar with the phrase in deep trouble, but he understood that if such a situation arose, it would indeed spell disaster. The Qingguan Town Police Station was only half an hour on foot, but would take merely 10 minutes by motorcycle. However, since the motorcycle was parked a distance away on Renmin Road, Lu Yuanwu had moved it to avoid congestion at the store entrance. Zhang Guoqing mounted his motorcycle, swiftly turning the key and revving the engine. With a roar, he sped off towards the police station in Qingguan Town. Indeed, the imported Honda motorcycle was impressive. Thanks to regular maintenance, it performed almost like new. To save time, Zhang took a shortcut, reaching the Qingguan Town Police Station in under 10 minutes. Excuse me, sir? I'm looking for someone. Could you help me convey a message? Zhang Guoqing said, pulling a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to the gatekeeper. Too kind, young man. Who are you looking for? The gatekeeper's demeanor warmed upon receiving the cigarette. I'm looking for Lu Changyuan, my uncle, Zhang replied earnestly. Oh, you must be the nephew of Deputy Director Lu. No need for a formal announcement. You can go right in. The gatekeeper's familiarity with Lu was evident, as Lu was a well-known figure not just in Qingguan Town, but throughout Beishan County, having solved numerous cases and earned a commendable reputation. He was a former military officer who had transitioned to civilian life as a police officer, serving as deputy director after being transferred from the Beishan County Criminal Investigation Team. Thank you very much, I'll head in now. After registering, Zhang Guoqing proceeded inside. The Qingguan Town Police Station comprised 2 floors. The first floor housed 6 offices, including a reception area, household registration section, interrogation room, duty room, criminal investigation section, and conference room. On the second floor, the first office on the right belonged to the station chief, Tian Xinghua, while the second was occupied by instructor Wu Guoxiao. The office adjacent to the stairs was Lu Changyuan's. Although he was only the deputy director, he also served as the head of the criminal investigation team, thus having his own office. The far left housed the armory, archives, and a small conference room. Zhang Guoqing knew the location of Lu's office well. Upon entering the police station, he first went to the duty room, where he immediately spotted Lu Changyuan at work. Uncle, are you busy today? Zhang greeted Lu. I wondered who it was. Guoqing has come to visit. It's been a while since I last saw you. How have you been? Lu Changyuan stood up, slightly taken aback by Zhang's presence. Typically, no one willingly visits a police station unless they have a pressing matter. I'm doing well, uncle. I'm here to report something. Come, everyone, let us share a smoke. Zhang Guoqing retrieved a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, offering them to Lu and the other officers. Speak your mind. There's no need for these sweeteners, Lu said with a chuckle, though Lu Changyuan verbally declined. It was merely jest. After receiving a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from Zhang Guoqing, he casually dispersed a few, pocketing the remainder of the half-full pack. It seems you've changed your preferences, my friend. It hasn't been long since we last met, and now you've forsaken Furong for Huazi. Since you don't smoke, allow your uncle to indulge a bit longer, he chuckled. Now, speak your mind. Lu Changyuan gestured towards a nearby chair for Zhang Guoqing to sit, promptly inquiring. Uncle, I must tell you, I recently opened a wholesale store nearby, at number 1 Jinan Street, adjacent to Beishan Shopping Mall. Today is the grand opening, and we're hosting a lottery event. The turnout has been overwhelming, and I'm concerned about a potential stampede. Hence, I came to inform you and kindly request a few officers to help maintain order. Zhang Guoqing relayed the situation to Lu Changyuan. Well done, my boy. So you're the proprietor of that establishment? Quite impressive. Your aunt has been purchasing vegetables there, claiming they're fresh. Little did I know it was you behind it, Lu Changyuan exclaimed with evident excitement. This lad was not only courageous, but also astute in business. Next time, tell your aunt to mention my name for a bit of a discount. However, it's imperative that you accompany me today. The crowd is too large, and I'm feeling rather apprehensive. It's just grocery shopping. How many people could there possibly be? A nearby auxiliary officer scoffed. Haha, it's not merely vegetables. We also sell rice, oil, and all sorts of dry goods. The highlight is that we're conducting a lottery over 8 consecutive days, Zhang Guoqing explained to the group. A lottery? So that's what your aunt meant when she said she needed to stock up on rice and oil for the lottery. Let us go, shall we? Fu Tian, fetch 2 motorcycles. We need to head to number 1 Jinan Street post-haste. Delays could lead to complications, Zhang Guoqing instructed. Lu Changyuan understood the allure of a lottery. Just days ago, a 30,000 yuan prize was drawn in Beishan, creating a sensation across the entire Xiangnan province. However, had Lu Changyuan known that the Zhang Guoqing, who affectionately addressed him as uncle, was indeed the lucky winner of that grand prize, the expression on his face would have been a tapestry of emotions. Chapter 83. The lottery commences. 3 police motorcycles, along with Zhang Guoqing's arrival, formed a formidable procession as they headed towards the intersection of Renmin Road and Jinan Street. Beishan County's urban area is divided into 1 town and 3 street offices: Qingguan Town, Shiyuan Street Office, Nanan Street Office, and Hexing Street Office. Qingguan Town encompasses the largest jurisdiction, including Renmin Road, Beishan Avenue, and Yilu, covering the majority of South City. As they neared Zhang Guoqing's wholesale store, even from a distance, they could see a throng of people gathered, a testament to the excitement the lottery had generated. Zhennan Street has become utterly congested, particularly around the Zhang Guoqing wholesale department, where one can scarcely see anything but a throng of people. Guoqing, your spectacle is quite impressive. It rivals the grand opening of the Beishan shopping mall from years past. Though your establishment is considerably smaller, the buzz it has generated is remarkable. Fortunately, you took the initiative to notify the police station. Otherwise, any disturbances could have led to repercussions for you. Lu Changyuan sat astride Zhang Guoqing's motorcycle, addressing him, Uncle. I underestimated the allure of this lottery. By the way, here is a winning ticket, the grand prize, specifically reserved for you. Later, just give it to Aunt so she can claim some groceries with it. Zhang Guoqing pressed a small square ticket into Lu Changyuan's hand. Guoqing, what are you doing? Attempting to corrupt your uncle? If that's the case, we may as well sever our ties. Lu Changyuan inhaled sharply, feeling somewhat apprehensive. He believed that his relationship with Zhang Guoqing was not nearly profound enough to warrant such a gesture. However, Zhang Guoqing was not inclined to heed Lu Changyuan's concerns. Uncle, the fact that I could rent this shop is largely due to your reputation. You are a man of integrity, free from corruption and bribery, but as your nephew, presenting a ticket to you is entirely justifiable. Besides, I am engaged in legitimate business, neither stealing nor robbing. Thus there is no need for me to bribe you. If you refuse, I shall simply tear this ticket apart right here, Zhang Guoqing asserted, appealing to both sentiment and reason. Realizing that Zhang Guoqing had a point, Lu Changyuan found it difficult to respond. Yet, the gift of a television was undeniably extravagant, requiring years of frugality to afford. As merely the deputy chief of a police station, what assistance could he truly provide? Since this young man was eager to acknowledge him as an uncle, it would be ungracious to decline. Guoqing, it's not that I am unwilling to accept, but your gift is rather too lavish. 2,000 to 3,000 yuan is equivalent to several years of my earnings, Lu Changyuan remarked. Ah, spare me the details, just consider it my way of honoring Aunt. Zhang Guoqing whispered as he once again tucked the ticket into Lu Changyuan's pocket. Very well, I shall take it as a form of self-consolation. Lu Changyuan chuckled, shaking his head, unable to resist. Why was there such a strong effort to cultivate Lu Changyuan's favor? Perhaps Lu Changyuan himself was unaware, but Zhang Guoqing was acutely aware. In the year 2000, Lu Changyuan ascended from Beishan County to become a member of the Standing Committee of the Dongping City Party, serving concurrently as the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission and the Director of the Dongping City Public Security Bureau. Moreover, he was soon to be seconded to a district in Dongping City for a deputy role, for Zhang Guoqing to expand. The modest Beishan County would not suffice as a significant stage. Investments come in 2 forms. One is sector-specific, and the other is personal. Maximizing benefits is the pursuit of a businessman, and Zhang Guoqing is reluctant to foster relationships solely based on profit. Esteemed guests and valued customers, today marks a momentous occasion, the grand opening of Zhang's wholesale department. It is now 10 hours and 18 minutes past the hour, and we shall commence our lottery draw. Please hold your lottery tickets firmly. Do not crowd. Anyone possessing a ticket is welcome to participate, and those with multiple tickets may draw as many times as they wish. The chances are equitable, relying solely on fortune. Zhang Guoqing stands beside the lottery box, brandishing a megaphone, announcing the commencement of the draw. The process is fully prepared. And with the number of customers diminished, Lu Yuanwu emerges from within, taking his place to the right of Zhang Guoqing to collect the lottery tickets. Fortunately, with the assistance of 8 officers brought by Lu Chuanyuan, no disturbances have arisen. A long queue quickly forms, comprising individuals of all ages, all eager to partake in the thrill of the lottery. Shenhua, wait for me. I will take you to draw. I have 3 tickets in hand. You are a lucky charm. You are certain to win a grand prize. The grand prize is an air conditioner. If we win that, our family will prosper. Haraha. A man holds 3 lottery tickets while gently supporting a 5 or 6-year-old boy, whose fair complexion makes him exceptionally charming. Mother, may I draw as well? I want to try my luck. I am very fortunate. I have been caught sleeping in class 10 times. And 9 of those times the teacher noticed me. A slightly older boy says to his mother, who is guiding him, "Go on. You think being caught sleeping is good luck? It has sent your father to the school 8 times this month. I brought you here to enjoy the spectacle. I will draw the prize this time. I have excellent luck at Mahjong." Similar scenes unfold in various corners, each playing out its own narrative. The first to draw is a woman in her 60s, who retrieves a winning ticket from the lottery box, emblazoned with the words "Lucky Prize." "Young comrade, look, have I won?" The elderly lady squints, handing the ticket to Lu Yuanwu for verification. "Madam, indeed you have won. A lucky prize, a red leaf umbrella. Simply hand me your winning ticket, and you may take your prize with you right away." Lu Yuanwu's voice booms, and though the elderly woman has some difficulty hearing, she comprehends clearly. "Ah, how splendid. Winning is a delightful occurrence. Hee. Tomorrow, I shall bring my husband to draw as well." The elderly lady, already content with her fortune, smiles broadly, nearly causing her dentures to dislodge. One must learn to be content. True happiness lies in gratitude. Soon, the second, third, and so forth draw occur, culminating in a total of 17 draws, with a 4th prize awarded to the woman who had brought the child, an exquisite diamond brand electric fan. How delightful this will be for a refreshing summer next year. Chapter 84. Blame the latrine if you can't defecate. This young man is truly fortunate. With a single draw, he won a 4th prize. That is a diamond fan, valued at 185 yuan in the Beishan shopping mall. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. The odds of winning are not low, yet after over 100 draws, most yielded only participation prizes, and merely 7 lucky prizes were awarded. With just 1 4th prize in the mix, the owner of this wholesale store must be deceiving us, right? There are over 100 participants, and not a single 3rd prize has been drawn. Some individuals attempted 3 times, only to win 2 packets of laundry detergent. Finding it hard to believe their luck could be so dismal. If your luck is poor, how can you blame the shopkeeper? It's a classic case of blaming the latrine for an inability to defecate. Someone else effortlessly won a diamond fan with 1 draw, while you, after 3 attempts, ended up with mere laundry detergent. Furthermore, if winning were so easy, why would we even draw? They might as well hand the prizes directly to you. While some voiced their grievances, others were bold enough to speak candidly. Society is not lacking in those who dare to tell the truth. The essence of a lottery lies in luck. Although businesses might employ minor tricks, they wouldn't dare to be overly blatant. Those participating in the lottery are only spending 20 to 30 yuan, and with a small investment, they not only acquire practical items, but also gain the chance to win grand prizes worth thousands. This is certainly preferable to spending 2 yuan on a worthless piece of paper. I've won, shouted a man in his 40s, brandishing a 2nd prize ticket for a black and white Panda television. Haha, I can finally watch television at home. Look, the grand prize has indeed been drawn. What are you complaining about? Did the shopkeeper deceive you? You had to spend money to participate. This is a lottery ticket given with your purchase. Isn't that far more economical than buying a lottery ticket at a store? Upon witnessing someone claim the grand prize, the crowd waiting to draw became increasingly excited. Those who had already drawn returned to Zhang Guoqing's wholesale store to select more items. They grabbed whatever they could find, knowing that everything at home would be useful. The priority was to gather 10 yuan to obtain another lottery ticket, embodying a spirit of relentless pursuit for the prize. The absence of air conditioners and color televisions among the prizes indicates that opportunities still abound. "Sir, weigh me 10 jin of this, and this as well." "How much does that total?" inquired a man in his 30s to the weighmaster, Zhang Guoqing. Before noon, the store's inventory had been nearly depleted, leaving only a few rows of shelves and some baskets at the counter. Madam, how much do you want for this shelf? It would be perfect for displaying items at home. Name your price, and I will pay, asked a woman in her 50s, addressing Zhang Hongyu. Auntie, this is a shelf. Not for sale. It is used in my family's store to hold goods. Please wait until this afternoon. The boss mentioned that another truckload of merchandise will return to the provincial city around 2 or 3 o'clock, Zhang Hongyu said somewhat awkwardly. Soon, Zhang Guoqing's store underwent another wave of sweeping. What little stock remained was quickly sold off. Outside, the line for the lottery grew even longer than before, with prizes being drawn one after another. As time passed, noon soon approached. Dear friends, it is now noon. The lottery and prize redemption will temporarily halt at this hour. We shall resume at 1:30 this afternoon. For now, please return home to have a meal and come back after you have dined. Zhang Guoqing announced through a loudspeaker to those still waiting in line. Are you trying to fool us? Bring your boss out to speak. I've been waiting for 2 hours, and it's almost my turn. A person holding a young child, positioned near the front of the line, felt a surge of irritation upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's announcement. Ah, dear sir, I am indeed the boss. Rest assured, the monk may run away, but the temple remains. I am from Beishan, and besides, Director Lu from Qingwan Town is here as well. Do you still doubt my honesty? Please go and enjoy your meal. Simply return promptly. I guarantee we will start again at 1:30. Our store has been operating since 5 or 6 this morning without a moment to sip water. And I see you've arrived early as well. Your child must be hungry. After all, one cannot function on an empty stomach. Everyone needs to eat something before continuing with the lottery. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Guoqing responded, not in anger but with a smile, offering a reasonable explanation. Most people understood Zhang Guoqing's perspective. While the lottery was important, one could not remain hungry indefinitely. Moreover, the presence of several police officers maintaining order instilled a sense of security among the crowd. The police symbolized solemnity and trustworthiness, and having them present at the store certainly fostered confidence. Additionally, most participants in the lottery were local residents, so returning home for a meal would not consume much time. Lu Changyuan and several officers began their work, gradually persuading those waiting in line for the lottery to disperse. Some adults, one hand holding a child and the other clutching a lottery ticket, while others carried heavy bags of rice and vegetables on their backs, murmured as they made their way home for a meal. They planned to return in the afternoon with more money to buy additional goods and acquire more lottery tickets. The more tickets one held, the greater the chance of winning. Zhang Guoqing had a profound understanding of people's desires. Who wouldn't want a chance at fortune falling from the sky? Uncle, let us dine first. You and the other gentlemen have worked hard today. Zhang Guoqing expressed his gratitude as he approached Lu Changyuan. What meal? Earning a few coins is no easy feat, and it's only natural to do these things. Lu Changyuan replied, we can eat at the station cafeteria. You all should dine separately. We'll return at 1:30. Uncle, you're being unreasonable. If it were only you laboring, I could accept that, but you have also toiled alongside numerous comrades from the station. I feel remiss. At that restaurant across the street, where we've dined before, the food is both delicious and affordable. It's merely a meal. Please consider it a favor, Zhang Guoqing insisted, pulling Lu Changyuan towards Fuyuan restaurant. He turned back to Zhang Guoqing. Go call the older brothers and sisters, along with Yuan Wu, to join us for dinner. Let us go. Chapter 85, Alas. The vegetable leaves are all sold out. Zhao uncle, is the meal prepared? Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Guoqing inquired of the owner, Zhao. Yes. We were just waiting for you. Guoqing, your business is booming today, nearly rivaling the opening of Beishan Shopping Mall from a few years back. Please, take a seat. I'll have your aunt start serving the dishes, Zhao said, glancing at Lu Changyuan in uniform, his admiration for Zhang Guoqing growing. Soon, 9 police officers gathered at one table, while Zhang Guoqing's siblings, along with Zhang Xuemei and Qin Wenhai, formed another. Lu Yuanwu had brought over a dozen helpers, who occupied a third table. In no time, the dishes began to arrive. After a brief greeting to Zhang Guoqing, Lu Dalong and his brothers departed shortly after Lu Changyuan's arrival. The town of Beishan was small, and both the law enforcement and the underworld were somewhat familiar with each other. Although they hadn't committed any offenses, Lu Dalong and his group felt a certain discomfort in the presence of those in uniform. For this opening, Zhang Yaoshan and Li Tsuelan, as well as eldest sister-in-law Yu Xiuzhu, who were all expecting, did not attend. However, Elder brother Zhang Guohua and fifth brother Zhang Guoqing arrived with driver Lao Wu's truck. Although Zhang Guohua was neither eloquent nor skilled in calculations, he possessed considerable strength. With the road to Linshan having been repaired, it was up to Zhang Guoqing to decide the next steps. With nothing to do at home, he decided to accompany the truck to Beishan County last night. In addition to pork, vegetables, fish, and shrimp brought from Sangma Town, Zhang Guoqing was also brought along, skilled in arithmetic and accounting. He assisted Zhang Hongyu in keeping the accounts. With many customers, it was crucial to avoid errors in giving change. Seeing such a diverse group of esteemed individuals come to support them was beyond their expectations. The lunch primarily consisted of stir-fried dishes, all hearty and flavorful. Both the police officers led by Lu Chuanyuan and the siblings from the restaurant had worked tirelessly throughout the morning and were exhausted. They needed a good meal, for there was a tough battle ahead in the afternoon. National Day. Is my dear brother here? The truck from Lin City has arrived, and we need to call someone to unload the goods. Boss Pai specifically instructed me that this cargo must be delivered promptly. This time, due to other commitments, Boss Pai could not come himself. Instead, he arranged for the driver to deliver it. Before arriving, he emphasized the urgency of the delivery. Zhang Guoqing contacted Boss Pai on his mobile phone, and this shipment arrived just in time. Driver, there's no rush to unload. Let us have a meal together first. After eating, we'll have the strength to unload. We had just begun our meal when Zhang Guoqing went to the door and beckoned the driver over. This is not a celebratory feast. It's primarily for convenience and efficiency. After finishing our meal, which took just over 20 minutes, the time on my watch indicated 12:45. Zhang Guoqing quietly informed Zhang Hongyu, who quickly dashed back to the wholesale department, returning with 3 packs of cigarettes tucked under her arm. Though not the finest, they were decent, costing $7.50 a pack for Farang cigarettes. Come. Everyone worked hard this morning. I won't say much about my own brothers and sisters. That's only to be expected. I especially want to thank the officers from the Qingguan Town Police Station and brother Yuan Wu, who brought along friends. Without your help and maintenance of order today, things could have gotten chaotic. He chuckled. Uncle, this pack of cigarettes is not a bribe. Consider it a small token of gratitude from a younger generation to you all. Zhang Guoqing opened the pack of cigarettes, distributing them one by one to those at the table. The first pack was naturally handed to Lu Chuanyuan, followed by the officers, and then the more than 10 associates brought by Lu Yuanwu. Whether they were police officers or streetwise fellows, very few among them did not smoke. The price of the cigarettes was evident to all. Nowadays, an ordinary officer's daily wage could barely afford 2 or 3 packs, and they rarely indulged throughout the year. Hey, you lad, you're quite generous, knowing that uncle lacks good cigarettes. Lu Chuanyuan, disregarding the formalities, accepted the cigarettes without hesitation. Having already received a color television as a gift, what was one more pack? Upon seeing Lu Chuanyuan accept the offer, the other officers politely accepted Zhang Guoqing's cigarettes as well. The group of friends brought by Lu Yuanwu lit up at the sight of the Farang cigarettes, expressing their gratitude profusely. It was expected to have a meal when helping out, and the distribution of cigarettes was not surprising either. However, to receive Farang cigarettes, which are seldom encountered, was indeed a delightful surprise. In Zhang Guoqing's perspective, some friendships are maintained through material benefits, while others require genuine affection. Whether it is the police officers or the friends brought by Lu Yuanwu, those who sincerely assist one another are the friends worth cherishing. At last, Yu Shan and Qin Wenhai also lit up cigarettes. Although Qin claimed he did not smoke, Zhang Guoqing insisted on pushing a cigarette into his hand. This frugal uncle had not been called in vain. Just a few days prior, he had assisted in transporting 3 large refrigerators, which were urgently needed appliances for Zhang Guoqing's wholesale department. All the equipment for the store's promotional activities had been procured at internal prices from the Beishan shopping mall through Qin Wenhai, sparing Zhang Guoqing an additional expenditure of 1 or 2,000 yuan. Once the meal was finished, taking advantage of the crowd, the unloading of goods proceeded swiftly. A full truckload was completely unloaded in less than half an hour. It was at this moment that a long queue formed in front of the lottery box. Observing the abundance of goods in Zhang Guoqing's store, those eager to continue participating in the lottery felt a sense of reassurance. Young boss, your business is indeed flourishing. The deliveries are coming straight from the provincial capital, praised a middle-aged woman in her 40s as she addressed Zhang Guoqing. Auntie, this is all thanks to your support and that of everyone else. We just received a fresh batch of grains and oils. Feel free to choose what you need. Zhang Guoqing replied. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Guoqing hurried over and whispered in his ear, "Third brother, the meat is sold out. The fish and shrimp are gone, and even the eggs have sold out. Aside from some dried goods, we don't have a single leafy vegetable left to sell." This was precisely the effect Zhang Guoqing desired. Due to the excitement surrounding the lottery, today's official opening featured no promotional prices for any meat, vegetables, fish, or shrimp. Aside from the complimentary items, he intended to reserve those promotional prices for the opening of his second store, hoping to boost popularity even further at that time. With no concerns about manpower or funds, Zhang Guoqing planned to postpone the price promotions until the grand opening of his second establishment. "Once today's stock is sold out, we will not sell any more. Tomorrow, I will contact Boss Tian from Sangma Town and ask her to prepare 2 more pigs. As for the truck, I will speak with Brother Yuan Wu to enlist Uncle Li's transport team to ensure we have sufficient stock by tomorrow," Zhang Guoqing instructed Zhang Guoqing. Chapter 86. A win. A win. I won. I won, exclaimed a child of no more than 10, clutching a yellow paper card emblazoned with the words "First Prize" in bold letters. "Did you really win? Is there truly a grand prize?" The spectators in line for the lottery grew envious, as each grand prize claimed meant one less for them. Currently, those participating in the lottery were primarily motivated by the allure of air conditioners and color televisions, as many households with better means already possessed black and white sets. During the 3-day lottery event, the first day alone saw a color television awarded, which was sufficient to generate excitement. "Boss, does this first prize count? Can it be redeemed?" inquired the mother of the child, a woman in her 30s, as she took the lottery ticket from her son and handed it to Zhang Guoqing. "Is it possible?" "Of course. Congratulations, dear sister. Your luck is truly remarkable. Do you intend to call your family to assist you later? Or shall I arrange for someone to deliver it to you?" Zhang Guoqing took the winning ticket and led the mother and child to the redemption area. "I can manage on my own. It's not far. Thank you, boss. I will come back to your store for groceries next time," said the seemingly frail woman, her spirit undeterred. Fearing her prize might vanish, she couldn't wait any longer. "Jiwa, help your mother carry the vegetables. I'll take the television. Let us head home." With that, the slender woman hoisted the cardboard box containing the television and hurried home. The strength of a person is often underestimated. Who could have imagined that such a delicate woman could bear such a heavy prize? "Quickly, it's my turn." Cough. "Wait. I only won a 4th prize?" sighed a man as he revealed 7 winning tickets. Yet he had only secured 1 4th prize and a participation prize, while the others were mere tokens of gratitude. "A 4th prize is still commendable. That fan is worth over 100, someone nearby advised. After all, winning is a rare occurrence. If everyone won, the businesses would surely suffer. If that were the case, even 10 Zhang Guoqings would not suffice to cover the losses. As the clock struck 6:30, dusk began to settle in. After a day of drawings, it was time to conclude. This time, the queue had grown wiser. As the hour approached, they began to disperse for home. After all, they held the winning tickets, and they could always return early the next day to claim their prizes. There were 3 days to redeem them, so there was no rush. At this hour, there was little left to sell at Zhang's wholesale department. Indeed, the goods shipped from the provincial capital had been nearly sold out. In the afternoon, Zhang Guoqing called Boss Pai, informing him that deliveries must continue tomorrow, with a strict deadline of arrival before 9 in the morning at Beishan to avoid disrupting the next day's sales. Unexpectedly, the first day of business for Zhang Guoqing's wholesale department turned out to be extraordinarily successful, an unforeseen spectacle that only he had previously witnessed. In 2000, the large supermarket Hongfeng entered Beishan, launching its operations with discounts and promotional events. Now, in the 1990s, Zhang Guoqing had adopted this model ahead of its time. Today, his lottery event is considered one of the most effective methods for attracting customers. Although this event seemed to have cost Zhang Guoqing dearly, nearly everyone in the county of Beishan became aware of the Zhangji grain, oil, and vegetable wholesale department at the intersection of Renmin Road and Jinan Street, laying the groundwork for future expansion. Since Zhang Guoqing has been reborn, it is evident that he cannot merely aspire to operate a wholesale store for grains, oils, and vegetables. To achieve financial success, he must endeavor to expand his ambitions and diversify his offerings, thereby securing a foothold in the competitive landscape of the future. 10,000, 20,000. And here are 5,857 yuan. Brother San, our family is about to prosper. Zhang Guoqing trembled as he counted the money from 3 cardboard boxes and said to Zhang Guoqing. The 10,000 yuan was stacked into several large piles, with most of it comprised of 50, 10, and 5 yuan notes, resulting in over 20,000 yuan filling the small table completely. After the wholesale store closed for the night, Zhang Guoqing, along with his elder brother Zhang Guohua, elder sister Zhang Hongyu, and younger brothers Zhang Guoqing and Zhang Guang, gathered in Zhang Hongyu's room to tally their accounts. This is just the beginning. Look at how anxious you are. Rest assured, our family's good days are just commencing. In the future, I will earn thousands upon thousands for the family, Zhang Guoqing said with a smile. Brother San, it is indeed a good thing that our family is making money. However, my elder brother came not only to assist, but also to discuss the plans for the situation at Shilin Mountain and what our next steps should be. We will need your guidance on that. Currently, Uncle San is up in the mountains overseeing our materials. 4 pigsties and 4 chicken coops have been constructed, yet we have no livestock to raise at the moment. The funds you provided last time are nearly depleted, and if we wish to expand, further investment is required. After I finish the opening in these 3 days, I will return home, and you must accompany me. Furthermore, Aunt San, Lin Shufang, seems to have transformed completely, now behaving submissively before Uncle San. Zhang Guohua, like his younger siblings, was witnessing such a significant amount of money for the first time. However, he believed that the quantity of money was inconsequential. What mattered most was the happiness of his siblings. Seeing Zhang Hongyu had brought him immense joy, as he remarked. I told you, Uncle San is merely limping. He remains the head of the family. With us brothers around, Uncle San will no longer be without status at home. Regarding Shilin Mountain, after these 3 days, I will return with you, as there are matters to attend to. Do not worry about the finances, elder brother. Our family is currently not lacking in money. Additionally, we should expedite the construction of the house in town. Father's birthday is in just over 2 months, and we must celebrate it in the new home. Zhang Guoqing conveyed to Zhang Guohua. The house is half built now, with several masons from our village working diligently. We anticipate that it will be topped out by early next month. However, it would be best to settle the recent wages and material costs upon our return. Agreed. We shall resolve everything upon our return. Elder brother, tonight the 4 of us brothers will squeeze into my room. Yushan Yuhai has gone to Sangmu town to procure vegetables and pork and will not return until tomorrow morning. Therefore, there is still a place to sleep. It is a rare occasion for the 4 brothers to spend the night together. Chapter 87. The false lottery tickets on the first day of the lottery. The popularity of Zhang Guoqing's wholesale department soared to unprecedented heights. Surprisingly, by just past 6 o'clock on the second day, as dawn began to break, customers were already gathered outside, eagerly awaiting the opening of Zhang's wholesale department. Why isn't the door open yet? It's almost 7. Someone shouted from the crowd. Hey boss, are you going to open or not? Is there still business to be done? Indeed, look, the lights are on inside. They should be opening soon. Hurry. Form a line and don't let anyone cut in. Another voice chimed in. There are only 2 days left for the lottery, and we still haven't seen the grand prize or the special prize. It was not yet 6:30, and the original plan had been to start organizing the store at 6, so that after the delivery of pork, shrimp, and vegetables from the truck around 7, they could commence operations by 8. However, it appeared that the crowd today was no less than yesterday's. The primary reason for this influx was the winners from the previous day, who had effectively become live advertisements for Zhang Guoqing's wholesale department. Almost all the residents of Beishan County were now aware that a new wholesale store specializing in rice, flour, cooking oil, and fresh produce had opened at the intersection of Renmin Road and Jinan Street. Not only were the prices reasonable, but there was also a lottery event. With every purchase, customers received lottery tickets, granting them the chance to win prizes. The grand prize was an air conditioner valued at nearly 10,000 yuan, alongside television sets and bicycles. Thus, by 5 o'clock, some patrons had already arrived to wait for the doors to open. Those with a more carefree attitude brought several hundred yuan, intending to buy simply for the sake of participating in the lottery. Others, more cautious, aimed merely for the chance to win a modest consolation prize, knowing that essentials like rice and flour would always be of use. Those with extra funds undoubtedly brought them along to stock up while participating in the lottery. As the sound of a truck horn echoed, a liberation truck rumbled into Renmin Road. This vehicle had been dispatched by Lu Yuangu from the transportation station, and all the vegetables, fish, and pork for Zhang Guoqing's wholesale department were sourced from Sangma town. Normally, the truck from Old Wu's Beishan market would suffice, but today, time was of the essence, necessitating an early delivery. At that moment, The doors of the wholesale department swung open, and Zhang Guoqing's brothers emerged, momentarily taken aback by the throng waiting to enter. Dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, you've arrived rather early. Our goods have just been delivered. Please, allow us to clear a path so we can unload the merchandise first, Zhang Guoqing politely requested, producing a pack of cigarettes to share with the gathered crowd. Following suit, his brother Zhang Guohua and the fourth brother Zhang Guoqing also began to distribute cigarettes to the surrounding customers. Forget unloading the goods. Just bring the scales here. I can weigh it myself. Here, I have 100 yuan. Just make sure to weigh out 100 yuan's worth of vegetables for me, and give me 10 lottery tickets. I'm ready for the draw. Extravagance, indeed, an unparalleled display of opulence. Spending 100 yuan on groceries, when might one enjoy such a feast? Yet, the primary allure lies not in the groceries themselves, but in the allure of the lottery. This individual, without so much as a glance at the scale, thrust the money into Zhang Guoqing's hands and proceeded to join the queue for the lottery box, clutching the ticket from Zhang Guoqing. However, such flamboyance is rare. Most merely allowed Zhang Guoqing and his brothers to pass unimpeded. At this moment, the brothers Yushan and Yu Hai leaped from their vehicle, hastily opening the tailgate. In swift collaboration, they began unloading the pork, 10 slabs in total, representing the flesh of 5 pigs, with an impressive weight surpassing 1,000 pounds. A mix of both fat and lean cuts. Following this, the offal was collected in several large wooden basins, alongside various other scraps. Next came the vegetables, totaling 50 bamboo baskets, all gathered with the assistance of Elder Yuan from Baihe village, with a portion even cultivated from his own land. Additionally, Zhang Yushan contributed fish, shrimp, and other aquatic delicacies from his home, a fortunate circumstance made possible by Zhang Guohua's recent rapport with local fishermen. Otherwise, acquiring such a bounty would have been an insurmountable task for him alone. The vehicle was positively brimming with fresh vegetables, pork, fish, and seafood. As time ticked away, within merely an hour, the unloading was completed at a remarkable pace by the 7 individuals involved. Not long after the fresh produce had been offloaded, a delivery truck bearing rice, flour, and cooking oil from Lin City arrived. Fortunately, Lu Yuanwu had also come with a team to assist. After nearly half an hour of bustling activity, yet another truckload was swiftly unloaded. By this point, it was already 8:30, and the wholesale department was poised to commence operations. Yuanwu, today you shall stand beside Guoqing. Ensure to scrutinize the tickets closely during the lottery and prize redemption. Zhang Guoqing instructed Lu Yuanwu in a hushed tone. What? Are you apprehensive about potential disturbances? Lu Yuanwu inquired. Not exactly. Let us observe. If all proceeds smoothly, that would be ideal, Zhang Guoqing replied, though he harbored an uneasy feeling within. Soon, the wholesale department was teeming with customers, a veritable tide of humanity. By 9 o'clock, police officers from the local station arrived. Although Lu Changyuan was absent, 6 officers were dispatched to assist in maintaining order. The lottery continued unabated, with customers receiving a purchase receipt upon payment, which could then be exchanged outside for a lottery ticket to participate in the draw. The line for the lottery extended nearly 400 meters from the entrance of the wholesale department into Zhunnan Street. By 10:30, Zhang Guoqing's wholesale department reached its zenith of activity. In the preceding hour, a series of fortunate draws yielded a permanent bicycle and 2 black and white televisions. The smaller prizes were won even more frequently, typically resulting in a win after just 2 or 3 attempts. It was during this moment that a gasp echoed from the lottery area. I've won the grand prize. Boss, I've won the grand prize, exclaimed a man, seemingly under 30, brandishing a ticket. One? How could that be? I haven't even put my grand prize ticket in yet, so how could it possibly be drawn? Zhang Guoqing, upon hearing of the grand prize winner, suspected foul play. He was well acquainted with the tactics employed in the lottery industry of the future. Initially, a larger prize would be drawn to attract attention, followed by a series of smaller wins, as the major prizes were not easily accessible to the general public. Some were even reserved for insiders, as was the case with Lu Changyuan's second prize. Chapter 88. Education is the best path forward. Let it not be said that Zhang Guoqing is unscrupulous, nor that he is overly cunning. Spending 10 yuan on groceries to win a 7 yuan bag of laundry detergent could be deemed quite benevolent. At least, compared to certain lotteries, his approach is far more principled, as his lottery tickets were complimentary with grocery purchases. Guoqing, come take a look. Is there something amiss with this prize? Lu Yuanwu observed the identical tickets. printed with grand prize, uncertain of their authenticity. Fake. This ticket bears no stamp from me. It cannot be genuine, Zhang Guoqing asserted confidently. Regular winning tickets carry no distinguishing marks, only the printed prize designation. Only the first, second, and grand prizes are stamped with the official seal of Zhangji Wholesale. Given that it was counterfeit, it was evident that more than one individual was involved in this lottery. Sir, this winning ticket of yours is fraudulent. Zhang Guoqing addressed the shouting man. What do you mean, fake? I drew it straight from the box. You must redeem this prize for me. I have to hurry home. The middle-aged man, upon hearing Zhang Guoqing's comments, became visibly agitated. Boss, you're not trying to renege, are you? Winning and not redeeming it. Do you mean your lottery is a scam? A few bystanders began to stir up a commotion. What evidence do you have to prove this is fake? My ticket clearly states grand prize in black and white. How could it be counterfeit? Your lottery is merely a ruse to deceive us. The man with the winning ticket shouted in anger. Because your winning ticket bears no official stamp. Is that reason enough? Zhang Guoqing retorted loudly to the man clutching the grand prize ticket. What is going on? Is there a disturbance? The police officers dispatched from Chengguan town, familiar with Zhang Guoqing, quickly converged on the scene upon noticing the commotion. Brotherly, someone is attempting to redeem a fraudulent winning ticket. Does that not constitute a violation of the law? Zhang Guoqing pointed at the man before him and addressed Officer Li. This is extortion and forgery. But you must have evidence. Officer Li replied. Very well, Yuan Wu. Bring over the first and second prize tickets for the officer and all the participants to inspect. Let us see whether we have stamped the grand prize. Yet this special prize appears devoid of any seal. Isn't that peculiar? Zhang Guoqing remarked to Lu Yuanwu. Soon, Lu Yuanwu held up the two tickets, displaying the one claimed by the man as the special prize to the officer and the customers. Indeed, there was no stamp. Yet the cards were identical. Surely, you haven't forgotten to stamp them yourself? The man retorted cunningly. You are truly unyielding, aren't you? There are only a handful of grand prizes, and each one I personally stamped. I open my doors to conduct business, and if I dare to hold a lottery, I fear not the winners. Those who won the color television, the bicycles, and the black and white televisions, did any of them fail to redeem their prizes? Zhang Guoqing proclaimed to the man and the crowd. I must have made an error. If that is the case, I shall forfeit this prize. It's fine. The man, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, conceded. If you forfeit, that signifies you are committing fraud. You must accompany me to the police station to clarify this matter. Officer Li discerned the issue instantly. It was highly likely that the man was culpable. At that moment, the man could no longer maintain his composure and attempted to flee. However, he was no match for the young and vigorous officer. He had barely run 200 meters before being apprehended. Among the crowd, two others also turned to flee. A common instinctive reaction among those who commit wrongdoing upon sensing trouble. In this era, few officers are mere novices. They possess exceptional physical prowess and have dealt with numerous offenders. Consequently, they swiftly took action. Why are you chasing me? I have committed no crime. I have committed no crime. If you haven't committed any crime, why are you running? Do you think you can outrun me? Come along to the police station. In no time, 3 officers mounted their motorcycles, securing the apprehended individuals and placing them in the right side of the vehicle as they headed towards the police station. Meanwhile, the lottery resumed its normal course, with news of the special prize still in play, igniting a fervor among the participants. By 4 in the afternoon, meat, vegetables, fish, and shrimp had all been sold out. The store was similarly depleted, with only some rarely used items and a few leftovers remaining. Undoubtedly, this day proved to be another bountiful harvest. The lively scene persisted until all lottery tickets were drawn. The grand prize television was claimed, along with 2 bicycles that were also redeemed. As evening descended, it was once again time to settle accounts, a moment that brought great joy to the siblings. After a long day's toil, the pursuit of a modest fortune was worth it. However, today's earnings were notably substantial, amounting to nearly 40,000, a remarkable increase from yesterday's 25,000. This achievement truly elated the siblings. Third brother, I wish to discuss something with you, Zhang Guoqing said, glancing at Zhang Guoqing. What is it? Speak freely. It's just us brothers and our second sister, Zhang Guoqing replied. I no longer wish to continue my studies. I want to join you in business. Zhang Guoqing said, casting his gaze downward, unable to meet Zhang Guoqing's eyes. Fifth brother, you are the only one in the family still pursuing an education alongside Jiao Mei. We do not rely on you to earn money right now. Your grades are commendable, and gaining admission to university is paramount. The responsibility of earning falls upon me, our elder brother, and our second sister, as well as your fourth brother. Focus on your studies. Education is the best pathway. Once you have secured a place in university, we can revisit the idea of assisting me in business, Zhang Guoqing advised Zhang Guoqing. To Zhang Guoqing, the desire to earn money seemed a natural yet immature impulse. In his previous life, he had already dropped out of school at this age, much like many of his peers, and had become an apprentice at a shoe factory in Dongping. Unfortunately, a mishap during the cutting process resulted in the severing of his arm. Due to a delay in seeking medical attention, he was left with a lifelong disability. Very well, I will heed your advice, third brother. Once the event concludes tomorrow, I will return home with elder brother in the evening. Zhang Guoqing nodded earnestly. Zhang Guoqing was diligently transforming the lives of his family, undoubtedly altering their destinies from the course of their original history.